the edge of the beast forest. Han Feng, Yang Feiping and 9/7 tribulations true gods descended. Senior Yang, come and see what's wrong with the outskirts of the beast forest? Han Feng asked. Han Feng has already poured out his soul, and Han Feng's current soul has reached the 8th rank, which is far from being comparable to the 10 true gods of the 7 tribulations such as Yang Feiping. The 8th rank spirit almost covered nearly half of the outskirts of the ferocious beast forest. But Han Feng didn't find anything strange. The surrounding areas are basically 1st and 2nd level beasts, which can threaten the true gods of 1 or 2 kalpas. No matter how you look at it, it has nothing to do with the disappearance of Yang Qiu and other geniuses. If a relatively powerful beast appeared in the beast forest, there would be no slight change in the outer area, and there would be some inner fierce beasts coming to the outer area to take refuge. On the periphery, there should always be a few 3rd and 4th level beasts. But in fact, there is no such thing. Could it be that there is something strange about the mutation in the inner circle of the beast forest? The souls of the 10 true gods of the 7 tribulations also swept around the periphery of the ferocious beast forest. After a long time, Yang Feiping said, "It's no different from before, and I didn't find any abnormalities." Sure enough, something happened in the inner circle. Then let's go to the inner circle, to have a look. Han Feng flew first. When they came to the inner circle, the expressions of Yang Feiping and other digital 7 tribulations gods changed. What's wrong? Han Feng immediately asked after seeing the expressions of several true gods. Yang Feiping looked solemn. Han Xiaoyu, although we will sweep this ferocious beast forest every 100 years, we only kill beasts that exceed the level of 4-level beasts, 4-level beasts and 3-level beasts. I won't make a move. In the inner circle, there will be no shortage of 3rd-level beasts, and even further inside, 4th-level beasts will appear from time to time. As far as I know, there should be a group of 3rd-level beasts, the black-winged wolf, not far away. But since we entered the inner circle, we haven't encountered a single beast, even if it's the worst among the 3 levels. Han Feng squinted his eyes. Something was really wrong. Fierce beasts, especially ordinary ferocious beasts, are irrational. Once they see a human being, they will never die. But they have not been attacked by a ferocious beast until now. Could it be that these ferocious beasts are also afraid of their aura and dare not near? This is not right. If the fierce beast would not make a move because of fear of aura, it would not be called irrational. Especially the black-winged wolves, among the fierce beasts, live in groups. A 3rd-level black-winged wolf is nothing, but dozens or hundreds of them is a big deal. There are a lot of black-winged wolves, and they will not be afraid of the true human god. Could it be? Han Feng's heart moved, and he immediately said, "Senior Yang, take me to the black-winged wolf's lair." Okay. Yang Feiping flew away immediately. No matter how many black-winged wolves there are, they are like ants to these high-level true gods. Yang Feiping is not worried about any problems. However, when the group arrived at the black-winged wolf's lair, all expressions changed. It stands to reason that there should be dozens or hundreds of Haifeng wolves, but they disappeared without a trace. Only faint traces of a fight could be seen here. Han Feng raised his chin, pondered for a moment and said, "Sure enough, these beasts didn't hide, but disappeared." Disappear? The 10 true gods of the 7 tribulations looked at each other, but thinking about it, only this possibility can explain everything. But in this way, why did this group of fierce beasts disappear? What does it have to do with the disappearance of their geniuses in Shanning City? Could it be that it was eaten as food by a powerful beast? Lu Rongchen said solemnly, "This disappearance doesn't look like being swallowed by a powerful beast. There is no trace of blood on the ground. Then, was a certain powerful being wiped out this group of beasts with a wave of his hand? Flying ash annihilated, so there is no trace of blood left?" A true god of the 7 tribulations asked. Yang Feiping shook his head. If this is the case, there will be no traces of fighting. Looking at the traces of fighting, the black-winged wolf is not completely defenseless. What's the reason? Several Seven Tribulations true gods felt that the whole thing was full of weirdness. But at this moment, Han Feng moved and jumped in a certain direction. Han Xiaoyu, what are you? Yang Feiping and the others were shocked, and then they discovered in astonishment that a white figure suddenly flew out in the direction Han Feng jumped, as if about to run away. Han Feng slapped it away with a palm, and only heard a click, and the white shadow fell down. Several people from Yang Feiping rushed over, and they were dumbfounded when they saw the specific appearance of the white figure. Skeleton? It turned out to be a skeleton. How does the skeleton work? Yang Feiping and other digital true gods couldn't imagine that a skeleton could hide in the dark and spy on them like a human. The point is, how can the skeleton move? There are many wonders in the world. What seems impossible to us may not be possible to some people. Maybe there is someone manipulating behind this skeleton? Han Feng didn't think there was anything strange about it, but looked at it carefully. With skeletons. The skeleton was pale all over, and he wasn't wearing anything, only holding a bone spear in his hand. With the previous slap, Han Feng judged that this skeleton was roughly equivalent to the level of a true god of 2 or 3 kulpas. Han Xiaoyu means that the disappearance of the little girl and the disappearance of the beast are all related to the skeleton. No, the man behind the skeleton? Yang Feiping's tone sank, and his eyes were full of anger when he glanced at the skeleton. Han Feng nodded slightly. It's just a guess. After all, a skeleton suddenly appeared in the forest of beasts, and it was secretly spying on us before. It's not normal, no matter how you look at it. Of course, it's also possible that this skeleton is some kind of special creature, and it happened to be peeping at us before. If there are no more skeletons appearing in the future, it may be accidental, but if... Han Feng swallowed before he finished speaking. I saw all around, and a large number of skeletons had appeared at some point. Yang Feiping's tone was cold. Han Xiaoyu, it seems that your guess is right. The man behind the scenes is the controller behind these skeletons. There are so many skeletons popping up, I'm afraid they just want to catch us. Xiaoer and others will definitely be caught by the skeletons in the same way. After the murderer was found, a group of true gods of the 7 tribulations were full of killing intent. Han Feng squinted his eyes to look at the group of skeletons. Most of these skeletons were similar to the ones just now, only a few of them were wearing bone armor. They were obviously stronger, but none of them gave Han Feng too much sense of threat. In other words, these skeletons should not exist equivalent to the true god of the 7 tribulations. Then, how did the true god of the 7 tribulations, before the Yang family disappear? The black hand behind the scenes must have stronger means that have not been used, so don't be careless. Han Feng sent a voice transmission to Yang Feiping and others. Hearing Han Feng's guess, Yang Feiping and the others suddenly looked terrified, and restrained some strength to prevent accidents. At the same time, a large number of bones around suddenly rushed towards Han Feng and the others. These bone skeletons, headed by the bone skeleton wearing the bone armor, surrounded Han Feng and others, respectively. Shoot! Yang Feiping said immediately, and the next moment many true gods shot. However, when they shot, everyone also kept some minds because of Han Feng's reminder, in case more powerful skeletons suddenly appeared and attacked them. Yang Tian Fist. Yang Feiping swung out his fist, like a sun rising and falling suddenly, smashing it, and how many white bones and skeletons were swept in and turned into ashes. Ordinary bone skeletons are only at the level of the first-level true gods. The weak ones are only comparable to the true gods of the first calamity, and the powerful ones are only comparable to the true gods of the third calamity. The bone skeleton wearing the bone armor is only a middle-level true god. From then on, the strength varies from low to high, ranging from the true god of the fourth to the true god of the sixth calamity. In the face of Yang Feiping, the true god with strength as high as the seven tribulations, these skeletons are extremely fragile. The big monument cracks hands. Xuanhuan's fierce claws. Lao Yuan and Lu Rongchen also made moves, one after another. Xuanhuan rushed into the group of skeletons with a big hand, and a large number of skeletons were smashed into pieces. Lu Rongchen and Yang Feiping both have the fire attribute, but their divine skill is the claw technique. With one claw, countless skeletons are shattered and annihilated. Although Han Feng's cultivation base is the weakest among the crowd, once Yang Feiping breaks out with all his strength, none of Yang Feiping's 10 people will be Han Feng's opponent. However, at this moment, Han Feng didn't need to use all his strength in the face of a group of bone skeletons whose strength was only as high as that of the ordinary six tribulations true god. Just relying on the Xinyan War Fist and the 8th rank Xuanhuan is enough to deal with this group of bone skeletons. There are a lot of white bone skeletons, but despite the huge strength gap, the number of these white bone skeletons is still rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ground was full of crushed bones, and the scene was extremely horrifying. Deep in the beast forest, in a gloomy cave below the ground, a white light curtain stood in midair, and what flashed on the light curtain was the scene of Han Feng and his party killing bones. Under the light curtain, there is a stone platform. On the stone platform is tied a beautiful woman in her 20s. Her appearance can be vaguely seen to be somewhat similar to Yang Feiping. And beside the stone platform stood a terrifying man with a hideous appearance. Half of the man's face was very ordinary, and the other face seemed to be burned, like a devil. In the empty cave, there was a man's strange cry, "Hey hey, Yang Qiu, your father is good to you, not only came here by himself, but also brought a lot of true gods of the seven tribulations. Now, I can get another, the body of a strong man and bones are missing. Last time, your Yang family provided me with a good body of a strong man. With the addition of these now, maybe a superior bone general will be born. By then, your city of Shanning will surely be destroyed. With the top bone generals, I also have the qualifications to walk in Qingzhou. More and more bone generals will appear, and my strength will become stronger and stronger. One day, I will become a strong ancient god. Let you guys who underestimated me regret it." At the end, the man looked crazy. Yang Qiu was tied to the stone platform, and his expression was cold. "My father won't be taken down so easily by you." The man's frantic expression froze for a moment before he said with a half-smile, "Really, then let us wait and see. But if you are willing to be my woman, but I can consider letting go of my future father-in-law." "Bah." Yang Qiu's response to the man was only a cold word "bah." The man's face was livid. "You are a shameless woman, I want to see if you will look like this when I capture your father. Don't worry about me, at worst I will give you to you. What can you do if you are strong?" Yang Qiu closed his eyes, only regret in his heart. If he knew this day would come, he should have let this man fend for himself instead of saving him. On the ground, the bone army was wiped out in 7s and 80s. Everyone looked vigilant. They knew that if there were really more powerful skeletons, it's almost time to show up now. Boom. 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 The ground shook, as if some giant stepped on the ground. Soon, 13 white bone skeletons more than 3 meters high appeared in the sight of Han Feng and others. These 13 skeletons are different from the previous ones. They are tall, their bones are nearly silver white, and they are covered in pitch-black battle armor. Only their hands, feet and faces are not covered. From a distance, it looks like a general in jet-black armor. Each skeleton carried a huge weapon on its back, either a broadsword or a giant axe. Han Feng's face was serious. Every skeleton gave him a sense of danger. This feeling was no less than the feeling Yang Feiping and others gave him. This means that the strength of this new black battle armor skeleton has reached the level of the seven tribulations true god. There are still a few of them that bring danger to Han Feng, and they are better than Yang Feiping. These skeletons are obviously more powerful than Yang Feiping. Especially the sense of danger that one of them brought to Han Feng was no worse than that of Wan Gong back then. Is it equivalent to the high-level bones and skeletons of the seven tribulations true god? Han Feng took a deep breath. These bones and skeletons are stronger than he imagined. He originally thought that they were only equivalent to the junior and intermediate levels of the seven tribulations true god. Although dignified, Han Feng is not afraid. With his cultivation base soaring to the high level of the six tribulations true god, even in the face of Wan Gong, Han Feng has the confidence to fight against him. As for the final result, Han Feng can't judge, only a fight will do. These skeletons are so strong. Han Feng's 8th rank divine essence made it easy for him to feel the power of these bone skeletons. Although the other true gods were not as good as Han Feng, the 7th rank divine essence also made them aware of the strength of these bone skeletons. Simple. Damn it, how could there be so many powerful skeletons suddenly appearing in the beast forest? There was no sign at all before. Yang Feiping looked extremely embarrassed, but if there was any sign, he would not let his daughter come to the beast forest risky, leading to disappearance now. With so many powerful bone skeletons appearing at one time, there will be stronger bone skeletons behind the scenes, right? Lao Yuan was terrified. As soon as he said this, everyone's expressions were gloomy. Just the new bones and skeletons, they already feel that it is extremely difficult. If there are stronger ones, are they going to stay here today? All of a sudden, a very small number of true gods of the seven tribulations regretted that Yang Feiping came here. The bones and skeletons did not give them a chance to repent. Except for the one that gave Han Feng an extremely dangerous feeling, the other 12 skeletons took action one after another. After corresponding with Han Feng and the others one by one, there was one more skeleton. After hesitating for a while, he chose Yang Feiping, and Yang Feiping's pressure suddenly increased. The first update. The one who attacked Han Feng was a white-boned skeleton that gave Han Feng little sense of danger. After some fighting, Han Feng preliminarily determined that the strength of this white-boned skeleton was about the early stage of the ordinary seven tribulations true god. Is the weakest one going against me? These skeletons don't seem to have any intelligence, that is to say, the black hands behind the scenes are watching here, and seeing that I am the weakest, they will assign me the weakest one. Han Feng guessed that the mastermind behind the scenes did not know how to monitor them. To make such a judgment, in addition to the basis that the weakest bone skeleton faced Han Feng, there was also the basis that Yang Feiping faced two bone skeletons alone. On the bright side, among the 11 of them, Yang Feiping is naturally the strongest, with the highest cultivation base, the strongest bloodline, and his divine skills have been upgraded to the top-grade level. Yang Feiping's comprehensive combat power is barely comparable to that of the ordinary seven tribulations true god mid-level early-stage powerhouses. However, Yang Feiping's two opponents are both equivalent to the middle level of the ordinary seven tribulations true god, and Yang Feiping may not be an opponent with a bone skeleton, let alone two. In a blink of an eye, Yang Feiping was in danger, and his situation was critical. Underground cave. The man laughed wantonly. The first time I saw you as a father, I was so superior. I just had a little interest in you just now, and your father kicked me out of the city lord's mansion. And now? I just want to sending out a low-level bone general will not work for your father. When I capture your father, I want to see your father and see that I, the person who was driven away by him at the beginning, have so many powerful people under his command. General Bone, what face will he have? Yang Qiu suddenly opened his eyes. You want to humiliate my father? Of course, I left in such an embarrassing way, now I have to get it back. The man sneered, as if Yang Qiu had asked something meaningless. Yang Qiu's expression changed. anger appeared in his cold eyes for the first time. "If you dare to humiliate my father, I will never let you go." The man played with taste. "If you don't make peace with me, let it go?" Given your current situation, what qualifications do you have to say that? You are just a prisoner. If it wasn't for the sake of saving my life, you would have been with those people long ago. There are also lowly ferocious beasts, turning into my bone soldiers. Hearing this, Yang Qiu's face suddenly changed, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. She saw with her own eyes how those people turned from a living person into a skeleton. It's fine to turn into a bone skeleton, but they are all dead and are at the mercy of men. If the souls of those who died know, I'm afraid they will die with regret. Although, those people have already lost their souls, and it is impossible to have a soul. Seeing Yang Qiu's silence, the man said viciously, "You still have a chance to think about it now. As long as you commit yourself to me, I will be able to let your father go." Of course men can use force, but using force and Yang Qiu taking the initiative are two completely different feelings. If it is not necessary, the man still hopes that Yang Qiu can take the initiative. Yang Qiu's expression was complicated, and he was caught in a difficult choice. Is it Paul's father? Or give your body? With his eyes closed tightly, a tear rolled down his face. Yang Qiu already had a choice. Father has protected me for so long, now is the time to repay him. Yang Qiu murmured in his heart. The man may have seen Yang Qiu's resignation and choice, and a fiery flash flashed in his eyes. This goddess in his mind at the beginning. Now it's finally my own. But at this moment, the situation in the light curtain changed dramatically. What? The man suddenly turned his head, his eyes full of surprise and disbelief. Even Yang Qiu opened his eyes. Seeing what happened on the light curtain, Yang Qiu's expression was full of surprise. Can this person save his father? On the ground, Han Feng saw that Yang Fei was at a disadvantage and the situation was critical, so he didn't hide his clumsiness immediately. The task was issued by Yang Fei. If Yang Fei died, who knows if the Yang family will recognize the reward after completing the task. Yang Fei must not die. Immediately, Han Feng Shenyan's war fist and golden immortal physique erupted completely, and the two great physiques were superimposed, and Han Feng's cultivation base skyrocketed. Death. The ferocious fire rose into the sky. Han Feng let out a roar, and his terrifying aura turned into surging force, suddenly oppressing the bone skeleton opposite him. Click. Click. The white bone skeleton on the opposite side couldn't bear such a strong oppression, and it was smashed to pieces almost instantly. Senior Yang, I'll help you. With a long howl, Han Feng jumped up and landed beside Yang Fei. Seeing Han Feng, Yang Fei took the initiative to lean towards Han Feng. Yang Fei still believed in Han Feng's strength. There were two bone skeletons equivalent to the middle level of the seven tribulations true God, and Han Feng immediately dealt with one of them. At this time, the situation of the other seven true gods is also very bad. Especially Lu Rongchen and Lao Yuan, as the two oldest people except Yang Fei. What they faced was also a bone skeleton comparable to the middle level of the seven tribulations true God. Lu Rongchen was better, relying on his long life. He comprehended the mid-level magical skills to the level of top-level magical skills, relying on this high-level magical skills, and the seventh-rank divine essence that had been precipitated due to a long time, facing only comparable the middle-level bones and skeletons of the seven tribulations true God are barely capable of fighting. Lao Yuan will die. Lao Yuan is also highly qualified, but he has long been decayed. In terms of strength, he may not be stronger than other seven tribulations true gods with lower qualifications. Every time the bone skeleton attacks, Lao Yuan vomits blood again and again. If this afternoon continues, the old man will die. This realization terrified Lao Yuan. Immediately, Lao Yuan didn't care about the punishment he would face if he fled halfway. At this time, Lao Yuan had only one thought in his mind. That is to escape and live. However, after only a few thousand meters away, a white bone-long knife whizzed over, splitting Lao Yuan in half. Lao Yuan's body was divided into two halves, dripping with blood, and the faces on each half were full of fear. Go and kill that kid. Bone Skull was suddenly given such an order. Bone Skeleton paused, turned around and stabbed. Han Feng's spirit was always watching the battlefield, and when the skeleton was coming, he immediately ran the golden immortal stepping on the sky step to avoid it. Two bone skeletons that are comparable to the middle level of the seven tribulations true God? It seems that the people behind the scenes have begun to pay attention to me. Unfortunately, you still underestimate me. There are only two bone skeletons that are equivalent to the middle level of the seven tribulations true God. Forget it, let's see how I can kill it. The purple flame surged out, sweeping and engulfing Han Feng. It was the Ziji Xuanhuan. Ziji Xuanhuan merged into Xinyan battle body and Jingxian body, and Han Feng turned into a flame war god. Fusion, Xinyan fighting fist. The purple sea of flames, like the rolling Yangtze River, is frightening. The two white bone skeletons were immediately swept in, and turned into nothingness in this invincible flame. The second update. Not only the man behind the scenes was shocked, but Yang Feiping and other high-level true gods were also shocked. To kill two bones and skeletons that are comparable to the mid-level seven tribulations true gods so easily, this strength is at least the peak combat power of the ordinary seven tribulations true god mid-level. This Han Feng, is he already at the top level on the Qianlong list? But if it is a top-level Qianlong list master, it is impossible for me to have never heard of it, and the level of masters may not be worthy of my reward. Yang Feiping muttered to himself, how could he know that Han Feng is a rookie who has just joined Qiankenzong for less than 30 years, and he has only recently acquired this combat power. After killing two skeletons with one blow, Han Feng was also very excited. For a long time, Han Feng knew that after his cultivation level improved greatly, his overall combat power would also be greatly improved, but as for the extent of the improvement, there has never been an accurate comparison. Now, Han Feng is extremely sure that he indeed has the top combat power of the inner sect disciples on the Qianlong list. The blow just now may not be able to threaten the ordinary high-level powerhouse of the seven tribulations true God, but Han Feng knows that he still has many means that he has not used. Once he uses it, even at the top level, Han Feng is confident that he will reach the first-class level. Now my strength may not be worse than Wan Gang's. Wan Gong, just wait, we will meet again next time, and I will never be as helpless as before. Han Feng's expression flashed a trace of coldness. Seeing Han Feng's astonishing strength, many high-level true gods dealt with the bone puppets while trying to shift the battlefield to Han Feng. In the underground cave, the man was furious. Damn it, how could such a strong man appear? There is no such level of master in Shanning City. Could it be that they invited foreign aid? Yang Qiu stared blankly at what happened in the light curtain, then smiled slowly, mockingly said, your bone general doesn't look very good either. The man's eyes turned cold, and he sneered immediately, it's just killing my two low-level bone generals, not the high-level low-level bone generals, definitely not something this kid can compete with. Even if I can compete, I still have a medium bone general on my side. This bone general is thanks to the seven tribulations true god of your Yang family. Yang Qiu's expression was cold, and his heart was full of hatred. Han Feng was determined to rescue Yang Feiping and others. But the bone puppet that brought the greatest threat to Han Feng suddenly rushed over. The powerful power caused the stature of the true god Gao Jia, who was approaching Han Feng's direction, to stagnate, which directly caused these true god Gao Jia to almost fall. With a wave of the bone puppet's giant axe, a storm of air waves surged. Han Feng and the other Gao Jia true gods were separated by this storm-like air wave. The next moment, the bone puppet was already close to Han Feng, and the giant axe slammed down towards Han Feng. Seeing this, Han Feng had no choice but to give up the idea of rescuing Yan Feiping and others, and resist the attack of this bone puppet. The Taishan Excalibur appeared in Han Feng's hands, and Han Feng immediately slashed at the giant axe to block it. Boom! Terrible air waves swept away, the ground collapsed several layers out of thin air, and split in all directions. Although Han Feng successfully resisted the bone puppet's attack, the huge force from the giant axe spread to Han Feng along the Taishan Excalibur, knocking Han Feng into the air. The violent force made Han Feng's mouth numb and his chest ached. It's so strong, this power is almost equivalent to the middle and late stage of the ordinary seven tribulations true God. Han Feng was shocked, and then rejoiced. Fortunately, this is just a puppet, without any magical skills, and no blood. Otherwise, this time I'm just afraid of danger. After rejoicing, Han Feng's eyes fell on the giant axe in the hand of the bone skeleton. Han Feng was very sure that this giant axe was definitely not a divine weapon. It didn't have the slightest power of a divine weapon, it looked like an ordinary weapon, but its sturdiness was no less than a high-grade divine weapon. Han Feng could tell that the giant axe was also composed of white bones, which made Han Feng even more curious about how the mastermind behind the scenes did it. He even made it so far. Time didn't allow Han Feng to think too much, and the skeleton had already struck with the giant axe again. Han Feng smiled coldly. Even if it was as strong as a high-grade artifact, it was only at the level of the Seven Tribulations artifact. After a long time it would definitely be cut to pieces by his own Taishan divine sword. Taishan Tianling slash. The Taishan Tianling Zhan with the 8th level of power cut through the space with unparalleled power. Boom! The bone skeleton raised the giant axe high and slashed down, but this time, the bone skeleton was sent flying. Relying on the 8th level of Taishan Heavenly Spirit Slash, and the boost of the Taishan Divine Sword, the Nine Tribulations artifact, Han Feng is completely unafraid of the bone skeletons that are equivalent to the high level of the Seven Tribulations true God. But at this moment, a scream came out. Han Feng was startled suddenly, and immediately turned his head to look. I saw that one of the Seven Tribulations true gods was bombarded and killed by the junior bone skeleton among the lower bone generals. Afterwards, this low-ranking skeleton general joined the camp against Han Feng. It is true that Han Feng can compete against the high-ranking and low-ranking bone generals, and he can also have an advantage, but this advantage is not great, and it will take a lot of effort to solve it. Now another skeleton is added. Even if the strength of this skeleton is only equivalent to the initial level of the Seven Tribulations true God, it has brought a lot of pressure to Han Feng. Not good. Even if I can win, if this continues, everyone else is almost doomed, and I can't hold back anymore. Han Feng immediately put away the Taishan Excalibur, and the Ziji Xuanhuan wrapped around Han Feng's right arm, and a destructive power enveloped the world. Even Yan Feiping and the others, who were entangled with the bone skeleton, felt an incomparably terrifying power pervading like a monstrous wave. Ziyun Divine Arm! Han Feng roared. Crash! The entire sky seemed to be torn apart. A divine arm swallowed by purple flames crashed down from the sky, like an ancient giant mountain, and like an ancient god and demon hiding from a long distance, striking from the air. The gigantic axe in the hands of the high-ranking and low-ranking bone general is indeed extremely strong, but it is not a divine weapon after all. After being slashed several times by the Taishan divine sword, there is nothing on the surface, but it has been worn out inside. At this moment, Han Feng's strongest blow exploded, hitting the giant axe fiercely. The giant axe only persisted for a moment before it was completely shattered. Rumble! The entire ferocious beast forest was shaken violently, and a huge bottomless crater was blasted out where the divine arm fell. The bone general had already disappeared without a trace, and even the bone general who rushed to help later disappeared. Undoubtedly, these two Bones generals were all annihilated under Xian's divine arm. The first update. After killing two skeleton generals one after another, Han Feng immediately went to the group to help Yang Feiping and others. With the addition of Han Feng, these skeleton generals are vulnerable. Both Yang Feiping and Lu Rongchen were rescued, and 5 other high-level true gods survived. This time, a total of 3 true gods of the 7 tribulations fell. One was Lao Yuan, the other was the one who was killed by General Bone before, although the third Han Feng was rescued, but the injury was too serious, and he died after a few breaths gas. Thank you, Xiao Yuhan, otherwise we might be wiped out this time. Yang Feiping thanked Han Feng with a look of fear. The rest of the people, including Lu Rongchen, were like this. No one thought that the beast forest was so dangerous now. Lu Rongchen no longer had any expectations for his junior to be alive. Everyone is not a fool. These bones appeared inexplicably, and the beasts in the beast forest almost disappeared. It is easy to associate these two aspects together. The bones and skeletons are likely to be those disappearing beasts and the disappearing genius of Shanning City. Even Yang Feiping had a sad expression on his face. Maybe one of the skeletons that died just now was his daughter Yang Qiu. Going down the cave, the man looked crazy. Damn. Where did this guy come from? Why did he have such a strong strength? He was a high-ranking and low-level bone general, but he was killed so easily. Could it be that this guy's strength has reached the limit of the 7 tribulations true god? Seeing the man so crazy, Yang Qiu wanted to laugh, but couldn't. Now all the bone generals in the man's hands have been killed, leaving only one medium bone general who is still being cultivated. The middle-level bone general is comparable to the existence of the 8 tribulations true god. No matter how strong the helper that father finds is, I'm afraid it will be. Come whatever you are afraid of. The man's expression calmed down, and he said with a sly smile, at first, I wanted to fuse many bones together, so that this middle-level bone general can step forward from intermediate to high level. Now it seems that we can only let him. The middle-ranked bone general has entered the stage ahead of schedule. The next moment, the man disappeared into the hole in the ground. Seeing this, Yang Qiu struggled immediately, wanting to escape from the stone bed. It's a pity that what binds Yang Qiu is a bone chain composed of white bones, which is as strong as a high-grade artifact. After a long while, Yang Qiu has no choice but to give up. His worried expression falls in the light curtain, and he only hopes that the man can see that he is in his own eyes. In terms of face, spare my father's life. Jia, City Lord Yang, long time no see. Weird voices came from all directions, and a man in black robe was followed by a huge bone skeleton. Compared with the previous white bone skeletons of the 7 tribulations true god's level of strength, this skeleton is not much different except that it is bigger, and it is all black bone armor. It's you. Yang Feiping looked at the man in shock. Obviously he didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here, and this acquaintance was actually accompanied by a skeleton, so. Xuanhuan, you did all of this? Yang Feiping trembled angrily, his eyes spit fire. Ha, it was Chu who did it, what can you do? Xuanhuan laughed extremely presumptuously, and didn't take Yang Feiping seriously at all. Senior Yang, what's going on? Han Feng saw that the situation between the two was not simple, so he couldn't help asking through voice transmission. Yang Feiping suppressed his anger, and simply transmitted the matter to Han Feng. It turned out that Xuanhuan came from a city not far from Shanning City, and his Chu family was a well-known family in that city, but he didn't know which force was provoked more than 1,000 years ago. The entire family was wiped out, and only Xuanhuan he escaped and fainted halfway. If you don't meet Yang Qiu. Even if Xuanhuan was not killed by some malicious people passing by, he would have died from his injuries. However, Xuanhuan met Yang Qiu and was rescued by Yang Qiu. Yang Qiu is a person who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. The people he has saved can't be said to be too many, but they can't be said to be few. Chu Huanjian is just one of them. Yang Qiu's feelings towards Chu Huanjian are only those he saved. 1. But Chu Huanjian didn't think so. Before the Chu family was exterminated, Chu Huanjian was just a flower young man. Now that he was rescued by Yang Qiu, he immediately became interested in Yang Qiu. Using the excuse of repaying his benefactor, Chu Huanjian started pursuing Yang Qiu without a trace. He came all the way to the Shanning City Lord's mansion. But who is Yang Feiping? That's the Lord of Shanning City. With such vicious eyesight, he can tell at a glance that Chu Huan's repayment is fake, and that he wants to seduce his daughter is the real one. If it was a young hero, Yang Feiping would acquiesce if he was not sure, but Chu Huanjian was originally a flower, so there was nothing that Yang Feiping could see. Talking flowers, acting incoherently, poor in cultivation, high-minded and low-handed, these kinds of problems finally made Yang Feiping intolerable, and drove Chu Huanjian out of Shanning City. Thousands of years have passed, and when they meet again, it is actually the present situation. Han Feng looked at Chu Huanjian. Half of this person's face had been ruined. He was extremely ferocious, and there was a gloomy evil feeling in his whole body, which was completely different from what Yang Feiping said. What happened to Chu Huanjian in the past 1,000 years? Not only did he ruin half of his face, but he also had such a powerful white bone skeleton. Chu Huan also touched half of his ruined face, and the other face was full of hatred. The surname Yang, if it wasn't for you, why would my son be ruined? Today is my revenge when. Yang Feiping snorted coldly. If it weren't for your impure thoughts, how could the city lord drive you out of the city lord's mansion? You asked for everything. Ha ha ha, okay, I asked for it myself. Anyway, you are going to die later, so you can say whatever you want. No, I won't let you die so painfully. Didn't you always want to stop me from being with you? Is the daughter together? I want you to watch your daughter sink under my crotch, and then I will send you to the west. Chu Huan laughed viciously. Yang Feiping was shocked. Qiu is still alive? This is the best news Yang Feiping has heard today. Even Chu Huanjian's vicious decision in the last sentence can't stop Yang Feiping's excitement from the bottom of his heart at this moment. Chu Huan waved his big hand. Go, kill all these people, leaving only one life surnamed Yang. No, there is also one life for that kid. Kill so many bone generals of my son. Let that the boy died so easily. How can I vent my anger? I want that boy to watch how he turned into a skeleton while he was still alive. Speaking of Han Feng, Chu Huanjian gritted his teeth. General Bone, it took a lot of painstaking efforts to complete it, and it was all lost in the hands of one person. This person is really a heinous crime. Second. Chu Huan and General Bone beside him immediately jumped up and attacked Lu Rongchen and the others ferociously. Which one is better at reading novels? Search online. Tens of thousands of serialized novels are free to read, and you can download all of them. You look down on us too much. You really think we can't be made of mud? Lu Rongchen was furious. Just relying on a white bone skeleton, do you really think you can kill them all? Compared with the previous high-level and low-level bone generals, this middle-level bone general is really not that different, only slightly bigger in size. For Lu Rongchen and other beginners of the Seven Tribulations True Gods, the aura of the high-level Seven Tribulations True Gods is unfathomable, and the aura of the Eighth Tribulations True Gods is also unfathomable. It is difficult to distinguish the gap between the high-level true gods of the Seven Tribulations and the true gods of the Eight Tribulations. The bone general is just a skeleton. Although he is strong and powerful, he can still make people feel dangerous, but his breath is a bit erratic, which makes it even more difficult for Lu Rongchen and others to accurately judge the strength of the average bone general. In the eyes of Lu Rongchen and others, this skeleton is no different from the most powerful skeleton that Han Feng killed before. Han Feng alone is enough to kill that skeleton, and if they unite, is it possible that they can't kill this one? Xuanhuan Claw. Holy Frost Fist. Thousand Lightning Slash. Yang Tian Fist. Lu Rongchen and others also fought back. However, General Bone just swiped his huge sword, and an incomparable force rushed out like a raging wave. Although Lu Rongchen and the others attacked with great force, they were as fragile as babies in the face of this unparalleled power. Puff puff. Lu Rongchen and others vomited blood one after another, especially one of the 7 tribulations true gods fell on the spot. At this time, only 6 of the original 10 true gods of the 7 tribulations in Shanning City remained, except for Yang Feiping, who had lost the power to fight again. The reason why Yang Feiping was not seriously injured was not that Yang Feiping was the strongest among the 6, but that General Bone obeyed Xuanhuan's order, and most of his strength did not affect Yang Feiping. Otherwise, even if Yang Feiping was the strongest among the 6, he would have been severely injured on the spot. After overthrowing Yang Feiping and others, General Bone immediately turned around and slashed at Han Feng. This was also Xuanhuan's order to let Yang Feiping and others lose their strength to fight again, before fighting against Han Feng. Six-winged black dragon, condense. Han Feng turned into a purple-black dragon and roared out angrily. General Bone jumped up suddenly, and the giant knife of bone instantly slashed at Han Feng's body. The Xuanhuan's body was extremely strong, and he couldn't bear the sword of the Bone General at the level of the 8 tribulations true god, and was almost cut in half. The strength of this bone skeleton has reached the level of the 8 tribulations true god. Han Feng was taken aback. He didn't expect that this skeleton and the previous one didn't look much different, but their strength was so different. Senior Yang, go find Miss Yang Qiu, I'll drag this bone skeleton. Realizing that the bone skeleton in front of him is powerful, comparable to the 8 tribulations true god, Han Feng immediately realized that this is no longer an existence that he can contend with, unless you take out a chaos artifact such as the 9 Pythons Royal Fire Banner. The artifact of chaos is his trump card. Han Feng is unwilling to expose it to Yang Feiping and the others. Who knows if Yang Feiping will tell it? Once he does, the consequences will be disastrous. Qingzhou is a big state, and it is the 3 most powerful states in the east of Ziyun God realm. The artifacts of the 9 tribulations may not have much influence, but the artifacts of chaos are different. Not all ancient gods have artifacts of chaos. Regardless of whether Yang Feiping's quality is high or low, Han Feng does not intend to take any risks. If you don't intend to expose yourself in front of Yang Feiping and others, then you can only dismiss Yang Feiping and others and look for Yang Qiu, which is obviously a good excuse. Yang Feiping obviously had some changes, but seeing Han Feng fighting alone against a bone skeleton comparable to the 8 tribulations true god, and being repeatedly at a disadvantage, Yang Feiping fell into entanglement. It was Lu Rongchen who forced himself to stand up and said, "City Lord, just listen to Xiao Yuhan. Even if we stay, it will only be a burden." Yang Feiping was startled, and smiled wryly. Immediately, Yang Feiping said solemnly, "Han Xiaoyu, you must survive." After saying that, Yang Feiping, Lu Rongchen and other high-level true gods staggered to the deeper part of the beast forest. Xuanhuan snorted coldly, wanting to stop it, but at this moment, Han Feng was fighting desperately, and the body of the mysterious dragon kept resisting General Bone. Rao is that General Bone's strength is so tyrannical that he couldn't get away in a short time. Seeing this, Xuanhuan could only give up the idea of blocking Yang Feiping and others. It is true that Xuanhuan also has such powerful subordinates as General Bone, but Xuanhuan's own strength is not that strong. More than 1,000 years ago, Xuanhuan was only the true god of the 2nd calamity, and after more than 1,000 years, he was only the true god of the 3rd calamity. Even if Yang Feiping and others were severely injured and could only display about 10% of their strength, it was still enough to kill them easily. During the short time that General Bone was held back by Han Feng, Xuanhuan did not dare to confront Yang Feiping and the others. Not only that, Xuanhuan was also worried that Yang Feiping and others would take advantage of this to attack him, and immediately summoned countless bone skeletons. Come, it is enough to last for a while, and this time is enough for General Bone to come to rescue. Damn it, as long as there is a bone general beside me, I won't be in such a predicament. Thinking that all his bone generals were killed by Han Feng, Xuanhuan's hatred for Han Feng instantly surpassed his hatred for Han Feng. Yang Feiping's hatred. Boom. General Bone's huge sword slashed down again. This time, the body of the mysterious dragon could no longer withstand the huge force of General Bone, and it broke into two halves. Han Feng can naturally restore the body of the mysterious dragon immediately. After all, the body of the mysterious dragon is not a real mysterious dragon, it is just an illusion of energy. However, if you want to immediately restore the broken body of the black dragon into a whole, the consumption of divine energy is extremely terrifying. Considering that it will also consume a huge amount of divine energy to activate the 9 Python Royal Fire Banner, Han Feng did not restore the body of the Xianlong. Taishan Tian Ling slash. The Taishan divine sword appeared in Han Feng's hand, and he slashed away. The unparalleled sword light carried the ability to destroy heaven and earth. At the same time, the Yantianwu treasure wheel was also suspended in the sky. The extremely bright flames shot out all over the sky, which is the powerful skill of Yantianwu Baoluan Yantian dance. Damn it, this guy actually has 2 great artifacts of the 9 tribulations? Xuanhuan felt jealous, but quickly laughed. So what if he has 2 great artifacts of the 9 tribulations? He will die in the hands of my son's General Bone soon. At that time, these 2 great artifacts of the 9 tribulations will not belong to me. Glancing at Taishan Excalibur and Yantianwu Baoluan greedily, Xuanhuan and voice transmission gave the order to make General Bone no longer relent. In an instant, General Bone's offensive increased sharply. Even if Han Feng had 2 9 tribulations artifacts, he couldn't compete. The first update. If you think 9 Flame Supreme is very beautiful, then please put the URL of this site. Recommend it to your friends and watch it together. Okay, that's it. Xuanhuan was so excited that he couldn't help himself when he saw his middle-level bone general showing off his might and constantly pressing down on Han Feng. As soon as he thought that 2 9 tribulations artifacts would fall into his hands, Xuanhuan's ferocious and horrified face became even more horrifying. No matter how strong General Bone is, it belongs to someone else. Getting the 2 great artifacts is enough to ensure a great increase in his combat power. Jia. Boy, resist? Just use the magic arm that killed my son, General Bone, why don't you use it? Xuanhuan's mocking voice kept ringing out. From Xuanhuan's point of view, Han Feng's use of such tricks must be limited, and now maybe he won't be able to use it a second time. Even if it is used, it is still impossible for him to be the opponent of the middle bone general. In fact, it is true that the 9th layer of the Ziyun divine arm has reached the extreme of the top-grade divine skill, and its power is earth-shattering. However, Han Feng's body cultivation base is only at the level of the 6 tribulations true god, and it is impossible to defeat the equivalent of the 8 tribulations true god a middle-level bone general. But the reason why Han Feng didn't use Ziyun's divine arm was not because of any restrictions. The consumption of the Ziyun divine arm is indeed huge, but Han Feng's 9 flames and different fire art has reached an extremely advanced level, and the recovery speed is amazing. It may not be possible to use the Ziyun divine arm one after another, but only a short recovery is enough to perform the first one. The second Ziyun arm. The reason why he didn't use it was just to save his soul and prepare for the next 9 Mang Imperial Fire Banner. It's just that Han Feng still has another thing to do before pouring the divine essence into the 9 Pythons Royal Fire Banner. If this thing is done, half of them may not need to activate the 9 Pythons Royal Fire Flag. Xuanhuan, who was screaming excitedly, didn't notice that the 7 magic needles were quietly attacking him not far away. Xuanhuan is only the true god of the third calamity, so naturally the 7-star pear blossom needle cannot be found, and the rest of the white bone skeletons are only at the level of the true god of the third or fourth calamity, and it is even more impossible to find them. Even the middle-level bone generals who fought against Han Feng couldn't find them. They were just skeletons without souls. Ah! Shocking, earth-shattering, shrill screams that made the hairs stand on end suddenly sounded. The 7 magic needles of the 7-star pear blossom needle. With extreme urgency and excitement, Xuanhuan's chrysanthemum was completely exploded. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I exploded, this taste is so refreshing. Master is so hateful, he hasn't let us go out to play for so long. Just the true god of the third calamity? How good it would be if it were the true god of the 6th or 7th calamity. Hurry up, let's keep going. Those skeletons outside are too despicable, there is no chrysanthemum, how can we explode? A total of 7 weapon spirits were born from the 7 magic needles. At this moment, each of them is cheerful, complaining. But their movements did not slow down at all, and they scurry around in Xuanhuan's body, causing Xuanhuan to scream continuously, and finally fell to the ground with a plop, bleeding from all 7 orifices. General Bone, who was attacking Han Feng, froze suddenly and stopped, but the stagnation lasted only for a few seconds, and General Bone soon slashed at Han Feng again, but this time General Bone's attack was more violent and chaotic. The former General Bone's offensive was obviously under the command of others, and he was very organized. And the current General Bone is like a warrior who has lost his mind, attacking everywhere without any rules. Sure enough. We still have to fight. Han Feng took a deep breath, and the 9 Python Royal Fire Banner flew out immediately, and Han Feng's divine essence poured into it. The next moment, the 9 Pythons' Imperial Fire Formation had been opened, and General Bone was swallowed into it. At first, Han Feng guessed that these skeletons were made by people, but after Xuanhuan appeared, Han Feng became suspicious. How could it be possible for the mere true god of 3 tribulations to have produced such a powerful bone skeleton? However, Xuanhuan was indeed the mastermind behind the scenes, and there was no second person. So Han Feng guessed that Xuanhuan must have made these powerful skeletons through some kind of medium. Then once Xuanhuan died, as long as the medium was still there, these powerful skeletons would not become waste products, and should still be able to fight. Of course, it is also possible that Xuanhuan is extremely talented in a certain aspect, and with the mere cultivation of the 3 tribulations true god, he refined this powerful bone skeleton. The 2 possibilities before and after have certain possibilities. Han Feng's choice to kill Xuanhuan first was also meant to be a test. Now it seems that the possibility of the former has been confirmed. It's really stupid. I'm obviously too weak, but I showed up on purpose, otherwise I wouldn't kill you so easily. Han Feng shook his head, expressing his disdain for Xuanhuan's behavior. If I were myself, I would definitely hide in the dark and never come out until everything was settled. How did Han Feng know that he had killed too many bone generals and stimulated Xuanhuan? Otherwise Xuanhuan would not have come out. Turning his attention to the 9 pythons' Imperial Fire Array, Han Feng watched the 9 flaming pythons besiege the bone skeleton. Go! Han Feng also threw out the Taishan Excalibur. General Bone is not like a real god, he has powerful magical skills. The strength of General Bone lies in the firmness of his body and his infinite strength. Taishan Divine Sword is an artifact of the 9 tribulations, stronger than General Bone. With the help of 9 flaming pythons, the Taishan Divine Sword can slash on General Bone's body more. If there are too many slashes, General Bone's body will be shattered sooner or later. At that time, the 9 flaming pythons will never attack General Bone again. It is painless. Han Feng stayed at a corner of the Nine Pythons fire control formation, running the 9 flames and different fire art with all his strength to prevent the 9 Pythons fire control formation from collapsing. Compared with the last time he activated the 9 Pythons royal fire banner, Han Feng's cultivation was stronger, and the 9 flames different fire art was at a higher level, but at the same time, the opponent Han Feng faced was even more terrifying. Therefore, it is impossible for Han Feng to watch the battle easily. Boom boom boom. The sea of flames was churning, the giant flame python rushed up time and time again, and was knocked down by General Bone again and again, and the Taishan Excalibur and General Bone also faced head-to-head again and again. Han Feng frowned. The ordinary 8 tribulations true god had probably been killed by now, but General Bone's whole body was as strong as the 8 tribulations divine artifact. It would not be that simple to completely smash it into pieces. At the very least, people get tired, and General Bone can maintain the state of his heyday unless the bone is damaged. In that case, Han Feng's eyes flashed a stern look, as if the 9 flaming pythons had sensed something. They instantly gave up on General Bone and merged with each other, forming a terrifying existence that was more than 10 times larger. The power of the flame python skyrocketed. Just at this moment, the Taishan divine sword slammed into General Bone's giant sword. After so many attacks from the Taishan divine sword, the giant sword finally couldn't bear it anymore and began to shatter. The giant knife is just a bone knife, not a divine weapon. The 8 tribulations divine artifact will never be shattered after several battles with the 9 tribulations divine artifact like the Judao. Once the giant knife starts to shatter, it will no longer have the power it had before facing the giant flame python, and it will be reduced to ashes under the flame breath of the giant flame python. Without the giant sword, General Bone's attack power was greatly reduced. In the end, under the 2 sides of the Taishan divine sword and the flame python, he was severely damaged, half of his body was destroyed, and he completely lost his ability to fight again. Seeing this, Han Feng immediately put away the 9 Pythons' Imperial Fire formation, and the 9 Pythons' Imperial Fire banner returned to Han Feng's hands. Han Feng's figure flashed, disappeared in place, and reappeared, already in the soul search space of Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda. Little fatty, pass on Xuanhuan's memory to me. I want to see how this guy refines a bone skeleton. The memory has been extracted, you can receive it. A series of memories immediately poured into Han Feng's soul, and these memories were transformed into pictures in Han Feng's soul. Since Han Feng only wanted to know the memory about the bones and skeletons, Xuanhuan's other memories were deleted, and Han Feng absorbed them very quickly. After a few cups of tea, the Korean style has been completely absorbed. As expected, this guy refined the skeleton because of a medium, not his own ability. Flipping his palm, a token appeared in Han Feng's hand. The token is silver in color, with terrifying skulls engraved on both sides. This token was taken out from the Chu ring and storage device. This token is the key to refining the bones and skeletons. To Han Feng's surprise, this token turned out to be a special artifact. The so-called special artifacts generally have extremely unique or special effects. And except for a very few, the effects of most of the special artifacts are extremely powerful. Some powerful special effects, even the masters of the God King realm or even the God Emperor realm will covet them. Ordinary artifacts, since their birth, have been through divine tribulations again and again, starting from the first calamity artifact, and constantly climbing, the second calamity artifact, the third calamity artifact, the sixth calamity artifact, the 9 calamity artifact, and finally condensed the chaotic attributes, advanced chaos artifacts, and then world artifacts and immortal artifacts. It stands to reason that every artifact has the potential to become an immortal artifact, but because of the many dangers on the way to the promotion, it is no worse than a cultivator, so it is difficult to find 1 out of a billion pieces that can become an immortal artifact. But in any case, these artifacts have the potential and possibility after all. special artifacts are different. Perhaps their unique functions are extremely powerful, but it is also because of this power that it is extremely difficult to advance special artifacts. The promotion of special artifacts is not the way of crossing the divine catastrophe. As for how to advance, no strong person has studied it yet. It is said that in a very long period of time, there was a master who specialized in the study of special artifacts, and finally came to the conclusion that each special artifact has a different way to advance, which made the owners of special artifacts finally give up special artifacts. No matter how unique the effect of the special artifact, the fact that it cannot be promoted is enough to cause the special artifact to be eliminated sooner or later. After all, the owner of the special artifact will always improve in strength. In addition to the difficulty of advancing, the number of special artifacts in the 3000 god realm is also extremely rare. As we all know, divine artifacts are conceived by heaven and earth, and only one special divine artifact can be born out of every 10 million divine artifacts born. This is also the reason why Han Feng was surprised. Xuanhuan got some kind of shit luck and got an extremely rare special artifact. Looking at the strength of those bone skeletons, this special artifact is obviously not a special artifact with weak ribs. The special artifact bone order? I want to see how you refine the bone skeleton? Han Feng muttered, and dripped a drop of blood, which dripped onto the bones. In an instant, the bone order shot out a pale light. In the bone token, there was also Xuanhuan's remnant thoughts, which were easily removed by Han Feng. In the blink of an eye, Han Feng had become the new master of the bone token. Because of the amazing unique effects of the special artifact, it is difficult to advance, and it is almost impossible to produce the spirit of the weapon. It is true. In the bone order, Han Feng felt it carefully, but still did not feel the existence of the spirit. Han Feng didn't care too much about not being able to find the Qi Ling, so he settled down to refine the bone token. Initially, let the bone order recognize the master, but the specific news of the bone order has not yet been obtained. The bone token has no spirit, so Han Feng's refining process was naturally very smooth, and soon a series of news about the bone token appeared in Han Feng's mind. So that's how it is. A flash of understanding flashed across Han Feng's face. To refine a bone skeleton, the first thing you need is the body of a strong person. This body can be a corpse or a living body, but it will be extremely painful when the living body is refined into a skeleton. It is a hellish process for the living body. Torment. Although it is said to refine white bones and skeletons, it does not mean that the flesh and blood of the strong body is useless. As a true god, the physical body has transformed into a divine body, and the divine body also contains great energy. If it is placed in the lower realm, practitioners at the sanctuary level will eat the flesh of the divine body. The self-cultivation base can skyrocket immediately, and the holy body has the greatest improvement. Similarly, blood essence also contains extremely terrifying energy, but for the sanctuary level, the degree of improvement in cultivation will far exceed that of the holy body, and of course, it may also be exploded. For the bone order, the bones of the strong body are the foundation for refining the bone skeleton, and the flesh and blood are used to temper the bone skeleton to make the bone skeleton stronger. The stronger the powerhouse, the higher the starting point after being refined into a bone skeleton, and then as it absorbs more and more flesh and blood to temper, the bone skeleton will become stronger and stronger. From Xuanhuan's memory, Han Feng learned that the medium bone general was the missing true god of the 7 tribulations from the Yang family. Only by refining one's body can one rise to a level equivalent to the power of the 8 tribulations true god. However, this kind of refining is not without quantity restrictions and strength restrictions. Han Feng narrowed his eyes when he learned everything about the bone order. These white bone skeletons have strict levels. The lowest level of bone skeletons, also known as bone soldiers, is divided into 3 levels, low, middle, and high, corresponding to the true god of the first calamity, the true god of the second calamity, and the true god of the third calamity. The bone skeletons that go up one level are called bone elites, and they are also divided into 3 levels, low, middle, and high, corresponding to the middle level true gods. The third level of bone skeleton, whose strength corresponds to the high-level true god, is called bone general, and is also divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. There is no limit to the number of bone soldiers, but starting from the bone elite, there will be a certain number limit. In the bone order, there are 7 classes, the bottom one has nothing, and the bone soldiers usually stay in this class. The second level has a total of 1,024 stone benches. When the bone elites are accepted into the bone order, they will sit on these stone benches. There are 256 stone benches in the third level, but these stone benches are obviously different from those in the penultimate level. It is not so much a stone bench as a stone chair with a back. General bones sit on these stone chairs after being included in the order of bone. In other words, the number of bone generals is limited to 256, and the limit of bone elites is 1024. Only when there is a vacancy can the bone order create new bone elites and bone generals. The fourth level is no longer stone chairs and benches, but a throne. The throne is pitch black, it can be said to be a black iron throne, and an unrivaled power pervades. There are only 64 black iron thrones, which means that only 64 bone skeletons are allowed to be born in the fourth class. These bone skeletons are called the bone generals, and they are the leaders of all generals. Their strength is comparable to that of heavenly generals. God. On the fifth level, there are 16 bronze thrones. These 16 bone skeletons are known as the bone commanders, and their strength is comparable to that of the heavenly king and the true God. In the sixth level, there are only 4 silver thrones, and those who can sit on this throne are the kings in the bones, whose strength is equivalent to that of the heavenly gods. The seventh level is also the last level. A huge golden throne stands there. Just looking at it will bring great oppression to Han Feng. This throne, only the emperor in the bone emperor is qualified to sit there, his strength is comparable to the true God of the heavenly emperor. The first update. Your power. If I make all these bones and skeletons, doesn't it mean that I have one true God of the heavenly emperor, 4 true gods of the heavenly gods, 16 true gods of the heavenly kings, and 64 true gods of the heavenly generals as subordinates? Which one is stronger in the novel? Search online. Tens of thousands of serialized novels are free to read, and you can download all of them. Han Feng couldn't help shouting excitedly. The existence of breaking the limit of true gods, what a perverted true god powerhouse this is. Although there are many heavenly generals and true gods in Qianquanzong, it is not bad for Tianjun true gods to have one palm. There is no Tianzuan true god in the entire Ziyun god realm, otherwise there would not be a strong man at the level of a god king who has not been born so far. Heavenly Emperor true god, not to mention. After being excited, Han Feng felt a little regretful. Although the effect of the bone order is powerful, it is only limited to the level of the true god, and it has almost no effect on the level of the ancient god. In other words, his Japanese and Korean style broke through to the realm of ancient gods, and the bone order is a tasteless one. Don't look at the current Taishan divine sword, Yantian Wu Baoluan, etc., which are far less effective than the bone token to Han Feng, but Taishan divine sword and Yantian Wu Baoluan have great hopes of being promoted to chaos artifacts. When Han Feng broke through to the level of the ancient gods, the bone token obviously did not have as much effect on Han Feng as the chaos artifact. It's no wonder that so many owners of special artifacts finally gave up on special artifacts. Unless the special effects of special artifacts are extremely powerful, and they are so powerful that the owner may never reach the level, they will not be given up by the owner. How great would it be if the bone token could advance? Han Feng stared at the bone token in his hand with piercing eyes. If the bone order can be promoted, can the Japanese produce a large number of ancient god-level bone skeletons? Stop daydreaming, even a master-level character hasn't researched how to advance a special artifact, let alone you. Don't be too greedy, with this bone order, before you break through the ancient gods, it is enough for you to have strong self-protection power. Xiaopeng sneered at Han Feng's lack of greed. Han Feng let out a long sigh, you are right. Putting away the bone order, Han Feng left the Jiuyan Tianhua pagoda. Looking at the medium bone general with only half of his body left on the ground, Han Feng's expression changed. Fortunately, this puppet was not smashed to ashes, and now there is only half of it left. It only needs some flesh and bones to restore it. At that time I will also be able to provide an extra help at the level of the 8 tribulations true God. With a wave of the sleeve robe, General Bone, who still had half of his body left, received the bone order. Afterwards, Han Feng set his eyes on the several high-level true gods who had fallen before. After a long time, Han Feng still gave up. Although he wanted to collect the bodies of some high-level and strong men and use the bone token to refine more bone generals, Han Feng also had his own bottom line. These 7 tribulations true gods, who fought with him before, were regarded as comrades in arms, and even the bodies of comrades in arms were not spared, which was a bit too much. Let these 7 tribulations true gods be buried in their hometown. At this moment, Yang Feiping and others returned. Han Xiaoyu, the bone skeleton has been wiped out? Yang Feiping and the others were extremely shocked. It was comparable to the existence of the 8 tribulations true God, unexpectedly. Thinking about Han Feng's cultivation base, he was only the true god of the 6 tribulations. It would be too abnormal to kill the true god of the 8 tribulations with the cultivation base of the true god of the 6 tribulations. Han Feng smiled lightly, and turned to ask Yang Feiping, Senior Yang, can you find Miss Yang Qiao? Yang Feiping's face was dark, and he forced a smile, I didn't find it. Yang Feiping suspected that what Chu Huanjian said before was all false, maybe his daughter had already been. Han Feng's words made Yang Feiping feel pleasantly surprised. Senior Yang, maybe I know a little about Miss Yang Qiao's whereabouts. In Chu Huanjian's memory, there were some things about Yang Qiao. Underground cave. Yang Feiping hugged his daughter excitedly, okay, great, Qiaoer, let's go home. Yang Qiao also had reddish eyes, looking like she wanted to cry but didn't. After a while, the father and daughter calmed down. Yang Qiao squatted down towards Han Feng, little girl, thank you for saving your life. Please get up. Han Feng smiled, without saying much, he stretched out his hand to help Yang Qiao up. For Han Feng, rescuing Yang Qiao was just to complete the mission of Qian Kunzong. Han Feng didn't notice, Yang Qiao glanced at Han Feng very quickly when he got up, with a strange expression on his face. Although Chu Huanjian had left, the light curtain in the cave was still there, so Han Feng didn't know that Yang Qiao saw the scene of Qixing Lihuan needle exploding Chu Huanjian. Yang Qiao's eyes were weird because of the 7-star pear blossom needle. As a beautiful woman, it was the first time Yang Qiao saw such a wretched artifact. It wasn't until Chu Huanjian's death that the light curtain suddenly disappeared, so Yang Qiao didn't see the 9 Meng Imperial Fire banner afterwards. Lu Rongchen was disappointed and said, City Lord, the crime has been punished, and it's time for us to return to Shanning City. Seeing the disappointment on Lu Rongchen's face, Yang Feiping felt a little depressed about finding Yang Qiao. His daughter was fine, but many young geniuses in Shanning City really couldn't be found. After a while, the group left the underground cave and returned to Shanning City with the fallen body of the 7 tribulations true God. Han Feng also got his paycheck. Then, Han Feng bid farewell. Han Xiaoyu, you are a great contributor to eradicating Chu Huan and that villain this time, and I plan to host a banquet to thank you. Yang Feiping was a little surprised, and quickly persuaded Han Feng to stay and entertain him for a few days. However, Han Feng has decided to go. Seeing that Han Feng cannot be persuaded, Yang Feiping had to give Han Feng some more sacred stones, and let Han Feng leave. After leaving Shanning City, Han Feng did not return to Xuanhuan sect immediately, but went around to inquire about some evil gods of the seven tribulations. Han Feng intends to use the bodies of these seven tribulations true gods to restore the middle bone generals in the bone order, and it is best to go one step further. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. Within half a year, Han Feng killed more than a dozen true gods of the seven tribulations, and the medium bone general in the bone order not only recovered as before, but even went a step further, reaching a high level in the level of the medium bone general. In other words, the strength of this bone general is comparable to that of the eight tribulations true god. Han Feng smiled with satisfaction. You can return to the sect, and take more missions, by the way. It is best that these missions are related to killing people and eradicating beasts, so that my bone general will have more nourishment. On the way back to Qianquanzong, Han Feng was stopped by a group of people as he was about to return to the scope of Qianquanzong's rule. The leader is a true god of the eight tribulations. Who are you? Why do you block my way? Han Feng frowned and looked at the eight tribulations true god. Han Feng was sure that he had never seen this person before. So, what grievances does this person have with himself? The second update. If you think Nine Flame Supreme is very beautiful, then please put the URL of this site. Recommend it to your friends and watch it together. Of power. The eight tribulations true God grinned and said, "Want to know who I am? Go to hell and ask." Behind this person, there are several true gods of the seven tribulations, and one of them said via voice transmission, "The ancestors have an order to capture this son alive, and there must be a big secret in this son." The true god of eight tribulations froze, and replied angrily, "I don't know, it's just to scare that kid." Han Feng didn't know about the voice transmission of the eight tribulations true god and his companions, so he raised his eyebrows. Go to hell? I'm afraid you will be the last ones to go to hell. If it is said that in the Qianquan school, Han Feng is indeed afraid of the eight tribulations true god, and it is not easy to expose the 9 Python Royal Fire banner in the Qianquan school, Han Feng cannot be the opponent of the eight tribulations true god. However, outside the Qianquan sect at this moment, Han Feng has no scruples. Maybe the 9 tribulations god can't resist, but the 8 tribulations god, Han Feng is really not very afraid. Not to mention, now Han Feng still has a medium bone general whose strength is comparable to that of the 8 tribulations true god. Hearing this, the true god of 8 tribulations' face darkened. "Crazy boy, I want to see, what can you do? You guys, capture this kid alive." Yes. The digital 7 tribulations true god immediately released his aura without reservation, and the aura was shocking. The aura of the digital 7 tribulations true god is like a raging wave. These 7 tribulations true gods are all high-level 7 tribulations true gods, and any one of them has the power to easily destroy Shanning City. Han Feng's face was solemn. One-on-one, Han Feng was confident that he could defeat anyone, and even kill him. Although these 7 people are high-level true gods of the 7 tribulations, they are only around the middle stages of high level. One of the 7 tribulations true gods made a sudden move, and the other 7 tribulations true gods were watching the fun. Obviously, in their opinion, one person is enough to capture Han Feng. If it weren't for the order of the ancestors, in order to ensure that the mission will not make any mistakes, it may not be possible to send a true god of the 8 tribulations. "Boy, give me a blow." A thunderous hand turned into a fierce thunder snake in the void, spitting out a snake letter and attacking Han Feng. Han Feng's face remained unchanged. The opponent's momentum looked astonishing, but in fact it was nothing more than a mid-level magical skill. Xuanhuan battle body, Ning. Golden immortal physique, Ning. Ziji Xuanhuan, merge. Zian divine arm, blast me. Han Feng's moves were made with the momentum of thunder, without giving the opponent the slightest possibility of reaction. The divine arm descended from the sky, carrying infinite power. What? Han Feng erupted suddenly, and when he erupted with all his strength, the god of the seven tribulations who attacked Han Feng was shocked. The god of the seven tribulations never thought that Han Feng would suddenly erupt with such terrifying power. How is it possible? The information from that fellow Qin Shan is clearly. Before he could finish speaking, the true god of the seven tribulations was hit by Ziyun's divine arm. The thunder snake transformed by Thunder's big hand has no ability to resist in the face of Ziyun's divine arm. Boom! The purple flame erupted like a storm, and even a loud noise shook the sky for a lifetime. Under Han Feng's blow, the dignified seven tribulations true god high-ranking powerhouse was instantly blasted clean, leaving not even a single residue. Damn it, the information is wrong. This kid is by no means only the junior and intermediate combat power of the seven tribulations true gods. Although they are true gods of the seven tribulations, they are just ordinary true gods of the seven tribulations. Very average. They could fully sense that none of them could resist the opponent's divine arm attack. Shoot together. There are several of us, can't we take him down? Boy, if you dare to kill a member of my Qin family, you should die. The outbreak of Han Feng made the remaining seven tribulations true gods join forces immediately. Han Feng sneered, depending on how many people there are? Do you really think I'm alone? With a wave of the sleeve robe, Vermilion Skylark and other beasts suddenly appeared in front of Han Feng. Flying Flame Lion, Phantom Thunder Leopard, Aoyan Tunshan Wolf, Flying Flame Six-Tailed Cat, and Vermilion Skylark, all of the power they exude are at the level of the seven tribulations true god. During Han Feng's half a year of cultivating a middle-level bone general, Vermilion Skylark has already accumulated enough strength to advance to the seven tribulations true god after passing the seventh tribulation. Although the four beasts of the Flying Flame Lion haven't accumulated enough, after they were transformed and evolved by Xiaopeng with the top-grade God Stone, they all survived the seventh God Tribulation and advanced to the seven tribulation true God. And this transformation and evolution, the bloodlines of the four beasts have all been upgraded to a relatively high level among the high-level gods. Not only that, but the divine beast skills they can display have also been upgraded to the level of top-grade divine skills. On the surface, the four beasts are only the initial level of the seven tribulations true god, but in terms of real combat power, any one of them has the power to fight against ordinary seven tribulations true gods. Even if the four beasts are like this, Vermilion Skylark, who has survived the seventh divine catastrophe by its own strength, is naturally stronger after transformation and evolution. In terms of blood, Vermilion Skylark is still the strongest among the five beasts, almost reaching the top of the high-level divine rank, and not far from the top divine rank. In terms of cultivation, Zhu Tianyang also broke through to the middle level of the seven tribulations true god in one fell swoop. The appearance of the five beasts is fully capable of stopping these seven tribulations true gods. The only thing left is the eight tribulations true god. The middle-aged man of the eight tribulations true god looked embarrassed. It seems that I really underestimated you. No wonder the ancestors let me come. If I didn't come, this time I really let you run away. But now that I'm here, you should stop thinking about running away. I've seen clearly your kids move before, and it's indeed powerful, but it's not enough to threaten the eight tribulations true god. The middle-aged sneered. Die. The middle-aged man flashed in the void, chasing after Han Feng with incomparably terrifying power. With the attack of the middle-aged man, the space was filled with an astonishing coercion. Han Feng retreated quickly, his eyes flashed, the eight tribulations true god, just to test my middle bone general. Xuanhuan poured into the bone order, and the middle-level bone general sitting on the third level suddenly disappeared in the bone order, and reappeared, already between the middle-aged man and Han Feng. Baide, kill him. Han Feng ordered calmly. Baide is Han Feng's name for the middle bone general. Bai Dai immediately waved the huge knife in his hand and slashed at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man laughed loudly. "It's just a white-bone skeleton, let me smash this skeleton with my iron fist." However, when the giant swords of the middle-aged man and Bai Dai collided, the middle-aged man screamed in an instant, and Bai Dai cut off the middle-aged man's right arm with one blow. The middle-aged man is only at the beginning level of the 8 tribulations true God, but Bai Dai's combat power is equivalent to the high level of the 8 tribulations true God. The gap between the two sides is almost a world of difference. Damn it, the combat power of this skeleton monster is equivalent to the high-level 8 tribulations true God. It's too terrifying. It's far beyond my ability to compete. That kid Qin Shan didn't even find out the details of the other party. I hate him. The middle-aged man fled in panic. Bai Dai chased after him, stabbing several times. The middle-aged man fell down unwillingly. The first update. Mysterious fire. The middle-aged man came with confidence and arrogance, but in the end he was killed by Bai Dai without even showing any power. Which one is better at reading novels? Search online. Tens of thousands of serialized novels are free to read, and you can download all of them. The other true gods of the 7 tribulations were originally waiting for the middle-aged man to catch Han Feng to rescue them. Seeing Bai Dai beheading the middle-aged man, the true gods of the 7 tribulations suddenly became terrified and completely lost their will to fight. No, this is a misunderstanding. My lord, we didn't mean it. My lord, we also obey the orders of others, don't kill us. After working hard for more than 100,000 years, and finally breaking through to a high-level true god, these 7 Kulpa true gods are not willing to die like this. If I don't have many means to save my life, can you let me go? Han Feng sneered, and then quickly went cold. Skylark, kill them as soon as possible. Han Feng's cruelty made the several 7 tribulations gods despair, and their desperation aroused their desperate counterattack, and the few beasts they killed were in a hurry. But this outbreak was only temporary. After the outbreak, the strength of the 7 tribulations true gods became weaker, and they were bombarded and killed by the 5 beasts not long after. Han Feng's bone order was thrown out, and the corpses of these people were collected. One body of a true god of 8 Kulpas, and several bodies of a true god of 7 Kulpas, are enough to refine a medium bone general, and several low bone generals. If they are tempered, they will be several medium bone generals. Especially the white bone skeleton refined from the bones of the 8 tribulations true God. After several times of tempering, it is very likely to reach the advanced level of the middle bone generals, and its strength is comparable to the ordinary high-level 8 tribulations true God. But Han Feng's eyes flashed. Several medium bone generals are not as powerful as a first-class bone general, but in this way, when the enemy has a large number of people, my situation would be more dangerous. Now, Han Feng is faced with 2 choices. One is to have several medium bone generals, the other is to focus on Bai Dai, and turn these 8 and 7 high calamity true gods into energy to temper Bai Dai. Bai Dai was promoted to the top bone general. When the former encounters more enemies, one can stay to protect Han Feng, and the rest can kill the enemy. But if you encounter an extremely powerful enemy, such as the 9 tribulations true God, a few medium-sized skeletons are useless. A few bone skeletons that are equivalent to the high-level of the 8 tribulations true God can't compete with the 9 tribulations true God. Even if it's just an ordinary 9 tribulations true God. Choosing the latter is equivalent to having a super thug, but the problem is that once encountering more enemies in this situation, Han Feng will be in danger. As long as the enemy can hold Bai Dai for a few seconds, Han Feng may die. Of course, the premise is that the enemy is strong enough in a large number. But the enemy who can hold Bai Dai for a while will naturally not be so weak. In the end, Han Feng chose the latter and promoted Bai Dai to the top bone general. My comprehensive strength is no longer weak, and I already have a strong self-protection ability at the level of the true God. What's more, I still have the larks and other beasts. Even if Bai De is held back, I believe I can survive until Bai De come back. Han Feng pondered in his heart, and finally made a decision. After putting away the corpses of these high-level true gods, Han Feng entered the soul-searching space of the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda. Inside, the soul of the 8 tribulations true god is imprisoned. Han Feng wants to see who has a grudge against him, so he invites a true god of the 8 calamities, and several true gods of the 7 calamities to stop him from killing. If it wasn't for him hiding a powerful whole card, and later getting the bone order, the consequences would be disastrous. Could it be King Ming and Heavenly General? Or Wan Gong? Under Han Feng's guess, Xiaopeng extracted some memories of the 8 tribulations true god and handed them to Han Feng. After a while, Han Feng opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "So that's how it is." Han Feng finally understood that the mastermind behind the scenes was actually the Qin family of Qin Yunmen. The people who came to stop Han Feng this time were from the Qin family, but they were not members of the Qin family who ascended from the lower plane. The members of the Qin family who ascended from the lower plane, after all, were limited by their blood and talent, their strength was low, and there were very few high-level true gods. In the Qin family of Qin Jianmen, most of the powerful people are descendants of those who ascended from the lower plane. It doesn't matter whether it is the true god of the 8 tribulations or the other true gods of the 7 tribulations. However, even if the descendants are mostly powerful, the development time of the Qin family is relatively short after all, and there are not many high-level true gods. This time, they lost nearly 10 at one time, which can be described as a heavy loss. Han Feng smiled slightly. "If you want to kill me, this is the price you have to pay." In the Qin family, only the patriarch of the Qin family, the heavenly general and true god, is more difficult to deal with. The rest pose no threat to me at all, but Qin Shan. Qin Shan, Han Feng learned from the memory of the 8 tribulations true god, had also joined the Qiankuan sect, and the reason why he was blocked this time was because Qin Shan learned of his mission through some means. Therefore, an ambush was set up on the way home. It's just that Qin Shan couldn't wait after staying for more than half a year. He even thought that Han Feng had taken another route when he returned, so he returned to Qiankanzong, ready to inquire again. This Qin Shan is lucky, he left a few days early, otherwise he would be beheaded by me now. Since Qin Shan has returned to Qiankanzong, it is difficult for me to kill him. Han Feng frowned. As for Qin Shan, the 8 tribulations true god only knew that Qin Shan had joined the Qiankuan sect, but he didn't know the specific news. Han Feng's memory came from the 8 tribulations true god, so naturally he didn't know it. There are so many mountains among the inner sect disciples of the Qiankuan sect, it is too difficult to find Qin Shan. Forget it, so what if I can't find it? Since the Qin family doesn't give up on me and wants to harm me, this attack will definitely not be the only one. There will always be a chance to kill Qin Shan in the future. Besides, when the secret realm of chaos is opened, maybe Qin Shan will also choose to enter, and then he will be killed in the secret realm of chaos. As for the ancestor of the Qin family, Han Feng knew that he would not be able to take revenge in a short time. The heavenly general true god has already broken the limit of the true god. Han Feng reckoned that after he broke through to the 8 tribulations true god, he would be able to compete against superpowers of that level with the 9 Pythons Imperial Fire Banner. But now, it is only the high level of the 6 tribulations true god. Let's go back to the sect first. Qiankanzong. Han Feng rested in his cave for a few days and did not go to pick up the mission. It's just because Han Feng intends to use the rewards he got from this mission to raise the 9 flames and different fire art to another level. After resting for a few days, Han Feng adjusted his state to the best, and then flipped his palm, and a fire attribute god crystal appeared in his hand. The grade reached top grade. The second update. If you think 9 Flame Supreme is very beautiful, Then please put the URL of this site. Recommend it to your friends and watch it together. Mysterious Fire 16959 ninth grade Purple Urgent Xuanhuan, one more. It's just a high-grade low-level god crystal, and Han Feng has been able to refine it into source liquid by himself. After turning into source liquid, Han Feng swallowed it immediately. Boom! Suddenly, Han Feng's body was filled with thick fire energy, like a world of flames. The surging fire energy scurried through Han Feng's body like a monstrous wave. This was not the time when he swallowed the top-grade mid-level divine fruit. At that time, Han Feng divided the source liquid into 3 bottles and swallowed it 3 times. This time, Han Feng swallowed it all at once. This is done because Han Feng's own cultivation base has broken through to the high level of the 6 tribulations true God, and is no longer the initial level of the 6 tribulations true God. Secondly, the 9 flames and different fire art has reached the peak of the middle stage in the late stage of the 6th floor, and its power is impressive. Thirdly, the grade of this divine crystal is only high grade and low grade, far inferior to the last high grade and medium grade divine fruit. But Han Feng found that he still underestimated the energy of the high grade and low grade god crystals, or in other words, underestimated the energy contained in the god crystals after they were turned into source liquids. The flame energy in his body was extremely fierce. Han Feng's face turned red, and veins popped out of his forehead, as if his whole body was going to explode and be burned to ashes. Immediately, Han Feng frantically activated the 9 flames and different fire art. Fortunately, the 9 flames different fire Ju has reached an extremely advanced level. No matter how violent this fire energy is, it will still be suppressed in the end and gradually absorbed by refining. Fortunately, my cultivation base has broken through to the high level of the 6 tribulations true God, otherwise the situation is really hard to say, so I can't be careless. Han Feng warned himself that he must not be so careless in the future. The 9 flames and different fire art had already reached the peak of the middle stage in the late stage of the 6th layer. After absorbing these fire energies, it gradually reached an extreme of the peak of the middle stage, and it has a tendency to break through the high stage of the late stage of the 6th layer. Han Feng was not in a hurry to break through, and ran the 9 flames and different fires over and over again. The fire energy in his body gradually decreased, until Han Feng sensed that the time had come, and immediately rushed to the late stage of the 6th layer of the 9 flames and different fires. This feeling of realizing that the time has come is very strange, mysterious, and it is indescribable, but Han Feng did feel this feeling during the cultivation process. And there's nothing wrong with that feeling. The process of attacking the high-level late stage of the 6th floor was very smooth, and it was a matter of course, and did not encounter any bottlenecks. Boom! The instant he broke through to the late stage of the 6th floor, purple flames roared out, engulfing Han Feng. The flame gradually condensed and turned into a lotus shape. Han Feng slowly opened his eyes and breathed out. Finally the breakthrough was successful. Ziji Xuanhuan has reached a level comparable to that of the 9th grade divine fire, and the divine essence has also broken through to the 9th grade level. Although the soul and body have not improved much, but it has also improved, and the overall strength has risen again. Facing Na Wangong now, even without Bai Da and Jiao Mengyu Hua banner, I have full confidence to win. And my current cultivation base is still at the early stage of the high-level true God of the 6 tribulations, but Wangong is already at the peak of the high-level true God of the 6 tribulations. In the next few decades, my cultivation base will also improve, and there will be no suspense in defeating Wangong. After the breakthrough, Han Feng did not rush out of the barrier, but stabilized his realm. At the same time, a trace of curiosity arose in Han Feng's heart. The high level of the late 6th level has already made the divine essence reach the 9th rank, but after the late 6th level, there is still a 6th level of perfection. I don't know the 6th level of perfection. What level can it raise Xuanhuan to? Don't you need heaven and earth treasures? Can my divine essence break the limit of a true God? It should be noted that those who break the limit of the true God, if they do not rely on natural materials and earthly treasures, they rely on hard penance to break the limit abruptly, but the limit is not broken just by breaking, and it is easy to fall during the breakthrough process. Only the genius among geniuses can break through the limit only by hard work without resorting to the treasures of heaven and earth. This penance is not a short-term practice. If the sixth level of consummation can make Xuanhuan break through the limit of true gods and step into generals, it will really save a lot of time compared to those geniuses. However, even if the limit of the true God is broken, there are still Junpin, Zunpin, and Emperor Pin behind, and there is still a way to go. Thinking of this, Han Feng didn't care too much, and his current cultivation base is only 6 calamities. The high-level true gods are still far away from Tiantianjin and Tianzuan true gods. It is not too late to think about breaking through to the 89 Kulpas true gods in the future. More than 10 days later, the high-level realm of the 6th level late stage of Jiuyeni Huaju was completely stable, and the power of Ziji Xuanhua was stabilized at the lower level of the 9th rank Shenhua. And Han Feng also left his cave, and came to the mission hall, to accept the mission again. This time to accept the task, Han Feng mainly chose to kill people. Firstly, this can obtain the body of a strong man and refine it into a white bone skeleton, and secondly, it can also earn Qiankuan points. Han Feng intends to do the task for decades, and wait until the last 10 or 20 or 30 years to practice directly at Xuanhuan Mountain or Xinyan Mountain until the secret realm of chaos is opened. With the 9 Mei Royal Fire Banner in his hand, Han Feng was a little bolder in accepting tasks, which were generally more difficult among yellow-level tasks, and sometimes even dared to accept relatively simple green-level tasks. After receiving several tasks, Han Feng left Qiankanzong, a certain cave in a certain mountain peak within the Qiankuan sect. Qin Shan's face was pale and his figure was trembling. How is it possible, impossible, that is a true god of the 8 tribulations and several true gods of the 7 tribulations, both of which are high-level true gods, how could that kid come back alive, instead? Even if he is the #1 disciple of the inner sect on the Qianlong list, it is impossible to kill the true god of the 8 tribulations. Yes, it must have something to do with that kid's secret. It is because of that secret that that kid was able to blast and kill the 8 tribulations true god. Qin Shan's heart was full of fear, and his courage to arrest Han Feng was shattered. Qin Shan was extremely thankful that he left early, otherwise he might have been killed now. By the way, since I wasn't there at the time, Han Feng probably didn't know about me, so he couldn't have come to trouble me. Suddenly realizing this, Qin Shan's fear weakened a lot. After a long time, Qin Shan's pale face gradually recovered, and he murmured, "The secret of being able to make Han Feng soar to the realm of the 6 tribulations true god in such a short period of time, and to kill the 8 tribulations true god across 2 major calamities, is more secret than I imagined. I'm afraid it's worth more, but with my strength, it's impossible to capture Han Feng alive. It seems." Qin Shan made a certain decision in his heart. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years have passed. After receiving missions continuously for more than 10 years, Han Feng has gradually gained some reputation in the mission hall. The most important thing is that after the update of the Qianlong list, Han Feng is impressively on the list, even though he is only at the bottom of the Qianlong list. Han Feng knew that it was because the cave in Xianle Peak was a bit far behind, and the seniors in the cave had offered to let it out, so he wouldn't think too highly of himself. Han Feng didn't care about this, it was enough for him to know what he was capable of, and there was no need to show off everywhere. The first update. Patriarch? Haha, it's junior brother Han, have you completed the task again to accept the task? A slightly fat Qiankuan sect disciple laughed when he saw Han Feng inquiring about the task. Yes, senior brother Lang is also here to accept the task? Han Feng replied with a smile. In the past 10 years of receiving missions, some missions require more than one person to complete, especially the green level missions. The brothers and sisters of some core disciples will call elite inner disciples or Qianlongbang inner disciples to come to help. Of course, this refers to the more difficult and easier tasks among the green level tasks, and the core disciples have completed them by themselves. But there is another situation, that is, the inner sect disciples unite to complete the green level tasks that are not difficult. Han Feng got acquainted with Brother Lang because of a group green level mission. There were a lot of strong people in that mission, and there were some middle and upper disciples among the inner disciples on the Qianlong list, so Han Feng didn't show much strength. Even if this is the case, he was noticed by the senior Brother Lang, so the senior Brother Lang intentionally made friends with Han Feng. Faced with this kind of acquaintance, which has some purpose, but is not malicious, Han Feng will naturally not refuse, maybe in the future when he will be useful to him. Brother Lang smiled and said, "Yes, the Qiankuan points are gone, so you have to come out to earn Qiankuan points. But you, junior brother Han, have accepted many tasks in the past 10 years, and you have a lot of Qiankuan points. It's time practiced." Han Feng laughed and said, "In a few more years." Han Feng planned not to come out for the last 20 or 30 years, so the Qiankuan points are naturally indispensable. It is true that he has earned a lot of Qiankuan points in the past 10 years, but it is not enough to say that he has practiced in Xuanhuan Mountain for 20 or 30 years. Brother Lang naturally could see that Han Feng was not sincere, but the two of them only had a casual relationship, so it was hard for senior Brother Lang to say anything more. The two chatted while looking for tasks. Soon, senior Brother Lang found a mission that was considered to be a low-difficulty mission among the yellow-level missions. Moreover, this task is still a group task, requiring 2 to 3 elite inner disciples, but the premise is that the elite inner sect ranks at the top. Brother Lang happened to be one of the top batch. After finding the mission, senior Brother Lang saw that Han Feng was still picking up missions, so he couldn't help saying, "Young brother's vision is still so high, but that's right, with your strength, senior brother, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to complete a difficult yellow-level mission alone." Difficult. By the way, Brother Wei remembers that there was a group mission in the green-level mission a few days ago, so you can take a look. Hearing this, Han Feng shook his head, "Junior brother, I still want a task that can be completed by myself." Group tasks, although it is relatively easy to complete, are more powerful. But in the end, the Qiankuan points and other rewards that everyone gets are less. Senior Brother Lang naturally guessed that Han Feng felt that he was getting too few Qiankuan points in the end. Senior Brother Lang had already seen this in the last group mission. Brother Lang smiled mysteriously, "Brother, this mission is different from the general group missions. Don't worry, even if you get a little less Qiankuan points in the end, you can get other more precious things. It is exchanged for Qiankuan points. How much you can exchange, naturally depends on how many precious things you can get, junior brother." Furthermore, it was senior sister Lu's master who released the task this time, and senior sister Lu was the one who led us to complete the task. It's a dream of many people to be able to complete the task with senior sister Lu. Senior sister Lu? Han Feng didn't know this character. He looked puzzled. But looking at senior Brother Lang's yearning and sensual smile, Han Feng could also guess that senior sister Lu is a great beauty. Seeing Han Feng's puzzled expression, senior Brother Lang froze for a moment, then said awkwardly, "I almost forgot, junior brother just came to Qiankuan sect, so it's normal not to know that senior sister Lu is also." This senior sister Lu is also a very famous figure among the core disciples. Is the strength very strong? Hearing that he is famous, Han Feng subconsciously thought of strength. If he is famous among core disciples, is he a person on the Qiankuan list? Among the core disciples, there are only dozens of them at the level of the Qiankuan ranking, and any one of them is a big shot. Although they do not exist to break the limit of the true gods, they have the fighting power to fight against the weaker heavenly generals and true gods, and they have a great reputation in the Qiankan zone. As for the inner disciples, only the giants in the Qianlong list have a considerable influence. Those who rank lower in the Qianlong list don't have much reputation, let alone elite inner disciples. Unexpectedly, senior brother Lang shook his head. No. Senior sister Lu's strength is only at the level of an ordinary inner sect disciple, and her cultivation is at the high level of the 7 tribulations true God, and she has not yet entered the 8th tribulations true God level. The reason why senior sister Lu is popular is because senior sister Lu is a high-level God-grade alchemist who can refine high-grade magic pills. Junior brother also knows that Qiankuan sect exchange hall can use Qiankuan points to exchange for pills, but senior sister Lu alchemy the elixir produced is 20 to 30% cheaper than that of the exchange hall, so many brothers and sisters begged senior sister Lu to refine the elixir for them. It's a pity that senior sister Lu is very low-key on weekdays. Either she stays with her master to learn alchemy, or she stays in her own family to practice. It's very difficult for outsiders to disturb senior sister Lu. Of course, senior sister Lu's popularity is also related to the fact that senior sister Lu is a beautiful woman recognized by the core disciples. The first few sentences were quite serious, but in the last sentence, senior brother Lang's expression became turbulent again. A few words from senior brother Lang summed up that senior sister Lu is not only a beautiful woman, but also a very good alchemist, and the price is not high, so she is very popular among the disciples of Qiankuan sect. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. Senior sister Lu, I'm afraid her alchemy skills are pretty good. Even high-level God-grade alchemists have differences. Compared with a high-level alchemist who can refine high-grade and low-grade alchemy pills, and the success rate is not high, compared with a high-level alchemist who can refine high-grade and high-grade alchemy pills, the success rate is still very high. The status is very different. The former is estimated that many core disciples are not very good, while the latter, even ordinary heavenly generals and true gods, will value it. If you are a top alchemist, Tianjun, Tianzuan true god, etc., you will also respect it, and the masters at the level of the ancient gods will also value you a little bit. Not to mention the alchemists of the chaotic divine grade, there are probably not many of them in the Qiankuan sect. Brother Lang smiled. Hey, that's natural. If it's just an ordinary high-level alchemist, Sister Lu's reputation and status among the core disciples will not be so high. Senior Sister Lu, but half a foot into the top alchemy, the super genius of the master, once refined the top-grade magic pill. Unfortunately, it was only because of good luck that time, and it has not been successful for the second time. But no matter what, I have refined the top-grade magic pill before. Everyone said, no, after 1,000 years, Senior Sister Lu will surely become a top-ranked alchemist. Whether they are core disciples or inner disciples, there are a lot of people who pursue Senior Sister Lu. If Senior Sister Lu's family is not in the Qiankuan sect, they are not bad. Maybe some old guys will use strong methods to double cultivate. Oh? This Senior Sister Lu has a strong background? Han Feng became a little interested. That's natural. It is said that Senior Sister Lu's family once gave birth to a high-ranking ancient god giant, or a giant among giants, and has a high status in the Qiankuan sect. But now it has declined, and the entire family only has one middle-ranking ancient god master at the early stage. Even so, the Lu family is still one of the relatively powerful families of the Qiankuan sect, and ordinary forces dare not provoke it. Han Feng was listening with interest at first, but then his expression changed. There was once a high-ranking ancient god who was born with the surname Lu. If he remembered correctly, the surname of the ancestor of Xianlong was Lu? Could it be, the Lu family where Senior Sister Lu lives is the descendant of Patriarch Xianlong? The second update. The new year is here. I wish you all a happy 2015 _______. There are too many people with the surname Lu, and Han Feng of Qianquanzong probably can find many disciples who are not related by blood but have the same surname. With just the surname Liu, Han Feng couldn't think of where to go. But this Liu family used to have a high-ranking ancient god giant, which reminded Han Feng of Patriarch Xianlong. It is not so easy to produce a high-ranking ancient god giant, especially for a small thousand gods like Ziyun god realm. Han Feng believed that it was impossible for the Qianquan sect to have given birth to two giants of ancient gods with the surname Liu by such a coincidence, and they both passed down their bloodlines. Thinking of this, Han Feng stabilized his mind and asked, "Brother, is there only one Liu family?" Brother Lang wondered that Han Feng's focus was on this, but he still replied, "The Qianquan sect has recruited so many disciples for so many years, there must be some with the same surname, so there should be many Liu families of the Qianquan sect. But since a long time ago, the Liu family that has always existed is only senior sister Liu's Liu family. Anyway, as far as my brother knows, except for the Liu family where senior sister Liu lives, none of the other Liu families have produced strong people in the realm of ancient gods. As for the Liu family where senior sister Liu belongs in the collateral line, there have been masters at the level of ancient gods, but they are only low-ranking ancient gods." Hearing this, Han Feng felt a little more likely that senior sister Liu was a descendant of Patriarch Xianlong. But it is impossible for Han Feng Mao to go there rashly. Possibilities increase, not confirmation after all. If you admit it wrong, you will only bring yourself huge troubles if you have the best chaos divine skill. As soon as his eyes rolled, Han Feng suddenly had a plan in his mind. Han Feng said slowly, "Brother, I don't know what mission this senior sister Liu issued." Senior brother Lang saw that Han Feng had finally moved, and immediately said, "The mission this time is to protect a city called Bingxin City." Guard Bingxin City? Han Feng really didn't know much about Qingzhou, so he really didn't know the value of Bingxin City, so it was worth a special trip for the core disciples of Qianquanzong. Senior brother Lang also knew that Han Feng was from outside Qingzhou, so it was normal not to know about Qingzhou, so he immediately explained, "Bingxin City is considered a middle-level city in Qingzhou, and it can even be said to be lower than the middle. Not a big city. But Bingxin City is not far from Ice Crystal Mountain. Ice Crystal Mountain is rich in ice demons. This ice demon is neither a monster nor a beast. Say monsters. Every 10,000 years, an ice demon king will be born among the ice demons, whose strength is comparable to that of the 9 tribulations true God. At that time, the ice demon king will lead many ice demons to bring disaster to the common people. Bingxin City is the closest to Ice Crystal Mountain, and is also the most vulnerable attack of the ice demon. At present, 10,000 years have passed. According to the news from Bingxin City, the Ice Demon clan in Ice Crystal Mountain should have given birth to the Ice Demon King. Therefore, the owner of Bingxin City will seek help from our Qianquan sect. Senior sister Liu recruited everyone to protect Bingxin City and destroy the Ice Demon at the same time. Han Feng frowned. Since Qianquanzong knows so much about ice demons, why don't they just destroy the Ice Crystal Mountains? Since the ice demons are produced because of the Ice Crystal Mountains, if the Ice Crystal Mountains are destroyed, and then the ice demons are destroyed, the ice demons will be destroyed. It should disappear in this world, let alone cause harm to the common people. Brother Lang let out a "Hey, brother, have you forgotten what I said before?" "What?" Senior brother Lang said. Senior brother said before that this group task, in the end, everyone will not get many Qianquan points, but if they can get the rest of the precious things, they can also exchange for Qianquan points. This precious thing is the same as the ice demon is about it. Han Feng made a gesture of all ears. "Please brother explain in detail." Senior brother Lang cleared his throat and said, "Those ice demons, it's not that our Qianquan sect doesn't eradicate them, but that keeping the ice demons is of great use. The ice demon has an ice crystal heart in its body. If you kill the ice demon, it will drop the ice crystal heart. The ice crystal heart is the main material for refining Bing Xian Dan. Junior brother, do you know Bing Xiandan? Han Feng shook his head. Brother Lang continued, we cultivators will inevitably encounter various difficulties during our cultivation, and when we encounter these difficulties, if we leave obsessions in our hearts, we will easily breed demons. This Bingxin pill is enough to eliminate all kinds of difficulties. It also ensures that the cultivator's mind is clear in the process of cultivation, so that he is not easy to go crazy, and it also has a weak effect on the improvement of the soul. This is just one of the effects. The second effect is related to Xuanhuan Mountain, Shenlei Mountain, Tianshui Mountain, etc. Speaking of this, Brother Lang glanced at Han Feng. Han Feng understood what Senior Brother Lang meant. Cultivating in Xuanhuan Mountain, Shenlei Mountain, and other places will cause some sequelae for a long time, and if it is serious, it will affect future breakthroughs at higher levels. Could it be that this Bingxin Dan can solve these problems? Repercussions? Brother Lang smiled, exactly. So as long as you get enough ice crystal hearts, junior brother, it is enough to exchange a large amount of Qiankuan points in the Qiankanzong exchange hall. In Qiankanzong, there are too many people who need Bingxinden, not just inner sect disciples and core disciples, those who break the limits of true gods are also needed. Even super strong at the level of the ancient gods. Han Feng nodded knowingly. After all, Xuanhuan Mountain has 9 floors, and even ancient gods can practice in it, but even ancient gods cannot avoid sequelae. Brother Lang stretched out 3 fingers at this time. In addition to the above 2 effects, there is a third effect, but the third effect is only useful for the ice crystal heart that fell from the fall of the Ice Demon King. It is the heart of extreme ice crystals. The Bing Xiandan, refined with the best ice crystal heart, is also called the best Bing Xiandan. And the role of this top-grade Bingxin Dan is to help the spirits of the 9th rank peak, break through the limit and step into the level of the general rank spirit. What? Han Feng gasped, his expression moved. Regardless of whether it is the first effect of Bing Xiandan or the second effect, although Han Feng is surprised, it is only that, because there are not many pills with similar effects in the world. The pills that can help break the limit of the soul are all precious and hard to find. Junior brother, why do you think that Bingxin Mountain is so dangerous, and Bingxin City is deliberately built to be close to Ice Crystal Mountain? It is because of Bingxin Heart. The current scale of Bingxin City. Senior Sister Lu really deserves to be the #1 alchemy genius of our Qiankuan sect. She is expected to become an alchemist of the chaotic god grade in the future. Now she has started to refine the top grade Bingxin Dan. Dancha is even more victorious. If I hadn't put most of my energy into refining the elixir, Senior Sister Lu wouldn't still be the true god of the 7 tribulations, and not break through to the level of the true god of the 8 tribulations. Senior Brother Lang sighed, admiring and regretting at the same time. The first update. After regretting, Brother Lang winked at Han Feng. If you can join Senior Sister Lu's team and get her good opinion, Senior Sister Lu might give you one if she refines the best Bingxin pill. This is just a joke. How precious the best Bingxin pill is. How many 9 tribulations true god peak powerhouses want to get this kind of elixir? Although it is only the soul breaking the limit, it can only be said that 1/3 of it has reached the level of the heavenly general and true god, but it is better to step into 1/3 than not to step in with 1 foot. Brother Lang also didn't think that Han Feng could get the best Bingxin pill, and Senior Sister Lu was not the kind of woman who gave out some benefits when she had a slight liking for a man. What's more, it is extremely difficult just to gain Senior Sister Lu's favor. Han Feng was also a little speechless about Brother Lang's ridicule, and immediately changed the subject. Brother, can you tell me more about the ice demon? After a while, Han Feng had a deeper understanding of the ice demon. Ice demons are also divided into levels. The lowest level of ice demons has a light blue body. For the ice demon, the darker the ice blue of the body, the higher the level. The Qiankuan sect divides ice demons into 5 levels in detail. The first level ice demon is equivalent to the level of the first level true god, and the second level ice demon is equivalent to the middle level true god. The third and fourth levels of ice demon correspond to the 7 tribulations true god and the 8 tribulations true god respectively, and the fifth level is the ice demon king, whose strength is comparable to the 9 tribulations true god. Among them, the first level ice crystal heart is not very valuable, and it can only be exchanged for 1 or 2 universe points in Qianquanzong. The second level ice crystal heart is slightly better, and the number of universe points that can be exchanged is also limited. You can start from the third level ice crystal heart, and the value will skyrocket. The third level ice crystal heart is worth 1000 Qianquan points at the last level. The 4-level ice crystal heart also varies according to the quality, but the minimum is 10,000. As for the 5th level, that is a completely different level, because the 5th level ice crystal heart, that is, the best ice crystal heart can refine the best ice heart pill, so even the 5th level ice crystal heart, even if it is the worst quality, cannot be obtained. It can be exchanged for millions of Qianquan points. The quality is slightly better, and that is the sky-high price. After all, the better the quality, the more likely it is that the refined Bingxin Dan will help people break the limit of the soul. If senior sister Lu is really a descendant of Patriarch Xianlong, can I get a top-grade Bingxin pill? Han Feng's thoughts became active. Not long after, Han Feng sighed. He found the descendants of the Xianlong Patriarch himself to fulfill the last wish of the Xianlong Patriarch, and also to repay the superb chaotic skill of the 16-winged Xianlong transformation passed down by the Xianlong Patriarch. Greedy. In the green level mission, Han Feng quickly found the mission where senior sister Lu summoned inner disciples and core disciples. 100 people? Han Feng didn't expect that there would be a limit on the number of people. If Bingxin Dan was really so attractive, the number would be a little small. It is estimated that there will be some competition by then. If all the disciples who want to come are core disciples, as an inner disciple, his competitiveness is limited. Seeing this, senior brother Lang explained, everyone gets less for group tasks, so the core disciples should not look down on such tasks. In the end, there should be only a small number of core disciples who choose this task, 10 or 20. Not too many, maybe less, and senior sister Lu may not be willing to call so many core disciples. Why? As soon as the question was asked, Han Feng had some guesses in his mind. Sure enough, senior brother Lu said, although senior sister Lu's alchemy skills are amazing, but her own cultivation is there. It's not that senior sister Lu doesn't know that there are many core disciples. People are coveting her. If there are too many core disciples, it will be unsafe for senior sister Lu. After all, outside, senior sister Lu's family of Qianquan sect is beyond reach. In this case, my competitiveness will indeed be greatly reduced. Han Feng was immediately relieved. Although there won't be too many core disciples, there will definitely be stronger internal disciples on the Qianlongbang list. Juniors should be careful. Senior brother Lang said solemnly. In the last group mission, Han Feng had indeed shown extraordinary strength, and the part of strength that could be displayed was only kept at the middle and lower levels of the Qianlong list. Brother Lang guessed that Han Feng must have reservations, but he only guessed that Han Feng's real strength should be at the middle or upper middle level, and he must be inferior to those who are at the top or top level of the Qianlong list. Han Feng knew that Brother Lang had good intentions, so he could only smile. The group task that senior sister Lu issued with the help of her master was a few days later. These few days, Han Feng stayed quietly in his cave. Just the day before the gathering, Han Feng was overjoyed and took out the bone order. In the order of the bone, Bai Cai has absorbed the flesh and blood power of many high-level true gods, completed further tempering, reached the level of the top-level bone general, and his combat power is comparable to that of the 9 tribulations true god. Great, with Bai Cai, even the Ice Demon King can fight. Han Feng laughed. On the day of the gathering, Han Feng came to the mission hall and saw dozens of people gathered somewhere in the mission hall, two of whom were the most obvious. Both of them were women, and one of them was wearing a light red dress and a reddish veil, which vividly showed her beautiful physique with protruding front and back, and many wolf friends around her were drooling. This woman didn't know whether she didn't notice it or pretended not to know. She chatted with the people around her very brightly, laughing and talking. From senior brother Lang's mouth, Han Feng learned that senior sister Lu's character is a bit informal and has a feminine taste. It seems that this woman is senior sister Lu. The other woman was hiding behind senior sister Lu, obviously unable to bear the gazes of many wolf friends, and she had the temperament of Xiaojiabiyu. The girl's eyes were like water, with a touch of moisture. She looked like she was about to cry, but it was this look that made this girl even more charming. Just look at the eyes of the men around you, and you will know that it is almost time to turn into a beast and do something. Lu Xizhen glared fiercely at the people around her, put her hips on her hips and said, "A group of perverts, don't you keep your dog eyes closed, don't you see how scared my sister is?" A group of men around them were not afraid. Haha, who called senior sister Lu that you brought such a lovely junior sister? You can't blame us. That's right, there is such a little junior sister, we have to love and love well. A group of men giggled. It seemed that they were mostly joking, and they obviously had a good relationship with Lu Xizhen. There are even men who intentionally scare the junior sister. Lu Xizhen clenched her fists and rattled, with a half-smile, "It seems that your skin is itchy, why don't you come and treat it?" A group of men choked when they saw Lu Xizhen's fist, and immediately smiled, coyly, "Just kidding, haha." Lu Xizhen said angrily, "My sister is not very timid, even if you are joking, she will take it seriously." After speaking, Lu Xizhen turned her head and immediately comforted her little sister. A group of big men felt embarrassed when they saw that the junior sister was really going to cry, and criticized themselves one after another. "This, little junior sister, don't worry about it. Brothers are used to joking with your sister. That's right, if you want to punish us, little junior sister, just slap us a few times. It's okay to kick us a few times." Without a few words of apology, a group of men laughed again. Even if they were slapped, it was worth it to get in touch with the young junior sister's delicate hands. Lu Xizhen rolled her eyes again. "A group of sluts, don't think I don't know your dirty thoughts, stand up for me." The little junior sister probably saw the relationship between her sister and everyone, and became a little more courageous. At least she dared to stand behind her sister. Lu Xizhen pushed her sister out, and said, "This is my sister, Lu Xinfan. Although she has not passed the Qiankuan sect disciple assessment, she should have the strength of an inner sect disciple on the Qianlong list, but she is a little timid, and she hasn't killed many enemies until now. Please take care of me this time." Lu Xizhen was also helpless towards her younger sister. Obviously her talent and blood were excellent, and she was not weaker than the inner disciples of Qianlongbang in a short period of time, but she was very timid and dared not fight in the slightest. If you really fight against the inner disciples of Qianlongbang, you will only lose. A group of men clapped their chests one after another. "Don't worry, little junior sister is covered by us, nothing will happen." This group of men are also core disciples, and their cultivation is at the level of the 7 tribulations true God. There are about 7 or 8 of them. It can be seen that these 7 or 8 people have a very good friendship with Lu Xizhen. As for some people outside, they are basically inner disciples of Qianlongbang. They have heard of Lu Xizhen's name, but they have not had much contact with it. Of course, not all of them are internal disciples of Qianlongbang. Qiankanzong also has many families. Although many disciples of these families also stay in Qiankanzong, they are practicing in their own families, relying more on their own family's resources, such as Lu Xinfan. However, those who dare to come here naturally have the strength of inner sect disciples of Qianlongbang. These people may not be well known in the Qiankuan sect, but Lu Xizhen, the disciples of the Qiankuan sect's family, has heard of these people. Han Feng looked at it for a while, and finally walked over. Little guy, what's your name? Which family? Lu Xizhen said carelessly. Junior brother Han Feng, a disciple of the Qianquan sect's inner sect, is not a disciple of the Qianquan sect's inner family. Oh? Lu Xizhen was startled. The danger of ice demons is self-evident. The first and second levels of ice crystal hearts are not worth much. Only the third and fourth levels are worth hunting. But the third and fourth level ice demons are not something ordinary inner disciples can hunt. Lu Xizhen has never heard of such an outstanding inner disciple, called Han Feng. With Lu Xizhen's vision, only the top-level inner disciples on the Qianlong list can be seen. But this doesn't mean that Lu Xizhen will act impolitely because the other party's strength is unknown or weak. This is why Lu Xizhen has a good reputation in the eyes of many Qianquanzong disciples. However, Lu Xizhen is also responsible for the safety of the other party, so she said with a smile, "Little brother, the ice demon is very dangerous, you really decided? Do you regret it?" "No regrets." Han Feng shook his head. Lu Xinfan pulled Lu Xizhen, and handed over the list of Qianlongbang to Lu Xizhen. Lu Xizhen saw Han Feng at the back of the Qianlongbang, and suddenly said, "It turns out that the younger brother is also an inner disciple of the Qianlongbang. No wonder he dared to accept the task. Welcome junior brother." Lu Xizhen made a welcome gesture. Several core disciples had no special expression towards Han Feng. In their view, Han Feng was no different from the rest. But other than the core disciples, some family disciples or Qianlongbang inner disciples curled their lips slightly. Some of them are extremely high-ranking disciples on the Qianlong list, and some of them are not ranked on the list, but they are also equivalent to the top of the Qianlong list. Naturally, they look down on Han Feng, who is at the bottom of the Qianlong list. Lu Xizhen also instructed, "Junior brother, although you have the strength of the Qianlong list, you have the power equivalent to the ordinary 7 tribulations true God. If you are placed among the ice demons, it is also enough to compete against the third-level intermediate-level ice demons. But the ice demons are all they appear in groups, don't be careless, try not to break away from the group. Otherwise, even a group of low-level ice demons at the third level may kill you. Listen to senior sister." Han Feng said obediently. Seeing that Han Feng was so obedient, Lu Xizhen nodded in satisfaction, and then began to entertain others. For Lu Xizhen, Han Feng is just an ordinary person among 100 people. Soon, more than 90 people gathered from 100 people, only the last few. "Haha, Xizhen, are you going to Bingxin City? Why don't I join in too?" A loud laugh came. A young man in colorful floral robes walked over, very coquettish, accompanied by several core disciples. Han Feng noticed that the expressions of Lu Xizhen and several core disciples suddenly changed. Han Feng was surprised to find that Lu Xizhen, who was carefree from the beginning until now, had become extremely cold. Lu Xizhen said coldly, "When Xuanhuan, you are not welcome here, and don't call me Xizhen, you have no right to call me that." The man who was dressed fancy and flirtatiously looked obscene, "You are my fiancé, what's wrong with calling you Xizhen?" Lu Xizhen gritted her teeth, "Get lost." Han Feng held his chin, "Fiancé? Could it be that senior sister Lu has a marriage contract with this senior brother Sabao?" Sabao man, that is, Wen Xiongua, didn't care about Lu Xizhen's yelling, and stood cheekily in a group of people. Several core disciples behind him exuded evil spirits, stopping some inner disciples who wanted to join the team. Lu Xizhen's expression became colder and colder. Han Feng frowned slightly. Even if the Lu family was in decline, it was still a family with a middle-ranked ancient god powerhouse. Those who could marry with the Lu family must not be weak. Judging by Lu Xizhen's shadow, she probably doesn't agree with the marriage contract, but even so, she still can't get rid of the marriage contract. It can only show one thing: the family that Wen Xiongwa belongs to is stronger than the Lu family, This can be seen from the fact that some inner sect disciples of Qianlongbang wanted to join the team and had to leave after seeing Wen Xiongwa. Han Feng knew that he had come to Qiankanzong for a short time, so he might not know about Wen's family. The situation, but those disciples of the Chankuan sect should be clear, and it is because they are clear that they dare not come. Even some who had already joined the team, a few left automatically. Although Lu Xizhan was annoyed, there was nothing she could do. No matter how powerful the Wen family is now, it is enough to have a high-ranking ancient god giant in the clan, and the wife of the current patriarch is still a member of the Tan family. The Tan family is the well-deserved first family of the Chankuan sect. Not only do they have several high-ranking ancient god giants, but their ancestors of the Tan family are also half-step god kings. The first update. Lu Xizhan immediately blocked without a trace, and dragged Lu Xinfan behind her. Lu Xinfan had also heard about Wen Xiongwa's deeds, so he hid behind Lu Xizhan with a face of fear. Jia, I really didn't expect the Lu family to have such an exquisite girl. When I marry Lu Xizhan, this girl can be my concubine. Wen Xiongwa thought with a smile in his heart. Damn it. Lu Xizhan's heart sank. She didn't expect her sister to be targeted anyway. The reason why the Lu family didn't let Lu Xinfan participate in the Chankuan sect disciple assessment, but hid in their own family to practice, on the one hand it was because Lu Xinfan was timid and not good at fighting, on the other hand, it was also to avoid some daring people. I didn't expect. We must break through to the alchemist of chaos alchemy as soon as possible. Even the Tan family must respect my opinion. I have no other choice. Xinfan, I must not be ruined by this person. Lu Xizhan thought bitterly. Seeing that the number of people was already full, Lu Xizhan said with a gloomy face, the number is full, let's go. Wait. It was Wen Xiongwa who spoke again. What are you going to do? Lu Xizhan almost roared. Several core disciples who were close to Lu Xizhan also showed unkind faces. The Wen family is strong, but the family behind them is also good. One-on-one is no match for the Wen family, but if they join forces, the Wen family will also be a little bit wary. Wen Xiongwa may be bold, but he is not an idiot. He knew that it would be of no benefit to him to be outraged by the public, so he immediately said, my little brother hasn't come yet, so wait a little longer. This younger brother is not the younger brother behind Wen Xiongwa, but Wen Xiongwa's own younger brother. He is also quite famous among the inner disciples of Chankuan sect, and his strength can be regarded as top-notch. Lu Xizhan didn't want to show Wen Xiongwa's face, and said coolly, sorry, the crowd is already full, and it's useless if your brother comes. Wen Xiongwa smiled, it's full, just make room for one person. As he said that, Wen Xiongwa's eyes swept over Han Feng and others. Except for a few core disciples, Wen Xiongwa didn't care about anyone. Everyone dared not speak out. Lu Xizhan pointed at Wen Xiongwa and cursed, Wen Xiongwa, don't go too far. I'll tell you today, these people behind me, you don't even want to drive them away. Wen Xiongwa's expression sank, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his threatening eyes fell on Han Feng and the others. Lu Xizhan can protect you for a while, but not forever, think about it carefully. Wen Xiongwa's meaning is already very clear. If he offends him, even if Lu Xizhan protects him in this action, it will be uncertain in the future. Many internal disciples of the Qianlongbang were pale, and some of them had the strength of the Qianlongbang, but they were the children of the family. Although they were better, they were not so good. Compared with the Wen family, their family is too far behind. It can be said that there is a difference between clouds and mud. For a while, even though some people were angry, they really retreated. But at this moment, a figure flew over in a panic, and when he saw Wen Xiongwa, he shouted, brother, that's great, you guys haven't left yet. Wen Xiongwa scolded, you bastard, I told you what happened today, but you are still late. Why didn't you die on a woman's belly? The scolded young man pouted, obviously not paying attention to Wen Xiongwa's scolding. When Han Feng saw the young man, he secretly said oops. Han Feng knew that this young man was called Wen Xianghao, and his strength was not bad in the list of top performers. During a group mission, the two had conflicts. At that time, one of his teammates told Han Feng that Wen Xianghao had a special background and could not be easily offended. Before the opening of the secret realm of chaos, Han Feng didn't want to cause any trouble, so he slipped away as soon as the task was completed. It is expected that there are so many people in the Qiankuan sect, and Wen Xianghao couldn't find him even if he wanted to find him. Unexpectedly, people are not as good as heaven, but at this time, it happened. Han Feng wanted to avoid it, so he was caught in the crowd. I was extremely depressed. There are only so many people, even if Wen Xianghao didn't notice him at first, sooner or later he will. After Wen Xianghao finished cursing, he told Wen Xianghao that the number of people was full. Wen Xianghao and Wen Xianghao were brothers, and they also inherited Wen Xianghua's arrogance. Hearing the words, he didn't care, is it full? Just get one out. As he said that, Wen Xianghao scanned the crowd. If anyone withdraws, I can consider accepting him as my servant. For a young master like Wen Xianghao, with an astonishing background, letting you be a follower is already giving you a great deal of face. Those with powerful families are fine, and those with weak families, or those with no background, are thrilled. Just thinking about Wen Xianghao's style and attitude towards his servants, these people hesitated again. As far as they know, the servants and maids who serve Wen Xianghao will basically be changed every few years. Just when everyone was hesitating, Wen Xianghao's inadvertent gaze suddenly caught Han Feng. It's you! Wen Xianghao roared. Ha ha ha, it's really hard to find anywhere, and it doesn't take much effort to get here. I have been looking for you for a long time, and I didn't expect to meet you here. Wen Xianghao had a grim face. The people around Han Feng looked puzzled, even a little frightened. Wen Xianghao looked at them with terrifying eyes. Lu Xizhan was on the other side, so she could see clearly that Wen Xianghao's eyes were on Han Feng. This little guy, does he have an old grievance with Wen Xianghao? This is bad. No matter what, this little guy joins my team, he is my man, and he cannot be bullied. Lu Xizhan's eyes turned cold. What? Wen Xianghao looked at his younger brother in surprise. Wen Xianghao said, Brother, do you still remember what happened last time? This is the person I'm looking for. Wen Xianghao understood it, and said with a smile, That's great. Solving this person will not only avenge him, but also free up a person in the team. Just in time for you to come in. Wen Xianghao stretched out a finger, pointed at Han Feng, and said with a sinister smile, Boy, I don't care how you run this time. With this finger, the target is determined, and the people around Han Feng immediately stay away from Han Feng, and many people gloat over his misfortune. Come on, let me catch this kid. Wen Xianghao gave an order to the few core disciples behind Wen Xianghua. Swipe. Several figures rushed towards Han Feng in unison, bursting out with the aura of a high-level true god powerhouse. A sound of piercing through the air followed. But at this moment, Lu Xizhan threw the golden bell directly, and threw it violently, and directly suppressed several high-ranking true gods inside. In Wen Xianghao's mind, he still fantasized about Han Feng's misery after being caught and tortured by him. Seeing this, his expression froze, and he said angrily, Your surname is Lu, stop meddling in your own business. This is my team, when is it your turn to be the master? Lu Xizhan did not show any weakness, and confronted each other. Han Feng slowed down when he was about to make a move, and continued to remain silent, not knowing what he was thinking. When Xianghao was furious, he was about to catch the person who offended him, but was stopped when Xianghao was about to be blown up. However, the person who made the move was his future sister-in-law. Lu Xizhan, you will be a member of our Wen family in the future, don't bend your elbows. Wen Xiong said such a sentence angrily. Unexpectedly, this sentence angered Lu Xizhan. Lu Xizhen knew very well what this kind of marriage contract was all about. If it wasn't for the pressure of the ancient god of the Wen family, how could the Lu family just compromise like this? If it is said that Lu Xizhen's original intention to protect Han Feng was only 6 or 7 points, but now she is afraid that she has a half point. When Xuanhua's face was so gloomy that water dripped out, when Xuanhua was not stupid, so he could naturally see that half of Lu Xizhen's behavior was to fight against their brothers. When Xuanhua wanted to reprimand Lu Xizhen, but thought of what the ancestor had said, he swallowed it abruptly, but the fire in his heart was burning hotter and hotter. Thinking that the source came from Han Feng, when Xuanhua's cold eyes turned to Han Feng, "Boy, if you have the ability, don't hide behind the woman, stand up." Lu Xizhen sarcastically said, "A dignified core disciple, but bullying an inner disciple, is this your ability?" Lu Xizhen. When Xuanhua glared at him, and finally gritted his teeth and endured it, but angered Han Feng even more. Han Feng felt even more innocent in his heart. If he knew it earlier, he would have tried it in other ways. Now it is good. Before he found anything out of the test, he was angered by a core disciple. Several core disciples who were close to Lu Xizhen looked at each other in blank dismay, and the rest didn't know what to say. Many smart people have already seen that the tit-for-tat confrontation between Lu Xizhen and Wen Xuanhua is essentially due to Lu Xizhen's dissatisfaction with the marriage contract, so they can't help but feel more sympathy for Han Feng. The more Lu Xizhen protects Han Feng, the more Wen Xuanhua can't spare Han Feng. Wen Xuanhua was a bit dull, and now he saw something was wrong. He had never seen Lu Xizhen defending a stranger like this on weekdays. And soon Wen Xuanhua also guessed that Lu Xizhen was not so much defending Han Feng, but targeting the two brothers. This stinky bitch, if it wasn't for the good alchemy skills that the ancestor valued. Wen Xuanhua felt aggrieved, but rolled his eyes and smiled. Senior Sister Lu, going to Bingxin City to hunt ice demons this time requires a certain amount of strength, otherwise it will only slow down our team. If I remember correctly, this Han Feng should be at the bottom of the dry dragon list bar. With this kind of strength, if we encounter a little more low-level ice demons of the 3rd level, we may fall. At that time, we will have to take care of this person. Is it a bit unfair to us? Everyone joins Senior Sister Lu's team. It seems that I want to hunt more ice crystal hearts in exchange for Qianquan points. If our income is reduced because of this guy, then we might as well go it alone, maybe we can hunt more. Wen Xuanhua's words are extremely sinister. All of a sudden, many people in the team targeted Han Feng. Not only Wen Xuanhua's side, but also the original Lu Xizhen's side, many people felt uncomfortable, including several core disciples. These core disciples are close to Lu Xizhen, but it does not mean that they are close to everyone in the team. It is a dream to let them take care of an inner disciple while hunting the ice demon. Senior Sister Lu, I think it's better to forget it. This time Wen Xuanhua is right, this guy's strength is indeed a bit low. One of the core disciples said. Yeah, Wen Xuanhua obviously doesn't like this kid, and he will have to find a way to trouble him. Senior Sister Lu, can you still protect him all the time? If you don't pay attention, you may let this kid die on the contrary. In the hands of Wen Xuanhua, it is better to stay, at least to save his life. Lu Xizhen's face was ugly. She didn't expect Wen Xuanhua to use his strength to talk about things, but it was an indisputable fact that the boy's strength was low. At this time, Lu Xizhen also regretted a little. She shouldn't protect that kid because of her resentment towards Wen Xuanhua. That would only infuriate Wen Xuanhua. Wen Xuanhua dare not do anything to himself, but others are different. If you don't protect yourself, even being tortured by Wen Xuanhua is better than losing your life. Wen Xuanhua saw that everyone began to reject Han Feng, and even Lu Xizhen fell silent, smiling triumphantly in his heart. But at this moment, Han Feng came out slowly, stared at Wen Xuanhua, and said indifferently, I understand what you mean. Are you worried that Mr. Han will drag the team back? Then Mr. Han wants to ask, won't Your Excellency dragging behind the legs? Everyone was breathless, and looked at Han Feng in astonishment. Unexpectedly, Han Feng said such a sentence, which can be said to be a direct provocation to Wen Xianghao. Wen Xiang laughed proudly. My son will delay the legs? Ridiculous. Han Feng was unmoved. Your Excellency is only a disciple of the door of the Qianlong list, and not a core disciple. Why can't you delay the legs? Even if you are a core disciple, you will have to fight against a powerful 4th-level high-level ice demon. Headache, is it possible that your Excellency is stronger than the core disciples? Even if I'm not as good as the core disciples, so what? Just be better than you. Wen Xianghao snorted coldly. A strange smile flashed across Han Feng's face. That is to say, as long as Han is stronger than your Excellency, that's fine? Wen Xianghao seemed to have heard something ridiculous, and laughed loudly. It's ridiculous, it's up to you? How dare you say that you are better than this young master, when you are at the bottom of the top ranking list? Well, good, this young master will give you this opportunity, as long as you can. If you win this young master will not force you to quit the team. But on the contrary, if you lose. Wen Xianghao's mouth curled into a broken arc. If Han loses, it's up to you to deal with it. Han Feng looked extremely calm, as if he could really win. Such an expression made many people laugh, and Wen Xianghao's eyes became colder and colder. This junior brother. Lu Xizhen said suddenly, wanting to persuade her. Han Feng interrupted Lu Xizhen. Senior sister Lu, please hand over this matter to my junior brother. Lu Xizhen opened her mouth, but still closed it, letting out a sigh. Wen Xianghao raised his head and puffed his chest, with a look of disdain. This young master asked you to do 3 tricks, let's do it. That's what you said, don't regret it. As soon as Han Feng made a move, there was a thunderous offensive, and the Xinyan battle body and the Jingxian body were duly deployed. The incomparable momentum surged out crazily, forming a storm. At this moment, Han Feng's aura skyrocketed to an extremely terrifying level. Originally thought that Han Feng was just a group of people with the lowest strength in the Qianlong list, his expression changed suddenly. The first update. Han Feng's aura was astonishing, and the coercion he exuded also surprised many people. However, when Xianghao's strength is at the top of the Qianlong list, and in the top ranks, he is also an outstanding existence. Besides, during the last group mission, Wen Xianghao also knew that Han Feng's strength was not just as simple as being at the bottom. Therefore, Wen Xianghao did not show any surprise. Double combat body? I have seen it last time, but that's all. If you want to defeat this young master with a dual combat body, it's a dream. Wen Xianghao sneered, and a roaring ghost suddenly appeared in the void, not so much a ghost, but a phantom like a ghost. This is exactly the sure spirit of the Wen family. Spirit possession. The huge roaring phantom in the sky immediately poured into Wen Xianghao's body. Wen Xianghao roared angrily, a blood-red battle armor appeared on his body, and a sense of Shura swept out. It was one of the abilities of Shura's soul, Shura battle armor. At the same time as the Shura battle armor emerged, Wen Xianghao's body also changed, and soon turned into an ugly big Shura. On Shura's forehead, faint blue-black mysterious lines emerged, filling the entire forehead. The color of this pattern represents the level of the level. The pure black mysterious pattern means that the possessed soul is only equivalent to the primary level of divine rank. Red and black, representing the middle-level gods. Green and black, representing high-level gods. Blue-black is the top grade. The depth of each color represents the level of the same level. The highest level known so far is Chaos Divine grade, and the color of the mysterious veins is purple-black, and a small half of the strong people at the level of the ancient gods of the Wen family belong to this level. With Shura's spirit possessing his body, Wen Xianghao's cultivation also skyrocketed. Wen Xianghao did say that he would make 3 strikes, but the premise was that he was fully armed, and Wen Xianghao was not stupid enough to not use anything, so he just went to receive Han Feng's 3 strikes with all his strength. Those who can be ranked in the Qianlong list are not ordinary people. Shurazwal roared out, baring his teeth and claws, overwhelming Han Feng's momentum like overwhelming mountains and seas. Han Feng felt a little pressure, but that was all. All of a sudden, Han Feng unfolded the 6-winged black dragon transformation, transformed into a 6-winged black dragon, and the roar shook the sky. Immediately afterwards, Qianlong rushed towards Wen Xianghao. Lu Xizhan's expression changed drastically at this moment. What? This is. How is it possible? Isn't this the ancestor's 16-winged black dragon transformation? How could it be? Lu Xizhan was horrified. How could this guy have the 16-winged black dragon transformation of his ancestor? No, this guy can't be injured, and this guy can't be caught by the Wen family. I have to figure out the 16-winged black dragon transformation. Lu Xizhan's expression kept changing, and finally decided to make a move. Even if it completely offends Wen Xionghua's 2 brothers. The 16-winged black dragon transformation is really too important. Wait, does this guy know the relationship between the 16-winged dragon transformation and my Lu family? If he knew, he deliberately displayed this kind of unique skill in front of me. Could it be? Lu Xizhan, who was about to make a move, narrowed her eyes slightly, and her body stopped. After standing down, Qianlong stared at the sky with both eyes, wondering what he was thinking. The core disciples around Lu Xizhan looked at each other in blank dismay. They also felt the strangeness of Lu Xizhan before. They had never seen Lu Xizhan almost lose her composure because of a stranger. Or, that guy is not as simple as a stranger. Is it the face raised by senior sister Lu? All of a sudden, everyone's expressions became weird. On the other side, Xuanlong's huge body, with unparalleled strength, bumped into Wen Xianghao head-on. When Xianghao was slammed into the air, his expression was full of astonishment. In the last group mission, Han Feng did not expose the unique knowledge of the 6-winged black dragon transformation. Wen Xianghao never thought that Han Feng would actually possess a powerful unique skill equivalent to a top-grade mid-level magical skill. Even him, what he has mastered is only high-grade low-level magical skills. Puff. Wen Xianghao only felt his body churning, a mouthful of blood gushing out. Even the Shura armor was hit with a large dent in the middle. Damn, careless. Realizing this, Wen Xianghao also ignored the 3-stroke promise, grabbed the void with his hand, and the bloody light shot straight into the sky. Sword of Shura. Wen Xianghao roared, rushing out of the blood-colored light in the sky, and immediately drew a powerless blood-colored sword light, cutting towards Han Feng with the momentum of cutting everything in the world. Xuanlong's abdomen suddenly bulged, and the next moment, a torrent of dragon's breath burst out. Boom! When the dragon's breath collided with the bloody sword glow, the void shook instantly, and endless bloody rays of light surged wildly around. At this time, Han Feng's teasing voice sounded, "Didn't your excellency say that you want Han to do 3 tricks? Why did you do the second trick?" Wen Xianghao's face was livid, and he didn't say a word. How could he have expected that Han Feng would possess such a powerful magic skill? Suddenly, Wen Xianghao's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly dodged to the side, but a superpower that made people unable to resist came from behind, and it hit Wen Xianghao heavily. It was the dragon tail that drew towards Wen Xianghao. "Bastard, don't be complacent." Wen Xianghao's angry voice sounded, and his body that was blown away suddenly stopped in the void, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a bloody trident appeared in Wen Xianghao's hand the next moment. As soon as the bloody trident appeared, the sense of danger Wen Xianghao brought to Han Feng suddenly increased. This feeling, could it be the ultimate artifact? Han Feng's pupils shrank in the crystal on Xuanlong's forehead. "Go to hell." Blood wave. Wen Xianghao pointed his trident at Han Feng, and suddenly a large blood glow appeared in the void, and these blood glows surged like a sea of blood. Afterwards, these seas of blood formed a sky-covering tide and rushed towards Han Feng crazily. Xianlong spit out the dragon's breath and rushed directly into the sea of blood, but was swallowed by the sea of blood not long after. Wen Xionghao's strength is indeed not as good as Han Feng's, but the best artifact is enough to make up for the gap. Don't look at the top-grade artifact, which is just one more process of condensing the seeds of chaos than the Nine Tribulations artifact, but it is such an extra process that makes the top-grade artifact far more powerful than the Nine Tribulations artifact. What about the ultimate artifact? Han Feng is full of fighting spirit. The current Han Feng is no longer Han Feng who just entered the Qianquan sect. Among the inner disciples, Han Feng is not afraid of anyone. The sea of blood was so overwhelming that it almost covered the surrounding sky, and the power of the top-grade artifact was fully exposed. No one thought that Han Feng could make a comeback at this time unless Han Feng also had a top-grade artifact. But, is this possible? The ultimate artifact, almost half a foot into the level of the chaos artifact, has already condensed the seeds of chaos in the artifact, so it can be said to be a semi-artifact. Even such a powerful force as Qianquanzong is not much. In Qianquanzong, there are not as many top-grade artifacts as chaos artifacts. Just because there is no bottleneck in the best artifact, as long as the chaos seed matches the artifact, you can advance to the chaos artifact. 1703 Explain more. To put it bluntly, the ultimate artifact is a stage in the transition from the Nine Tribulations artifact to the Chaos artifact. At this time, no one is willing to stay at the ultimate artifact level and not attack the Chaos artifact. As long as the spirit of the artifact is fully prepared, and the Chaos seeds and the artifact are fully compatible, they can overcome the chaotic calamity and attack the Chaos artifact. Most of the artifacts and spirits at this time choose to practice in seclusion and accumulate enough foundation to resist the chaotic catastrophe. For divine weapons, retreat practice is a kind of self-blocking. During this period, practitioners cannot use divine weapons. Because of the special transition stage of the top-grade artifacts, the number of top-grade artifacts is already less than that of the Nine Tribulations artifacts and Chaos artifacts. In addition, most artifacts and spirits will choose to practice in seclusion, so there are even fewer top-grade artifacts that can be used by practitioners. Wen Xionghao's ability to own a superb artifact not only shows Wen Xionghao's high status in the Wen family, but also shows the rich heritage of the Wen family. At the very least, only 1/10 of the top-grade artifacts owned by the Liu family are used by the Heavenly General of the Liu family, and the rest are in closed-door practice. With Liu Xizhan's status in the Liu family, she doesn't have a top-grade artifact. Therefore, among so many people present, no one thought that Han Feng would have a top-grade artifact. Without a top-grade artifact, it meant that Han Feng was doomed. Liu Xizhan's spirit surged within her body, and there were already signs of a move. She would never allow an inheritor who possessed the powerful divine skills of her ancestors to be abolished and taken away by the Wen family. However, at this moment, Han Feng, who everyone thought was powerless to resist, suddenly burst out with a more terrifying aura and coercion. This aura surged out like a torrent, forcibly surrounding Han Feng's blood. The sea blocked it, and it was impossible to advance an inch. What? Everyone's pupils shrank, full of disbelief. Even Liu Xizhan opened her mouth wide. Even if Wen Xionghao has the ultimate artifact, Han Feng also has too many cards that have not been exposed. At this moment, the Ziji Xuanhuan in Han Feng's Dantian has surged out, completely integrating into the Xinyan battle body, Jingxian body, and six-winged Xianlong transformation. Ho ho ho! The purple flame dragon directly rushed into the monstrous sea of blood, like a dragon entering the sea, swimming incomparably. These seas of blood could not threaten Xianlong at all, but the purple profound fire around Xuanlong's body was constantly devouring the sea of blood. Soon, Xianlong broke through the blockade of the sea of blood. The dragon's breath breathed out, and the vast power rushed towards Wen Xionghao. Not good. When Xuanhuan recovered from the state of shock, his complexion changed drastically, and he waved the trident in his hand again and again. Between heaven and earth, more seas of blood filled the air and surged away. In the sky, there was almost a sea of purple flames and blood, but the purple flame was like a sharp sword, unimpeded along the way. Seeing that the purple flame breath of Xianlong was about to devour when Xuanhuan finally couldn't sit still, and shouted loudly, "Stop it, boy!" Boom! The powerful coercion of the high level of the seven tribulations true God is like an ancient beast, rampaging with unparalleled strength. With a movement of Lu Xizhan's body, surging spirits surged out, and the mighty aura suddenly oppressed Wen Xiongwa. Boom boom boom. The aura of the two core disciples collided, and the directly agitated sky formed a storm of aura, which was even more turbulent than the sea of blood and the purple flame. Lu Xizhan. Wen Xiongwa was furious. At this time, Wen Xiongwa couldn't care less about what his ancestors said. He just wanted to rape and then kill this woman who had targeted him several times. As long as I'm still here, you don't want to interfere in the battle between the two of them. Lu Xizhan's aura was fierce, and his attitude was extremely tough. This attitude angered Wen Xiongwa even more, and at the same time made Wen Xiongwa suspicious. What the hell has that kid got to do with this bitch? Let this bitch be so protective. Do these two have an affair? Feeling that he was likely to be cuckolded, Wen Xiongwa thought about killing Lu Xizhan. Damn it, if it wasn't for this slut who might become the #1 alchemist of Qianquanzong and concoct a super elixir that helped the ancestor of the Tan family to be promoted to the God King, how could I allow this slut to be so presumptuous? Wen Xiongwa's expression froze for a while. Turning pale for a while, with blue veins popping out of his forehead, he wanted to kill this bitch who might have put a green hat on him, but he was also afraid of being angered by the ancestor of the Tan family afterwards. At this time, several core disciples on Lu Xizhan's side reacted one by one, and also released their own aura and coercion, and joined forces with Lu Xizhan to oppress Wen Xiongwa. Wen Xiongwa immediately fell into a disadvantage, and even more oppressed, retreated in the sky several steps. These core disciples are also busy repairing their relationship with Han Feng. If the other party is really Lu Xizhan's face, it will be bad if they blow a few pillow winds and make senior sister Lu alienate them. Several core disciples regretted it. They should have persisted if they knew it was senior sister Lu. During the moment when Lu Xizhan and Wen Xiongwa were confronting each other, the breath of the mysterious dragon completely swallowed Wen Xionghuan. The sure battle armor on Wen Xionghua's body was completely vulnerable, and was completely burned by the purple flames within a few blows. Wen Xionghuan himself was hit hard. If it wasn't for Han Feng's scruples about the great power of the Wen family, Wen Xionghuan might have been burned to ashes like the Shura armor. Even so, Wen Xionghuan is also very pioneering, let alone joining the team and going to Bingxin City. It will take a few years to heal the wounds alone. Xianlong landed and regained his human body. Han Feng smiled lightly. Facts have proved that your excellency is far inferior to Han. If Han is not qualified to join the team, I am afraid that your excellency is even less qualified. You. Wen Xionghuan glared at Han Feng, and vomited blood again from this sentence. Everyone who had looked down upon Han Feng originally also fell silent, and looked at Han Feng again, already full of awe. God, if this is not eligible, then all of them are not eligible. This kind of strength, not to mention the upper level in the Qianlong list, even the top level, is also in the forefront, and it is completely at the level of an inner sect disciple giant. When did such a terrifying figure appear among the inner disciples of the Qianquan sect? The problem is, with such terrifying strength, but only ranked at the bottom of the Qianlong list, aren't you cheating? It's completely pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Is it so unhappy to compete for a ranking? Everyone still doesn't know that the strength that Han Feng showed before is only a part, and the most powerful Ziyun arm has not yet been displayed. This shot also allowed Han Feng to have a more accurate analysis of his own strength. If there is no existence stronger than Wan Gong and Shi Huanqing among the inner disciples, then no one among the inner disciples can threaten him. Wen Xiongua, your brother vomited blood. If you don't go for treatment, I won't be responsible for what happened. Lu Xizhen said with a half-smile. If you look carefully, you can still see the gloating in Lu Xizhen's eyes. The first update. Humph. Wen Xiongua held back his anger and gave up the confrontation with Lu Xizhen. Judging by Wen Xionghao's appearance, it is impossible to go to Bingxin City. In this case, there is no point in arguing with Lu Xizhen. Let those people go, and I'll let those people send Xionghao back. Wen Xionghua's tone was cold. Lu Xizhen's goal has been achieved, and she doesn't want to really tear herself apart with the Wen family. The current Lu family doesn't have the qualifications, so she immediately spread her palms and took back the Golden Bell artifact. Several high-level true gods were released, and they were still a little puzzled. When they saw Wen Xionghao lying on the ground, their expressions became terrified. Just as he was about to rely on the relationship of the Wen family to question what happened, Wen Xiongua said coldly, "Bring Xionghao back." Several core disciples immediately shut up. When Wen Xiongua spoke, they didn't dare to ask any more questions, and they also didn't dare to resist Wen Xionghua's order. Let these people escort Wen Xionghao back to the family, Wen Xiongua said with a cold face. Lu Xizhen, you can go. Let's go. Lu Xizhen didn't say anything nonsense, and set off first cleanly. Boy, you dare to make Ben Xiao wear a cuckold. You are very capable. I hope you can come back alive. Han Feng was about to follow Lu Xizhen, but such a cold threat came from his mind. A look of astonishment flashed across Han Feng's face. Wear a cuckold. Han Feng was a little dumbfounded, and he didn't do anything. How could he be misunderstood and have anything to do with Lu Xizhen? If it was an acquaintance, Han Feng might go out and explain it. But Wen Xiongua and Wen Xiongua are not only not friends, but also enemies. Since they have completely opposed each other, Han Feng will naturally not explain. Therefore, Han Feng's silence was an acquiescence in Wen Xionghua's view, and Wen Xiongua, who was angry, planned to kill Han Feng immediately. Let you live longer. Wen Xionghua's eyes seemed to swallow Han Feng. Bingxin City is located in the west of Qingzhou, on the edge of another state. It is about a month's journey from Qianquanzong to Bingxin City. In the team, there are either family disciples in Qianquanzong, or powerful Qianlongbang internal disciples or core disciples, who have been staying in Qianquanzong for a long time, so they all have their own flying artifacts. Only Han Feng, because he came to Qianquanzong for too short a time, he didn't have any flying artifacts at all, so he could only fly by himself. Seeing this, Wen Xiongua gloated and mocked, "Your Excellency's way of flying is really special. It's quite common to fly by yourself, but for a disciple of extraordinary background like Wen Xiongua, it's a very cheap thing." Han. Junior brother, right? Lu Xizhen vaguely remembered Han Feng's name and said, "Since there is no flying artifact, you can come to my place." The core disciples behind Lu Xizhen all gave a meaningful "oh, sure enough." Both Lu Xizhen and Han Feng's expressions were slightly distorted. They knew the integrity of these men long ago, so they knew exactly what these men were thinking. As for Han Feng, it was entirely because of Wen Xionghua's previous threat. Only then did I understand the complicated expressions on the faces of these core disciples. However, Han Feng originally planned to take this opportunity to test things out, and Lu Xizhen also planned to use this opportunity to ask, so there was no rebuttal, and Han Feng jumped on it. Lu Xizhen's flying artifact is a white crane. The back of the white crane is very wide, and it is no problem for 6 or 7 people to sit on it. This white crane is not a real-life body, but an acquired artifact refined by a craftsman, and it has no other functions except flying. Get up. Lu Xizhen gave an order, and the white crane spread its wings and flew to the west like lightning. Damn it! This couple. Wen Xiongua, who had been gloating at other times, froze immediately, and only cursed after a long time. The several core disciples who followed Wen Xiongua behind were trembling with fright. Wen Xionggua's face was too frightening. Let's go. Sooner or later, I'm going to let this couple. The rest of the words were drowned in the strong wind. On the white crane's back, there is a light yellow enchantment, which can be regarded as a protective function of the white crane's artifact. With this light yellow barrier, it is difficult for the harsh wind outside to blow in. Lu Xizhen and Han Feng sat face to face, both silent. Lu Xinfan sat timidly by Lu Xizhen's side, feeling a strange atmosphere emanating from his own barrier and the person opposite. Sister. Sister. This strange atmosphere made Lu Xinfan very uneasy, and hesitantly tugged on Lu Xizhen's cuff. Lu Xizhen ignored her younger sister. Right now, she has more important matters to ask. Brother, don't you have anything to say? Hearing this, Han Feng was already 70% certain in his heart that Lu Xizhen was a descendant of Xianlong Patriarch, otherwise he would not have asked this question. Although it wasn't long after he came to Qianquanzong, Han Feng had already discovered that no one in Qianquanzong could recognize the Xianlong transformation he performed. Those old fellows at the level of ancient gods, Han Feng, couldn't be sure, but at least Han Feng understood that generals like Ling Yuntian and other true gods didn't know about Xianlong transformation. Therefore, Han Feng was sure that the one who knew about Xuanlong's change was either a descendant of Xuanlong's ancestor, or an old guy from the ancient god who survived back then. The era of Patriarch Xianlong is too far away from now. However, even with 7 or 8 points of certainty, as long as it is not 10 or 10, Han Feng would not dare to admit it hastily. The Xianlong transformation is the ultimate chaotic skill. Han Feng can guarantee that even the old half-step god king of the Tan family will take action to snatch such top-grade chaotic magic skills from a small middle-level true god. After hesitating for a while, Han Feng smiled and said, "What does the elder sister mean?" The younger brother doesn't understand. Lu Xizhen's eyes were not friendly. Don't pretend to be confused. You deliberately fought with Wen Xionghu, wasn't it just to show off your mysterious dragon transformation? I'm afraid that your original intention to join my team was not to hunt ice demons, but to test me. Mysterious dragon transformation is the divine skill of our Lu family ancestors. How did you obtain it? Perhaps realizing that her tone was wrong, Lu Xizhen paused for a moment, and said after her face calmed down, "If the younger brother is worried that my Lu family will be unfavorable to the younger brother because of the ancestor's magical skills, there is no need. It is probably also a plan to hand over the magical skills to our Lu family. For my Lu family, the younger brother is a benefactor, and my Lu family will never do anything ungrateful." Lu Xizhen said that this was the case, and Han Feng spread everything out, saying, "That's right, the reason why the younger brother deliberately exposed the Xianlong transformation in front of the senior sister is to test whether the senior sister is the descendant of the ancestor of the Xianlong." After the senior sister said it, the junior brother explained everything. After confirming that Lu Xizhen is really a descendant of Xianlong Patriarch, Han Feng has no intention of concealing it. As for whether the Lu family will avenge their kindness and prevent their magical skills from being mastered by outsiders, Han Feng is really not afraid. The second update. When he first came to Chankuan sect, Han Feng's purpose was to fulfill the last wish of Patriarch Xianlong, and not owe Patriarch Xianlong his kindness. And Patriarch Xianlong has 2 last wishes. One is to hope that the inheritor will hand over his magical skills to the descendants of the family, and the other is to hope that if his descendants are in trouble, the inheritor can help. Right now, handing over the magical skills to the Lu family is considered to have fulfilled one of the last wishes. If the Lu family did not repay their kindness, Han Feng would naturally help the Lu family 1 or 2 if he had the ability in the future. But if Lu Jian avenges his revenge, then Han Feng will not care about his second last wish, and in this way, Han Feng just does not owe Patriarch Qianlong, and can do what he wants to do. With the Xuanhuan temple, even if the Middle Ancient God of the Lu family took action, it would not be able to prevent Han Feng from escaping. That's why Han Feng faced Lu Xizhan, a member of the Lu family, so calmly. He was not worried that the Lu family would be unfavorable to him, and at worst, he would just run away. At best, it's a pity for the opportunity of the Chaos Secret Realm. However, the existence of a secret realm similar to Chaos, even if there is only one such realm in the east of Ziyun God Realm, Han Feng believes that there should be similar existences in other realms. There is still a long way to break through the level of the ancient gods. No matter how many Chaos Stones are, it will not help Han Feng now, and it is nothing if he loses this opportunity. Seeing Han Feng's calmness, Lu Xizhan raised her eyebrows. It has always been a big family taboo for the family's magical skills to be mastered by outsiders. Is this kid really not worried at all? Or is it that this kid has inherited his ancestors' magical skills, so he trusts the Lu family so much? This actually made Lu Xizhan's affection for Han Feng soar. As for Lu Xinfan, he has been in a state of confusion, not knowing why. Following Han Feng's explanation, Lu Xizhan nodded from time to time, expressing surprise. So that's the case, the ancestors left a legacy in that place. I really didn't expect that the ancestors perfected the Qianlong transformation and reached the level of 16 wings, which is comparable to the top-grade chaos magic skill. There are not many such magic skills in the entire Qiankuan sect. With this magic skill, as long as the high-level family members agree, those with a high degree of cultivation, who have cultivated to the level of the ultimate chaos divine skill, will sooner or later increase the strength of the family. Even if the fit is not high, with such a powerful chaos divine skill as a reference, the seniors of the family will definitely be able to comprehend their own powerful chaos divine skill. Junior brother, I will take you to the Lu family when you come back after completing the task this time. As a father, he should not embarrass you, but will repay you in other ways. Junior brother is just trying to fulfill the last wish of senior Qianlong patriarch, and doesn't ask for anything in return. Han Feng shook his head. He already owed a kindness. If the Lu family repays something, the debt will be even more. Sister, what's going on here? Lu Xinfan was still extremely confused. Lu Xizhan sighed. If you don't care about family affairs all day, it's time to tell you something. Lu Xinfan opened his mouth slightly. Oh my god, the ancestors of our Lu family were also giants of high-ranking ancient gods? Or were they late-stage existences of high-ranking ancient gods? Yes, the whole family is working hard to restore the glory of the ancestors. You girl has extraordinary talent and blood, so don't waste it. Don't be like before. Lu Xizhan touched Lu Xinfan's head. At this time, Han Feng also focused on Lu Xinfan. Lu Xinfan's appearance is not as beautiful as Lu Xizhan's, but he also has a special flavor. The shyness of Xiaojiabiyu is more likely to arouse men's desire to protect. On the contrary, it is Lu Xizhan. People who don't know the truth about Lu Xizhan may have a crush on Lu Xizhan because of Lu Xizhan's appearance, and regard Lu Xizhan as a goddess. But once they get acquainted, most of them will become buddies with Lu Xizhan. However, Han Feng's focus is no longer on Lu Xinfan's appearance, but on Lu Xinfan's bloodline level, which has reached the level of Chaos Divine rank. Before breaking through the Chaos Ancient God, such a bloodline level had no overwhelming advantage over the top divine level. It is true that the bloodline of the Chaos God grade will definitely be stronger than the top grade God grade, but the true God level cannot withstand such a strong increase, and it is easy to explode and die. Therefore, even if the amplification is huge, the owner of the Chaos God grade bloodline will not active suppression. Only by breaking the limit of the true God can one be able to bear a little pressure on the body brought by the increase of the bloodline of the chaotic God grade. But, that's all. Even with the blood of chaos divine grade, in terms of breaking the limit of true gods, it is no different from other true gods, and the difficulty is the same. However, when breaking through the ancient gods of chaos, the bloodline of the gods of chaos began to show their power. Whether it is the 9 tribulations true god, or breaking the limit of the true god, with the blood of the chaos god grade, the chance of breaking through the ancient god is 30% higher than other practitioners. Once breaking through to the level of the ancient gods, the chaos god grade bloodline will truly begin to exert its power. First of all, the ancient gods can withstand the oppression brought about by the increase of the bloodline of the chaotic gods, and secondly, the efficiency of absorbing the energy of chaos is far more than other ancient gods. At the same time, the rest of the ancient gods may still be wandering in the low-rank ancient gods, and those who have the chaotic god rank may have broken through to the middle-rank ancient god or even the upper-rank ancient god realm. It's no wonder that the Lu family has high hopes for Lu Xuanhuan, who has the bloodline of chaos divine grade. If he doesn't get a Tianjun true god or even a Tianzuan true god, it would be a waste of such bloodline quality. As mentioned earlier, according to breaking the limit of the true god, the achievements in the future will also be different, and this cannot be changed by the blood of the chaos divine grade. The ancient gods who have broken through the level of the 9 tribulations true gods can only step into the middle ancient gods unless they have an adventure. As for the upper ancient gods, there is no hope for life. Breaking through at this level, even if you have the blood of the chaos gods, so what if you can practice fast at the level of the ancient gods? At the middle level, the ancient god Dzogchen still cannot be saved. It's a pity that the Lu family has high hopes for Lu Xuanhuan, but Lu Xuanhuan's temperament is really timid and introverted. Wanting to break the limit of the true god, this kind of temperament is not enough. This time Lu Xizhen brought Lu Xuanhuan to Bingxin City, just hoping to change Lu Xuanhuan's character. I will work hard. Lu Xuanhuan never thought that he would have such a heavy responsibility on him, so Alexander kept pointing his fingers. Lu Xizhen rested her forehead and sighed. On the white crane, Han Feng and Lu Xizhen had a pleasant conversation. Seeing this situation, when Xuanhuan's face was so gloomy that he was about to drip water. The core disciples on Lu Xizhen's side kept sighing, seeing Lu Xizhen and Han Feng's expressions becoming more and more ambiguous. I really didn't expect senior sister, Lu, to be captured one day. This kid can even subdue senior sister Lu. Brother Wei is willing to bow down to his ability to pick up girls. No, I must ask for advice later. Ha ha ha, be careful, senior sister Lu beat you up. Amidst the giggling and gloomy faces of these core disciples, and when Xuanhuan, the group finally arrived at Bingxin City. The first update. Bingxin City, within a certain radius, is shrouded in cold wind all year round, blowing a bone-chilling cold wind. Blizzards even fell from time to time, dyeing the earth in a silvery frost. However, the surroundings of Bingxin City were stained red with blood, and a lot of roaring voices continued to growl. Looking carefully, Bingxin City was surrounded by dense ice crystal monsters. The corpses of monsters were everywhere on the ground, but there were also corpses of cultivators, and the blood flowed from the bodies of these cultivators. When Han Feng and his party arrived here, they saw many strong men and ice demons fighting in Bingxin City, and both sides suffered heavy injuries. Strictly speaking, Bingxin City fell into a disadvantage. After all, Bingxin City only has the 8 tribulations true god like the city lord. Even if there are more powerful people in Bingxin City who come to hunt ice demons, most of them are middle-level true gods. There are not many 7 tribulations true gods. You only have 2 or 3, and with the lord of Bingxin City, there are only 3 or 4. Lu Xizhen's expression changed suddenly. The ice demon came to attack the city so quickly? No, we can't let the ice demon break through Bingxin City, otherwise we won't even have a place to stay, so we can only escape back to Qianquanzong. Everyone, we made a move. The time has come. After saying that, Lu Xizhen jumped off the white crane first. At the same time, Lu Xizhen had already unleashed the power of her blood and turned into a half-human half-dragon. The powerful dragon claws quickly tore apart a powerful ice demon. Expanding the power of the bloodline, Lu Xizhen's power has reached the level of the 8 tribulations true god. Putting it in the ice demon, this is completely the combat power of a 4th level ice demon. There are many 1st and 2nd level ice demons, almost the soldiers of the ice demon clan, and the status of the 3rd level ice demons is immediately higher, and the number is obviously scarce. The 4th level ice demon is already second only to the 5th level ice demon king, and it can be said that it is a general among the ice demons. Of the many ice demons besieging Bingxin City this time, there were only a dozen or so 4th level ice demons. Lu Xizhen swept over them domineeringly. All the resisting ice demons were grabbed and torn by Lu Xizhen until they encountered a 4th level ice demon. Suddenly, Lu Xizhen and the 4th level ice demon fought fiercely, and no ice demon dared to approach within a kilometer. Seeing this, the powerhouses of Bingxin City were overjoyed. Everyone, the master of Qianquanzong is here, let's kill him. Kill. 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 The strong men of Bingxin City were so angry that they exploded with 12 points of strength. Many strong men of Bingxin City who were originally at a disadvantage turned around and won the battle in a blink of an eye. Many strong men who followed Lu Xizhen this time rushed towards the ice demon group with roars. A large number of ice demons were killed in a short period of time. In the eyes of these Xuanhuan sect disciples, these ice demons are not terrifying monsters, but cute Xuanhuan points. Even when Xuanhuan and others temporarily gave up their prejudice against Lu Xizhen's core disciples and joined forces to kill the enemy. They are not stupid, there are a lot of ice demons, and only by uniting together can they hunt and kill, get enough ice crystal hearts, and then return to Qianquanzong to exchange for enough Xuanhuan points. As for the conflicts between them, it won't be too late to wait until they get enough ice crystal hearts. Hey, junior brother Han, don't stay too far away and follow our brothers. A core disciple named Xuanhuan laughed. This Xuanhuan is considered to be the most powerful among Lu Xizhen's core disciples, and he is also a high-level true god of the 7 tribulations. Compared with Lu Xizhen's peak high-level true god of the 7 tribulations, he is only a chip away. Han Feng knew that the other party had misunderstood his relationship with Lu Xizhen, so he just took care of himself. But this time is obviously not the time to explain, it can only become Xuanhuan's love. As for Lu Xinfan, he followed Xuanhuan and the others cautiously. The ice demon quickly discovered Han Feng and the others. As ignorant creatures, they couldn't understand and sense the dangerous aura on Han Feng and the others. A group of beasts, die. Seeing these ice demons, Xuanhuan's expression suddenly turned cold, and his whole body exploded with arrogance. He directly blasted the charging ice demons away, and even burst into pieces on the way out. Blocks, only one spar exuding a magnificent ice crystal color fell down. It is the heart of ice crystal. With a wave of Xuanhuan's hand, these 1st and 2nd level ice crystal hearts were put into the storage container. A 1st level and 2nd level ice crystal heart is worthless, but no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Han Feng and Lu Xinfan also joined the battle. With Han Feng's strength, he was able to capture the 1st and 2nd ice monsters with ease. After fighting for a while, Han Feng realized that Xuanhuan had consciously separated himself from Xuanhuan's side. Han Feng's heart warmed, knowing that this was to prevent Xuanhuan from playing tricks to frame him. But thinking of the reason why Xuanhuan looked after him like this, the corners of Han Feng's mouth twitched again. Lu Xinfan, on the other hand, bound his hands and feet every time he made a move. He was obviously able to quickly kill these 1st and 2nd level ice monsters, but he wasted a lot of effort. During this period, Lu Xinfan kept turning his head to look at Han Feng, and then at the other senior brothers, with pleading eyes, hoping to help her. Seeing Lu Xinfan's pitiful look, Han Feng almost couldn't help but make a move. However, thinking of the purpose of the Lu family to let Lu Xinfan come here to exercise this time, Han Feng still turned his head cruelly. Xie Fengzhi yelled, "Sister, don't look at me like this, I really can't help it." But no matter how much I couldn't help it, Xie Fengzhi shuddered at the thought that helping Lu Xinfan might be repaired by Lu Xizhen, and immediately moved away for Lu Xinfan. Lu Xinfan looked at Han Feng and the others accusingly, seeing that there was really no one to help her, so she had to fight the ice demon herself. During the battle, Lu Xinfan kept moaning, with teary eyes. Han Feng couldn't care about Lu Xinfan anymore, because Han Feng had already encountered several third-level ice demons. Facing the third-level ice monsters, Han Feng couldn't deal with those first and second-level ice monsters as easily, especially these third-level ice monsters still appeared in groups. Xie Fengzhi was worried when he saw this group of third-level ice monsters appearing, but after finding that most of these third-level ice monsters were low-level third level, and only one or two reached the middle-level third level, Xie Fengzhi felt relieved. After seeing Han Feng's strength, Xie Fengzhi was more at ease with Han Feng. Xinyan battle body, Ning. Golden immortal physique, Ning. Han Feng turned into a fire god of war, and the flames spewed out, rushing into the third-level ice demon group. The third-level ice demons jumped one by one and pressed Han Feng to the bottom, but at this moment there was a dragon roar, and a huge purple flame-black dragon soared into the sky, knocking all the ice demons into the air. The Ziji Xuanhuan devoured these ice demons even more. Amidst the screams, the ice demons were burned to slag by the Ziji Xuanhuan, leaving only a third-level ice crystal heart in the ground. Second more. The eyes of Wen Xiongua and others in the distance flashed a blaze of fire. These are all Qianquan points. But Xie Fengzhi stood in the middle of Han Feng and Wen Xiongua and others had no choice but to give up. And this distance may not be able to snatch the ice crystal heart before Han Feng puts away the ice crystal heart. Shura's sword was cut out, and the blood-red light annihilated countless ice demons. When Xiongwa grinned in his heart, "It doesn't matter how much you hunt, in the end it's all yours. There are too many ice monsters, Han Feng and others are only 100 people, rushing into the group of ice monsters is like a wave rushing into a river, and they can't overturn too many waves." However, with the passage of time, the high efficiency of Han Feng and others' combat power became apparent. Especially when Han Feng and his party were like an invincible sword, slaying all the way from the ice demon group to Bingxin City, and after gathering with the strong men of Bingxin City, they exploded with even stronger power. Many strong men united together, and the goal of the ice demon to rush into Bingxin City has not been achieved. Lu Xizhen laughed, "I found a few fourth-level ice monsters, I will go to the meeting for a while." When Xiongwa couldn't sit still anymore, with his strength, he could also hunt level 4 ice demons. Among the hundreds of people, the two most powerful rushed towards the fourth-level ice demon, and the rest could only hunt the third-level ice demon. In fact, among the core disciples, the high-ranking true gods of the 7 tribulations also have the combat power of the true gods of the 8 tribulations, but there are only a few of the 4th-level ice demons, and they are unwilling to compete with Lu Xizhen and Wen Xiongua, so they can only stay and guard Bingxin City. As for Han Feng, he naturally has the ability to hunt level 4 ice demons. However, the strength shown in Qianquanzong before is only equivalent to the high level of the 7 tribulations true god. Han Feng is unwilling to reveal too much, so naturally he can only hunt the 3rd-level ice demon, and keep enough cards to deal with Wen Xiongua. Han Feng didn't believe that Wen Xiong would let him return to Qianquanzong safely. Lu Xinfan seemed to have gradually adapted to the successive battles, and his efficiency in killing the ice demon was greatly increased. There are a lot of 1st and 2nd level ice crystal hearts, and there are also a lot of 3rd level ice crystal hearts. Maybe after returning to Qianquanzong this time, I no longer need to earn Qianquan points. These Qianquan points, plus what I earned before, it is enough for me to cultivate in the next few decades. Han Feng thought excitedly while killing the ice demon. Time passed by every minute and every second. Everyone has been fighting for nearly a day. Whether it was Han Feng, Lu Xizhen, or others, they all felt tired. Fortunately, the number of ice demons has been greatly reduced, and it seems that they are no longer enough to pose a threat to everyone. But at this moment, the ice demons suddenly retreated and no longer surrounded Bingxin City. Finally back. Great, we survived. Damn sheepy, this time it's really evil. Not only the timing of the ice demon's attack has been brought forward, but the overall strength level has also been improved a lot. How could there be so many 3rd and 4th level ice demons before? Lu Xizhen was still a little unsatisfied. Too weak, they are all low-level ice monsters of the 4th level, and I haven't even used my strong trump card yet. On the side of Bingxin City, a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe flew over in a hurry. Ma Yu, the lord of Bingxin City, thank you everyone from the Qianquan sect. Lu Xizhen waved her hand indifferently. With Bingxin City, those of us who hunt ice demons will have no place to stay. It is our responsibility to protect Bingxin City, and the city owner does not need to be too cautious. Ma Yu, the lord of Bingxin City, smiled and said, anyway, without all of you, I and many of my companions might have perished here. Ma Yu's words were a bit exaggerated. Perhaps those middle-level true gods are almost 10 dead, and the 7 KB true god may also fall, but for the 8 KB true god, as long as they want to escape. These ice demons are also unstoppable. Beside Ma Yu, many strong people were very grateful. Taking advantage of this, Ma Yu introduced the strong men around him to Lu Xizhen and others. Those who can be introduced by Ma Yu himself are either the 8 tribulations true god or the 7 tribulations true god, the best among you, and they belong to the kind that can fight beyond the level. Perhaps not as many as those perverts of the Qianquan sect, but they are definitely much stronger than ordinary true gods. After that, Ma Yu immediately invited Lu Xizhen and others to the Lord's mansion of Bingxin City. In the main hall of the city Lord's mansion, Lu Xizhen, Wen Xiongua, and other core disciples of Qianquanzong sat opposite to the strong one from Bingxin City. Han Feng shouldn't be here, the hall is limited in size. If there are hundreds of people from Qianquanzong here, plus the site of Bingxin City, I'm afraid it won't be crowded. Therefore, those who can appear here are all high-level true gods, and the Qianquanzong side is fine. Here in Bingxin City, at least they are all high-level true gods of the 7 tribulations. But Lu Xizhen specifically mentioned it, so Han Feng also appeared in the hall, still sitting next to Lu Xizhen and Lu Xinfan. Wen Xionggua's expression was extremely dark. That extremely fierce gaze seemed to wish to swallow Han Feng alive. Ma Yu and the others naturally noticed Wen Xionggua's gaze, but this was Qianquanzong's own business, so Ma Yu and the others could only turn a blind eye. After another round of politeness and gratitude, Lu Xizhen finally asked a very crucial question. Master Ma, as far as I know, every time when the Ice Demon King is born, these ice demons will certainly attack Bingxin City, but it seems that they don't come so early like this time. If I didn't arrive in time, I am afraid that everyone except the city lord will attack Bingxin City. 8 tribulations true gods, and some 7 tribulations true gods with extraordinary strength, most of the true gods are likely to fall here. Ma Yu cried and said, Miss Lu, this city owner doesn't know about this, otherwise he wouldn't be caught off guard. Moreover, the number and strength of ice demons attacking Bingxin City this time are also higher than in previous years. Is that so? Is there something wrong inside Ice Crystal Mountain? Lu Xizhen was thoughtful. So far, no one knows how the ice demon was born, including some ancient gods who came to investigate but found nothing, and finally believed that the ice demon was born in the special environment of the Ice Crystal Mountain. If something really happened in the Ice Crystal Mountain, it wouldn't be a surprise that the ice demon had changed a little bit. However, when Xiong was sneered, it's just that the time of the ice demon's attack has been brought forward. Maybe it's just an accident? Everyone was startled, but nodded slowly. This is indeed one of the possibilities. The reason why they think that the date of the ice demon's attack has been brought forward is that every time the ice demon king is born in previous years, the time of the ice demon's attack is about the same. But even if the ice demon is not intelligent, it is still a creature, not a machine, so it is normal for the timing of its outward attack to change a little. The eyes of Wen Xiongwa and others in the distance flashed a blaze of fire. These are all Qianquan points. But Xie Fengzhe stood in the middle of Han Feng and Wen Xiongwa and others had no choice but to give up. And this distance may not be able to snatch the ice crystal heart before Han Feng puts away the ice crystal heart. Shura's sword was cut out, and the blood-red light annihilated countless ice demons. When Xiongwa grinned in his heart, it doesn't matter how much you hunt, in the end it's all yours. There are too many ice monsters. Han Feng and others are only 100 people. Rushing into the group of ice monsters is like a wave rushing into a river, and they can't overturn too many waves. However, with the passage of time, the high efficiency of Han Feng and others' combat power became apparent. Especially when Han Feng and his party were like an invincible sword, slaying all the way from the ice demon group to Bingxin City, and after gathering with the strong men of Bingxin City, they exploded with even stronger power. Many strong men united together, and the goal of the ice demon to rush into Bingxin City has not been achieved. Lu Xizhen laughed. I found a few 4th-level ice monsters. I will go to the meeting for a while. When Xiongwa couldn't sit still anymore, with his strength, he could also hunt level 4 ice demons. Among the hundreds of people, the 2 most powerful rushed towards the 4th-level ice demon, and the rest could only hunt the 3rd-level ice demon. In fact, among the core disciples, the high-ranking true gods of the 7 tribulations also have the combat power of the true gods of the 8 tribulations, but there are only a few of the 4th-level ice demons, and they are unwilling to compete with Lu Xizhen and Wen Xiongwa, so they can only stay and guard Bingxin City. As for Han Feng, he naturally has the ability to hunt level 4 ice demons. However, the strength shown in Qianquanzong before is only equivalent to the high level of the 7 tribulations true god. Han Feng is unwilling to reveal too much, so naturally he can only hunt the 3rd-level ice demon, and keep enough cards to deal with Wen Xiongwa. Han Feng didn't believe that Wen Xiong would let him return to Qianquanzong safely. Lu Xinfan seemed to have gradually adapted to the successive battles, and his efficiency in killing the ice demon was greatly increased. There are a lot of 1st and 2nd level ice crystal hearts, and there are also a lot of 3rd level ice crystal hearts. Maybe after returning to Qianquanzong this time, I no longer need to earn Qianquan points. These Qianquan points, plus what I earned before. It is enough for me to practice in the next few decades. Han Feng thought excitedly while killing the ice demon. Time passed by every minute and every second. Everyone has been fighting for nearly a day. Whether it was Han Feng, Lu Xizhen, or others, they all felt tired. Fortunately, the number of ice demons has been greatly reduced, and it seems that they are no longer enough to pose a threat to everyone. But at this moment, the ice demons suddenly retreated and no longer surrounded Bingxin City. Finally back. Great, we survived. Damn sheepy, this time it's really evil. Not only the timing of the ice demon's attack has been brought forward, but the overall strength level has also been improved a lot. How could there be so many 3rd and 4th level ice demons before? Lu Xizhen was still a little unsatisfied. Too weak, they are all low-level ice monsters of the 4th level, and I haven't even used my strong trump card yet. On the side of Bingxin City, a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe flew over in a hurry. Ma Yu, the lord of Bingxin City, thank you everyone from the Qianquan sect. Lu Xizhen waved her hand indifferently. With Bingxin City, those of us who hunt ice demons will have no place to stay. It is our responsibility to protect Bingxin City. and the city owner does not need to be too cautious. Ma Yu, the lord of Bingxin City, smiled and said, "Anyway, without all of you, I and many of my companions might have perished here." Ma Yu's words were a bit exaggerated. Maybe those middle-level true gods are almost dead, and the 7 Kulpa true gods may also fall, but for the 8 Kulpa true gods, as long as they want to escape, these ice demons can't stop them. Beside Ma Yu, many strong people were very grateful. Taking advantage of this, Ma Yu introduced the strong men around him to Lu Xizhen and others. Those who can be introduced by Ma Yu himself are either the 8 Tribulations True God or the 7 Tribulations True God, the best among you, and they belong to the kind that can fight beyond the level. Perhaps not as many as those perverts of the Chankuan sect, but they are definitely much stronger than ordinary true gods. After that, Ma Yu immediately invited Lu Xizhen and others to the Lord's Mansion of Bingxin City. In the main hall of the city Lord's Mansion, Lu Xizhen, Wen Xiongua, and other core disciples of Qiankenzong sat opposite to the strong one from Bingxin City. Han Feng shouldn't be here, the hall is limited in size. If there are hundreds of people from Qiankenzong here, plus the site of Bingxin City, I'm afraid it won't be crowded. Therefore, those who can appear here are all high-level true gods, and the Qiankenzong side is fine. Here in Bingxin City, at least they are all high-level true gods of the 7 tribulations. But Lu Xizhen specifically mentioned it, so Han Feng also appeared in the hall, still sitting next to Lu Xizhen and Lu Xinfan. Wen Xionggua's expression was extremely dark. That extremely fierce gaze seemed to wish to swallow Han Feng alive. Ma Yu and the others naturally noticed Wen Xionggua's gaze, but this was Qiankenzong's own business, so Ma Yu and the others could only turn a blind eye. After another round of politeness and gratitude, Lu Xizhen finally asked a very crucial question. "Master Ma, as far as I know, every time when the Ice Demon King is born, these ice demons will certainly attack Bingxin City, but it seems that they never come so early like this time. If I hadn't arrived in time, I am afraid that everyone except the city lord will attack Bingxin City. 8 tribulations true gods, and some 7 tribulations true gods with extraordinary strength, most of the true gods are likely to fall here." Ma Yu cried and said, "Miss Lu, the owner of the city doesn't know this, otherwise he wouldn't be caught off guard. Moreover, the number and strength of ice demons attacking Bingxin City this time are also higher than in previous years." "Is that so? Is there something wrong inside Ice Crystal Mountain?" Lu Xizhen was thoughtful. So far, no one knows how the ice demon was born, including some ancient gods who came to investigate but found nothing, and finally believed that the ice demon was born in the special environment of the Ice Crystal Mountain. If something really happened in the Ice Crystal Mountain, it wouldn't be a surprise that the ice demon had changed a little bit. However, when Xiongwa sneered, "It's just that the time of the ice demon's attack has been brought forward. Maybe it's just an accident?" Everyone was startled, but nodded slowly. This is indeed one of the possibilities. The reason why they think that the date of the Ice Demon's attack has been brought forward is that every time the Ice Demon King is born in previous years, the time of the Ice Demon's attack is about the same. But even if the Ice Demon is not intelligent, it is still a creature, not a machine, so it is normal for the timing of its outward attack to change a little. What? Lu Xizhen and the others were horrified. This kind of cold air is definitely not something that ordinary ice demons can release. Could it be? Everyone's pupils condensed slightly, staring closely at an ice-blue figure that suddenly appeared in the void. Compared with the huge body of the 4th-level ice monster, this ice-blue figure is closer to a human body, and it is not as huge as the 4th-level ice monster. However, the aura it exudes is like a stormy sea, filling the entire sky. This figure stood in the void, and a large group of ice demons on the ground, whether it was the lowest level ice demon or the highest level 4 ice demon, all knelt down, like kneeling down to an emperor, full of piety and awe. Ice Demon King. City Master Ma's voice was difficult. Lu Xizhen and the others were equally astonished. The Ice Demon King, it turned out to be the Ice Demon King. The Ice Demon King appeared. Han Feng stared at the Ice Demon King with both eyes. The upper body of the Ice Demon King was no different from that of a human being, except that his whole body was icy blue, as if it was made of ice crystals. The Ice Demon King's eyes are not like the pupils of humans, but like diamonds, with no hair on his head. As for the lower body, it is almost the same as the Ice Demon. Lu Xizhen was shocked at first, and then overjoyed. The Ice Demon King came out, then everything will be easy. The Ice Demon clan has no wisdom, and these ice demons act in unison only because of the Ice Demon King. Once the Ice Demon King falls, these ice demons will have no leader. It's much easier for us to rush out. As soon as these words came out, City Lord Ma and the others were shocked. But seeing the large ice demon, Ma Qingzhu and others smiled wryly. The question is, can we find a chance to fight the Ice Demon King? So I'll be counting on you, City Master Ma, to create opportunities for me to face the Ice Demon King alone. Once the Ice Demon King has a helper, my whole cards will be wasted. Lu Xizhen's face was serious. Wen Xiongua, this time you come to help me. After speaking, Lu Xizhen turned to look at Wen Xiongua again. In terms of combat power, Wen Xiongua is second only to Lu Xizhen, and it can even be said to be evenly divided. No matter how unwilling Wen Xiongua was to take the lead, he knew that the only way to escape would be to kill the Ice Demon King, so he nodded. Go. After discussing the decision. With a roar, Lu Xizhen and Wen Xiongua both jumped up and rushed towards the Ice Demon King. Immediately, a large group of ice demons roared, and many ice demons wanted to stop Lu Xizhen and Wen Xiongua. Shoot! It was Xia Fengzhe who roared angrily this time. Many of these core disciples of the Qiankuan sect have reached the level of the 8 tribulations true gods, and the worst ones have combat powers that surpass the 7 tribulations true gods. All kinds of attacks were overwhelming, like a torrent, blocking the ice demon rushing towards Lu Xizhen and the two. Xia Fengzhe unfurled his blood, and his surging divine essence turned into a rain of attacks. Ice demon bastards, I'm here, so don't you bother senior sister Lu. Come, let me teach you bastards clever tricks. The ice demons seemed to be enraged, roaring again and again, and endless cold air surged towards the surroundings. Maybe Xia Fengzhe really angered these ice demons, and these ice demons immediately gave up on Lu Xizhen and Wen Xiongua, and turned to attack Xia Fengzhe and other core disciples. Most of these ice demons are level 4 ice demons, and only a few are level 3 ice demons. This has brought great pressure on Xia Fengzhe and others. Even with the help of the 8 tribulations true god like Ma Yu, Xia Fengzhe's side is still at a disadvantage. There were too many ice demons, and the quality of the attack this time was higher than yesterday. Xia Fengzhe's side could only hold on. Xia Fengzhe gritted his teeth. This was the previous strategy, the boundless ice demons. No one thought they could really kill these ice demons, especially the level of these ice demons is extremely high, so their main task is not to kill them. Killing the ice demon, but blocking, or restraining these ice demons, preventing these ice demons from going to help the Ice Demon King. In the rear, Han Feng and other disciples of the Qiankuan sect who possessed the strength of the Qianlong list guarded Bingxin City. This battle has been divided into 3 waves. No, it's very wrong. The others clearly didn't know that Han Feng didn't know, but standing behind, Han Feng sensed something very wrong. Ice demons appeared in large areas, densely packed, but only a few finally came out to face Xia Fengzhe and others. More ice demons still stayed below, moving towards Bingxin City at a slow speed. Little fatty, did you notice that? Well, it doesn't feel like Xia Fengzhe is restraining those ice demons, but rather like ice demons restraining Xia Fengzhe and others. Xiaopeng replied. Han Feng's face remained unchanged, but he said in his heart, Brother Xia and other core disciples, there are actually only a dozen people in total, and only half of them have reached the level of the 8 tribulations true God. Demons, this number is not enough. Those 4th level ice demons are all going up, and senior brother Xia can't resist them for long, and I feel that those ice demons are completely intentional. But according to the records of Qianquanzong and what senior sister Lu said, these ice demons are not wise. However, if there is no wisdom, shouldn't they rush forward according to instinct? Could it be that these ice demons have no wisdom and are all deceitful? No, these ice demons are indeed lacking in wisdom. You can tell from their eyes. If you don't believe me, you can use your soul to perceive them. Their souls are very weak. Xiaopeng said. Hearing this, Han Feng turned his gaze to the Ice Demon King in the void. I heard that the 5th level Ice Demon, that is, the Ice Demon King has just opened his mind, so all this was done by the Ice Demon King? What's the use of guessing so much? Even if it was really the Ice Demon King's work, isn't the current situation just right for you? Let's take care of yourself first. Ice demons have already arrived below Bingxin City. It's up to you to take action. Xiaopeng said calmly. Han Feng came back to his senses, and a cold killing intent flashed across his expression. Xiaopeng was right, even if he felt something was wrong, the most important thing right now was to protect Bingxin City. Kill. Those who stayed in Bingxin City, besides the disciples of Qianquan sect, there were also many strong people from Bingxin City. The combat power displayed by Han Feng is already the first among these people, so they are considered by everyone to be the temporary leader. Shouting the word kill, Han Feng first jumped off the wall and killed the ice demon. Those who remained on the city wall were divided into 2 groups, and took turns to resist the ice demons. Han Feng belonged to the first group. Most of the ice demons who attacked this time were level 2, which put a lot of pressure on many powerhouses in Bingxin City. After all, many of the powerhouses in Bingxin City were at the level of the 5 or 6 Kulpas true gods. But for the disciples of Qianquanzong, killing these second-level diseases is still like slaughtering dogs. However, with the emergence of most of the third-level ice demons, Han Feng and others also felt great pressure. The first update. I don't know what kind of bad luck happened this year. There were always various problems with the code words. I clearly remembered to copy and paste it to the background of the website after writing it. I didn't know that there was a repetition in the end, and even the manuscript sent to the editor was also a repetition. Shen Yan Fighting Fist. Golden Immortal 10,000 Dragon Palm. 6-winged Mysterious Dragon Transformation. Han Feng used his unique skills again and again, and all the ice demons within a certain range were bombarded and killed by Han Feng. A large number of ice crystal hearts fell and were collected by Han Feng. However, Han Feng is not very happy. There are more and more ice monsters, and the number of third-level ice monsters is also increasing. The ice monsters are endless, and they can't kill them all. It was they who were dragged to death. The only hope lies in Lu Xizhen and Wen Xiongwa. As long as the 2 of them kill the Ice Demon King, these ice demons will be leaderless, and they will be able to take advantage of the chaos to escape. While fighting, Han Feng was distracted to pay attention to the Ice Demon King and Lu Xizhen. At this time, Lu Xizhen and Wen Xiongwa had already formally fought against the Ice Demon King. Lu Xizhen turned into a half-human half-dragon, and the Shura spirit of Wenxiong Kingdom has already possessed her body. Not only that, the artifacts of both of them also flew out. Lu Xizhen is an artifact of the comb, which is as high as the 9 tribulations artifact. When Xiongwa's is a stick, the aura is obviously stronger than the magic comb, and it is obviously a top-quality magic weapon. The divine comb shot out dense black threads, covering the sky and the sun, continuously rolling towards the Ice Demon King. Once the Ice Demon King is caught, Lu Xizhen's thunderous offensive will come, and every time the dragon claws will leave a deep claw mark on the Ice Demon King. When Xuanhuan's magic stick also slammed at the Ice Demon King with a fierce aura. The attacks of the two are comparable to the ordinary high-level 8 Kulpa's true gods, especially when Xuanhuan's stick artifact is a top-grade artifact, and the power it exerts is even stronger. Even though the Ice Demon King's strength was comparable to that of the 9 Tribulations true god, facing the joint efforts of Lu Xizhen and Wen Xuanhuan, he could only slightly gain the upper hand, and could not crush Lu Xizhen and the two of them. Did I guess wrong? Seeing the battle between Lu Xizhen and the Ice Demon King, Han Feng couldn't help but wonder. If the Ice Demon King is not just enlightened, but has already been able to perform conspiracies, then think about it differently. If you are the Ice Demon King at this moment, a large number of level 4 ice demons will definitely come to help out. But this Ice Demon King was obviously not there. He was yelling loudly, and the cold air rolled out bursts of storms. He was obviously extremely irritable, but he still didn't let the 4th level ice demon come to help, but fought against Lu Xizhen and the two by himself. Isn't this Ice Demon King too proud to accept the help of those level 4 ice demons? Han Feng suddenly had such a thought in his mind, and then shook his head. This may be too low. Remaining puzzled, Han Feng fought while distracted. After killing dozens of 3rd-level ice monsters one after another, including some high-level 3rd-level ice monsters, Han Feng felt a little tired. Fortunately, with the 9 flames and different fire art, Han Feng felt that he could fight for a long time. But the others are not Han Feng. The disciples of Qianquanzong are fine, but the true gods of Bingxin City can no longer hold on. Some of the true gods of Bingxin City have even fallen, and were torn into pieces by the ice demon, with blood and internal organs scattered all over the ground, which is extremely miserable. Seeing this, Han Feng yelled, one group returns to the city to rest, and the second group goes out to fight. Lu Xinfan was in the second group. Lu Xinfan's bloodline and the magical skills he comprehended were all extremely high-level existences, but because of his own personality, he would lose to a true god whose combat power was much weaker than his own. Han Feng had observed Lu Xinfan carefully before. If Lu Xinfan could fully display his combat power, it might be impossible to compete against the 8th Tribulation True God at the level of the 6th Tribulation True God, but it would not be too difficult to beat the 7th Tribulation True God. One thing. Han Feng deliberately put Lu Xinfan in the second group, just to train Lu Xinfan. In order not to show that he was different, Han Feng followed the group back to the city wall, sat cross-legged and recovered silently, and at the same time devoted part of his attention to Lu Xinfan. It is also thanks to the extremely high level of Han Feng's soul, which has reached the 8th rank level. Otherwise, it is very likely that it will not be able to take care of any of them. Lu Xinfan was very wronged. He didn't have a disciple of Qianquan's sect by his side. Faced with so many ice demons, Lu Xinfan was very scared and subconsciously wanted to call for help. However, most of the people here are strong in Bingxin City, and they don't know Lu Xinfan's character. In their view, the disciples of Qianquan's sect are extremely powerful, and they don't need to take care of them. No one took care of Lu Xinfan, so Lu Xinfan could only grit his teeth and fight. This was the first time Lu Xinfan experienced a battle without acquaintances watching over him. Yesterday's battle, with Han Feng and Xie Fengxia on the left and right, was completely different from today's battle. The first head, the second head, the third head. At first, Lu Xinfan was still very scared, but gradually, Lu Xinfan became proficient. Lu Xinfan found out that although these ice monsters looked hideous and terrifying, their strength was average. With the change of mind, Lu Xinfan was gradually able to display his due combat strength. His strength became stronger and stronger, and the level of ice demons he killed became higher and higher. Many Bingxin City powerhouses have noticed the situation here, and subconsciously gathered around Lu Xinfan. This brought Lu Xinfan a different feeling. Is this the feeling of being relied on by others? It's a great sense of accomplishment. Lu Xinfan, who always liked to rely on others, suddenly felt a sense of responsibility in his heart. But at this moment, a level 4 ice demon finally arrived near Bingxin City, and noticed Lu Xinfan's situation at a glance. Roar! The 4th level ice demon was furious, and its huge body rushed all the way, knocking many 2nd and 3rd level ice demons into the air. The 3rd level ice demon was fine, but the 2nd level sickness was directly smashed into scum. Not good. The 4th level ice demon is here. Run! The face of the strong man in Bingxin City changed drastically. The 3rd level ice monster was scary enough, but a 4th level ice monster came. Ah, don't. Help me. I don't want to die. Under Bingxin City, it suddenly became a hell, with human stumps and blood everywhere. The appearance of the 4th level ice demon was too sudden, and the attack was too fast. A group of strong men on the wall of Bingxin City didn't react at all, and they couldn't make a move in time. Death. Seeing this scene, Lu Xinfan was furious because of the sense of responsibility that had just emerged, and impulsively punched the ice demon. But the 4th level ice monster is not the 3rd level disease monster. The 4th level ice monster just roared, and the cold current shot out from its mouth, and Lu Xinfan's attack was frozen. The 4th level ice demon stepped forward, and its claws had already grabbed Lu Xinfan. At this moment, Lu Xinfan showed a frightened look and screamed out. The beast is courting death. There was a roar full of anger, and there was also the angry roar of the ice demon. Immediately afterwards, Lu Xinfan saw surging purple flames and a blast of cold currents, rolling up a large cloud of white mist. The next moment, Lu Xinfan realized that he had fallen into a warm embrace, and that manly aura made Lu Xinfan's expression suddenly brighten. The second update. Are you okay? The familiar male voice came to Lu Xinfan's ears. Han Feng lowered his head to see if Lu Xinfan was injured. His breath hit Lu Xinfan's cheek, and Lu Xinfan's heart was pounding. Growing up so big, it was the first time for Lu Xinfan to have such intimate contact with the opposite sex, and it was also the first time that the breath of the opposite sex was blown to his cheeks. No. It's okay. Lu Xinfan's voice was like a mosquito. Han Feng nodded and put Lu Xinfan down. Lu Xinfan felt relaxed again, but also felt a little bit reluctant. Han Feng had no time to talk to Lu Xinfan, but directly faced the 4th level ice demon. This 4th level ice demon is not strong, it is only a 4th level low level, but even if it is a 4th level low level, it is equivalent to the combat power of the 8 tribulations true God. Behind him, many disciples of the Chankuan sect picked up the artifact nervously, regardless of whether they had recovered yet, with tense expressions. The 4th level ice demon is undoubtedly a big enemy for them, and it is estimated that they may not win if they are all on it. Roar! The 4th level ice demon stared at Han Feng angrily. From this monster, the 4th level ice demon felt a threat. The next moment, the 4th level ice demon waved its giant claws, and dense ice arrows appeared in the sky out of thin air, shooting towards Han Feng frantically. Tai Xian Tian Ling slash. Facing the 4th level ice demon, the 6-winged mysterious dragon transformation alone was no longer able to fight against it. Han Feng immediately took out the Tai Xian sword and slashed at it. The astonishing sword light swept away, and the densely packed ice arrows were all annihilated. At the same time, those disciples of Qiankenzong had come to help, and various artifacts flashed in the air, shooting out dazzling brilliance. The strong men from Bingxin City also came, but they did not use divine weapons. This does not mean that they do not have divine weapons, but they are not like genius disciples or family elders of Qiankenzong. Even if they have divine weapons, their level is not high. Little help. Some even affect their strength. The strength of many strong men gathered together, and the 4th level ice demon seemed to feel a shocking threat. It roared uncomfortably, and cold currents continuously spewed out of its mouth, freezing the air. Rumble. When everyone's attack and the cold current spewed out by the fourth-level ice demon blasted together. In an instant, the surging fluctuations spread around like ripples. Puff puff. Everyone vomited blood one after another, and those with poor strength were even frozen into ice cubes. However, the fourth-level ice monster was also uncomfortable, and was directly blown away by the powerful aftermath, with cracks already appearing on its body. The ice demon is not only the fourth-level ice demon, but there are more second and third-level ice demons around. Han Feng roared, "You don't want to interfere, just deal with the rest of the ice monsters, and leave this fourth-level ice monster to me." This? Not good, this is a fourth-level ice demon. As long as you persevere, when the core disciple brother comes, this fourth-level ice demon will be finished. The disciples of Qiankenzong were not very willing. In Qiankenzong, they did reject Han Feng, but they just misunderstood that Han Feng's strength was too weak. Ever since Han Feng showed enough strength, these Qiankuan sect disciples have already recognized Han Feng. As comrades in arms, how could they let Han Feng face the fourth-level ice demon with the combat power equivalent to the 8 tribulations true God alone? Look at the ones over there. If the senior brothers could find time to come here, they would have come here long ago. None of you should take action on this fourth-level ice monster. Leave it to me to deal with it. Only I can hold back this fourth-level ice monster, and your task is to fight against those level 2 and 3 ice monsters. If you are also injured by this level 4 ice monster, and when you fall into the siege of level 2 and 3 ice monsters, we are all finished. Han Feng did not say that he would solve the problem losing the fourth-level ice monster, because everyone will not believe it. It is said to be a delay. The Qiankuan sect disciples were all silent. Now they can also see that Xia Fengxia and other core disciple brothers will never be able to free up their hands in a short time. Looking at Lu Xizhen and Wen Xiongua, I'm afraid they won't be able to win the Ice Demon King in a short time. Right now, all they can rely on is themselves. Immediately, one of the disciples gritted his teeth and said, "Han Feng, this fourth-level ice monster is up to you. You don't need to fight hard, just hold this fourth-level ice monster." That's right, this ice demon can be dealt with when the senior brother frees his hand. Careful. With us here, we will never let any second and third-level ice demons interfere. Not only the disciples of Qiankuan sect, but even the strong men of Bingxin City also patted their chests and pledged. Soon, Han Feng and the fourth-level ice demon became one-on-one. Roar. The fourth-level ice demon couldn't understand why all the monsters escaped and there was only one left, but the instinct of the fourth-level ice demon told himself that there was only one monster, which was much easier to deal with than many monsters. Immediately, the huge body of the fourth-level ice demon roared and charged towards Han Feng, continuously spouting cold currents from its mouth. In addition to the Taishan Excalibur, Han Feng soon had a second 9 tribulations artifact, Yantian Wubaoluan. Originally, Han Feng wanted to take out the soul-devouring ruler, but then he thought that the fourth-level ice demon has no wisdom, and the level of the soul is too low. Put away the soul-devouring ruler again. Taishan Tian Ling / Dance of Yantian. With the assistance of 2 9 tribulations artifacts, the body of the fourth-level ice demon was immediately stopped. In the dark, the 7-star pear blossom needle also quietly attacked the fourth-level ice demon. Quickly, ruthlessly, and accurately shot at the anus of the fourth-level ice demon. Ding! There was a sound as if the silver needle had touched something hard, and after the Qixing pear blossom needle responded spiritually, Han Feng was shocked to find that the 7-star pear blossom needle hadn't passed through. Good guy, you are indeed a level 4 ice demon, comparable to the level of the 8 tribulations true God. The 7-star pear blossom needle can't even get in. Han Feng took a breath and immediately took back the 7-star pear blossom needle. The chance of the devil destroying the 7-star pear blossom needle. At the same time as the 7-star pear blossom needle withdrew, the 4th-level ice demon's giant claws slapped his ass fiercely, and a hint of puzzlement flashed in his ferocious pupils, as if wondering why his butt was itchy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Feng launched 2 major artifacts, blasting towards the 4th-level ice demon one after another. Boom boom boom. The 4th-level ice demon retreated again and again after being bombarded, baring its teeth and claws even more. Many strong people around were secretly startled, shocked by the strength of the 4th-level ice monster, and also shocked that Han Feng could really fight against the 4th-level ice monster. Controlling the 2 great artifacts of the 9 tribulations, aren't you afraid that your divine essence will be emptied? Han Feng continued to fight the 4th-level ice demon, and the 9 flames and different fire art continuously replenished the divine energy Han Feng had consumed. The 9 flames and different fire Ju reached a high level in the late stage of the 6th floor, allowing Han Feng to recover his divine essence at a speed comparable to that of the 9 tribulations true god. The recovery ability of the true god of the 9 tribulations is extremely terrifying when placed on the true god of the 6 tribulations. Everyone admired Han Feng's long-lasting combat ability, but they didn't know that Han Feng had already exerted the power of the artifact that he could display to the limit. Maybe when I fully grasp the power of the 2 great artifacts, I can kill this ice demon with it, but I can't do it right now. Although I don't want to expose it, that's all I can do now. Han Feng immediately put away the 2 artifacts, and the divine energy in his body suddenly poured out at this moment, surging towards Han Feng's right arm. The sky was dark at this moment, and a power that made everyone tremble shot out from Han Feng. What's wrong with this? Including the disciples of the Xuanhuan sect, many strong men looked puzzled. What happened to Han Feng? A strong man soon recognized that this was clearly a sign of a powerful divine skill. But to oppress them so frighteningly, what kind of magical skill is this guy displaying? Could it be a high-grade high-level magical skill? Thinking of this, not to mention the strong men in Bingxin City, even the disciples of the Xuanhuan sect took a deep breath. Han Feng is just the true god of the 6 tribulations. The true god of the 6 tribulations has already surprised them by mastering the upper-level mid-level magical skills. Now there are signs of using the upper-level high-level magical skills. What a perverted existence! The 4th-level ice demon roared. At this moment, the 4th-level ice demon also felt a sense of threat, and it was an unprecedented sense of threat. Opening its mouth, the 4th-level ice demon spewed out a cold current of ice crystal color with all its strength. Wherever the cold current passed, the space was temporarily frozen. Just when the cold current was about to hit Han Feng shouted loudly, "Ziyun God's arm!" The Ziyun arm of the 9th peak, like a flame demon descending, swept the arm all the way, carrying the power to destroy the world. Ziji Xuanhuan has already reached the 9th level, even if it is only the lower level of the 9th level, it is integrated into the 9th level peak Ziyun arm, and the power of the Ziyun arm is no less than the middle stage of the 10th level. How terrifying it is to burst out of a power that is not considered weak even among the best low-level divine skills. The cold current sprayed out by the 4th-level ice demon was crushed, and the temperature in the originally extremely cold environment rose sharply. Roar! The 4th-level ice demon is indeed not very intelligent, but as a 4th-level ice demon, second only to the existence of the 5th-level ice demon king, the 4th-level ice demon can already perceive danger through instinct. With an angry roar, the 4th-level ice demon turned around and fled. However, the speed of the Ziyun divine arm was so fast, with the purple flames like a fiery meteor, it slammed into the 4th-level ice demon fiercely. With a scream, the 4th-level ice demon was immediately swallowed by Ziyun's arm. Rumble! There was a deafening roar, and a terrible torrent of flames erupted in all directions. I don't know how many ice demons around were swept in, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. On the ground, a huge deep pit was smashed out, and the purple flame in the deep pit was still burning continuously, without any sign of weakening. Vaguely, the figure of the fourth-level ice demon can be seen in the purple flame. The fourth-level ice demon keeps roaring, and even wants to climb out of the deep pit and escape from the purple flame. It's so strong. After all, it's a level 4 ice demon. It's not that easy to be killed by bombardment. Han Feng could fully perceive the situation in the purple flame, took a deep breath. The 9 flames and different fire art was running crazily, and the air of heaven and earth flocked towards Han Feng crazily, with Han Feng as the center, unexpectedly formed a small vortex of air. Under the steady stream of replenishment, Han Feng's face quickly turned rosy, and he once again had the ability to use Ziyun's divine arm. The rest of the powerhouses also benefited from this, because Han Feng concentrated the spirit of heaven and earth here, and the recovery speed of many powerhouses was also greatly increased, which meant that many powerhouses could fight longer. Ziyun Divine Arm. The second divine arm descends. The oppression it still brought to everyone made the fourth-level ice demon in the fire pit roar in panic. The fourth-level ice demon finally jumped out, was hit by Ziyun's arm again, and was thrown down again. The torrent of flames spewed out again, engulfing many ice demons. It has to be said that these ice demons around the second level have limited instincts. If they were truly intelligent creatures, they would have retreated far away at this moment, so how could they be so stupid as to be involved for the second time? But thanks to this, otherwise Han Feng might not be able to kill so many ice demons with one move, and even the pressure on many strong men would be relieved a lot for a while. Being hit twice by Ziyun's divine arm in succession, no matter how powerful this fourth-level low-level ice demon was, he was finally killed by bombardment. The fourth-level ice crystal heart flew into Han Feng's hands, and no one coveted this ice crystal heart. Because this is what Han Feng deserves, and Han Feng's strength has also made many powerful people, including Qiankenzong, truly admire him. Although they also recognized the power of Han Feng before, there is only a limit to how Han Feng is stronger than them. But the strength shown before is far beyond their reach. In addition to the fourth-level ice crystal hearts, there were also many third-level ice demons involved in the previous ice demons. These third-level ice crystal hearts were naturally owned by Han Feng, and no one dared to snatch them. As for the second-level ice crystal heart, Han Feng collected some and gave the rest to others. That's all for the disciples of the Xuanhuan sect, but the rest of the powerhouses are very grateful. Perhaps for the disciples of the Xuanhuan sect, the second-level ice crystal heart is nothing, and it can't be exchanged for much in exchange for Xuanhuan points, but for some strong people in Bingxin City, it is enough for them to exchange for some things that are helpful to their cultivation. Treasure. After killing the fourth-level ice demon, Han Feng returned to the city wall to rest for a while, and many strong men defended Bingxin City to provide time for Han Feng to recover. The first group and the second group are constantly alternating, and Bingxin City has no worries for the time being, and no ice demon has broken through their defense line yet. In the blink of an eye, nearly half a day passed. Except for Han Feng, many strong men, including the disciples of Xuanhuan sect, felt mentally exhausted for a while. Those core disciples of the Xuanhuan sect who fought against the fourth-level ice demon were sweating profusely. After reaching the realm of true gods, it is not easy to sweat, let alone sweat like rain, which shows that Xia Fengxia and others have almost reached a certain limit. Lu Xizhen and Wen Xiongwu didn't seem to be doing well either. They were also exhausted, they were in a mess, and their bodies were covered with injuries. The Ice Demon King still had the upper hand, but he was no longer as majestic as before. After nearly half a day of consumption, the strength of this Ice Demon King should not have reached the level of the 9 tribulations true God, but it surpasses the 8 tribulations true God by a lot. It should be using that thing. A black pill appeared on the ground. When Xuanhuan inadvertently saw this scene, and gasped, "Sashimi lay down. This is the precious elixir obtained by a Tianjun, true god, of our Xuanhuan sect, in the secret realm. It was refined by a special alchemist in ancient times through special means. This elixir is not used to improve strength, but to attack the enemy. Once the elixir shatters, it will sweep out a thunderbolt that will destroy the world and destroy the world. That senior didn't bring back much at all. It is the most important thing to preserve in the sect's treasure house. You actually. The Qianquan points needed to exchange this kind of elixir are extremely shocking. Because of the destructive power possessed by the Mishi Leidan, it can kill the ancient gods. No, that's not right, this can't be the world Mijing Lei pill. When Xuanhuan suddenly remembered something, and shook his head again and again. Lu Xizhan rolled her eyes. Just kidding, if it is really the words of Leidan, it is too talented to kill the Ice Demon King. No matter how precious the ultimate ice crystal heart is, it is no more precious than the world-extinguishing Lei pill. The first update. Retreated. In fact, this world-exterminating thunder pill is a counterfeit product that Lu Xizhan refined after watching the real world-exterminating thunder pill. Strictly speaking, it is a fake world-exterminating thunder pill. Even though it was a pseudo-world-destroying Leidan, it was refined by Lu Xizhan through a large number of precious objects, and several of them failed, so there is only this one. In the beginning, Lu Xizhan didn't use the pseudo-world-exterminating thunder pill, because there was only one. When the Ice Demon King was in its heyday, it was easy to avoid a part of the most powerful area after the explosion of the pseudo-world-extinguishing Leidan. But now, after nearly half a day of fighting, the Ice Demon King has been wounded in many parts, and his flexibility is far inferior to that of his heyday. At this time, the Ice Demon King would find it extremely difficult to escape from the most terrifying range after the explosion of the pseudo-world-extinguishing Leidan. Back! Lu Xizhan suddenly yelled. When Xuanhuan shuddered abruptly, the divine essence surged out, and retreated quickly, wishing his parents would give him 2 more legs. At the same time, Lu Xizhan ruthlessly threw out the fake world extermination Lei pill in her hand. Immediately afterwards, Lu Xizhan turned around and ran away. Explosion! With a low shout, a majestic and vast destructive force carrying black terrifying thunder erupted completely. The Ice Demon King had just begun to develop spiritual wisdom, but before the pseudo-world extinguishing pill broke out, it was just an ordinary pill. The Ice Demon King had no idea how terrifying the pseudo-world extinguishing pill was. Seeing Lu Xizhan and the 2 running away, the Ice Demon King subconsciously wanted to chase after them. But at this moment, the pseudo-world exterminating Leidan suddenly erupted, rolling up waves of unparalleled terrifying power. Before the Ice Demon King could react, he was completely devoured. It wasn't until this moment that the Ice Demon King screamed again and again, realizing that he was in an extremely terrifying crisis. The endless world-destroying thunderbolts bombarded the body of the Ice Demon King one after another, bombarding the body of the Ice Demon King with pits and hollows. When Xuanhuan, who was running away, turned his head and glanced, sweating profusely, what a terrifying world-exterminating thunder! The power in the most central area is enough to easily kill any 8 tribulations true god. It is estimated that only the 9 tribulations true god can exit safely. Fortunately, the Ice Demon King's own strength is only barely comparable to the 9 tribulations true god, and we were wasting a lot of energy before, otherwise. Lu Xizhan also stopped. The scope of the false destroyer Leidan is limited, otherwise, who would dare to use the false world destroyer Leidan as their trump card? It's like killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800. If one is not careful, maybe it will be the same ending. Right now, they are no longer within the scope of the pseudo-extermination Leidan. Lu Xizhan stared at Mishi Leidan closely, waiting for the moment when the Ice Demon King would be completely blown to pieces. However, Lu Xizhan still underestimated the Ice Demon King. The Ice Demon King, who was deeply surrounded by the world-murdering thunder, opened his mouth and let out a roar. His speed suddenly increased a lot, and he rushed out of the most terrifying area of the world-murdering thunder. However, even after rushing out of the most terrifying area, the power of the world-exterminating thunder has weakened, but it still has the destructive power of the 8 tribulations true God. The world-extinguishing thunder came and went quickly, and soon disappeared without a trace. The terrifying aura between heaven and earth gradually dissipated. The Ice Demon King stared at Lu Xizhen and Wen Xiongwa angrily, but did not attack them again, but turned around and fled to the Ice Crystal Mountain, turning into a black spot in the blink of an eye. Lu Xizhen and Wen Xiongwa were stunned for a moment, and the Ice Demon King unexpectedly escaped. The next moment, Lu Xizhen quickly reacted. The Ice Demon King must have been severely injured, and his strength has dropped to the limit, otherwise he would not turn around and run away. Now is a good time to kill him. Lu Xizhen did not expect that the Ice Demon King was not bombed, but now that the Ice Demon King has suffered heavy injuries, he may not even have the power of the ordinary 8 tribulations true God, which also makes Lu Xizhen satisfied. Maybe, with the current state of the Ice Demon King, any one of the Xuanhuan sect disciples who came here has the ability to kill him. Wen Xiongwa was also extremely excited. The speed of the Ice Demon King has soared just now. It must be some kind of secret technique. After the secret technique is over, the strength will drop again. Gongsun Jin, Wei Chimu, follow me to hunt down the Ice Demon King. Following the escape of the Ice Demon King, the Ice Demons had no leader and immediately became chaotic. Taking advantage of this opportunity, several core disciples following Wen Xiongwa immediately started to speed up, following Wen Xiongwa to chase after the Ice Demon King. As for Bingxin City, they don't care. Seeing this, Lu Xizhen was also anxious about Xie Fengzhe and other core disciples, and hurriedly chased after the Ice Demon King. Han Feng and the others looked at each other, and when they noticed that the Ice Demon had started to retreat, many disciples of the Xuanhuan sect became excited. They also discovered the state of the Ice Demon King. If they also chased him, they would most likely kill the Ice Demon King. Thinking of the Xuanhuan points that can be exchanged for the ultimate ice crystal heart, the disciples of the Xuanhuan sect flew up, turned into rainbow lights, and attacked the Ice Crystal Mountain. In normal times, there must be ice demons jumping up to block them, and it would be as difficult to fly out under the obstruction of a large number of ice demons. Especially when surrounded by 3 or 4 level ice demons, he was almost dead. But at this moment, I don't know what happened. The ice demons retreated in large numbers, and they had no plans to talk to Qianquanzong and others. Even the people in Bingxin City seemed to be abandoned. Could it be that the Ice Demon King really has such a great influence on the Ice Demon clan? As soon as the Ice Demon King escaped, did the Ice Demon immediately collapse? Several doubts flashed in Han Feng's mind. Han Feng suspected that there was something wrong with it, but he couldn't figure out what the problem was. What's the problem? After catching the Ice Demon King, everything should be clear. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. With a little uneasiness in his heart, Han Feng said to the city owner of Ma, "The Ice Demon has retreated, and Mr. Han is also going to pursue it. Ice Demon King, farewell. Han Xiaoyu, be careful." The Ice Demon retreated, and the city master Ma also showed a smile. Based on previous experience, as long as the Ice Demon King dies, these ice demons will return to the Ice Crystal Mountain and will never come out again until the next round of Ice Demon Kings is born. Han Feng stared closely at City Master Ma, confirming that City Master Ma's relief was true, that is to say, based on City Master Ma's knowledge, these ice demons were indeed no longer a threat to Bingxin City. I'm suspicious? Han Feng couldn't help thinking. Maybe the Ice Demon King is really too important to the Ice Demon clan. It is so important that they can destroy Bingxin City without the Ice Demon King, but they immediately retreat to the Ice Crystal Mountain because of the Ice Demon King's escape. Is it to rescue the Ice Demon King? But if that's the case, why didn't you help before? Han Feng tapped his head with a headache, that's all. If he couldn't figure it out, he didn't want to think about it. These ice demons have no intelligence, maybe that's why they acted so strangely. After Han Feng disappeared, Lu Xinfan followed Han Feng for some reason. Han Feng happened to have promised Lu Xizhan to protect Lu Xinfan, and he didn't stop him, but slowed down a little to cooperate with Lu Xinfan. Not long after, Han Feng and Lu Xinfan disappeared from the sight of everyone in Bingxin City. But at this moment, the ice demon's retreat slowed down, and a moment later, under the terrified expressions of Ma Qingzhu and others, the ice demon turned around again one by one. An ice-blue figure came out from the group of ice demons, and a large number of ice demons retreated to the two sides to make way for this figure. These ice demons actually knelt down again, exactly the same as kneeling down to the Ice Demon King before. The second update. Ice Mountain. Entering here is like coming to the world of ice. Everything here, including rocks, trees, and land, are all made of ice. The lush ice-blue giant tree obstructed Han Feng and Lu Xinfan's sight, and they lost sight of it for a while, not to mention the Ice Demon King. Even Xie Fengzhe and others could not be seen. Han Feng frowned, his spirit gushed out, and then he discovered that this world seemed to be suppressing his spirit. With my 8th grade spirit, I can only see a radius of 1 kilometer. 1 kilometer does not sound short, but to the strong, it is just the blink of an eye. Being attacked here, sometimes you may not be able to react when you find out. Go, follow me, be careful. Han Feng turned his head and told Lu Xinfan lightly. Lu Xinfan gave a shy hum. The courage to fight against the 4th-level ice monster seemed to be just a flash in the pan. The two shuttled through the ice crystal mountain, but still found nothing, but encountered some ice demons. It seems that when the Bingxin city was attacked, although many ice demons in the ice crystal mountain were dispatched, there were still quite a few left. However, the remaining ice demons are not very strong, most of them are 1st and 2nd level ice demons, and ice demons above 2nd level are rare. The other side of the ice crystal mountain. Lu Xizhan gestured to Xie Fengzhe, you guys are scattered, it's hard to find the Ice Demon King when you get together. Don't worry, in the current state of the Ice Demon King, any one of you is enough to kill him. However, our time is limited, and we will be in danger when the ice demon outside returns. After half a day, we still can't catch the Ice Demon King, so we all leave the Ice Crystal Mountain. Lu Xizhan's tone was very decisive. Xie Fengzhe and the others looked at each other, and quickly said, yes. When Xuanhuan also lost the Ice Demon King. The Ice Demon King entered the Ice Crystal Mountain and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Damn. After all, this Ice Crystal Mountain is the domain of the Ice Demon King, and the Ice Demon King is much more familiar with it than us. After losing the Ice Demon King, Wen Xiongwa cursed angrily. Gongsun Jin, Wei Chimu, you guys search separately. If you find the Ice Demon King, kill him and give the Ice Crystal Heart to Ben Shao. I promise, whoever can kill the Ice Demon King, I will give him 30% of the Ice Crystal Heart's universe points. 30% of Qiankuan points. Gongsun Jin, Wei Chimu, and other core disciples of Wen Xiongwa's faction had their eyes shining, and they kept swallowing and spitting. Boom! The huge body of the 3rd-level ice demon fell down, crushing many giant ice crystal trees. Another 3rd-level ice crystal heart fell into Han Feng's hands. Han, senior brother Han, the Ice Demon King must not be found. Lu Xinfan said in a low voice. Han Feng shook his head, who knows, this is the base camp of the Ice Demon after all, everything depends on God's will. We can only try our best to find it, otherwise we can only return to Qiankenzong after the Ice Demon King recovers. Huh? Suddenly, Han Feng stopped. What's wrong? Lu Xinfan raised his head. There was a faint smile on the corner of Han Feng's mouth. It's nothing, just met an acquaintance. Acquaintance? Lu Xinfan's face brightened. Could it be his sister or brother Xie Fengzhe? However, noticing Han Feng's expression, Lu Xinfan's expression froze with joy. Lu Xingfan's character does have some problems, but he is not stupid. Judging from Han Feng's seemingly smiling but actually cold expression, this so-called acquaintance is very likely to be from the side of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan didn't bring many people this time, but they were all core disciples. Immediately, Lu Xingfan became anxious. Let's go quickly, those core disciples are all extremely powerful, we can't be their opponents. Han Feng naturally knew how powerful these core disciples were. These core disciples were not comparable to the previous 4-level low-level ice demons. If I rely on my own strength alone, I may not be able to kill one of them with all my strength. What's more, in the sweeping of the soul, this time there are 2 encounters, one is about the middle and high-level of the 7 tribulations true God, and the other is the middle-level peak of the 7 tribulations true God. However, with all kinds of powerful cards, Han Feng is not afraid. Facing Lu Xingfan's anxiety, Han Feng said slowly, "It's too late to go now, I can spot them with my soul, and they can naturally spot us too. If you have not reached the 8th rank, you are not worthy of becoming a core disciple of Qianquanzong." This. Lu Xingfan's heart sank. Ha ha ha, look, who did we find? There was a burst of laughter and arrogant voices, and the 2 young people walked over slowly. Gongsun Jin, Wei Chimu. Lu Xingfan's heart sank to the bottom. These 2 people, Lu Xingfan, knew each other, especially Gongsun Jin, who was a high-level powerhouse of the 7 tribulations true God. Gongsun Jin glanced at the 2 of Han Feng with teasing eyes. TSK, although I didn't find the Ice Demon King, it's not too bad luck to find you. Boy, I'm afraid you didn't expect to fall into this situation, this time without that girl Lu Xizhen protecting you. I think, how are you arrogant? Unmoved, Han Feng stared at Gongsun Jin and the 2 coldly, and said, "Stop talking nonsense, what are your plans?" Wei Chimu laughed loudly, "What's the plan? Isn't it simple? Of course, you will be abolished, and then you will be arrested and handed over to Wen Xiao. You beat Wen Xiao like that, and wait for Wen Xiao to bring you back to Wen's house. Your next life is estimated to be spent in a life that would be worse than death, until the lifespan of your true God reaches the limit. Of course, the premise is that you can survive this long torture." Gongsun Jin laughed bitterly. "I don't know if I can make it through, but I know that the opportunity for the 2 of us has come. By the way, how will Lu Xingfan deal with it?" Wei Chimu winked. "Does it need to be said? Wen Xiao has already taken a fancy to this little girl, just grab her and let Wen Xiao enjoy it." Lu Xingfan's breasts kept rising and falling, but he didn't know that this scene just made Gongsun Jin and Wei Chimu arouse strong desire. If Lu Xingfan hadn't been worried about landing, Wen Xiongguo would have liked Lu Xingfan a long time ago. I'm afraid these 2 people would have fallen in love with him in person. The corners of Han Feng's mouth turned up slightly at this time. "Poor thing, for the sake of fighting together, I thought I could spare you for the sake of not being so excessive. It's a pity that you didn't cherish this opportunity, so I can only let you die." Gongsun Jin and Wei Chimu seemed to have heard some joke, and couldn't stand up from the laughter. "Joke, a big joke, this is the biggest joke I have heard in recent years, let us die? Who do you think you are? Just because you, the little true God of 6 tribulations, want to compete against the 2 of us?" Gongsun Jin, with a sarcasm on his face, deep disdain appeared in his eyes. Wei Chimu gritted his fists. "Boy, today I will let you know how ridiculous your arrogance is in front of the core disciples." Boom! A terrifying spirit shot out from Wei Chimu's body, and then Wei Chimu shot out instantly, and slapped Han Feng with his palm. The 3rd update. Han Feng ignored Wei Chimu's palm. When Wei Chimu was only 10 meters away from Han Feng, a huge figure suddenly appeared between Han Feng and Wei Chimu, which shocked Wei Chimu. "What?" Wei Chimu was so surprised that he almost couldn't maintain his attack. But at this moment, this huge figure was already holding a huge bone axe, and slashed at Wei Chimu fiercely. Wei Chima couldn't dodge in time, so he had to pour out his divine essence with all his strength, trying to block the axe with his divine essence. In Wei Chimu's view, what good things can Han Feng, a mere true god of the six tribulations and an inner disciple with no background in the Qianquan sect, have? But it turns out that this point of view is completely wrong. When Wei Chima realized this, he couldn't even regret it. Wei Chimu's divine energy exploded out, extremely dazzling, like a protective shield protecting Wei Chimu inside. General Bone chopped down with an axe, destroying the dead, and in Wei Chimu's terrified expression, he split Wei Chimu in half with an axe. Impossible! Gongsun Jin from behind roared with disbelief on his face. The mid-level master of the seven tribulations true god was killed in a flash. How is this possible? Lu Xinfan hid behind Han Feng in fear. Even if General Bone was promoted to the first class, and the battle armor on his body was quite powerful, but to Lu Xinfan, this was still a very hideous and terrifying big guy. Han Feng patted Lu Xinfan's little hand holding his sleeve. Don't worry, this guy is my secret weapon and won't hurt us. Hearing this, Lu Xinfan relaxed a bit, but still hid behind Han Feng and could not come out. Han Feng was helpless, that's all, just hide behind him. At this time, Gongsun Jin had almost recovered from his shock. The scene of Wei Chima being killed in seconds had a huge impact on Gongsun Jin, so he was horrified, but after a while, Gongsun Jin realized it. Wei Chimu attacked Han Feng, perhaps because he underestimated Han Feng, and didn't even display his blood, but only displayed his magical skills. Without using the bloodline, Wei Chimu's previous attack was only equivalent to the high level of the ordinary seven tribulations true god. Gongsun Jin laughed grimly. Boy. I have to admit that I underestimated you, but I won't do it in the future. It's just a skeleton, I want to see what I can do. Roar. Gongsun Jin roared violently, his whole body was swallowed by a dazzling sunlight, and his roar gradually turned into a roar of a tiger. Behind Gongsun Jin, a huge phantom of a holy tiger appeared. Senior brother Han, Gongsun Jin's blood is the holy light tiger, you have to be careful. Lu Xinfan said nervously. Gongsun Jin laughed proudly, your skeleton must have been summoned from somewhere. It just so happens that my holy light restrains this kind of ghost-like existence. Go to hell. Holy light Amaterasu. In an instant, it seemed as if a dazzling sun had risen, and endless holy light swept around like a storm. The terrible power soon spread to General Bone. However, the scene in Gongsun Jin's imagination did not happen. General Bone is refined by token of bone in a special way, not summoned from a world like hell. The holy light cannot restrain General Bone. However, Sacred Light Amaterasu is a very powerful upper-level mid-level magical skill without the attribute of holy light. A bone shield appeared in the hand of General Bone, blocking it in front of him. The holy light kept hitting the bone shield like a stormy wave, but the bone shield remained motionless, stubbornly blocking where it was. No. How could this happen? Gongsun Jin's eyes widened. The next moment, General Bone's figure was like a ghost. He was obviously huge, but his speed was unbelievably fast. Even if Gongsun Jin remained cautious all the time, he couldn't keep up with General Bone's speed at all. It wasn't until this moment that Gongsun Jin finally understood how powerful General Bone was, which he couldn't compete with at all. The bone giant axe fell, and before Gongsun Jin could even take out the artifact, he was split in half by General Bone. But having said that, even if Gongsun Jin took out the artifact, he couldn't be the opponent of General Bone. Baide, the Bone General, is a powerful existence comparable to the first level of the Nine Tribulations true god. Han Feng took out the bone token, and the bone token shot out two rays of light, and took the bodies of Wei Chimu and Gongsun Jin into it. Okay, let's go. Han Feng patted Lu Xinfan and continued to search for the Ice Demon King. Lu Xinfan was a little stunned. Those were Wei Chimu and Gong Sun Jin. They were also well known among ordinary core disciples. Although this fame was paid attention to because of when Xuanhuan, Lu Xinfan was a little dumbfounded that they were killed so easily. Who is this guy? Lu Xinfan became more and more curious about Han Feng. Inheriting the 16-winged mysterious dragon transformation of the ancestors, the Six Tribulations true god has mastered such a powerful bone skeleton, which is enough to rule the roost in some remote places. While Han Feng and Lu Xinfan continued to search for the Ice Demon King, Lu Xizhen finally found a trace of the Ice Demon King. After a stick of incense. Boom! The place where the Ice Demon King was hiding was blown away by Lu Xizhen. The Ice Demon King roared angrily, but what greeted the Ice Demon King was Lu Xizhen's powerful attacks one after another. Boom boom boom. Bang! The Ice Demon King had already suffered severe trauma. Even if he recovered, he did not recover much, and was soon beaten to death by Lu Xizhen. Die! Transformed into a half-human half-dragon, Lu Xizhen instantly tore the Ice Demon King into pieces. The fifth-level Ice Crystal Heart, also known as the best Ice Crystal Heart, fell from the Ice Demon King's body. A smile appeared on Lu Xizhen's face. With this Ice Crystal Heart, you can refine being Xian Dan. But at this moment, frost descended for thousands of miles around, and a terrifying chill descended on the land. At the same time, there was a chilling and terrifying coercion covering the world. This coercion firmly locked on Lu Xizhen. Lu Xizhen's face turned pale in an instant, and cold sweat flowed out. Stiff body, Lu Xizhen slowly raised her head, and saw an ice-blue figure standing in the sky. This figure is similar to the Ice Demon King, except that the lower body of the Ice Demon King still maintains the form of an ice demon. The whole body of this ice-blue figure is no different from that of a human being. Lu Xizhen's pupils shrank. She was extremely horrified. How is it possible? There is a second Ice Demon King. Lu Xizhen had never heard that the Ice Demon clan would give birth to a second Ice Demon King at the same time, which completely broke Lu Xizhen's cognition. In particular, the whole body of the Ice Demon King is no different from that of a human being. What does this mean? This means that this Ice Demon King is stronger than the previous Ice Demon King. The first update. 1716, captured, 2 more. The previous Ice Demon King was already comparable to the existence of the Nine Tribulations true god. Strictly speaking, it was the initial stage of the Nine Tribulations true god. So what about the Ice Demon King? What cultivation base? The Ice Demon King of the Nine Tribulations true god's initial level is scary enough. How should he deal with the stronger Ice Demon King? Lu Xizhen's mind turned sharply, thinking about how to get out of the predicament, but no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't think of it. Facing an Ice Demon King, who was most likely to be a middle-level or even a high-level Nine Tribulations true god, Lu Xizhen couldn't think of any way to escape. The gap between the two sides was really too big. I still have a false world destroyer pill. Lu Xizhen was extremely annoyed. If she knew it earlier, she should have prepared one more. The second Ice Demon King's cold eyes fell on Lu Xizhen, and Lu Xizhen felt as if there was a mountain on her back, which was extremely heavy. Jia, is it surprising? There is a second Ice Demon King. The strange voice of the second Ice Demon King sounded. Lu Xizhen raised her head suddenly, extremely shocked. This Ice Demon King can speak human language. Seeing Lu Xizhen's shaking, the second Ice Demon King was even more proud and let out a strange laugh. Number 3, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and catch this human being. There are other human beings running around in the Ice Crystal Mountain. Leave those humans to me. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded. Lu Xizhen opened her mouth wide and was completely speechless. In front of the second Ice Demon King, another Ice Demon King appeared. This is the third Ice Demon King. And, number 3? Lu Xizhen looked down, and sure enough, she found the word 3 on the chest of the second Ice Demon King. Is this the name of the second Ice Demon King? Number 3? So. Lu Xizhan's eyes fell on the chest of the third Ice Demon King, and found the word 2. In other words, is the name of the third Ice Demon King number 2? God, how many Ice Demon Kings are there? Lu Xizhan showed a bitter smile. This Ice Demon clan is too good at deceiving people. There are so many Ice Demon Kings, but only one appears at a time, fooling everyone in Ziyun God realm. Even Gu Shenqiang none were found. Number 3, Ice Demon King Jia Jia smiled. Understood, leave this human woman to me. As for the rest of the humans, I will leave it to you, number 4, number 5, and number 6. What about number 1? Number 1 is guarding the master, and you know that the master is at a critical moment. Number 2 Ice Demon King said lightly. Master? Lu Xizhan was shocked again. To be able to overwhelm this group of Ice Demon Kings, and be called the master by this group of Ice Demon Kings, what kind of existence is the master of this Ice Demon King? Breaking the limit of the true God? Or is it an ancient god? Hee hee. Lu Xizhan smiled desperately. It seems that this time, she is really going to die here. Number 3 Ice Demon King suddenly spit out a mouthful of cold. Lu Xizhan didn't even have time to react. She fainted on the ground. A thin layer of ice formed all over her body. Number 2 Ice Demon King's face remained unchanged, but his words were slightly dissatisfied. Number 3, be careful, these human beings are of great use. The Lord is a spiritual creature of heaven and earth, and it is difficult to change form. If you fail, you will have to select one of these humans to take away. If you damage the bodies of these humans, the Lord will punish you at that time. Number 3 Ice Demon King stuck out his tongue and licked it. Tsk Tut, don't worry, I have a measure. It's a pity that the Ice Demon King was killed by these humans. Humph, it's just the beginning of spiritual wisdom. What kind of Ice Demon King is it? The number 2 Ice Demon King actually showed disdain. Obviously, the existence of the first Ice Demon King, which is only the beginning of spiritual wisdom, is not recognized by number 3 and number 2. In their opinion, this first Ice Demon King is no different from those ice demons of the first, second, third, and fourth levels. Any difference? The number 3 Ice Demon King and the number 2 Ice Demon King separated, and the number 2 Ice Demon King began to capture humans. Xie Fengzhe and other core disciples, none of them could escape. In addition to number 2 Ice Demon King, number 4 Ice Demon King, number 5 Ice Demon King, and number 6 Ice Demon King captured Han Feng and others. It was when Xuanhuan that number 6 Ice Demon King bumped into. When Xuanhuan said angrily, I am the son of the head of the Wen family of the Qianquan sect. If you catch me, my father will not let you go. My mother is also a member of the Tan family of the Qianquan sect. The ancestor of the Tan family is a half-step god king. There is no escape. The number 6 Ice Demon King paused. Although these real Ice Demon Kings don't appear every time, they only appear with the beginning of wisdom, and their strength is only comparable to the Ice Demon King of the 9 Tribulations true God, but the long time has also given them a certain understanding of the eastern part of the Ziyun God realm. Deeper understanding. The Wen family, the Ice Demon King, doesn't know much about it. But the Tan family, their Ice Demon King has heard of it. It is said that the Tan family is the pillar of the Qianquan sect. The Qianquan sect is now the 3 major overlords in the eastern realm of the Ziyun God realm, thanks to the half-step god king of the Tan family. All of a sudden, number 6 Ice Demon King felt troubled. These named Ice Demon Kings, their intelligence is no different from that of human beings, so they are restrained instead. If it were the Ice Demon King who had just developed spiritual wisdom, how could he have such scruples, and when Xuanhuan would have been killed long ago? When Xuanhuan finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the number 6 Ice Demon King had some scruples, and then he gritted his teeth and said, since your excellency is already an intelligent creature, you should understand the status of the Tan family in Xian's worth. If you have any requirements, you can do so. Tell me, as long as I have the ability to do it, I will do my best to help. The life left behind will be of great benefit to you. On the contrary, if I really die in Bingjing Mountain, it may alarm the Tan family. The ancestor of the half-step god king. I don't know how your excellency has managed to hide from the investigations of those ancient gods over the years, but the half-step god king has reached the pinnacle of the ancient gods, and it is by no means comparable to the middle and lower ancient gods before. Your excellency is confident that you can hide from the half-step god king. Is it? Number 6 Ice Demon King was silent. The Ice Demon King himself is not sure whether he can hide from the half-step god king. The half-step god king has already touched the power of the world a little bit, even though he has only touched the tip of the iceberg of the power of the world, it is not trivial. Number 6 Ice Demon King struggled for a while, then snorted coldly, "It's not up to me to kill you or not, you have a good eloquence, save your eloquence to tell the Lord about that." A cold current gushed out, and when Xuanhuan fell to the ground. Now, only Han Feng and Lu Xinfan are left in Bingjing Mountain. The two met the number 5 Ice Demon King. What's going on? How could there be a second Ice Demon King? Han Feng looked at the Ice Demon King standing in the void in surprise. That terrifying breath was like a boundless sea of abyss, unfathomable. Human beings, let's catch them. The voice of Ice Demon King number 5 boomed, and suddenly rang in the ears of Han Feng and Lu Xinfan. Puff puff. Han Feng and Lu Xinfan vomited blood one after another. The second update. Flee. Han Feng roared, pulled Lu Xinfan and fled in the opposite direction. Humph, can you escape? The number 5 Ice Demon King looked disdainful. The next moment, the number 5 Ice Demon King pressed his palm in the void, and the cold air burst out in an instant, forming a cold storm to chase Han Feng and the two. The cold storm was filled with terrifying power, which made Lu Xinfan tremble. Little fatty, what is the cultivation level of this Ice Demon King? Han Feng also sensed the terrifying pressure of the cold storm, and his face couldn't help but change. Even the Ice Demon King who attacked Bingjing City before could not have such terrifying power. The 9 tribulations true God is high level, this is not something you can handle, even if Bai Cai makes a move, he can't resist a few moves. Xiaopeng urged Han Feng to escape as soon as possible. 9 tribulations true God high level. Han Feng gasped. He was also the Ice Demon King, so the gap was too big. One is only comparable to the 9 tribulations true God, and the other is a high-level cultivation of the 9 tribulations true God. Although Bai Cai's strength is also the true God of the 9 tribulations, there is still an insurmountable gap compared with the high-level true God of the 9 tribulations. In the final analysis, Bai Cai is only the strength of the 9 tribulations true God's initial stage, or mid to late stage. In the face of the 9 tribulations true God's high-ranking powerful enemies, even with the 9 Mang Imperial Fire Banner, they are still invincible. After all, Han Feng is still unable to exert the full power of the 9 Python Imperial Fire Banner. As the cold storm approached rapidly, Lu Xinfan bit his lip and pushed Han Feng violently. "Senior brother Han, you escape first, I will deal with it." "What?" Han Feng was caught off guard, he didn't expect that Lu Xinfan would push him away and stay behind. "Come back." Han Feng quickly stabilized his figure, turned around and chased after Lu Xinfan, but Lu Xinfan had already shot towards the cold storm. On the way, Lu Xinfan also turned into half-man, half-dragon. Astonishing energy erupted centered on Lu Xinfan, and he wanted to use this energy to fight against the cold storm. However, one is the true God of the 6 tribulations, and the other is the true God of the 9 tribulations. Even if Lu Xinfan used his blood vessels and powerful magic skills, he couldn't make up for such a huge gap. In a blink, Lu Xinfan was frozen. Damn it! Han Feng roared furiously. Within a few breaths, Lu Xinfan actually. But soon Han Feng couldn't care about Lu Xinfan anymore. The cold storm, after freezing Lu Xinfan, has already started attacking Han Feng. Ziyun Divine Arm. The ninth peak divine arm burst out suddenly, like a demon god descending. The Ziji Xuanhuan merged into the Ziyun divine arm, and the Ziyun divine arm rushed into the cold storm with a surging and burning purple flame. However, the purple flame rushed into the cold storm and was immediately suppressed, and could only attach to Ziyun's divine arm. From a distance, the purple flame seemed to be annihilated at any moment. The gap is too big. Han Feng's heart sank. Ziji Xuanhua has reached the 9th rank and is extremely powerful, but even so, it is easily suppressed. Han Feng knew that it was because of his cultivation that restricted Ziji Xuanhua. If he was already the true god of 9 tribulations, no, even if he was only the true god of 8 tribulations, this powerful ice demon king would not be able to crush Zhixuan so easily. Fire. Ziji Xuanhua was suppressed, and the momentum of Ziyun divine arm gradually weakened, and finally it was frozen into a huge ice arm, which fell to the ground and shattered. Your companion has been captured, so why bother to fight? Number 5 Ice Demon King looked at Han Feng playfully, and continued, now you are the only human left in Ice Crystal Mountain. What? I'm the only one left? What do you mean? Could it be? Han Feng looked extremely shocked. Could it be that Lu Xizhen and the others were also arrested? The Ice Crystal Mountain is so big, and several people are scattered, how could the Ice Demon King capture all of them? Etc. Han Feng thought of a possibility, took a deep breath in his heart, and blurted out involuntarily, you are not the only Ice Demon King. Number 5 Ice Demon King laughed loudly, of course I'm not the only one. You humans are really easy to deceive. Do you really think that our ice demons will only give birth to one Ice Demon King every once in a while? No, they can't be called Ice Demon Kings. Compared to Ice Demon Kings like me who have fully developed spiritual intelligence, those Ice Demon Kings who have just developed spiritual intelligence are no different from Ice Demons of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th levels, and they will die when they die. Han Feng hesitated now. To be honest, the number 5 Ice Demon King was indeed powerful, but Han Feng wasn't too scared. With the Xuanhuan Temple, it is too easy to escape. If you hide in the Xuanhuan Temple, even the strong God King will not be able to find it, let alone the Ice Demon King at the level of the 9 tribulations true God. The reason why he didn't hide in Xuanhuan Temple immediately before was because Lu Xinfan was there. Han Feng couldn't guarantee that Lu Xinfan would not tell the Lu family about the Xuanhuan Temple after learning about it. An auxiliary world artifact, containing a rough small world, for the ancient gods, this is a great shortcut to help him break through the God King. Once the Lu family learns about the Xuanhuan Temple, things will develop out of control. But now that Lu Xinfan has been frozen, the previous worries no longer exist. After escaping, take Lu Xinfan out and melt the ice. Originally, Han Feng was planning to do this, but he learned from the Ice Demon King that Lu Xizhen and Xia Fengzhe had been captured. Those people in Wenxianghua are fine, Han Feng doesn't plan to care about them, but people like Lu Xizhen and Xia Fengzhe are different. Even senior sister Lu and senior brother Xia have been captured. I can't just escape like this. I have to find a way to rescue senior sister Lu and senior brother Xia. It seems that I can only be caught. Thinking this way, Han Feng he stopped to fight against the cold storm, but after resisting it for a while, he became tired and was frozen by the cold storm. Number 5 Ice Demon King immediately took Han Feng and Lu Xinfan away. An abyss in the Ice Crystal Mountain. Several named Ice Demon Kings gathered here. Each Ice Demon King has one or several humans with him. These human beings were all frozen by a thin layer of ice, and only when Xuanhuan was still awake, but when Xuanhuan was also terribly frozen, and his cheeks were red and swollen from the cold. Seeing this, number 5 Ice Demon King's tone became cold. Number 6, what's going on? How can our hiding place be discovered by humans? The number 6 Ice Demon King immediately sent a voice transmission to the number 5 Ice Demon King, informing Wen Xiongwa of Wen Xiongwa's identity and Wang Xiangguo's promise. The number 5 Ice Demon King looked at number 2, number 3, and number 4, and found that the faces of the 3 Ice Demon Kings were not very surprised. Obviously they knew it before he came. The number 5 Ice Demon King paused, and said, "We can't decide these things, let the master decide." Number 6 Ice Demon King nodded, "I think so too," and number 2, number 3, and number 4 also agree. Number 3, Jia laughed strangely, "If the Lord disagrees, but this kid sees our hiding place, then this kid can only be killed." Hearing this, Wen Xiongwa immediately trembled. The first update. Wen Xiongwa said tremblingly, "Kill me, the ancestor of the Tan family will definitely come to check." Number 6 Ice Demon King's eyes turned cold. "Humph, don't lie to me with such words, this king won't believe it, and the half-step god king will come out when he says it." The number 6 Ice Demon King was suppressed before, so he didn't think carefully. But thinking about it now, existences like the half-step god king are already standing at the top of the Ziyun god realm. Generally speaking, they exist as a deterrent, so they rarely take action. "I just thought so," and the number 6 Ice Demon King was not sure. If the half-step god king suddenly came to investigate, their hiding place might be exposed. When Xiongwa's face froze, he remained silent, and his expression turned blue and white. In the Wen family, Wen Xiongwa, the son of the patriarch, had a very high status, but in the Tan family, he was nothing. Wen Xiongwa really didn't have much confidence in guaranteeing that the ancestors of the Tan family would come to investigate. Several Ice Demon Kings jumped down into the abyss, and after more than 100,000 meters, they entered a stone cave in the abyss. Wen Xiongwa was still awake, and was very surprised to see this. Could it be that these Ice Demon Kings are hiding in this small stone cave? Not to mention whether these Ice Demon Kings feel aggrieved, those middle and lower ancient gods should not fail to find this place. Several Ice Demon Kings entered the cave and walked about several thousand meters, and the cave gradually widened. At this time, Wen Xiongwa also discovered an ice-blue vortex in front of him, and an astonishing ice-type energy fluctuated from the vortex. On the left and right of the ice-blue vortex, there are 2 bull ice demons guarding it. If you look closely, there are 2 Ice Demon Kings. It's just that the lower body of these 2 Ice Demon Kings is in the form of ice demons. Obviously, they are the same as the Ice Demon King who attacked Bingxing City. Compared with these number 2 and number 3 Ice Demon Kings, these ordinary Ice Demon Kings have a lower status. Number 2, number 3, and other Ice Demon Kings ignored these ordinary Ice Demon Kings and jumped into the ice-blue vortex one by one. When Xiongwa felt the change of time and space, and the scenery in front of him changed, and he had already come to another world. There are glaciers standing here, and there are ice worlds everywhere, and the ground is densely packed with ice demons. There are everything from a first-level ice devil to a fourth-level ice devil. Even an ordinary Ice Demon King can see it from time to time. It's just that there are Ice Demon Kings with names like number 2 and number 3, but I haven't seen one yet. When Xiongwa's eyes widened, is this a secret place? Although the secret realm also exists in the God realm, it is another layer in the God realm space. Unless the secret realm manifests itself, it is difficult for practitioners to find out. Only the King of the Gods can use the power of the world to discover the secret realm hidden in another layer of the gods. Because of this, those middle and lower ancient gods came to this ice crystal mountain and couldn't find anything, and they couldn't find these powerful Ice Demon Kings either. If these powerful ice demon kings have been living in this ice secret realm, unless they appear by themselves or the world power of the God King discovers fluctuations in the secret realm, otherwise the ice secret realm will not be discovered at all. It's no wonder that these ice demon kings will be scruples when they hear the half-step God King. Although the half-step God King does not grasp the power of the world like the real God King, a small world is born in the body, but it can be regarded as touching the fur of the power of the world. If there is a slight fluctuation in the secret realm in the space, as long as these half-step God Kings are more careful, they might not be able to find the secret realm space hidden in another space. When they came to the secret place of ice, several ice demon kings glanced at each other, and finally their eyes fell on number 2 ice demon king. When Xuanhuan guessed that the ranking of number 2 and number 3 should be based on strength. The number 2 ice demon king should be the most powerful among these ice demon kings, so when there is any decision, the other ice demon kings will obey the number 2 ice demon king. The number 2 ice demon king pointed at Wen Xuanhua and said, "I'll take this human to the Lord to see what the Lord's plan is. As for those humans, they will be locked up in our ice dungeon." With the order, number 3 and several ice demon kings left with Han Feng and others who had fainted from the cold, and number 2 ice demon king took Wen Xuanhua to another place. In the secret realm of ice, in the dungeon of ice. A few ice demon kings locked Han Feng and others together, which was regarded as special care. The number 3 ice demon king sucked in suddenly, the thin layer of ice on Han Feng and the others receded, and the complexions of Han Feng and the others returned to ruddy. It didn't take long for Lu Xizhen to recover first, followed by the core disciples, and then Han Feng and others. Everyone woke up, and seeing their situation at the moment, their faces changed drastically. They remembered clearly the scene before they fainted. Afterwards, everyone's eyes fell on the several ice demon kings, and their expressions suddenly became very exciting. After the ice demon king who attacked Bingxin City, the appearance of a second ice demon king already surprised them, but looking at it now, there are not 2, but several. Lu Xizhen's gaze fell on the letter 6 on the chest of number 6 ice demon king. This means that there are at least 6 of these powerful ice demon kings. Lu Xizhen was even more desperate. Han Feng also took a deep breath. The number of ice demon kings far exceeded his expectations. Jia jia jia. Enjoy your last time. Number 3 ice demon king Jia Jia sneered, and several ice demon kings quickly retreated. After several ice demon kings left, Han Feng, Lu Xizhen and others were silent. After a long time, Han Feng said in a deep voice, "Everyone, it is not when we are desperate to find a chance to leave. First, we should find out where we are now." Lu Xizhen's expression was shocked. "Yes, that's right, although the enemy is powerful, we can't just accept our fate. If we accept our fate, we will definitely die. If we don't accept our fate, we still have a slight chance of surviving." With Lu Xizhen taking the lead, Xie Fengzhe and other core disciples and other Qianquan disciples cheered up a bit. As Lu Xizhen said, "If you don't fight hard, who knows what the final outcome will be." But the core disciples belonging to Wen Xuanhua poured cold water on them. One of them sneered and said, "Fight it? That is a high-level existence of the 9 tribulations true God. One of us can't win together, let alone so many. And maybe there will be more." Xie Fengzhe retorted, "It's just to escape, who told you that we must fight to the death? It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would have escaped from Bingxin City long ago. How could I have fallen into this situation? Escape? Don't dream, here Xuanhuan is imprisoned, even the dungeon can't be broken, how to escape?" Just as Xie Fengzhe retorted, another core disciple, 2 sneers, came from a nearby cage. Han Feng and the others were startled. Only then did they realize that their souls and perceptions were useless in the ice dungeon, so they didn't realize that there were other people locked up in the dungeon next door. And these 2 sneers sound very familiar. Han Feng and the others looked over and saw that the ones who were snorting coldly were City Lord Ma Yuma and another true god of 8 tribulations in Bingxin City. In the dungeon next door, apart from these two, the rest of the true gods of the 7 tribulations also looked unkind, looking at Han Feng and the others with resentment. Lu Xizhen was surprised and said, "Why don't you?" Han Feng sighed, but guessed something, and knew why Ma Yu and others looked at them so resentfully. Han Feng still remembered that after the Ice Demon King escaped, Ma Yu was still full of gratitude to them, but now he was swearing at each other. Ma Yu said lightly, "After you left, a second Ice Demon King appeared." The faces of Lu Xizhen and others changed slightly. Although they had already guessed that the Ice Demon King should be more than the previous ones, but now that there is one more Ice Demon King, it still puts Lu Xizhen and everyone under even greater pressure. As far as Lu Xizhen knows so far, there are already 7 Ice Demon Kings whose spiritual intelligence is not weaker than that of human beings, and whose cultivation level is at the high level of the 9 tribulations true god. Those ordinary Ice Demon Kings, I'm afraid there are more. Here, on the territory of the Ice Demon King, it is too difficult to escape. The hearts of the people who had just been aroused by Lu Xizhen sank to the bottom of the valley again. Han Feng didn't expect things to come to this point either. Before he was caught, Han Feng had guessed that there might be several powerful Ice Demon Kings, but he was still shocked when he knew there were at least 7. Wait a little longer, it really doesn't work, I can only use the Xuanhuan temple to escape. Han Feng swept across Lu Xizhen, Lu Xinfan, Xie Fengxia, and others, without any trace. In order to prevent the secrets of the Xuanhuan temple from being exposed, even if they escape, these people can only stay in the Xuanhuan temple. Han Feng absolutely dare not release these people. However, the person who accepted the task only returned to himself in the end, Han Feng suddenly realized that the matter was not so simple to solve, it was very tricky. At the same time, under the leadership of the number 2 Ice Demon King, when Xuanhuan came to the real owner of the Ice Secret Realm, that is, the master in the mouth of the Ice Demon King. When Xuanhuan came here, his eyes were immediately attracted by a faint blue ice soul in midair. The blue light of the Ice Demon continued to puff and puff, and a stormy wave like coercion suddenly swept out. When Xuanhuan was dripping with cold sweat, and was oppressed by this aura, so he knelt on the ground and couldn't straighten up. Okay, what a terrifying aura, this aura is far from comparable to the 9 tribulations true god, what is this? When Xuanhuan was terrified in his heart. When Xuanhuan has only experienced such terrible oppression in the family who broke the limits of the true gods and the ancient gods. Since the aura brought to Wen Xuanhuan by breaking the true god and the ancient god powerhouse is unfathomable, Wen Xuanhuan cannot accurately judge the level of this aura that oppresses him. But there is one thing Wen Xuanhuan is very sure of. It is easy to kill him with this momentum. Number 2, what are you bringing mere humans here for? Next to the blue ice soul, there is an Ice Demon King sitting cross-legged. Compared with the number 2 Ice Demon King, this Ice Demon King is smaller in size, but its aura is stronger than the number 2 Ice Demon King. When Xuanhuan preliminarily guessed that this Ice Demon King is very likely to have reached the high-level peak of the 9 tribulations true god, reaching the true limit of the 9 tribulations true god. The number 2 Ice Demon King didn't say a word, but the number 1 Ice Demon King's eyes flashed with contemplation. Apparently, the number 2 Ice Demon King told the number 1 Ice Demon King everything through sound transmission. The number 1 Ice Demon King thought for a moment, stood up and respectfully said something to Yulan Icepa. When Xuanhuan wanted to eavesdrop, but found that he couldn't hear anything. Maybe the number 1 Ice Demon King did something to prevent him from eavesdropping, or is it all related to the blue ice soul? Could this be the master of the Ice Demon King? At this time, when Xuanhuan had already remembered what that faint blue ice soul was, and it was a kind of spiritual creature in heaven and earth, the 10,000-year ice soul. If the 10,000 years ice soul is refined into certain pills, it will be of great benefit to the practice of the true gods. The worst 10,000-year ice soul can also be refined into a middle-grade magic pill. Even if it is not refined into an elixir, the 10,000 years ice soul is one of the treasures for improving the cultivation base of the ice attribute true god. As for how much it can be improved, it depends on the quality of the Xuanhuan ice soul. 10,000 years of ice, 10,000 years of ice, the worst is 10,000 years, there are tens of thousands of years, more than 100,000 years, and millions of years. The million-year-old ice soul is also a rare treasure for the powerhouse who breaks the limit of the true god, and the ancient god powerhouse will also be greedy. When Xuanhuan is very curious, how many years has this 10,000-year ice soul existed, and why can it become the master of the Ice Demon King? Isn't the Ice Demon King unwilling at all? It is almost difficult for a spiritual creature of heaven and earth like Xuanhuan Bingpa to be born with wisdom, etc. When Xuanhuan was startled. What if this 10,000-year ice soul has produced wisdom? Throughout the ages, existences such as mountains, rivers, or 10,000-year ice souls have been difficult to give birth to spiritual wisdom, but once spiritual wisdom is born, they will turn into incredible existences. Such examples are rare, but not without. I remember that Ziyun God realm once gave birth to a powerful existence known as the Lord of the Mountain. When he was still a high-ranking ancient god, his strength was already able to compete with ordinary god-king level powerhouses. The prototype of this mountain lord is a mountain in Ziyun God realm. This mountain has existed for hundreds of millions of years. For some unknown reason, it suddenly developed its spiritual wisdom and began to absorb the energy of the heavens and the earth. It is extremely difficult for the Lord of the Mountain to take form. If a mountain wants to take form, it is even more against the sky than the form of the monster race. Heaven will bring extremely terrible punishment. The Lord of the Mountain was also a very difficult talent at the beginning, and the prototype was almost annihilated. At that time, most of the state where the prototype of the Mountain Lord was located was destroyed. And after the transformation of the Lord of the Mountains, he is only the cultivation base of the 7 tribulations true God. Compared with the horror of the transformation disaster, the cultivation base after the transformation is really not enough. It makes people feel that there is a difference between giving and rewarding a feeling of. However, the way of heaven is fair. It is difficult for the Lord of the Mountain to produce spiritual wisdom. It is difficult to practice before the transformation. Since the Lord of the Mountain took form, he has reached the limit of the 9 tribulations true God in just 10 years. For human beings, how far the ancient gods can go depends on how far they have broken the limits of the true gods. But for the Lord of the Mountain, there is no such rule. Even if the 9 tribulations true God is promoted to the ancient god, the Lord of the Mountain still has the hope of breaking through the God King. Facts have proved that the Mountain Lord has indeed broken through to the realm of the God King, and it has not exceeded 10,000 years. In just 10,000 years, from entering the realm of ancient gods to breaking through to the realm of God Kings, this is an abnormal speed. For many ordinary geniuses at the true God level, it may be difficult to break through the catastrophe in 10,000 years. After the Mountain Lord broke through to the God King, he left the Ziyun God realm completely. It is not known whether he went to the Zhongqian God realm or the Daqian God realm. Now that so many years have passed, the power of Ziyun God realm has been ups and downs, from prosperity to decline, and from decline to prosperity. I don't know how many forces have been annihilated in the long river of history, and I don't know how many forces have risen here. But the legend of the Mountain Lord has always existed. Just because the prototype of the Mountain Lord is too special, it is an ordinary mountain. So now, this Xuanhuan Ice Soul also wants to follow the path of the Lord of the Mountain? When Xuanhuan's heart thumped violently. If this was the case, then maybe the robbery this time was his luck. The ancestor of the Tan family said that he was a half-step God King, and he was only one step away from the God King, but everyone knew that if there was no opportunity, he would be in this state in the future, and it would be difficult to step into the God-King level. And now, he has the opportunity to follow the future God-King. At this moment, when Xuanhuan has already flashed in his mind the glorious life of becoming the boss of Qiankenzong in the future. What Lu Xizhen and Lu Xinfan, what kind of bullshit half-step God-King, all have to make a living under their own hands. The number 2 Ice Demon King looked at the drooling Wen Xiongwa with a look of disgust. Do all human beings have this virtue? The number 1 Ice Demon King stared at Wen Xiongwa coldly, causing Wen Xiongwa to feel chills all over his body, and recovered from his fantasy. Seeing this, the number 1 Ice Demon King said coldly, "Human, you should talk to the Lord yourself." Wen Xiongwa had already guessed that the master of the Ice Demon King was the Wanyan ice pond exuding a faint blue icy luster, and immediately knelt down respectfully, facing the Wanyan ice pour. Before Wen Xiongwa could say anything, Wanyan Bingpa's voice already sounded in Wen Xiongwa's mind. Wanyan Bingpa's voice is very cold. Just talking, Wen Xiongwa felt that his soul was going to be frozen. Humans. You said that you can provide the living environment for our ice demons? Wanyan Bingpa knew that his surviving the catastrophe would inevitably lead to a terrible catastrophe in the heavens, and the secret ice realm was very likely to be destroyed. It would be better at best. Just hold on for more time, no matter what, the ice secret realm cannot be intact. In other words, once the catastrophe is over, the ice demon will completely appear in the eyes of many forces in Ziyun God realm. Compared with the overlord forces of Qiankenzong, the ice demon clan is still too weak. If there is no place and time to recuperate, it is very likely to cause a huge disaster for the ice demon clan. As long as they are given some time to recuperate, Wanyan Bingpa is sure to become the strongest in Ziyun God realm, just like the mountain master back then. At that time, even if some human beings want to attack their ice demons, it will be too late. Wen Xiongwa said respectfully, "I am the son of the head of the Wen family, and my mother is also a member of the Tan family. If I were to be the bridge between the adults and the Wen family would definitely allocate a place for the ice demon clan of the adults to recuperate. Even when and I at home, I will also help my lord to cover up 1 or 2, and try to ensure that no other forces will attack the lord's ice demon clan." According to what you mean, the Wen family is just a subsidiary force of the Tan family. You are not afraid that the Tan family will find trouble with your Wen family after they find out? The Wen family is not your father's one-spoken family. There will be no objection. Wanyan Bingpa snorted coldly. Our Wen family is indeed a subsidiary strength of the Tan family, but the Tan family doesn't think much of our Wen family. The tribe has long secretly accumulated dissatisfaction with the Tan family, just because the Tan family is really powerful. The Wen family can't resist. Now, if our Wen family follows the adults, we will have a more brilliant future. When the adults grow up, we will have the strength to counter the Tan family and even kill the Tan family. Smart people know how to choose. Wen Xiongwa's attitude was still respectful, and he even flattered Wanyan Bingpa. Wanyan Bingpa only felt comfortable all over his body. Although the first and second ice demon kings were not low in intelligence, they were not very good at flattering. Wanyan Bingpa said with a proud voice, "Any growth takes time, so you are so sure that this seat will have the power to counter the Tan family in a short time? As you said, the Tan family has half a step. The old God King sits in charge. My lord, don't be humble, I must have heard the legend of the Lord of the Mountain. The prototype of the Lord of the Mountain is just an ordinary mountain. After transforming into a shape, he can become a God King in just 10,000 years. My lord is a world like Wanyan Ice Soul. A spiritual object is much better than an ordinary mountain, and when an adult transforms into a form, I am afraid that the time to break through to the King of the Gods will be shorter, and the achievements in the future will surpass the Lord of the Mountain." Wen Xiongwa said with a smile. Wanyan Bingpa felt more comfortable listening, even the number 1 Ice Demon King and number 2 Ice Demon King looked at Wen Xiongwa admiringly. However, being comfortable is comfortable, and the vigilance that Wanyan Bingpa should have is still indispensable. Human, you have to follow me, I agree, but you are human after all, I dare not trust you too much. Hearing this, Wen Xiongwa became anxious immediately, and hurriedly said, since I have decided to follow my lord, I will never regret it, let alone betray my lord, I am willing to swear. I don't believe in any oaths. Even if I take an oath, it's still possible to betray me. If I want you to believe me, yes, I want to plant an ice soul slave mark in your body. Wanyan Bingpa said faintly rode. When Xiongwa's complexion changed slightly, and the seal of Bingpa slave, he knew it was similar to a slave-servant contract. The other party was the master and he was the slave. The master controls the slave's life and death. Wanyan Bingpa saw that Wen Xiongwa was still hesitant, and his tone became cold. How are you thinking? Wen Xiongwa shuddered, and immediately remembered his current situation. This is no longer a choice for me to agree or not. If I agree, there is still a way to survive. If you don't agree, you will die. Thinking of this, Wen Xiongwa took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, please plant the ice soul slave seal. Wanyan Bingpa said with satisfaction, that's right. In the faint blue light, a small faint blue light group suddenly flew out. The blue light circled in mid-air, and then suddenly penetrated into Wen Xiongwa's body. Ah! Wen Xiongwa screamed, and at the moment when the blue light ball penetrated into Wen Xiongwa's body, Wen Xiongwa felt severe pain all over his body. What made Wen Xiongwa even more painful was that his soul was imprisoned by an extremely cold force, which made Wen Xiongwa clutch his head in pain and wished he could hit the ground a few times. The second update. Tribulation. After a long while, the pain in body and spirit felt much better. Wen Xiongwa stood up again, and then knelt down to Wanyan Bingpa. Slave Wen Xiongwa, please see my lord. Wanyan Bingpa said, now I have planted the imprint of Ice Soul Slave in your body, don't betray me. If you betray me, you will suffer 10 times or even 100 times the pain before. It can even directly freeze and shatter your soul through the Ice Soul Slave seal. Wen Xiongwa's body turned cold. The soul was frozen and shattered. Even if the body was still there, it was turned into ashes, and it was still the kind that could not be reincarnated. I will never betray my lord. Wen Xiongwa said firmly. Go down. Yes. The number 2 Ice Demon King led Wen Xiongwa to retreat. My lord, how long do you have to overcome the catastrophe? The number 1 Ice Demon King was a little nervous. Whether the Wanyan Ice Soul can successfully overcome the catastrophe depends on whether these ice demons can gain a foothold in the Ziyun God realm, or even dominate it. Only when the Lord successfully crosses the tribulation and achieves a breakthrough in cultivation, can these ice demons go one step further and become masters comparable to ancient gods. Otherwise, they can only be the current 9 tribulations true god. Even if the master falls, their cultivation base will also drop greatly, at least to the level of the 8 tribulations true god. If the background is not enough, it will drop even more. Wanyan Bingpa's tone was dignified. At most half a month, the catastrophe of transformation will come. The number 1 Ice Demon King heard the dignified tone of the master and was a little unconfident, and said quickly, the master will definitely be able to overcome the catastrophe and successfully transform into form. Didn't the human being say that there was once a mountain master who was the same as the master? Wanyan Bingpa sighed, it's different, it's different. The number 1 Ice Demon King tilted his head, is it different? He wanted to ask the master, but seeing that the master was unwilling to answer, the number 1 Ice Demon King shut up. Wanyan Bingpa glanced at the number 1 Ice Demon King, then calmed down and prepared for the catastrophe in half a month. Indeed, Ziyun God Realm had an example of the Mountain Lord before, but Wanyan Bingpa knew that the prototype of the Mountain Lord was just a mountain, but he himself was Wanyan Bingpa. Of course, once he crosses the catastrophe, his cultivation speed and development prospects are far superior to the Mountain Lord, and even once he transforms into an ancient god, he is a day stronger than the Mountain Lord's original 7 tribulations true god. The catastrophe of transformation will be several times, even 10 times more powerful than the Mountain Lord. To be honest, Wanyan Bingpa didn't have much confidence in whether he could successfully overcome the tribulation. Therefore, Wanyan Bingpa would let the Ice Demon King under him catch Han Feng and the others. If he failed, he would at least be able to retain some of Wanyan Bingpa's divinity to seize them. Even if you succeed in seizing the house, your cultivation base and future will be limited. Perhaps your lifetime achievement will be at the level of 1 or 2 god kings. Immortal life may not be able to catch up with the Mountain Lord, but it is better than the fallen one. I hope that among these human beings, there is a strong body that is suitable for me and can withstand my Bingpa divine transformation. Wanyan Bingpa thought silently. Wanyan Bingpa is preparing for the catastrophe in half a month. The number 1 Ice Demon King is guarding Wanyan Bingpa. At the same time, Xuanhuan also came to the ice dungeon. Xuanhuan is purely here to show off. Look, you are all locked in the dungeon, but Lao Tzu eats hot and spicy food outside. Xuanhuan could already imagine the shocked and jealous expressions of Lu Xizhen and others. Facts have proved that Lu Xizhen and others were indeed extremely shocked, but it was followed by anger rather than jealousy. Lu Xizhen's face was gloomy. Xuanhuan, you actually betrayed us humans and joined the ice demon. Too bad we thought you died in battle. Xie Fengzhe and the others also gritted their teeth. However, the core disciples who followed Xuanhuan before immediately fawned on Xuanhuan, and wanted to join the ice demon just like Xuanhuan. These people were originally from Xuanhuan, so Xuanhuan would naturally not refuse. The one who brought Xuanhuan here was the number 2 Ice Demon King. Seeing this, the number 2 Ice Demon King said, "It is fine for these people to follow you, but they must also plant the Ice Soul Slave seal." Yes, of course. Xuanhuan smiled apologetically. Since he has taken refuge in the Ice Soul for thousands of years, Xuanhuan is naturally very pleased with the number 2 Ice Demon King, and he dare not do anything to make the number 2 Ice Demon King unhappy move. When the core disciples heard that they were going to plant the Ice Soul Slave seal, they began to hesitate. It is one thing to seek refuge, but another, to be treated as a slave. Seeing this, Xuanhuan sneered and said, if you hesitate any longer, you will lose your life. I forgot to tell you that this is a secret place, so don't even think about escaping secretly. Even if you escape from this secret place, there are also several Ice Demon Kings guarding the entrance. You cannot escape. As soon as this remark came out, let alone Lu Xizhen, even Han Feng was shocked. They thought that this place might be in the depths of the Ice Crystal Mountain, but they didn't think that this place was no longer in the Ice Crystal Mountain, but a secret place in another space. This is impossible to escape at all. Immediately, those core disciples no longer hesitated, and agreed to plant the Ice Soul Slave seal, one after another. Master number 2, look. Xuanhuan turned his head to look at number 2 Ice Demon King with a disturbed expression. If these people were to be imprinted with the Ice Slave mark, they would have to disturb Wanyan Bingpa. The number 2 Ice Demon King said coldly, Ice Soul Slave seal in your soul. You can separate some avatars and implant them in the souls of these people, and they will obey you in the future. Xuanhuan was overjoyed. In this way, the lives of these core disciples were in his own hands, and he didn't have to worry about these people competing with him. After implanting one by one, Xuanhuan violently swept towards Han Feng, Lu Xizhen, and others. If anyone among you wants to take refuge in this young master, please stand up. Everyone looked at each other, and finally, quite a few people stood up. Those who are unwilling to take refuge in Wenxiong Kingdom are only sisters Lu Xizhen, a few core disciples, Han Feng and more than a dozen Qianquanzong disciples. When Xuanhuan glanced greedily at Lu Xinfan, swallowed and said, "Xinfan, don't you think about it seriously?" Lu Xinfan looked disgusted. Dream. Lu Xizhan wished to poke Wen Xionghua's eyes blind, but unfortunately, in the ice dungeon, both the gods and spirits were imprisoned, and Lu Xizhan was just an ordinary woman, so she couldn't help Wen Xionghu at all. When Xionghua's face froze, he walked forward with a cold face and pulled Lu Xinfan up with a tyrannical force, and said angrily, "Stinky bitch, I am lucky to see you, how dare you refuse? Even if you don't want to, you must serve Lao Tzu. Let go of me." Lu Xinfan screamed. "Brute!" Lu Xizhan, Xie Fengzhe, and others shouted angrily, and rushed towards Wen Xionghu one after another. Even Han Feng couldn't turn a blind eye to this scene. It's a pity that Wen Xionghua's strength has not been imprisoned. "Get out!" shouted angrily Lu Xizhan. Han Feng and the others vomited blood one after another and were sent flying out. The first update. Seeing that Wen Xionghu was about to succeed in creating a live sex palace on the spot, the number 2 Ice Demon King violently oppressed Wen Xionghu, and Wen Xionghu was oppressed back again and again, spurting out a mouthful of blood. "Master number 2, you are." Wen Xionghua's face was very ugly. Wen Xionghu didn't expect number 2 Ice Demon King to attack suddenly, and it was Lu Xinfan and others who were saved. Could it be that the number 2 Ice Demon King has taken a fancy to this woman? Do these ice monsters have that function? Number 2 Ice Demon King said indifferently, "These people are still useful." Just kidding, what if it happens to be this woman when the master fails to take over the robbery in the end? When Xuanhuan came to his senses, although he didn't know the usefulness of Lu Xinfan and the others, but when Xuanhuan understood that while these people were still useful, he couldn't handle Lu Xizhan and the others casually. Perhaps the number 2 Ice Demon King noticed Wen Xionghua's aggrieved face, and was worried that he would not give the Ice Demon family a lot of benefits due to resentment in his heart, and said, "Men can't hurt their lives, and they can't be disabled or too fatal. A woman must maintain a perfect body, and you can toss about the rest as you like." Wen Xionghu was in full bloom. Lu Xizhan and Lu Xinfan were spared, but Xie Fengzhe, Han Feng and others did. With their strength imprisoned, everyone could only endure the bullying, punching and kicking from Wen Xionghu and others. Wen Xionghu kicked Han Feng away with one kick, and then stepped on Han Feng's body fiercely. Han Feng felt that his ribs were about to be kicked, and he spurted blood. Wen Xionghu had a grim expression on his face. "Boy, this is the price you paid for injuring your second brother. You should be glad that you are still useful now. When you are useless, you will suffer 100 times and 1,000 times more severe torture than today." It took a long time for Han Feng's torture to come to an end. The anger accumulated in Wen Xionghua's chest finally vented a bit. "Let's go." Wen Xionghu took the lead to leave, and the people who followed Wen Xionghu looked rejoicing, otherwise the fate of Han Feng and others would be a lesson from the past. With his strength imprisoned, this injury will not heal at all if he does not lie down for a few months. Before Wen Xionghu left, in the dungeon where Ma Yu and others were imprisoned, people kept shouting to join the Ice Demon, but neither Wen Xionghu nor the number 2 Ice Demon King turned a blind eye. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed. Half a month is enough for Wen Xionghu to understand the usefulness of Han Feng and others. This made Wen Xionghu break out in a cold sweat. If the 10,000 years Bingpa does not succeed in overcoming the catastrophe, Lu Xinfan is the most suitable time to seize the house, and he will be finished. Wen Xionghu originally wanted to go to the dungeon to torture Han Feng and others every day, but after knowing the usefulness of Han Feng and others, Wen Xionghu dared not go immediately. On this day, Wen Xionghu and others, as well as the Ice Demon King, focused their eyes on Wanyan Bingpa. Today is the day when Wanyan Bingpa will cross the catastrophe. Only then did Wen Xiongwa discover that there are a total of 9 ice demon kings, with great spiritual wisdom and names. All of you back away. Wan Yanbingpa's voice reached everyone's ears. Everyone in Wenxiong Kingdom retreated quickly, and even the powerful ice demon kings didn't dare to get too close. If you are involved in the catastrophe, you will definitely die. The sky in the ice mystery realm was as clear as a wash, a clear light blue color. However, almost in the blink of an eye, the sky of the ice secret realm changed. Billowing dark clouds covered the sky and covered the sun, and the terrifying thunder in the dark clouds rolled back and forth like a dragon. Every thunderbolt like a dragon exudes a depressing and terrifying aura. When Xiongwa and others were so oppressed by this breath that they almost peed, it was really terrible. Such a situation is like the end of the world. It's so scary. Before the thunder came, I was like this. When the thunder came, wouldn't I? When Xiongwa felt ashamed, but his body instincts were beyond his control. However, seeing that other people are more miserable than himself, when Xiongwa finally feels better, and there are more than one embarrassing ones. Not to mention when Xiongwa, even the 9 ice demon kings, felt heavy. In the dungeon of ice, Han Feng and others also noticed something strange. Lu Xizhen treated Han Feng and the others, felt something strange in the air, and couldn't help saying, "What do you feel?" Han Feng's face was solemn, depressed, heavy, and there is a feeling of being out of breath. This feeling is very similar to the robbery. Could it be that the ice demon is in the robbery? Xie Fengzhe shook his head. Ice demons are very special creatures, they don't need to pass through the tribulation. And we feel this kind of oppression when we are locked up here. What about outside? Even if we go through the 9th divine calamity, it may not be so terrible, right? Surely hundreds of thousands of ice demons will go through the 9th divine tribulation together. Everyone twitched their lips. Hundreds of thousands crossing the catastrophe together? How can it be? Lu Xingfan said weakly, "Didn't the ice demon king say that we are useful half a month ago? Could it be related to this?" Lu Xingfan felt that his brain had gone too far. However, Xie Fengzhe and the others were silent, and Han Feng felt that Lu Xingfan's guess might be right on the truth. While Han Feng and others were thinking hard, Heaven's test for Wan Yanbingpa finally came. Just the first thunder calamity far surpassed the 9th divine calamity, which shocked Wen Xiongwa and others. God, such a terrible thunder disaster, only the strong who broke the limit of the true God can contend. Moreover, this is still the first way, what about the second and third ways? Thunder tribulation gets stronger as it goes on. Could it be that it will eventually be so strong that even some weaker ancient gods can't compete? The catastrophe of the transformation of the heaven and earth spirits is indeed terrifying, but only the heavens and earth spirits can maintain their divinity when they can't get through. If it's a human being, if they can't get through, they will die. Wen Xiongwa was trembling with fear, but at the same time he was still thinking about something. Second, third, fourth. As Wen Xiongwa thought, Lei Jia was getting stronger and stronger, but Wanyan Ice Pour was able to carry all of them down. This made Wen Xiongwa speechless. The strength of the 10,000 years ice soul is really terrifying. Even without the transformation, the strength is estimated to be enough to compete with the average ancient god powerhouse. The thunder calamity is getting more and more terrifying, and the scope of the damage is getting bigger and bigger. The ice secret realm continued to tremble violently, the glaciers shattered, and some first and second level ice demons with poor strength were directly affected to death. Wen Xiongwa is protected by several ice demon kings, including the number 1 ice demon king, otherwise it will not be much better. Ever since they knew that Wanyan Ice Soul was about to cross the catastrophe, the ice demon kings knew that both the ice secret realm and the ice demon would suffer heavy losses. Boom! Rumble! The thunder catastrophe kept coming, and the Wanyan Ice Soul emitted a faint blue light. This light sometimes turned into a giant axe, sometimes turned into a magic knife, and sometimes turned into a giant sword, constantly bombarding the thunder catastrophe. As the thunder calamity became more terrifying, when Xuanhuan clearly noticed that Wanyan Bingpa's resistance became more difficult. The second update. Wanyan Bingpa found that he had somewhat underestimated his catastrophe of transformation. This catastrophe of transformation was even more terrifying than he had imagined. The secret realm of ice was on the verge of being broken. In the entire ice secret realm, the sky is full of cracks, and the glaciers are constantly pouring. At the same time, Wanyan Bingpa also realized that he had overestimated himself. Damn it, is it true that I really want to seize the house? Wanyan Bingpa roared angrily in his heart. Possessing such a good body as the Wanyan Ice Soul really wins over human beings. How can the achievements in the future be compared with the body of the Wanyan Ice Soul? With the form of his body, Wanyan Bingpa is even sure to be promoted to the God Emperor in the future, and he is not the lowest level of the first level God Emperor. At least he can become the third or fourth level middle level God Emperor. But if it is to seize human beings, the limit is 1 or 2 transformations of the God King, and it is almost impossible to be promoted to the God Emperor. However, no matter how unwilling Wanyan Bingpa was, Lei Jia still fell as usual. This is the last lightning calamity of the transformation calamity, and its power has reached an unprecedented level. This thunder tribulation, undulating endless thunder, erupted towards the surroundings. Puff puff. When Xuanhuan and the others had retreated far away, almost reaching the periphery of the ice secret realm, but when the thunder calamity came, when Xuanhuan and the others still vomited blood and fell to the ground. This is still under the protection of the Ice Demon King, otherwise the situation will only get worse. The 9 Ice Demon Kings were also scarred. The weakest Ice Demon King number 9 had one arm bombed by the thunderbolt because he couldn't dodge in time. In the secret place of ice, the glaciers have almost been annihilated, and the land is torn apart, which is extremely miserable. As for those level 1, 2, 3, and 4 ice demons, they were completely annihilated under the impact of the last lightning calamity, leaving ice crystal hearts all over the ground. Even the ordinary Ice Demon King suffered heavy losses. 78 out of 10 were blown to ashes, and the rest only had 20 to 30% combat power. Because of its special location, the ice dungeon was not bombarded by too many thunderbolts. However, the damage to the secret realm of ice was as high as 90%. The dungeon imprisoned the gods and souls of Han Feng and others, and they disappeared immediately. Everyone is a true god, and there are many high-level true gods among them. They are extremely sensitive to their own situation. At the same time that their gods and souls are no longer imprisoned, everyone has sensed it. The recovery of strength finally restored everyone's self-confidence. At least they were able to fight, and they could blow themselves up even if they couldn't escape. They didn't believe that so many of them blew up without hurting an Ice Demon King. But everyone didn't go out rashly, because the outside was still shaking, and the sound of thunder and explosion made their spirits tremble with horror. At this moment, they finally determined that it was some kind of strong man who was going through the catastrophe, but the question was what kind of strong man would be sent down by the heavens to such a terrible catastrophe, which made everyone puzzled. It should be noted that true gods only survived 9 calamities, and when they reached the level of ancient gods, they absorbed the energy of chaos to form a chaotic lotus. God kings also survived the calamity of the inner world, which will only appear in the inner world of the God kings Dantian, and will not appear outside. God Emperor, the breakthrough depends on comprehending the immortality of heaven and earth. I have never heard that ancient gods, God kings, and God emperors also need to overcome the catastrophe, so the one who can overcome the catastrophe can only be the true God. Where did the true God trigger such a terrifying thunder calamity? If it really happened, he probably fell under the first and second thunder tribulations, and he absolutely has no ability to persist until now. The legend of the Mountain Lord is very old, and this example is too rare. Unless you see the Wanyan Ice Soul, It is difficult for Lu Xizhen and other Qiankuan sect disciples to associate this catastrophe with the catastrophe of transformation of a creature like the mountain lord above. The shock was still going on. They were locked in the dungeon and were also shocked by the bombardment. It can be predicted how terrible the situation above is. At this moment, Han Feng and the others felt a little rejoiced that they were locked in the dungeon. After a long while, the vibration gradually weakened and finally disappeared, but everyone could still feel the heavy oppression and tremor in the air. Let's go, although I don't know who is crossing the catastrophe, but there must be chaos outside now. It is a good time for us to escape. Lu Xizhen said in a deep voice. But this is where the secret realm is. We don't even know where the entrance to the secret realm is? Even if we knew, the entrance to the secret realm must be guarded by a powerful ice demon king. Can we really escape? A Qiankuan clan who has always been somewhat low-key and unknown, the children questioned. Hearing this, everyone was silent. If you don't try, how do you know we can't escape? I only know that if we stay here, we will be tortured to death by Xuanhuan and others instead of being killed by the ice demon? Han Feng swept towards everyone lightly. The divine essence recovered, and everyone's tortured bodies recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, but it would take some time to return to their heyday. Right now, they can only display about 70% of the combat power equivalent to that in their heyday. Junior brother Han is right, in this situation, we can only fight, let's go. Xia Fengzhe said angrily. Everyone immediately stood up and broke the cage with a bang. The ice secret realm was severely damaged, and the dungeon had lost the blessing of the secret realm and became very ordinary, unable to withstand the blow of a high-level true god. After Han Feng and others escaped, Ma Yu and others in another prison also escaped one after another. When everyone came to the ground, they were shocked. They knew that the situation outside would not be very good, but they didn't expect it to be so bad. Judging from the situation, this secret realm is already on the verge of collapse and is about to be broken. Thinking of this, everyone's expressions changed drastically. If they didn't escape before the secret realm was broken, they would be exiled into the turbulent space. If they are lucky, they may be exiled to a place where the space turbulence is not too dense. They are barely able to protect themselves, and they may be able to find a connection point between the space turbulence and the outside world and escape. If you are unlucky, you will be exiled to a place where spatial turbulence is relatively dense, and you will definitely die. Let's find it. Now we can only hope that we can find the exit as soon as possible. Han Feng rubbed his head. The next moment, everyone scattered. At the same time, the 9 Ice Demon Kings saw that the last thunder disaster had dissipated, and the tyrannical power between the heaven and the earth disappeared slowly, but there was no news from the place where the master crossed the catastrophe, and the hearts of the Ice Demon Kings sank. My lord is so strong, how could? So what if it fails? Just let the master take it as soon as possible. Go and see how the Lord is doing first? Several Ice Demon Kings didn't notice that their cultivation had been lowered, which meant that their master was still alive. At any rate, the Lord has been born with spiritual wisdom for nearly 10 million years, and the preparation for nearly 10 million years is enough for their Lord to use their whole cards to preserve a little divinity under the catastrophe of transformation. The third update. The 9 Ice Demon Kings hurriedly flew to the place where Wanyan Bingpo was crossing the catastrophe, and when Xuanhuan and others followed closely behind. Soon, the Ice Demon King and everyone arrived at the destination. Seeing the situation here, the hearts of the Ice Demon King and everyone sank. Because it was the place directly bombarded by Lei Jia, there was a strong smell of destruction until now. The breath of thunder that Lei Jia had not dissipated made the Ice Demon King and Wen Xiongua and others unable to bear the impact. More importantly, there is almost no breath of ice here. It should be known that the Wanyan Ice Soul has been born with spiritual wisdom for thousands of years, and it is unknown how long it existed before the birth of spiritual wisdom. For such a long time, the ice energy accumulated in Huanyan Bingpo's body is extremely terrifying. This is said to be the mystery of ice, but the root of everything is still in the 10,000 years ice pond. Those glaciers were all formed by the breath of ice exuded by the Huanyan ice apparel over the years, and even the ice demon was born because of it. Even if Huanyan Bingpo is injured, it is impossible for the breath of ice to be so shallow that it can hardly be sensed. All this can only show that Huanyan Bingpo's injuries are too severe, to the point where they are about to dissipate. Quick, hurry up, bring those human beings here, this seat, want to seize the house. Just when the several ice demon kings were anxious, the number 1 ice demon king suddenly sent a message intermittent commands. The number 1 ice demon king was startled, and then overjoyed. My lord, is that you? With the voice transmission of the Huanyan ice pour, the ice demon kings finally found the Huanyan ice pour. I saw that the Huanyan ice soul that originally exuded a cold color, now there is only a faint blue luster left, which is the divinity of the Huanyan ice pour. If there is no seizure in a short period of time, this ray of divinity will eventually disappear between heaven and earth. Huanyan Bingpo was terrified in his heart. He had prepared for such a long time, but in the end he didn't make it through, and even fell into such a situation. The horror of this catastrophe of transformation was far beyond his imagination. With so many years of accumulation of Huanyan ice soul, the strength is comparable to the middle and late stages of the Balian ancient gods, and as for the soul, it is infinitely close to the middle. However, only a ray of divinity is left after being split, and it is estimated that it can only be compared with the Junpin divine soul. The difference between before and after is almost unbearable for Huanyan Bingpo. When Huanyan Bingpo felt grief and indignation, the number 1 ice demon king obeyed Huanyan Bingpo's order and immediately went to the ice dungeon. However, to the surprise of the number 1 ice demon king, all the humans in the dungeon had disappeared, leaving no one behind. Oops, the secret realm has been damaged so badly, the dungeon's confinement to these humans must disappear. The number 1 ice demon king returned quickly and told Huanyan Bingpo, number 2 and number 3 ice demon kings about the situation in the dungeon. Catch it! Huanyan Bingpo roared angrily. Except for the number 1 ice demon king who stayed behind to guard the Huanyan ice soul, the rest of the ice demon king immediately searched in the secret territory. Everyone, including Xuanhuan, also did their best. They have the imprint of Bingpo slaves in their bodies. Once Huanyan Bingpo dies, they will be finished too. The ice secret realm is not too big, but it is not too small, and the difficulty of searching has greatly increased. But when Han Feng and others couldn't find an exit, it would be a matter of time before they were found. The first to be found was the strong man from Bingxin City. Most of these powerhouses are not high level, many of them are 5 or 6 Kulpas true gods, and only a few have reached the level of 7 Kulpas true gods. For these people, Huanyan Bingpo looked down on them, so he didn't take them away for the time being. Only when it is really impossible to find anyone in the end, Huanyan Bingpo will take these people away. Huanyan Bingpo didn't have to wait long before a fairly good candidate came. This object is Ma Yiyu, the lord of Bingxin City. Ma Yiyu was unlucky. He happened to meet number 4 Ice Demon King, and was captured by number 4 Ice Demon King. No. Don't, I am willing to be your master's servant. Ma Yiyu trembled in fright when he heard that he was about to be taken away. Don't look at Ma Yiyu as the true god of the 8 tribulations, and his level is not weak, but it is accumulated over a long period of practice. The long practice has exhausted Ma Yiyu's ambition at the beginning, and now Ma Yiyu only wants to live longer. Huanyan Bingpo didn't pay any attention to Ma Yiyu. Compared with his own life, a mere servant of the 8 tribulations true god is nothing. The faint blue divinity was like a candle that was about to dissipate, but in an instant, the candle burst out with a terrifying aura, as if an ancient beast descended. Even if the injury is severe, the divinity preserved by Wanyan Bingpa is comparable to the existence of a noble soul. For Ma Yu, it is so strong that he cannot resist at all. Ah! When the blue divinity poured into Ma Yu's mind, Ma Yu also let out a miserable scream, his face twisted, and his body fell to the ground and twitched. In his mind, Ma Yu's spirit also began to resist desperately because he fell into a desperate situation. However, although Ma Yu is a master of the 8 tribulations true God, his spirit barely reached the level of the 8th rank. Compared with the Junpin divine soul, the 8th rank divine soul is like an immature baby, weak and weak. It didn't take long for Ma Yu's screams to stop abruptly, and his soul was completely wiped out. The first step of Wanyan Bingpa's seizure has been completed. The next step is to use the divine nature of Bingpa to transform this body. Even if it can't match Wanyan Bingpa, it must be transformed into a physique similar to Wanyan Bingpa. Otherwise, with Ma Yu's blood and aptitude, so what if he has a powerful spirit? Whether it can break through to the ancient gods is a problem. And this second step is also the most difficult. If one is not careful, the body that was taken away may be unable to bear it and collapse. After a stick of incense passed, Ma Yu's body suddenly shook, and the next moment he was frozen into ice cubes, and then fell apart and turned into slag. Damn it! Wanyan Bingpa's angry voice sounded. The transformation of this body unexpectedly failed. Transformation also consumes divinity. If the divinity of Wanyan Ice Soul was considered the top level among the Junpin divine soul before, it has now dropped to the first-class level. Seeing this, the Ice Demon King had no choice but to arrest people again. In the blink of an eye, half a day passed. Many people were captured, but very few were valued by Wanyan Bingpa. These people were either 8 tribulations true gods or the top level of 7 tribulations true gods. Of course, there is no shortage of true god geniuses of the 6 tribulations of the Qiankuan sect. But the transformation of these people all failed. Among them, the genius of Qiankanzong was only one step away from completing the second step, which made Wanyan Bingpa regrettable and anxious. After several consecutive failures, Wanyan Bingpa's divinity has dropped from the first-rate level of Junpin to the third-rate level, barely maintaining a level comparable to Junpin. Another failure will surely bring you down to the general level. This means that the difficulty of seizing the house will be greatly increased in the future. Not only that, but the Ice Soul physique that consumes divine transformation will also be weaker. The first update. Seeing that the divinity will drop by 1 level, Wanyan Bingpa dare not take it away at will. When Xuanhuan stood up at this time and suggested, "Dare to ask my lord, what body do you want to take away? Is it a talented person or?" Wanyan Bingpa's feeble voice sounded, "It depends on the degree of fit between my body and me. It doesn't necessarily mean that the higher the talent, the better. However, if the degree of fit is sufficient, there are also restrictions on cultivation. It can and cannot bear the transformation of this seat. However, this fit is not something that can be seen just by looking at it. It can only be discovered after the transformation has been carried out to a certain extent. Otherwise, how can I waste so much divine energy? In other words, it has nothing to do with talent." But Wanyan Bingpa said again, "If you have high talent, you are more likely to have a high degree of compatibility with me. Dare to ask my lord, do you have to be a true god of ice attribute?" When Xuanhuan rolled his eyes, wondering what he was thinking. "It's not necessary. Even the fire attribute that is opposite to the ice attribute doesn't matter to me. The so-called transformation is to abolish the other party's original attributes and physique." Wanyan Bingpa replied, and his voice was eager, "Servant, do you have any good candidates?" A trace of ferocity and viciousness flashed across Wen Xiongguo's face. "I do have a good candidate for this servant, and his name is Han Feng." At this moment, Han Feng, Lu Xizhen, and others met. "Senior sister, have you found the exit?" Xiafengzhe asked impatiently. No, how about you? Me neither. Lu Xizhen and Xiafengzhe looked at each other with wry smiles, and then their eyes fell on Han Feng and Lu Xinfan. Lu Xinfan also had a mournful face. Sister, I didn't find it either. Han Feng also shook his head. Damn it, where is the exit? Lu Xizhen's face was filled with resentment and urgency. Lu Xizhen vaguely felt that if she didn't escape from this secret place, something bad might happen. Ha ha ha, I finally found you. A loud laugh came suddenly. The expressions of Han Feng and the others changed drastically. I don't know when, several ice demon kings have come nearby. Plop a few times. Han Feng and others were thrown to the ground, facing several ice demon kings. Han Feng and others had no power to fight back. Facing the existence that he could not resist, Han Feng did not rashly call out "Bye," but was obediently taken away. Han Feng wanted to see what the ice demon kings were planning. Perhaps this is the opportunity for them to escape from the secret realm. If it doesn't work, I can only hide in the Xuanhuan temple. After bringing Han Feng and others back, several ice demon kings respectfully said, My lord, the people have been brought here, and you can seize the house. What? Only then did Lu Xizhen realize that their function was to be taken away. When Xuanhuan smiled very proudly at the side, it is really an honor for you to be able to become the body of an adult. Han Feng, you are specially introduced by my son to you. Don't let you down. Wen Xuanhuan. Lu Xizhen gritted her teeth and glared at Wen Xuanhuan with hatred. Wen Xuanhuan is driving Han Feng to his death. A few ice demon kings can be called masters, how can it be a simple existence? Thinking about it now, the thunder calamity that fell before was probably just to smash the masters in the ice demon king's mouth. They could feel the vibrations on the ground and the terrifying aura in the air in the dungeon, so how unnatural would it be for an existence that could survive the thunder calamity and still be able to seize it? Han Feng is only a true god of the six tribulations. Lu Xizhen really can't think of any means for Han Feng to survive. However, when Xuanhuan turned a blind eye to the anger of Lu Xizhen and others, and instead sneered, think about yourselves, after the adults take over the house, you will be of no use. At that time all the women will serve me, and all the men will be killed. Immediately, the faces of Lu Xizhen and Lu Xinfan turned pale. Han Feng faced everything with a blank face, which in the eyes of Wen Xuanhuan was resignation, but Han Feng was about to laugh out loud at this moment. It's not good to grab yourself for something, but you want to seize yourself. With the Jiuyan Tianhua pagoda, it would be a joke to want to take him away. If the other party's spirit is a little weaker, he will be slaughtered by himself if he is imprisoned in the soul search space. Come on. Thinking of this, Han Feng stood up on his own initiative, attracting countless surprised eyes. The ones who were most surprised were Lu Xizhen and others. They were so surprised that they no longer knew what to say. When Xuanhuan still thought that Han Feng was resigned to his fate, and curled his lips, it's strange, it's your fault that you offended me and didn't know how to make amends. If you knelt and kowed out in Qiankanzong from the beginning, maybe I can forgive you one life. The ice demon kings felt a little strange, but they were clear about the master's ability, so they suppressed the strangeness. Guarded by several ice demon kings, Han Feng sat cross-legged, waiting to be taken away. At this moment, the blue divinity burst into Han Feng's forehead instantly. In the soul world, Wan Yanbingpa turned into a somewhat refined young man. Opposite to him was Han Feng, who appeared in spirit. At this moment, Han Feng's spirit appeared, his golden fairy pupils opened wide on his forehead. Strands of golden light surrounded Han Feng, and the power of Han Feng's spirit greatly increased. In the soul world, the power of the soul increases, which means that the strength increases. Han Feng's soul has already reached the 8th rank, and it is not weak among the 8th ranks. At least it is much stronger than Ma Yu's 8th rank. With the increase of the golden immortal eyes, Han Feng's soul power is hardly weaker than that of the 9th rank, at least beyond the 8th rank, infinitely close to the 9th rank. As expected of a genius recommended by human servants, none of the souls of those who have failed to seize the house before me can match your soul. I hope that your body can also withstand the transformation of me like a soul. The elegant young man licked lips, fiery eyes. Han Feng smiled lightly. If you want to take my body, it depends on whether you have the ability. While speaking, the golden fairy pupils on his forehead shot out thousands of golden lights, sweeping the entire spirit world. In the next moment, thousands of golden lights rushed towards the elegant young man like a torrent. The refined youth rolled up his sleeves, and an extremely icy aura shot up into the sky. Thousands of golden lights were frozen directly before they approached. The elegant young man smiled and said, "Give up, even if your little guy's spirit quality is extremely high, and you can threaten ordinary 9th grade spirits with various means, but the divinity of this seed is now comparable to a gentleman's spirit. You can't resist." That might be. A huge ruler appeared beside Han Feng at some point. It was the soul-devouring ruler, an artifact of the 7 tribulations. As an artifact of the soul attribute, the soul-devouring ruler can appear in the soul world, while things like Taishan Excalibur and Yantian Wu Baoluan cannot. Your Excellency's divinity is not weak. Being absorbed by the soul-devouring ruler just makes my soul-devouring ruler promoted to the 8 tribulations divine weapon. The soul-devouring ruler was shocked when he heard the words, and immediately passed through thousands of golden lights, and with an unstoppable momentum, he smashed hard at the elegant young man. The second update. The complexion of the elegant young man also turned cold. Want to use my divinity as a fertilizer to nourish the divine weapon? Just because you are worthy of mere human beings? Immediately, the sleeves rolled up, and bursts of terrifying cold storms erupted in the soul world. As if the end of the world is coming, the soul world is crumbling and may collapse at any time. Seeing this, the elegant young man couldn't help restraining his strength, and his soul world was broken, which also had a certain impact on his seizure. In the blink of an eye, the soul-eating ruler that was thrown at the elegant young man collided with the cold storm. The level of the soul-devouring ruler is not high. It is only an artifact of the 7 tribulations, but it can absorb the power of the soul, and sometimes it can play an unexpected role. In the soul space, all attack methods are actually the manifestation of the power of the soul, and the same is true for the cold and storm. Therefore, when the soul-devouring ruler was involved in the storm, it was visible to the naked eye that the storm was decreasing, and traces of ice-blue energy poured into the soul-devouring ruler and were absorbed by the soul-devouring ruler. But at this moment, Han Feng Jinxian's pupils shot out thousands of golden lights again, attacking the elegant young man from all directions. The soul-devouring ruler is just an artifact of the 7 tribulations. It cannot absorb the cold storm in an instant, and there is also a limit to the energy of the soul that the soul-devouring ruler can hold. When the limit is reached, the absorbing function needs to be turned off to digest it before it can continue to absorb. Han Feng had to take advantage of the soul-devouring ruler to contain the cold storm and consume more power from the opponent. You want to kill me with just this trick? The elegant young man looked disdainful. The majestic soul power gushed out crazily, and a small half of the soul world turned into a world of ice in a blink of an eye. Thousands of golden lights were frozen again. Little guy, you can't even get close to this seat with your attack. You should just get caught and be taken away by this seat. After sneering, the elegant young man stepped in the void, approaching Han Feng like a ghost. The closer he was, the more Han Feng could feel the oppression of the other party. So strong, the opponent's soul is not comparable to the 9th grade. God, how powerful was this guy in his heyday? After being destroyed by Lei Jia, he still has such a strong quality of soul. Han Feng was startled, and was about to sacrifice it. The Nine Flame Skyfire Pagoda immediately gave a meal. The Nine Flame Skyfire Pagoda is Han Feng's trump card. Once he makes a move, he must severely injure the opponent, and then lock the opponent into the soul search space. One hit fails, the opponent's soul has not been reduced to the point where it can be easily locked into the soul search space. The Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda will definitely attract the attention of the opponent. After the opponent finds out that it is almost impossible to succeed in seizing the house, there is a high probability that it will let the soul world collapse directly, and let the hiding give up halfway. In the soul world, Han Feng still has the ability to fight with the opponent, but outside, those ice demon kings unite, enough to kill Han Feng. Now that the 9 flames and different fire Ju has broken through to a high level in the late stage of the 6th layer, the power that 9 flames and different fires can display is naturally stronger. Imprisoning a high-level divine soul will encounter great resistance, and the chance of success may be less than half. As for the soul of Junpin quality, when encountering fierce resistance from the other party, it is impossible to lock the other party into the soul search space. Right now, the oppression given to Han Feng by the other party, even if it is not at the level of a gentleman, is beyond the level of a general. In order to increase the success rate, the 9 Flame Skyfire Tower cannot be used for the time being. Han Feng continued to retreat, and the golden light all over his body flourished, turning into various attacks and slashing at the opponent. Pearls of rice grains also shine brightly. The sarcasm on the elegant young man's face became more and more intense. All the attacks transformed by the golden light can't get close to the refined youth at all. The ice crystal defense transformed by the refined youth's soul blocked all of Han Feng's attacks. Suddenly, the elegant young man pointed at Han Feng, and the next moment, in the soul space, the strong power of the soul turned into an ice-blue giant finger, which suddenly smashed towards Han Feng. The golden light all over Han Feng's body turned into a torrent, which slammed into it fiercely. However, the ice crystal giant finger swept across the way with a mighty momentum, completely crushing the golden torrent. The next moment, Han Feng was hit and flew upside down. At this time, Han Feng was manifesting his spirit and soul, so he would not vomit blood naturally, but his body suddenly became illusory. There was also a bone-chilling chill that invaded the soul, and Han Feng's body from the outside world trembled involuntarily. The elegant young man frowned slightly. You have a lot of life, and you haven't been defeated by a single blow. However, I want to see how many attacks you can withstand. Relying on the strength of his spirit and soul, the elegant young man slashed at Han Feng desperately with all kinds of powerful attacks. Han Feng could only dodge in embarrassment, or let the golden brilliance turn into an attack and counterattack, or turn it into a defensive defense. Even so, the huge gap between spirit and soul still made Han Feng embarrassed, and soon his figure was illusory and his face was pale. Just at this moment, the soul-devouring ruler absorbed the energy of the cold storm, and suddenly released this energy, and the attacking gaze was on the elegant young man. What? The elegant young man never expected that he would be attacked by his own attack, and hastily assembled a surging spirit to fight back. Good job. Han Feng showed a hint of joy on his face, and then asked curiously, Soul Eater Ruler, I haven't seen you fight back like this before? Master, I have this ability only in the soul space. Soul Eater replied. Han Feng understood. The soul-devouring ruler unleashed a cold storm to fight back, and it also passed through layers of space, smashing hard at the elegant young man again. Get out, the elegant young man shouted angrily, and swung his fist at the Soul Eater ruler. The soul is condensed in the right fist, and the icy blue light is extremely dazzling, filling the entire soul world. The time has come. Han Feng's eyes burst into light. Dodging one after another before, although embarrassing, also consumed a lot of energy of the opponent's soul. Han Feng reckoned that the opponent's soul at this moment had already dropped to the level of a general. As long as he was hit by his unexpected 9 Flame Skyfire Tower, he would definitely suffer serious injuries, and his soul would definitely drop even lower. At that time, the other party can be imprisoned in the soul search space. Little fatty, I'll hand it over to you. Rest assured. The golden and red rays of light suddenly shot out from Han Feng's heart. The moment the golden and red rays of light appeared, the soul space suddenly vibrated, as if something extremely terrifying and extraordinary appeared in the soul space, bringing great oppression to the soul space. The elegant young man who punched the soul-devouring ruler felt chills all over his body as soon as he knocked the soul-devouring ruler into the air, as if he was being stared at by some ancient beast. A sense of suffocation couldn't help but rise. Not good. The elegant young man's complexion changed drastically. He must know what happened behind him. The refined youth didn't even look at it and turned to avoid it, but the speed of the Jiuyan Tianhua pagoda was so fast, and it had already aimed at the refined youth, where the refined youth could dodge if they wanted to. In the next moment, the elegant young man screamed, and the golden and red rays of light instantly swallowed the elegant young man. The first update. A collision of the Nine Flame Skyfire Pagoda, with the power to destroy the sky and the earth, instantly severely injured the refined youth. After a great battle, the divinity of the refined youth had already been reduced to the general level, but even if he was reduced to the general level, he was still an extremely top existence among the generals. However, after being severely injured by the Jiuyan Tianhua pagoda, the divinity of the elegant young man suddenly dropped. In particular, the Ziji Xuanhuan burning around the Jiuyan Tianhua pagoda made the elegant young man scream again and again. The divinity of the refined youth plummeted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in a blink of an eye it was reduced to a low-level level. The elegant young man was extremely terrified. He never expected that Han Feng would have such a terrible whole card. It was fine to have such a terrible whole card, but he had such a terrible whole card. But he didn't use it at the beginning, but took advantage of his own carelessness. Sneak up on yourself. Damn it, the soul has been reduced to this level, and the other party still has such a terrifying artifact, how can they take it away? The elegant young man immediately gave up his plan to take away Han Feng. If this goes on like this, don't talk about seizing the house, I'm afraid I will really fall. Moreover, given the divinity that is now only comparable to the lower level of the middle class, the level of the ice soul physique transformed after the seizure will not be too high, which is simply a big loss. The elegant young man thought of Wen Xiongwa, who recommended Han Feng to him, and a surge of anger rose from the bottom of his heart. It's all this damned lowly slave, otherwise how could I have fallen into such a situation? Etc. The elegant young man's eyes widened suddenly. That lowly slave, couldn't it be on purpose, for the purpose of killing himself? Sure enough, you can't trust human beings, different races, how can you talk about trust? You lowly slave, if you want me to die, don't think about it. The elegant young man immediately vented his anger through the ice slave seal. He mistakenly thought that Wen Xiongwa was an elegant young man who wanted to kill him. He had already forgotten that he was dead, and Wen Xiongwa had to die too. Wang Xiongwo had absolutely no reason to kill him. Real world. Wen Xiongwo waited for Han Feng to be taken away with a smile, and from time to time cast his dirty eyes on the two sisters Lu Xizhen and laughed a few times. When Xuanhuan died, several core disciples and some Qianquanzong disciples also smiled maliciously. But at this moment, when Xuanhuan let out an earth-shattering scream, his eyes were round and full of blood, like a frog's eyes were about to bulge out. What's wrong? Brother Wen, you are. Master Ice Demon King, what happened to Brother Wen? Several core disciples and Qianquanzong disciples were shocked and asked the Ice Demon King in a panic. The several Ice Demon Kings looked at each other. Of course they knew that the Lord had launched the Ice Soul Slave Seal, and judging by the situation, they still wanted to directly kill Wen Xiongwa through the Ice Soul Slave Seal. But the question is, why did the Lord do this? Although the Ice Demon Kings couldn't figure it out, they would not rebel against the Lord because of this. In their view, whatever the Lord did was right. Now that the Lord wants Wen Xiongwa to die, let Wen Xiongwa die, just a mere human being. Lu Xizhen and the others looked at each other dumbly. They didn't understand what happened to Wen Xiongwa, but it didn't prevent them from gloating. After a while, Wen Xiongwa spat out blood suddenly, and his struggling body remained motionless. Looking carefully, he was already dead. Following the death of Wen Xiongwa, everyone who followed Wang Xiangguo and was planted with the Ice Soul Slave seal by Wang Xiangguo also screamed and fell to the ground dead. Soul World. The elegant young man who has vented his anger will immediately withdraw from Han Feng's Soul World. But at this moment, a golden and red pagoda flashed out of the golden and red light, centering on the pagoda. A terrifying suction force swept out, and this suction instantly spread to the refined youth, sucking the refined youth in. No! The elegant young man cried out in horror, this artifact is so powerful, how can it be good if he is sucked into it? Before the refined youth begged for mercy, the refined youth had already been imprisoned in the soul search space. In the soul search space, Han Feng is the sky, the god, and the ruler. Here, Han Feng has the final say. Han Feng immediately appeared in the soul search space, and said teasingly, Your Excellency, you don't want to take away Han, who is now a prisoner? The elegant young man's face was livid, his majestic Wan Yin ice soul of the tens of millions of years has now become a prisoner of the little six tribulations true God, it's a shame. However, when someone is a knife and I am a fish, the elegant young man has to lower his proud head. Little brother, killing me is not good for you. My ice demon kings will not let you go. Why don't you let me go? How about I let my subordinates send you out of the secret realm? You have also noticed my current spirit, it is no longer possible for me to take you away. The elegant young man held back his anger and said in a low voice 3 times. Han Feng, don't believe him, he's lying. Xiaopeng is the tool spirit of the Nine Flame Skyfire Pagoda, and here is a space for searching souls. Whether what the elegant young man said is true or not, and whether he is sincere or not, he can't hide it from Xiaopeng. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, you don't need to say, I won't believe him. He has fallen to this point, and everything is because of me. How can he really let me go? But those ice demon kings outside are indeed a big problem. The ice demon king, who is comparable to the high-ranking 9 tribulations true God, is still the 9. This power has brought great pressure to Han Feng. If there is only one, use the 9 Flame Skyfire Pagoda and the 9 Mang Imperial Fire Banner by yourself, and then unite with Bai De, maybe you still have the qualifications to fight. But Jiao Zun, there is almost no possibility of escaping. Of course, using Xuanhuan Temple is an exception, but the premise is to find the exit. Otherwise, when the ice secret realm completely collapses, the Xuanhuan Temple will still fall into the turbulent flow of space. Han Feng, have you ever thought about why the Ice Demon clan doesn't need to go through a catastrophe to improve their strength? Xiaopeng said suddenly. This? Han Feng shook his head. Fatty said, the bone skeleton of the bone order, do you need to go through the tribulation to improve your strength? When some puppets are refined, do they need to go through the calamity step by step? Han Feng's expression was slightly condensed. You mean that Ice Demon was also refined? This is just my guess. Xiaopeng was not sure. In fact, Xiaopeng would say so based on his feeling. It feels like the most unreliable thing. Han Feng lowered his head and pondered for a while, then suddenly raised his head and stared at the elegant young man. Is the Ice Demon made by you? Since the Ice Demon calls the elegant young man in front of him his master, then the most likely to refine the Ice Demon can only be the elegant young man in front of him. No. It's not me. The elegant young man was still anxiously waiting for Han Feng's reply to his begging for mercy, but he was caught off guard for a while when he thought that Han Feng would ask such a question suddenly. But the refined youth still replied no subconsciously. The refined youth had an intuition that once he answered yes, something bad would happen. Really? Han Feng smiled calmly. From the initial panic of the refined youth, Han Feng has already established a certain fact. Little fatty, since the ice demon was made by this person must know the weakness of the ice demon and strip this person's memory. Yes. It has to be said that at this time the elegant young man still has a keen sense of danger, and when he sensed Han Feng's gradually turning cold eyes, the elegant young man's face instantly turned ferocious. Don't let me go? Let's die together. The elegant young man rushed towards Han Feng. The surging power of the soul turned into an ice crystal spear. Han Feng's eyes showed sarcasm. Han has already said, here, Han has the final say. As soon as these words came out, the elegant young man discovered in horror that his power of soul immediately shrank back. In other words, the power of his soul has been imprisoned. The refined youths in the soul search space are the manifestation of their souls, and being imprisoned means that the bodies of the refined youths are imprisoned. Little fat, do it. The process of directly stripping the memory is very painful. The elegant young man yelled frantically, begging for mercy, in tears. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, it is impossible to change form now, and even one's life is about to be lost. How frightening is the Xuanhuan Bingpa. Unfortunately, Han Feng turned a blind eye to this. Han Feng is not a soft-hearted person, sometimes he will let his enemy go, it is a last resort, for example, the enemy has a deep background. But at this moment, Xuanhuan Bingpa, after killing him, no one would come to take revenge, and Han Feng naturally would not spare Xuanhuan Bingpa's life. What's more, Han Feng also intends to let the soul-devouring ruler absorb this person's soul and upgrade his level. Why so long? After waiting for a long time, Han Feng was surprised when Xiaopeng didn't see the other party's memory. Xiaopeng said with a bitter face, no, this guy's memory is too huge, Han Feng, don't be scared later, this guy's body is very surprising. God, for thousands of years, this guy has lived, it's been a long time. It is estimated that the half-step god king of Qiankanzong has not lived as long as this guy. What? Han Feng was shocked by thousands of years. There is no need to strip out all the memories, only the ones about the ice demon. I just want to peel off the memory of the disease, otherwise I won't be able to peel it out for a few days and nights, okay? Fatty passed the memory of the ice devil into Han Feng. Han Feng sat quietly on the spot, absorbing these memories. After a long while, Han Feng opened his eyes, let out a sigh of relief. It turns out to be a 10,000 years ice soul at the level of 10 million years, no wonder. Han Feng's expression was complicated, and he didn't know what to say to this 10,000-year ice soul. He cultivated hard for thousands of years, and now he has lost his entire dynasty. Not only that, he also lost his life. Han Feng admired Xuanhuan Bingpa. It is difficult for a spiritual creature like Xuanhuan Bingpa to produce spiritual wisdom, let alone transforming form. Enduring loneliness for thousands of years is not something everyone can bear. It's a pity that it's not good to give up anyone, but to give up yourself. If he can transform successfully, this guy's future is limitless. Even if he wins, he may break through to the God King in the future, but he just lost me, and the result. With a sigh, Han Feng could only say, this is fate. Knowing the origin of Xuanhuan Ice Soul, Han Feng also knew how the ice demon was born. Tens of thousands of years ago, Xuanhuan Bingpa developed spiritual intelligence, and came to this secret realm by chance. At that time, this secret realm was no different from ordinary secret realms. However, after tens of thousands of years, the cold air continuously overflowed from the body of Xuanhuan Bingpa, transforming the secret place into the current appearance surrounded by glaciers. As for the emergence of the ice demon, it was also due to the cold air overflowing from the 10,000 years ice soul. Xuanhuan Ice Pourer, in fact, was able to lead to the catastrophe of transformation millions of years ago, but at that time, Huanyan ice pore was not sure, so in order to avoid the catastrophe of transformation, he had to use the sum of the cold air and original power were dispersed. Although very few scattered out, they also formed a family of ice demons. In the beginning, the ice demon was only first and second level, but as time passed, there were 3 and 4 levels, and even the 5th level Ice Demon King, and the 5th level Ice Demon King evolved into the famous Ice Demon King with the passage of time. The memory was absorbed here, and Han Feng sighed again. If Huanyan Bingpa was willing to wait for hundreds of thousands of years and millions of years, the calamity of transformation might be over. It's a pity, after tens of millions of years of waiting, Huanyan Bingpa can't wait anymore. From memory, Han Feng got a piece of good news. The ice demon originated from the Huanyan ice pore. Even if it is now considered a separate entity, it is inextricably related to the Huanyan ice pore. Those ice demon kings are powerful, but with the fall of Huanyan ice soul, they will also suffer heavy injuries, and their strength will drop greatly. At the very least, it will fall from the level of the 9 tribulations true God. Ha ha ha, God help me too. Han Feng laughed loudly. These ice demon kings had all fallen to the 9 tribulations realm. It would be much easier for Baida to clean them up. It's just a part of the memory stripped away. Being Po's divinity has not been completely wiped out, so let me work harder. The soul-devouring ruler appeared next to Han Feng, and Han Feng said, I've given you this 10,000-year ice soul magic weapon. Thank you, Master. The soul-devouring ruler couldn't wait to pounce on the blue divinity, wantonly absorbing it. Han Feng smiled and left the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda. Real space. Lu Xizhen and others looked at Han Feng with absent-minded eyes. They knew that if Han Feng stood up again, he would no longer be Han Feng, but the master of the Ice Demon King. Several people had complicated emotions. They hated the master whom the Ice Demon King spoke of, but they didn't know what expression to use when facing Han Feng's body. Following Han Feng's body trembling slightly, he immediately stood up with his hands on the ground. Lu Xizhen and the others looked tense. But then, a scene that surprised Lu Xizhen and others happened. The Ice Demon Kings, who had been on guard around them to prevent them from escaping, roared and rushed towards Han Feng. Isn't this their master? Are these Ice Demon Kings going to rebel? My lord has fallen, avenge my lord. Kill this human. The Ice Demon King yelled loudly, his pupils filled with hatred. Based on their connection with Huanyan Bingpa, it can be seen that the master did not succeed in seizing the house at all. Lu Xizhen and the others looked in disbelief. What did they hear? The lord is dead? That is to say. Humph. Han Feng snorted coldly, and immediately released Baida. The strength of several Ice Demon Kings is rapidly falling, and they haven't fallen to the level of the 8 tribulations true God for the time being. Baida started to fight and immediately fell into a disadvantage. Come here quickly. Han Feng shouted. Lu Xizhen and the others came to their senses and immediately ran towards Han Feng, and then their eyes fell on the Ice Demon King. Why couldn't they see that the strength of these Ice Demon Kings was declining, which surprised them immensely? But what surprised them even more was the bone skeleton that Han Feng suddenly summoned. Han Feng, what's going on? Lu Xizhen and the others were still confused. Han Feng explained the matter in a simple and clear way, and concluded, their master is dead, so their strength has dropped greatly. So that's it, very good, let's see how I can get revenge. Lu Xizhen smiled ferociously, and immediately joined the battle, to help Baida. Xie Fengzhe and other core disciples also immediately joined the battle. Now that they have fallen to the level of the 8 tribulations true God, they are not afraid. Lu Xizhen himself has the power to contend against the peak of the 8 tribulations true God. Xie Fengzhe is second only to Lu Xizhen, although the rest are not as good as Lu Xizhen and Xie Fengzhe, but the combined strength is not weak. As the power of the Ice Demon King gradually decreased, Bai Cai quickly gained the upper hand. Lu Xizhen was dripping with joy. In the hands of this group of Ice Demon Kings, Lu Xizhen suffered too much aggrieved, and now because of these aggrieved, her combat power is soaring. Damn it, these humans are crazy. Number 3 Ice Demon King yelled. Humph, wasn't it very powerful when I was caught before, what about now? Lu Xizhen overwhelmed the number 3 Ice Demon King, and soon made a killing move, killing the number 3 Ice Demon King. Of the 9 Ice Demon Kings, the number 1 Ice Demon King dropped to the peak of the 8 Tribulations True Gods high level, and the second fell to the 8 Tribulations True Gods high level junior middle stage. Number 3 has fallen to the middle level of the 8 Tribulations True God. Number 6, number 7, and number 8 even fell to the elementary level of the 8 Tribulations True God. Huh? Seeing that Bai Cai and Lu Xizhen were about to win, Han Feng's face suddenly changed, and then suddenly his sleeves were rolled up, and a huge pitch-black ruler flew out. Absorbing the divinity of the 10,000 years of ice soul, the soul-devouring ruler is finally going to overcome the tribulation and become an artifact of the 8 tribulations. The third update. Beside Han Feng, there are more than a dozen disciples of Xuanhuan sect. These disciples did not seek refuge in Wenxiong Kingdom, so they survived. Seeing the fate of those who took refuge in Wenxiong Kingdom, these disciples of the Xuanhuan sect were all very happy. At this time, they saw that one of Han Feng's artifacts was going to pass the catastrophe, and they didn't feel any jealousy. Not to mention that they survived by relying on Han Feng. If Han Feng hadn't killed the so-called Ice Demon Lord, their fate at this moment would definitely not be much better. Even after this artifact passed the catastrophe, it would only be 8 catastrophes. It's just an artifact. The artifact of the 8 tribulations is really nothing in their eyes. As the disciples on the Qianlong list of Qiankanzong, or the children of the Qiankanzong family, they also have the artifacts of the 9 tribulations, not to mention the 8 tribulations. The soul-devouring ruler crossed the robbery very smoothly. The soul-devouring ruler has been on the 7 tribulations artifact for a long time, and has accumulated enough. Now that it has soared into the sky, it will naturally pass through the divine tribulation smoothly and step into the level of the 8 tribulations artifact. And because of absorbing the divinity of the 10,000 years ice soul, he stepped into the peak of the 8 tribulations divine artifact in one fell swoop, and as long as he passed the 8th divine tribulation, he could immediately become the 9 tribulations divine artifact. But at this juncture, the soul-devouring ruler stopped. It's not that Wanyan Bingpa's divinity has been exhausted, but that soul-devourer knows that he is going to cross the 8th divine calamity just after passing through the 7th divine calamity. The steps are too big and it is easy to fail. Therefore, the Soul Eater decided to stay at the level of the 8 tribulations divine artifact for a while, settle down, and then rely on Han Feng to go to the 9th divine tribulation and achieve the 9 tribulations divine artifact. With the divine energy of the 10,000 years ice soul, the Soul Eater ruler is sure to step into the peak level of the 9 tribulations divine artifact at the moment of achieving the 9 tribulations divine artifact. Come back. Seeing that the soul-eating ruler had passed the catastrophe, Han Feng waved his hand, and the soul-eating ruler immediately flew towards Han Feng. At this time, Bai Cai, Lu Xizhen, and the others had almost finished dealing with the Ice Demon Kings. The strength of these Ice Demon Kings has dropped drastically, but the Ice Crystal Heart in their bodies is still a real level 5 Ice Crystal Heart. Lu Xizhen looked at the fallen 5th level Ice Crystal Heart, and wished to rush to pick it up immediately, but she endured it, and Lu Xizhen still did not do so. Because Lu Xizhen knew that all of this was brought about by Han Feng. For the Ice Demon King, whose strength had dropped greatly, Bai Cai alone was enough to deal with it. Their actions were just icing on the cake. As for the Xuanhuan sect disciples around Han Feng, they don't even have any coveting hearts. Except for the 5th level Ice Crystal Hearts, there are too many Ice Crystal Hearts falling from the entire secret realm. There are 1, 2, 3, and 4 levels, and it is a blockbuster. They picked up these ice crystal hearts, casually, which was a lot of Xuanhuan points. Han. Junior brother Han. Lu Xizhan squirmed, extremely embarrassed. Han Feng smiled, senior sister, just take it away, and there are a few thank you senior brothers, take them too. How can this be done? Xie Fengzhe and other core disciples hurriedly waved their hands. With Bai Cai, Han Feng is no longer a promising junior in the eyes of their core disciples, but an existence stronger than them. Han Feng clearly sensed the change in their attitude towards him, which was by no means the attitude towards an inner disciple. Han Feng smiled and said, senior brothers, we have survived this disaster together, so we don't want to see each other again, not to mention, I got something better. Under the doubts of Lu Xizhan, Xie Fengzhe, and others, Han Feng wandered around, and when he came back, he held a shattered 10,000 years ice soul in his hand. This is the main body of the ice demon lord, Wanyan ice soul. Although the degree of fragmentation has reached 60% to 70%, this is a 10,000-year ice apparel at the level of tens of millions of years. At this moment, the remaining value is still equivalent to 3 or 4 million years of 10,000-year ice apparel. To be honest, it is used to exchange for some chaos god high-level divine fruits are enough. Han Feng let everyone look at the Wanyan ice soul, and then put it away. Then Han Feng said, I have already obtained such great benefits, those 5th-level ice crystal hearts are naturally your senior brothers. Xie Fengzhe shook his head, it's still not right, the Wanyan ice pour was originally killed by you, it was your prize of victory. Seeing that Xie Fengzhe and the others were so determined, Han Feng only got, that's good, there are many ordinary 5th-level ice demon kings in the ice secret realm, and the 5th-level ice crystal hearts dropped by ordinary 5th-level ice demon kings, brothers, take them away. As for the 9 more perfect 5th-level ice crystal hearts, I will take one to exchange for Xuanhuan points, and give the rest to senior sister Lu. Isn't senior sister Lu going to refine Bingxin pill? Dan, the senior sister gets some, the senior brothers each get a few pills, and the inner disciples also get a few pills each, and I will give the rest to me. The Xuanhuan sect disciples beside Han Feng didn't expect to have their own share, they were overjoyed and looked at Han Feng with gratitude. They decided that when they returned to Qianquanzong, they must make good friends with this junior brother Han, and if possible, let their family make good friends with Han Feng. In the future, when they come to the secret realm of chaos, if Han Feng asks for something, they will die. Xie Fengzhe and other core disciples looked at each other, then nodded immediately, listened to junior brother. Even Xie Fengzhe and the others couldn't resist Bing Xindan's temptation. Even if only Xuanhuan breaks the limit, and only 1/3 of them enter the level of the heavenly general true God, then the 9 tribulations true God will need to undergo a long hard work. The foundation of true God Jia stepped into the level of ancient gods, and he was trapped in the level of lower ancient gods all his life, unable to make any progress. Lu Xizhan said proudly, the Bingxin dam refined from the ordinary 5-level ice crystal heart has a great chance to help the 9th-rank gods break through the limit and step into the advent. These more perfect 5-level ice crystal hearts must have more chances. Maybe close to 100%. With so many ice crystal hearts, senior sister will definitely refine as many Bingxin pills as possible for you, junior brother. By then, junior brother will be able to exchange a lot of Xuanhuan points with these Bingxin pills, and even befriend many 9 tribulations core disciples at the true God level. This is very important for you, junior brother, to gain a firm foothold in Qianquanzong. Hearing this, Han Feng smiled without saying a word. The descendants of the Xianlong patriarch have been found, and leaving the 16-winged Xianlong transformation to the Lu family is considered to have fulfilled the last wish of the Xianlong patriarch. After the Chaos Secret Realm, Han Feng has already planned to leave Qianquanzong, and even Ziyun God Realm. At that time, whether it is Xuanhuan points or gaining a firm foothold in Qianquanzong, it will have nothing to do with him. With distribution, the rest is easy to solve. As for the ice crystal hearts that are all over the ice secret realm, there is nothing to distribute. With such a large number, everyone has a good harvest. From Wanyan Bingpa's memory, Han Feng already knew where the exit was. After the bumper harvest, everyone came to the exit. Surprisingly, the exit was on a cliff. Han Feng made seals with his hands, and a faint blue light bloomed on the edge of the cliff. The light condensed and turned into a whirlpool. The first update. Just when everyone was about to enter the exit and leave the secret place of ice, Han Feng suddenly reached out to stop them and released Bai Cai. Junior brother, this is. Lu Xizhen looked at Han Feng. Han Feng said, outside the exit, there are several ordinary ice demon kings guarding it, so be careful. Everyone's expressions were stunned. They managed to survive. If they were killed because they were careless when they just went out, that would be too aggrieved. The ice demon king outside the exit, because he was not in the secret realm, naturally was not affected by the thunder disaster, so he must be intact. Of course, because of the fall of Wanyan Ice Soul, the strength of these ice demon kings will inevitably drop greatly. Now that everyone is prepared, they will naturally not be attacked. Ho ho! As soon as they left the secret realm, several ordinary ice demon kings, guarding the entrance, launched their attacks. The first one to strike was Bai Cai, who swept out with a huge axe in his hand, cutting off 2 ordinary ice demon kings in a blink of an eye. As powerful as the number 9 ice demon king, his strength has dropped to the elementary level of the 8 tribulations true God, let alone these ordinary ice demon kings. These ordinary ice demon kings have all fallen to the high-level of the 7 tribulations true God. The high-level true God of the 7 tribulations is no different from an ant to Bai Cai. For example, the disciples of the Qiankuan sect around Han Feng also have the strength of the Qianlong list. One-on-one may not be an opponent, but together they are enough to destroy a high-ranking ordinary ice demon king of the 7 tribulations true God. Ha ha ha, it's so easy. Thinking how powerful these ice demon kings were back then, now, TSK. Stop talking nonsense, it's just that the strength of the ice demon king has declined, and it's not that our strength has soared. There's nothing to be happy about. Lu Xizhen said unhappily. When Lu Xizhen showed his power, the 2 core disciples shrank their necks, smiled mischievously, and turned their attention to killing the enemy. After a while, all the ordinary ice demon kings guarding the entrance were killed. The dropped 5-level ice crystal hearts were not enough for everyone, so they were all given to Lu Xizhen, and the pills that were refined at that time, each person would just share a few more. Before leaving, Lu Xizhen suddenly called Han Feng to stop. Junior brother Han, don't exchange your shattered 10,000 years ice soul for the time being, otherwise our excuses will be hard to come by this time. Lu Xizhen's face was serious. This time, when Xuanhuan, several core disciples, and even many family disciples died. This must be explained to the sect. But the matter of Wanyan Bingpa, everyone can't say it, otherwise Han Feng will attract the attention of Qiankanzong's senior management. The mere true God of the 6 tribulations, but was able to kill Wanyan Bingpa God's nature during the period of being seized, isn't this clearly telling everyone that Han Feng has a secret? The 10,000-year ice soul of the tens of millions of years, those high-level Qiankuan sects are not fools, they must have guessed how powerful the God nature will be if this level of 10,000-year ice soul produces spiritual wisdom. To be able to eliminate such a powerful divinity, the secret will not be simple, maybe it will arouse the covetousness of some middle and lower ancient gods. Even the giants of the upper ancient gods. Han Feng is very kind to them, they can't push Han Feng to the stove to roast. Therefore, they can only push the death of Wen Xuanhuan and others to the Ice Demon King. Anyway, they have so many 5-level ice crystal hearts to testify, which is enough to show that there is more than one Ice Demon King. There are so many Ice Demon Kings, each of which is comparable to the existence of the 9 tribulations true God, so many people have died, so it can be explained. Of course, Han Feng's bidao will be exposed, otherwise how to explain their escape? Return. Han Feng understood that Lu Xizhen was thinking about him, and nodded immediately. Senior sister Lu, don't worry, junior brother will never take out the 10,000 years ice soul for the time being. Lu Xizhen nodded in satisfaction, and then her face became serious, her cold eyes fell on everyone. After returning to the sect, you will explain the family according to what I said before, understand? Han, the matter of Feng's failure to be seized and Wanyan Bingpa must not be revealed. Everyone's expressions were terrified, and they swore immediately. These people didn't submit to Wen Xiongwa at the beginning, so their character was passable, and after they swore another oath, Lu Xizhen's expression softened. However, it was only to relax. Lu Xizhen did not relax completely. Junior brother, we will keep our mouths shut at this time, but it is an indisputable fact that Wen Xiongwa is dead. The Wen family will not let it go. Even if the evidence points to the fact that Wen Xiongwa was killed by the ice demon, the Wen family will take their anger out on him. I'm fine. There are forces behind other people. One-on-one is naturally far inferior to the Wen family, but it is also a force that is not weak when united. You can't do it. You have a simple background. If the Wen family takes their anger on you, your life in Qianquanzong is not easy. How about joining my Lu family? Hearing this, Han Feng shook his head under Lu Xizhen's astonished gaze. Senior sister's kindness is appreciated by junior brother. Let's forget about joining the Lu family. As for the Wen family's anger, I haven't taken it to heart yet. Han Feng had long planned to leave Qianquanzong, so what if the Wen family suppressed him? After returning to Qianquanzong to exchange a large number of Qianquan points, he will practice alternately on both sides of Xuanhuan Mountain and Xinyan Mountain. If the Wen family wants to trouble him, they will have to stay in or after the Chaos Secret Realm. If it is in the secret realm of chaos, under the condition that the entry of the true gods above the 7 calamities is restricted, Han Feng is not afraid of anyone who is a disciple of the Wen family who is the true god of the 6 calamities. After the Chaos Secret Realm, he had already left, and the Wen family wanted to suppress him, so he had to be in the Qianquanzong. However, Lu Xizhen didn't know what Han Feng was thinking. When the invitation was rejected, Lu Xizhen opened her mouth and finally just sighed. Forget it, since this is your decision, you just need to be more careful in the future. I will tell my father about it. If your father speaks, the Wen family will not suppress you too much. After all, it is just to vent your anger, and Wen Xiongwa did not die in your hands. While speaking, everyone had already returned to the Ice Crystal Mountain. Lu Xizhen took out the artifact Baihe, and the group returned to Qianquanzong. Qianquanzong first went to the mission hall to settle the mission and distribute the Qianquan points, then everyone bid farewell to Han Feng, and Han Feng followed Lu Xizhen and Lu Xinfan back to the Lu family. The news of the fall of Wenxiong Kingdom soon spread back to the Qianquanzong Wen family, and the Wen family was shocked. The head of the Wen family and his wife were furious. Xia Fengzhe and others returned to their family and immediately told their elders what happened during the mission. Naturally, this matter was agreed upon by everyone and was adapted. These elders were first shocked by more than one Ice Demon King, and then thanked their descendants for being rescued by Han Feng. The elders of these families quickly united in order to prevent the Wen family from angering their younger generations. At the request of Xia Fengzhe and others, even Han Feng was included in their protection scope. The Wen family is a big family in the Qianquan sect, owning a high-ranking ancient god giant, and the son of the head of the Wen family fell. Naturally, General Ling Yun had heard about it. What? That kid's cultivation base has been raised to the high level of the 6 tribulations true god? And there is a bone skeleton with the initial strength level of the 9 tribulations true god? Ling Yuntian almost stared out his eyes. Is this the Han Feng I know? No way, it's only been a few years, and the changes have been too great. It took a long time for General Ling Yuntian to calm down. With a smile on his face, he muttered to himself, "It seems that I still underestimated him. Now he is a high-level true god of the six tribulations. After decades. Wait, now that you have reached this level, it seems that it is very necessary to recommend this son to that adult. Come here, tell Xuanhuan to come see me." The second update. When Xuanhuan came to look for Han Feng had already arrived at the Liu family, and the owner of the Liu family met Han Feng secretly. Okay, you are indeed a descendant of the old ancestors, a young hero." The patriarch of the Liu family smiled and was very excited. The patriarch of the Liu family is already a middle-ranked ancient god powerhouse, and the divine skills he comprehended have reached the level of the middle-grade chaos divine skills, but they are not so brilliant in the middle-rank chaos magic skills. In other words, Patriarch Liu can't be considered very powerful at the level of the middle ancient god, and can only be considered upper middle at the same level. However, with the 16-winged profound dragon transformation, everything is different. After all, Patriarch Xianlong is the ancestor of the Liu family. As the descendant of Patriarch Xuanlong's bloodline, Patriarch Liu and the 16-winged Xianlong transformation can at least pass the level of compatibility. For the current middle ancient god, it is enough. The 12-winged mysterious dragon transformation is already at the intermediate level of chaos divine grade. If the degree of compatibility is a little higher, it is not impossible to achieve the transformation of the 14-winged black dragon. It is conceivable that the middle-ranked ancient gods practiced the 14-winged mysterious dragon transformation, which would increase their strength. Even if one breaks through to the realm of a high-ranking ancient god in the future, the 14-winged mysterious dragon transformation is enough. As for the level of the 16-winged black dragon, it may not be possible to practice, but at least it can be used as a reference to perfect one's own magical skills. In any case, the return of the 16-winged mysterious dragon transformation is a great benefit to the Liu family and to the head of the Liu family. Based on this, Patriarch Liu is extremely grateful to Han Feng no matter what. Not to mention that Han Feng saved his two daughters this time. Facing Patriarch Liu's praise, Han Feng just smiled shyly and didn't say much, and then said, "Senior, how should this junior keep the 16-winged black dragon transformation?" The 16-winged profound dragon transformation is a supernatural skill of chaos, extremely powerful, and cannot be tolerated by ordinary jade slips. Patriarch Liu was clearly prepared, and took out a blackened jade slip. The head of the Liu family said, "This is a jade slip made of special material He Mingyu, which is strong enough to withstand the ultimate chaos magic." Han Feng took the jade slip, and the information about the 16-winged black dragon transformation in his soul began to pour into the jade slip. This kind of teleportation lasted for half a day. The information of the best chaos divine skill was too complicated. With Han Feng's current spirit, it only took half a day to complete it with the help of Xiaopeng. Otherwise, it may not be possible to finish the delivery in one day. If it is a high-level ancient god, it can be completed in a moment. Patriarch Liu took the jade slip excitedly, and kept saying good, but he couldn't say the rest. Liu Xinfan said cautiously, Father, you haven't paid me yet?" The Patriarch Liu, who was in the midst of agitation, suddenly choked, and said angrily, "You girl, have you ever told me not to give it to my father? Don't be too excited for my father." Liu Xizhan laughed loudly, and joked, "Little sister is so impatient, could it be that she has taken a fancy to junior brother Han?" Liu Xinfan couldn't lift his head in embarrassment. Liu Xizhan and Patriarch Liu were surprised. Seeing this, how interested are they really? Han Feng felt embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Fortunately, at this time, Patriarch Liu coughed lightly, and said, "Han Feng, if you don't see anyone, just call me Uncle Liu, you saved Uncle's two daughters, and Uncle is here to thank them for them." As he said that, Patriarch Liu really bowed to Han Feng. Han Feng turned pale with shock, and hurried to help Patriarch Lu. This is a middle-ranked ancient god powerhouse, the bow of such a powerhouse, how could his own little true god of the six tribulations be able to bear it? Uncle Lu, get up quickly, how can this junior? It's a pity that Han Feng's cultivation is only at the level of the six tribulations true gods, but Patriarch Lu is a middle-ranked ancient god. Patriarch Lu insists on worshipping, how can Han Feng stop him? After the head of the Lu family bowed, he said, my nephew is very kind to my Lu family. I wonder what my nephew is lacking now. The head of the Lu family definitely wants to repay Han Feng, but first of all, he must know what Han Feng lacks, and only then will he know what to give. Otherwise, it would be useless to give it casually, even if it is to give a precious spiritual object of heaven and earth, but it is useless to Han Feng. Han Feng frowned, what's missing? Before going to Bingxin City, Han Feng would definitely say that he lacked Qianquan points, but now there are a lot of third-level and fourth-level ice crystal hearts in the storage space, as well as ordinary fifth-level ice crystal hearts, so there is no shortage of universe points. Then it can only be the treasures that improve the cultivation level and the fire attribute gods that improve the 9 flames and different fire art. Knowing Han Feng's request, Patriarch Lu laughed, what is this? Uncle asked someone to bring a lot of treasures to improve his cultivation. In the dignified Lu family, there are too many heaven and earth spiritual objects that can promote the 6 Kulpa true gods, and there are also many spiritual objects that are also useful for high-level true gods. It's just that it is divided equally among the many younger generations of the Lu family, so it seems that each younger generation gets less. At the moment there is only Han Feng, so there is no pressure. Soon, Han Feng was thrown a storage ring. There are a large number of sacred stones inside, many of which have reached the top grade level. As for the heaven and earth spiritual objects, there are some mid-level god-grade stones, more high-level god-grade stones, and even some top-grade god-grade stones. These are extremely precious heaven and earth spirits to Han Feng, but to an ancient god-level powerhouse like Patriarch Lu, they are no different from the weeds on the side of the road, they are all useless. As for the artifacts, there were none. Obviously, Patriarch Lu knew that Han Feng had no shortage of artifacts. The head of the Lu family wanted to give the top-grade artifact, but the Lu family itself lacked it. Those elders would never agree, and the head of the Lu family didn't want to quarrel with those old antiques, so he just didn't give it. Originally, the head of the Lu family wanted to give some heaven and earth spirits at the level of the chaotic gods, but firstly, the powerful ancient gods of the Lu family also needed such level of heaven and earth spirits to practice, and secondly, such gods were too much for Han Feng's current state. It is far away, it is impossible to help Han Feng in a short time, but it will bring Han Feng great trouble because of exposure, so I finally thought about it and let go of this idea. Rao is so, Han Feng is also very satisfied. So many fire attribute heaven and earth spirits are enough for my 9 flames and different fire Jew to go a step further for practice, and it will also allow me to at least cultivate to the level of the 8 tribulations true God. This is still the case of directly swallowing it. After being refined into the source liquid, even if it can't help me break through to the level of the 9 tribulations true God, it can almost reach the high level of the 8 tribulations true God. Those top-grade divine stones can also transform and evolve the bloodlines of several beasts again, and then greatly improve their strength. It's just a pity that the secret realm of chaos restricts the entry of the 7 tribulations true God and above. For decades, I can only see it and can't use it. Han Feng put away the storage ring in satisfaction. By the way, I heard that my nephew has already comprehended high-grade high-level divine skills. Does my nephew want to go a step further and comprehend high-grade high-level divine skills to a higher level? Patriarch Lu suddenly asked as if he had remembered something. Han Feng was taken aback, and immediately understood that what Patriarch Lu was talking about was Ziyun's divine arm. It's just that the follow-up skills of Ziyun's divine arm have already been deduced, that is, the so-called 10th, 11th, and 12th levels, and there is no need to comprehend it at all. For the soul, it is too reluctant. In the same way, the six-winged Xianlong transformation is the same, you only need to absorb the experience left by the Xianlong patriarch. On the other hand, the golden immortal physique has been comprehended to the great completion of the golden immortal physique, and it is close to the limit of Desheng, but the peak state after Desheng is still a bit vague, and needs to be comprehended again. The third update. According to what Patriarch Lu said, could there be any treasures that would be helpful for comprehending martial arts? Uncle Lu means. Han Feng looked at Patriarch Lu. The head of the Lu family showed a mysterious smile, but the pupils of the sisters Lu Xizhan shrank slightly. Father, is it Jiawu Tower that you are talking about? Jiawu Tower? Han Feng's ears moved, and from one of the characters' enlightenment, Han Feng roughly guessed the function of the Jiawu Tower, but whether it is what he guessed needs further verification. Involuntarily, Han Feng's eyes revealed a questioning look, and fell on the two sisters Lu Xizhan. Seeing this, Lu Xizhan immediately explained, the Jiawu building is a special artifact of our Lu family. The energy condensed in it is very helpful for comprehending martial arts. It is a place that many young children of the Lu family yearn for. Lu Xizhan, the tone of the four words young children is emphasized. Han Feng's eyes flashed, it's just young children? That is to say, there is a limit to the help of Jiawu building for martial arts comprehension? Doesn't it help ancient gods? No matter what, he should comprehend a relatively powerful middle-grade chaos magic skill. As the head of the family, you can't enter the Jiawu building and you need to ask for instructions. Patriarch Lu glanced at Han Feng approvingly, and guessed the truth from just a few words. Lu Xizhan went on to say, that's right, that's exactly the case. The Jiawu Tower can only help you understand martial arts to a limit. At most, it can help you comprehend the best high-level magical skills, but it won't help ancient gods and chaotic magical skills. So it's just the young people who yearn for the Jiawu building, and there are very few heavenly generals and true gods in the Lu family. Junior brother Han, your divine skills have been mastered to the highest level. If you practice in the Jiawu building, with the assistance of special energy in the Jiawu building, you may be able to help your brother comprehend the breakthrough method of the highest level of divine skills. I got it. As long as you continue to practice in the future, if you continue to grow your cultivation base, you will completely break through the divine skills to the top level and master them, which will be a matter of course. Afterwards, Lu Xizhan told more about Jiwulu, and Han Feng learned more. There are 9 floors in the Jiawu Tower. The higher the number of floors, the stronger the strange energy in the Jiawu Tower, and the greater the help for the true god's comprehension. Over the years, the Lu family has summed up the rules. If you only want to comprehend low-grade or even middle-grade divine skills, you can do it on the 1st to 3rd floors. If you want to comprehend and improve high-grade divine skills, you need to be on the 4th to 6th floors. The first 3 levels are not very helpful for the comprehension of top-grade divine skills. And if you want to comprehend and improve the best divine skills, you need to be on the 7th to 9th floors. In Lu Xizhan's words, Han Feng's magical skills have been mastered to the highest level, and if he wants to understand the way to break through the best magical skills, he needs to go to the 7th floor at least. Moreover, the strange energy in the Jiawu building is not endless, and needs to be slowly transformed by the Jiawu building absorbing the energy of the world. That is to say, when the energy in a certain floor of the Jiawu Tower has been absorbed, it needs to be refilled by the Jiawu Tower before anyone can continue to enter. Therefore, only a few of the young children of the Lu family can enter the Jiawu building, and they cannot enter it every once in a while. For example, Lu Xizhan, the number of times she entered is only a handful. Firstly, Lu Xizhan is not the only outstanding young child of the Lu family, and secondly, the energy in the Jiawu building needs time to recover. This time, if it wasn't for the significance of the 16-winged dragon returning to the Lu family, Han Feng, as an outsider, would never have entered the Jiawu building. The head of the Lu family said, every time the Jiawu building is opened, because it consumes the energy inside, it is necessary to notify the elders. My nephew is waiting here for a while, and my uncle will go and talk to the elders. While speaking, Patriarch Lu disappeared. Han Feng's place is being entertained by the two sisters Lu Xizhan for the time being. The three of them chatted very happily. In terms of many cards, it can be said that Han Feng does not need to pay attention to Lu Xizhan, but it is an indisputable fact that Lu Xizhan's cultivation is higher than Han Feng. Because her cultivation level was higher than that of Han Feng, Lu Xizhan told Han Feng some key points to break through to a high-level true god. In Lu Xizhan's view, Han Feng is already a high-level powerhouse of the Six Tribulations true god, and he has so many Chanquan points in his hands. Whether he is practicing in Xuanhuan Mountain or Xinyan Mountain, his cultivation will surely improve rapidly, and it may not be necessary to break through the high-level true god. How long? Junior brother, the secret realm of chaos will be opened in a few decades, and this girl Xian Fan will also enter, and she will need more care from you. Lu Xizhan patted Lu Xinfan on the head and said to Han Feng. Lu Xinfan was delighted and shy at the same time. Han Feng touched his nose and said, "Don't worry, senior sister, junior brother will definitely take care of junior sister. Speaking of which, how can senior sister ensure that we meet in the secret realm of chaos?" As far as I know, the secret realm of chaos is huge. Lu Xizhan smiled mysteriously, "I have my own way." Lu Xizhan was about to explain the method, but Patriarch Lu suddenly appeared, but his expression was a little ugly. Lu Xizhan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Father, don't those old guys agree? Lu Xizhan was a little annoyed. It is impossible for those old guys not to know the value of the 16-winged black dragon brought back by junior brother Han, but Han Feng guessed that the process would not be so smooth after he knew that the energy in the Jiawu building was limited, and now it seems that it is so. Uncle Lu, since you can't enter the Jiawu Tower to practice, then forget it. Anyway, the younger generation is still weak in cultivation. Even if you really comprehend the best supernatural skills, you can't control it for the time being. Han Feng is very knowledgeable, but at this time you can't blame Patriarch Lu for not doing enough. Patriarch Lu waved his hand. No, those old guys don't disagree. They know the value of the 16-winged black dragon transformation. But they don't want you to stay in the Jiawu building for too long. Lu Xizhan opened her mouth and sat down angrily. The elders felt that the energy was wasted for outsiders. Patriarch Lu said with a trace of apology, "Uncle, I tried my best to fight for it, but I just bought you a month on the 9th floor." 1 month? That's not enough. Lu Xizhan cried out. Even if the 9th floor is the most energy-rich floor in the Jiawu building, it is also the floor most likely to assist the true god to comprehend the best high-level magical skills. But the ultimate divine skill is difficult to comprehend, and how many ancient gods did not comprehend such a powerful divine skill before they broke through? Even on the 9th floor of the Jiawu Tower, it took only a month, and they probably just realized a clue. Not sure, I can't even comprehend a clue. Patriarch Lu smiled wryly. This is already the limit of my struggle. After all, I am not the only middle-ranked ancient god in the family. Lu Xizhan was also silent. After all, the Lu family is not decided by the father alone. In the tense atmosphere, Han Feng suddenly smiled. The first update. Han Feng's laughter caught Lu Jiazhu and Lu Xizhan's astonished gazes. Han Feng smiled indifferently. 1 month is enough, Junior, thank Uncle Lu for giving this Junior a chance. Patriarch Lu and Lu Xizhan looked bewildered. Is 1 month enough? What does it mean? Could it be that what this guy already comprehended is only the last step away from the ultimate divine skill? The two of them didn't know at all that Han Feng's plan was not to comprehend the ultimate divine skill as they imagined, but to improve the golden immortal body. After the 9th layer of Ziyun divine arm, there are 10th, 11th, and 12th layers. For Han Feng, as long as he cultivates step by step, as his cultivation level improves, it will be a matter of time before he masters the 10th level, so naturally he doesn't need to comprehend it. And the subsequent 13th level does not require comprehension. Only the 14th stage after the 13th stage requires comprehension. But the 14th level, among the low-level chaos magic skills, belongs to the middle-level ranks. It is too far away for the current Han Feng, so there is no need to consider it for the time being. Therefore, the only thing that Han Feng needs to improve through comprehension is the golden immortal physique. As for the completion of the golden immortal physique, it is only equivalent to a high-grade intermediate level. 1 month of cultivation on the 9th level is almost enough to comprehend the peak state of the golden immortal physique and even the road after the golden immortal physique. Patriarch Lu was already a little guilty, so he could only say, "Forget it, uncle will just compensate you in other ways. Come on, let's go to Jiawu Building." Jiawu Building is located on a platform surrounded by mountains behind the Lu family. After Han Feng and his party came here, Han Feng looked over immediately, and saw that the Jiawu Building was ordinary and a little dilapidated, as if it was a dilapidated small building that had gone through many years of vicissitudes, and it did not show the aura of special artifacts at all. Up and down the Jiawu Building, there was a smell of decay. The head of the Lu family sighed. It is extremely difficult for special artifacts to give birth to spiritual intelligence, but this does not mean that special artifacts have no instincts. This instinct makes them eager to advance. So far, no one knows how to advance special artifacts? They only know that each special artifact has a different way to advance. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the sudden promotion of Jiawu Building shocked our Lu family, but it also made our Lu family happy. Especially me and other ancient gods are extremely happy. Once the Jiawu Building is promoted, we ancient gods will also benefit. However, the Jiawu Building failed, and it has been dilapidated since then. Now it has this dilapidated appearance, with a strong smell of decay. For hundreds of thousands of years, the Jiawu Building has gathered the energy of heaven and earth, and the speed of transforming the special energy in the Jiawu Building is getting faster and faster. The slower you go, the fewer and fewer you are, and it is precisely because of this that those old guys are so obstructive, and after the final compromise, you will only be given 1 month. Han Feng realized that, perhaps in the eyes of those elders, the energy in the Jiawu Building had become limited, used less and less. Naturally he didn't want outsiders to get more. "Hey, I've talked too much nonsense, go in." Patriarch Lu patted Han Feng on the shoulder. Han Feng nodded and walked slowly into the Jiawu Building. Patriarch Lu's gaze was fixed on Han Feng until Han Feng disappeared in Jiawu Building. Patriarch Lu turned and left. As soon as Patriarch Lu came back, he was rewarded by his servants. An inner disciple named Xuanhuan asked to see him outside. The head of the Lu family has naturally heard of this Xuanhuan, and Xuanhuan is also one of the giants of the inner disciples. But what really caught Patriarch Lu's attention was that Xuanhuan was backed by General Ling Yun, and behind General Ling Yun, there was another high-ranking ancient god giant. Xuanhuan? What is he doing here? Come on, let him in. Xuanhuan has met Patriarch Lu, but I don't know where junior brother Han is. Xuanhuan asked straight to the point. My patriarch and nephew Han have hit it off right away. I don't know why little friend she is looking for nephew Han. Patriarch Lu didn't answer Xuanhuan directly, but instead kindly called Han Feng as nephew Han, hoping to make Xuanhuan feel a little more afraid. The head of the Lu family didn't know why Xuanhuan was looking for Han Feng, but he only hoped that Xuanhuan didn't come to cause trouble. If he came to cause trouble, I hope that this bit of fear can make Xuanhuan quit. If it wasn't for the great backing behind Xuanhuan, Patriarch Lu wouldn't have bothered to beat around the bush, and would have warned him directly. Xuanhuan was taken aback, shocked in his heart. This Han Feng was valued by Patriarch Lu. With the protection of General Ling Yuntian and that lord, and the Lord Master Lu who speaks, the Wen family must have no choice but to die. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan also smiled. With Xuanhuan's intelligence, he naturally knew that Patriarch Lu might have misunderstood his actions. With a respectful expression, Xuanhuan briefly explained the relationship between General Ling Yuntian and Han Feng, and then said, "When Xiong's kingdom fell, and the Wen family will inevitably take revenge on everyone who went to complete the task. Please also ask Patriarch Lu to let junior brother Han follow the younger generation to General Ling Yuntian's place. With General Ling Yuntian around and that lord protecting him, the Wen family dare not take action against junior brother Han. This time it's the Lu family's claim to speak louder." From his daughter's mouth, the head of the Lu family learned that Han Feng had no backer, but now it seems that there is no backer, and the backer is huge. Knowing the relationship between Xuanhuan and Han Feng, the head of the Lu family became much closer. Perhaps, through Han Feng, their Lu family can also get involved with the high-ranking ancient god giant. Xiao Yu Shi, although you say so, it is impossible for nephew Han Xian to leave with you in a short time. Oh? Why? Seeing Patriarch Lu's distressed face, Xuanhuan asked anxiously. Cough, nephew Han Xian has already entered the Jiawu Tower, and will come out in a month. Jiawu Tower. Xuanhuan had heard about Jiawu Tower after being in Qianquanzong for so many years. When he heard that Han Feng had entered Jiawu Tower, he was dumbfounded. This junior will go back and return first, and this junior will come back in a month. Han Feng had already entered the Jiawu Tower, so Xuanhuan had no choice but to wait. The mountain where the true god of Qianquan Zongtian lived. The top of the mountain is shrouded in auspicious clouds, surrounded by clouds and mists, like a fairyland. In a hall at the top of the mountain, General Ling Yuntian nodded with satisfaction. It is his good fortune that the kid is valued by Patriarch Lu and entered the Jiawu building. If so, you can go to Lu's house and bring that kid back in a month. Yes. Xuanhuan retired respectfully. Compared with General Ling Yuntian's comfort, the feeling of everyone in the Wen family is not so wonderful. Wen Xianghao, the second son of the patriarch of the Wen family, said in a bitter voice, "That kid named Han Feng must have done it. Only that kid has a grudge against Big Brother. That shit was killed by the Ice Demon King." How could Big Brother be killed by the Ice Demon King? Lose. Wen Xianghao simply wanted to borrow a knife to kill someone. With the help of his parents' anger, kill Han Feng who offended him. The second update. Sir, what Xianghao said is correct. It must be that kid named Han Feng who did it. I'm going to kill him. Wen Xianghao's mother, the wife of the head of the Wen family, Tan Piaoyu, has long since lost her ladylike attire. At this moment, Tan Piaoyu is just a mother who lost her son. As a mother who lost her son, Tan Piaoyu has lost her basic rationality, and all she thinks about is revenge. When Wen Xianghao said this, she immediately transferred the hatred to Han Feng. Even Wen Xianghao was a little scared when he saw that hideous look. However, Wen Dexing, the head of the Wen family, did not lose his mind because of this. After losing a son, who was still a promising son, Wen Dexing was not without sadness. But Wen Dexing has too many sons. In terms of legitimate sons, isn't there still Wen Xianghao, and besides, he can continue to have children in the future. If we talk about bastards, there are more of them, and there are some outstanding ones among them. Of course, the reason why Wen Dexing is so rational is that the many disciples who have returned this time, the combined forces behind them are enough to make the Wen family fearful. Otherwise, with the arrogance of the Wen family, many disciples who came back would have been arrested long ago. Why are you still alive and well after my son died? For Wendexing, it doesn't matter whether his son was really killed by the Ice Demon King or not. What is important is that his son is dead while others are still alive. All the people who came back alive will be angered. It's just that these people who came back alive are not without power behind them, which makes Wendexing a little scrupulous. Han Feng is the only one who has no background. However, this son was protected by those families because of the life-saving grace of protecting Han Feng, which made it difficult for Wendexing to intervene. Okay, be sensible. As far as I know, that kid is only a true god of the 6 tribulations. How could he possibly hurt Xuanhuan? The elders used secret methods, and they also concluded that Xuanhua's Shura's death seal is not in the Qianquan sect, that is, these people who came back alive are not murderers. Wendexing scolded Tanpiayu. The Azura death seal is a mark that is condensed after the death of the Wen family's direct line. Whoever kills the Wen family's direct line will have the Azura death seal on them. If the murderer was Han Feng, the elder's secret method would definitely track Han Feng, but in fact it didn't. What does that mean? Wendexing didn't know where. Although Tanpiayu lost most of her sanity, she also knew Shura's death seal, and her expression froze when she heard this. Didn't that Han Feng do it? But soon, Tanpiayu said bitterly, so what? As a disciple of the Qianquan sect, I didn't know to use my body to stop my son when he was in deep crisis. This is a sin. Why are those lowly people living? You came back, but a man of noble birth like my son died. My son died, and they couldn't live either. On this point, Wendexing agreed, my son is of noble birth. If he is in danger, those of humble origin should try his best to rescue him, even at the expense of his own life. But, ma'am, my husband doesn't want all those lowly people to be buried with Xuanhuan, but the forces behind those lowly people have already joined together to guard against us, so it's not easy for us to take action. The kid named Han Feng is also being sheltered, especially Lu Chenpeng also opened his mouth to protect that kid. This Lu Chenpeng has to give face to his husband. Lu Chenpeng. Tanpiayu's expression darkened, and a strong unwillingness flashed in his eyes. As the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Chenpeng was even more of an ancient god powerhouse, and finally made Tanpiayu's sanity return a lot. As a member of the Tan family, Tanpiayu naturally knew that the ancestor, as a half-step god king, had been trapped in that realm for a long time. If you don't get an auxiliary type of world artifact in this life, and seize the small world inside it for your own use, you will basically be in this state for the rest of your life, and it will be difficult to break through to the god king. In addition, if one can obtain an elixir that contains the will of the small world, there is a possibility of a breakthrough, but such elixir can only be refined by the king of alchemy. Pill King, that is an existence that the strong at the level of the god king will respect, because the Pill King can refine the pill that can expand or stabilize the small world in the god king's dantian or survive the catastrophe of the world. Step God King breaks through to God King's elixir. Qianquanzong has some alchemists who can refine the chaotic god-grade pills, but none of these alchemists has the hope of becoming the alchemy king. In the entire Qianquan sect, the only one who has the hope of becoming the alchemy king is Lu Xizhen, who has not yet stepped into the alchemy of the chaos god rank. Before that, you must not offend the Lu family too much, you can only win over. Otherwise, how could there be a decision to marry? Could it be, just let them go like this? Tanpiayu was still very unwilling, and Wen Xionghe was also unwilling. Wendexing chuckled, how is it possible? With those families united to protect him, we can't really hurt his life, but it is still possible to cause some trouble for that kid and suppress him. But at this moment, a beam of light with incomparable majesty suddenly passed through the barrier of the Wen family and came directly in front of Wendexing. Wendexing's face became serious, the ancestor's message. After a while, Wendexing said with a livid face, Madam, I'm afraid we won't even be able to troubleshoot that kid in Qianquanzong. damn it, that bastard kid doesn't have a backer. Without a backer, would God Lu Jinggu personally warn our Wen family? What? God Lu Jinggu. Both Tan Piaoyu and Wen Xianghao cried out in horror. An expression of anger and fear flashed across Tan Piaoyu's face. The ancient god Lu Jing is just a new high-ranking ancient god. It stands to reason that the Wen family shouldn't be so afraid. After all, the Wen family also has a giant high-ranking ancient god. But this ancient god Lu Jing is an ancient god who broke through at the level of the true god of Tianjun. He has a bright future and is more likely to be promoted to the God King than the ancestor of the Tan family. In the entire Quanhuan sect, except for the ancestor of the Tan family, no one dared to offend God Lu Jinggu. Even if Lu Jinggu is not as good as you now, what about the future? Once an ancient god of the Tan family provoked the ancient god Lu Jing, but he was still killed by the ancient god Lu Jing. Even if the ancestor wanted to take revenge, he was blocked by many elders of the Quanhuan sect. Those supreme elders would not let an ancient god who had great hope of breaking through to the God King be killed by the ancestors of the Tan family. But at this moment, a strange smile flashed across Wen Xionghao's face. Father, mother, with the protection of God Lu Jinggu, we can't help the news in Qiankanzong, but in the secret realm of chaos, it's different. Don't talk about Wangong, just say that our Wen family is a younger generation, but there are quite a few true gods of the six tribulations. When Dexing and Tan Piaoyu looked at each other, and laughed loudly, my son is right, if you kill that kid in the secret realm of chaos, even God Lu Jinggu can't do anything to us. The first update. In the Jiuwu Tower, Han Feng naturally didn't know that Wen Xianghao and others were discussing how to deal with him in the secret realm of chaos. Super many good-looking novels. At this time, Han Feng has reached the 9th floor, the highest floor of Jiuwu building. There is heaven and earth in the Jiuwu building on the 9th floor. When you come here, you feel like you have come to another world. This world is filled with a mysterious and special energy. When this energy merged into his body, Han Feng felt that his mind was unprecedentedly clear, and his soul was unprecedentedly bright. From time to time, there is always a feeling of enlightenment in my head. Han Feng's face brightened. In such a state, it is indeed a good time to comprehend the magic skills. Han Feng sat cross-legged, with 5 hearts facing upwards. The energy of heaven and earth on the 9th floor of Jiuwu Tower began to quickly gather towards Han Feng. With Han Feng as the center, a small energy storm actually formed. The energy is continuously pouring into the body, and the feeling of being suddenly connected becomes clearer and clearer. In this state, Han Feng began to comprehend the golden immortal physique. Han Feng has already comprehended the golden immortal physique to the peak level, but there are still some problems at this peak level that have not been resolved. If this problem is not resolved, when the golden immortal physique really reaches the limit of Desheng, it will be extremely difficult to break through. At this time, with the help of the Xuanji Yuxian energy of Jiwulu, one problem after another at the peak of the golden immortal physique was slowly resolved. Whenever a problem is solved, Han Feng feels that he has made a further step in the realm of the golden immortal body. A month is very short, and Han Feng, immersed in his comprehension, only felt that the time had come in a few blinks of an eye. In a month's time, the problems at the level of the golden immortal physique have basically been dealt with. In the future, there will be no bottlenecks until the peak limit of the golden immortal physique is reached. To read the latest chapters of this book, please go to Popular. And this month, Han Feng was thinking about the next stage of the golden immortal physique, but unfortunately, Han Feng's own soul level was too low after all, and the next stage of the golden immortal physique was already at a level comparable to that of the chaos divine grade. It is impossible to comprehend it in just 1 month. Not to mention enlightenment, there is not even a fur. But in a month's time, Han Feng's harvest is not only these. Originally, although Han Feng's golden immortal physique is a great achievement, which is equivalent to a high-grade divine skill, it is only a beginner's level. But now, although he is still at the stage of entering the Desheng realm, the breakthrough is not far away. Han Feng reckons that he will be able to break through after going back to retreat for a period of time, and then his overall strength will increase again. It's time to go out. Han Feng stood up and found that the energy of the ninth layer of heaven and earth has been much thinner. It's only been a month, and it has consumed so much. No wonder the elders of the Lu family are so stingy and only give him a month time. According to this kind of consumption, in 2 or 3 months, the energy of the ninth layer will be exhausted, and God knows how long it will take to recondense. Maybe 100 years, maybe hundreds of years, maybe 1,000 years, or even longer. Immediately at the Jiuwu building, Han Feng first went to meet Lu Qinpeng, the owner of the Lu family. After Lu Qinpeng compensated some supplies, Han Feng left the Lu family. Coincidentally, Xuanhuan just arrived. Junior brother Han, I really didn't expect your cultivation to improve so much in just a few decades. On the way to General Ling Yuntian's residence, Xuanhuan was extremely emotional. Han Feng said modestly, it's because the cultivation environment of Qianquanzong is good, and the resources given by the senior brother, otherwise the junior brother will never be able to improve to this level. Xuanhuan laughed and said, don't put gold on my face, brother. The resources I gave you can indeed improve you a bit, but if you say that you can be promoted to the high level of the 6 tribulations true God. Xuanhuan shook his head, obviously not believe. Why you have improved so much? This is your secret. Brother, I won't ask any more questions. It is your own ability, after all. However, since you have cultivated to this level, judging by your Qianquan points, it is estimated that there are still dozens of years left. It will improve even more, and I have to tell you a secret. Having said this, Xuanhuan's face became more serious. Secret? Han Feng was curious. What can be called a secret by Xuanhuan is definitely not a simple secret. I only heard Xuanhuan say, Junior brother Han, guess why Wan Gong and I are the true God of the 6 tribulations until now, and have not broken through to the true God of the 7 tribulations? Of course it is for the secret realm of chaos. The secret realm of chaos restricts the entry of the 7 tribulations true God and the powerful people above the 7 tribulations true God. Otherwise, with the aptitude of senior brother and Wan Gong, they should have broken through to the 7 tribulations true God. After finishing speaking, Han Feng looked at him puzzled. Xuanhuan, is this the so-called secret? Or, there are some secrets that I don't know about. Thinking of this, Han Feng made a gesture of all ears. Xuanhuan smiled and said, you're right. If it wasn't for entering the secret realm of chaos, Wan Gong and I, no, it's not just the 2 of us. I'm afraid none of the giants on the Qianlong list would suppress our cultivation and break through sooner. To the 7 tribulations true God. But we entered the chaos secret realm not only for the chaos stone. To put it bluntly, breaking through the ancient gods is still far from our current level. No matter how many chaos stones we get, most of them still have to be turned in. Only a very small part is left. Simply not enough. The secret realm of chaos is so dangerous. To be honest, it's not worth putting yourself in the secret realm of danger for the stone of chaos. Han Feng's eyes widened, thinking that disciples of the Qianquan sect like Xuanhuan were all dedicated to the Qianquan sect, but that's not the case. Xuanhuan twitched the corner of his mouth in embarrassment. Don't look at senior brother like this, many people understand this problem, including General Ling Yuntian and those high-ranking ancient gods. Since this is the case, why does senior brother suppress his cultivation and enter the secret realm of chaos? It has something to do with the secret that senior brother wants to talk about? Han Feng asked. That's right, that's right. Having said that, Xuanhuan took a deep breath, his eyes shot out a bright light, and said, the rules of the chaos secret realm seem to be different from those of the Ziyun God realm. What is the difference? I don't know either. All I know is that the deeper the foundation accumulated in the upper limit of the six tribulations true God's high-level peak limit, the more suppressed it will be. A breakthrough across several realms. As far as I'm concerned, after suppressing my cultivation for so many years, I can break through to at least the middle level of the seven tribulations true God in a short period of time after entering the primal chaos secret realm. I don't need to go through the seven tribulations true God's primary level. What? Han Feng was dumbfounded. As soon as he broke through, he would be at least the early middle stage of the seven tribulations true God. Just kidding. Don't look at just crossing such a small level as the elementary level, but the true God of the seven tribulations is already at the level of a high-level true God. At this level, even a genius like Xuanhuan will slow down his cultivation speed. If there are no precious heaven and earth spiritual objects, at least it will take about 1,000 years to break through from the primary stage of the seven tribulations true God to the intermediate stage. But as long as it is suppressed for hundreds of years, entering the secret realm of chaos can directly omit this stage, which saves a lot of time. And Xuanhuan also said that it is at least the early stage of the seven tribulations true God, which means that it may be higher. For example, the middle stage of the seven tribulations true God? Late stage? Peak? Or, a high-level true God of the seven tribulations? The second update. Level peak of the true God. Brother, you are not lying to me, are you? Han Feng still didn't quite believe it. Xuanhuan rolled his eyes. Do I need to lie to you? Han Feng nodded slowly. Indeed, there was no need for Xuanhuan to lie to him about this. Xuanhuan said, I've heard about your stay in Bingxin City. Among the people who came back, there is no one with less Xuanhuan points. Presumably you are the same. If I guess correctly, in the next few decades, what do you plan to do? Keep practicing in seclusion. And if you are practicing in Xuanhuan Mountain, you will choose at least the fourth floor. Hearing this, Han Feng didn't lie either, he admitted it generously. With his current Xuanhuan points, it is indeed enough to support his cultivation on the fourth floor of Xuanhuan Mountain. It's just that what Han Feng didn't say was that, let alone the fourth floor, he could afford the fifth or even the sixth floor. His gains from this trip, if converted into Xuanhuan points, are too much. Sure enough, I thought you would definitely practice on the fourth floor of Xuanhuan Mountain. After decades of practice, you may not be able to improve much outside, but it will be different if you are on the fourth floor of Xuanhuan Mountain. In the secret realm of chaos before opening it, you might be able to cultivate to the peak of the six tribulations true God. When you reach this level, if you feel any signs of breaking through the seven tribulations true God, you should suppress it immediately. The harder the suppression, the longer the suppression time. After arriving at the secret realm of chaos, you will improve even more. After a pause, Xuanhuan said with regret, the time is too short. If the opening of the chaos secret realm is delayed for another 100 or 200 years, with the talent of the younger brother, he will not be worse than the senior brother who has been suppressed for so many years to enter the chaos secret realm. In Xuanhuan's view, even if he practiced in Xuanhuan Mountain for decades, it would be good to be able to reach the high-level limit of the six tribulations true God in the last 10 years. And it will be the last few years until there are signs of breaking through the seven tribulations true God. In other words, it will only be suppressed for a few years. After a few years of suppression, in the secret realm of chaos, it is estimated that it will directly break through to the initial stable level of the seven tribulations true God, or only in the middle stage of the initial stage, and it will be impossible to do more. This so-called suppression does not mean that one only needs to stay at the peak of the six tribulations true God, one must feel the signs of a breakthrough, and belong to the level that can be broken through, so that such suppression is meaningful. If a true God who is unable to break through the seven tribulations true God due to talent or other various reasons, and has been staying at the high-level peak level of the six tribulations true God, no matter how long he stays, he will not be able to break through when he reaches the secret realm of chaos. Because they are not suppressed for a long time, but they cannot break through. Han Feng smiled indifferently. If it is delayed for 100 or 200 years, I am afraid that the senior brother will not be able to hold on. Xuanhuan was taken aback, then shook his head, and said with a broken smile, that's right. At Xuanhuan's realm, he has already been able to break through to the high-level true God. It can be said that as long as Xuanhuan wants to, he can break through immediately. Xuanhuan has suppressed it for long enough, and in another 100 or 200 years, he might not be able to suppress it, and he has no choice but to advance to the high-level true God. After that, Xuanhuan stopped talking about this matter and turned to other things, such as the Ice Demon King. Xuanhuan was very curious, wasn't he always an Ice Demon King in the past? How come there are so many this time? What Han Feng said was the agreed-upon facts, the real situation. Even if it was Xuanhuan, it was difficult for Han Feng to tell. Soon, the two came to the main hall where Ling Yuntian would live. Junior, see General Ling Yun. Han Feng saluted immediately when he saw General Ling Yun. Hee, boy, you really didn't live up to the general's expectations, and even far exceeded the general's expectations of you. Before that, how could Ling Yuntian have thought that Han Feng would grow up so fast? I still remember that decades ago, this kid just broke through the 6 tribulations true God, and it was only with his own help that he completely stabilized his realm. Decades of time, for General Ling Yuntian, it was just a blink of an eye, but in the blink of an eye, the other party had already grown to the high level of the 6 tribulations true God. Facing General Ling Yun's praise, Han Feng just smiled lightly, and then said sincerely, from what Uncle Lu said, this time this junior is able to avoid being troubled by the Wen family. It is all thanks to the Lord, this junior is very grateful. Saying that, Han Feng saluted General Ling Yuntian again. Ling Yuntian immediately helped Han Feng up, and said with emotion, where is this general helping? I don't have that much face to make the Wen family back down. The one who really made the Wen family back down is Lord Lu Jinggu. God Lu Jing? Han Feng was confused. Speaking of it, Han Feng didn't stay in Qianquanzong for a long time, so his understanding of the level of ancient gods of Qianquanzong is really limited. General Ling Yuntian also knew that Han Feng was either cultivating or accepting tasks to earn Qianquan points during this time, so he didn't blame Han Feng, and roughly told the deeds of Lu Jinggu. Knowing about Lu Jinggu God, Han Feng finally understood why the Wen family had to back down. The ancient gods who have been promoted by the true gods of Tianjun are indeed more likely to break through to the God King than the ancestor of the Tan family. Among the true gods of the Tianjun sect, ancient god Lu Jing is the only one who has broken through to the level of ancient gods. Senior Gushen Lu Jing should be at the middle and lower level of the Tianjun true god, not the upper or top level, otherwise the chance of breaking through to the God King may be at least 70% or more. Han Feng guessed in his heart. While Han Feng was guessing, Ling Yuntian suddenly said with piercing eyes, Han Feng, are you willing to join Lord Lu Jinggu? Han Feng was taken aback for a moment. Could it be that God Lu Jinggu has taken a fancy to him? May I ask Lord Ling Yun, is that what that lord means? Or is it Lord Ling Yun? Han Feng thought for a while and asked seriously. If it is really recruited by God Lu Jinggu, it means that once you join, you will have a big backer in the future, and you will be personally trained by God Lu Jinggu. But if it was just Ling Yuntian who made up his own mind and planned to send him there first, then even if he was accepted by God Lu Jinggu in the future, it would probably be difficult for him to be taken seriously. Compared to the upper ancient gods, the true gods of the 6 tribulations are still too small. General Ling Yuntian naturally understood Han Feng's meaning, and said with a smile, of course it is what the Lord meant. Originally, I planned to recruit you as my general, but who would have thought that Lord would take a fancy to you so soon? That's it. Han Feng pondered in his heart, If it was just about the ice demon, it would be inconceivable that he fell into the eyes of God Lu Xinggu. There should be other reasons for this. It's just that Han Feng can't guess what the reason is for the time being. Forget it, whatever the reason, anyway, I will leave after the incident of the secret realm of chaos. It won't hurt to have such a big backer in the past few decades. What Han Feng did was just decades of undisturbed practice. Thinking of this, Han Feng immediately agreed. The first update. High-level peak of true God. As Han Feng agreed to become Lu Xinggu's subordinate, Ling Yuntian's attitude towards Han Feng was significantly closer. Not long after, General Ling Yuntian took Han Feng to meet God Lu Xinggu. As a giant ancient god, Lu Xing lived alone on the top of a mountain. His palace was hidden in the clouds, and the purple-golden palace shone with a dazzling purple-gold color, passing through the clouds. Looking from a distance, it seems that there is some treasure hiding in the clouds, blooming with dazzling brilliance. When he came to the ancient god hall, he felt a huge oppression attacking him before he entered Han Feng. This is not because someone is targeting Han Feng, but that this purple-golden palace has been inhabited by ancient gods all year round, and it has some aura of ancient gods. For Han Feng, who is still the true god of 6 tribulations, this breath can still bring great oppression to Han Feng. General Ling Yuntian stood in front of Han Feng immediately, blocking the oppression of this breath on Han Feng. Thank you, Lord Ling Yun. Han Fengho took a breath in fear. The upper ancient god is indeed too powerful. The purple golden palace is only contaminated with a trace of the upper ancient god's breath, which makes people feel suffocated. I'm afraid that ordinary mid-level true gods can't even enter this hall. The weaker ones will probably be directly crushed by this breath. General Ling Yuntian obviously had a high status in the palace, and many high-ranking true god servants would bow down respectfully when they saw General Ling Yuntian. For Han Feng, these servants just glanced at him and didn't look much. It's not that they underestimate Han Feng, but the rules in the palace don't allow them to be too curious. The footsteps of Han Feng and General Ling Yun could be heard in the empty corridor. After a while, the two came to the huge red gate tens of meters high. On the giant red door is a ferocious three-eyed monster, which is clearly a portrait of a dead object. Han Feng only glanced at it but was shocked, as if there was really a powerful three-eyed monster roaring at him. Han Feng couldn't help taking a few steps back, his face pale. Just now. He almost really thought he was going to be swallowed. But at this moment, the giant red door opened slowly, and the body of the three-eyed behemoth was split into 2 halves. One part was at the left door and the other part was at the right door. Suddenly, the oppression brought by the portrait of the giant three-eyed beast disappeared. Behind the giant gate, not far away, a middle-aged man in green shirt sat there quietly. He was obviously not tall, but in Han Feng's senses, he seemed to be facing a giant of 10,000 feet, and was looked down upon by the giant. This is where the power of the upper ancient gods lies. Even if the majesty has been restrained, it is not something that ordinary true gods can face directly. This is the reason why high-ranking ancient gods seldom appear in Qiankenzong. Han Feng, this is Lord Lu Xinggu. Ling Yuntian will transmit the voice to Han Feng. Junior Han Feng, please see your lord. Han Feng shuddered violently, and when he came back to his senses, he immediately visited God Lu Xinggu. God Lu Xinggu slowly opened his eyes, and there was an unclear luster in his eyes. When these eyes fell on Han Feng's body shook again, as if he had come to a vast and uninhabited world in a trance, but a pair of shocking giant eyes suddenly condensed in the world, with unparalleled power, condensed on the tiny Han Feng between heaven and earth. In an instant, the sky and the earth were shattered. Han Feng panted quickly, and immediately lowered his head, not daring to meet God Lu Xinggu's eyes. Lu Xinggu looked at Han Feng quietly, his eyes were calm. Ling Yuntian stood aside respectfully, and murmured in his heart. It's strange, it was obviously Lu Jinggu who called this kid, but now he just looks at it and doesn't say anything. What does it mean? It's strange to say, even if this kid is the best in the same level, it's fine if I like it. Why did the adults notice Han Feng, just because of the Ice Demon King incident? General Ling Yuntian was also a little confused about this matter. What Ling Yuntian will be sure of is that God, Lu Jinggu, should not embarrass Han Feng. Han Feng was under a lot of pressure. After being watched by a high-ranking ancient god for so long, the pressure on his heart can be imagined, ups and downs. Fortunately, at this moment, God Lu Jinggu finally withdrew his gaze, and said lightly, "Not bad." Han Feng immediately breathed a sigh of relief, only then did he realize that his back was wet. Then, God Lu Jinggu flicked his finger suddenly, and a golden light shot towards Han Feng. Han Feng caught the golden light steadily and found it was a golden token. This token contains a part of the power left by this seat, which is enough to kill ordinary low-ranking ancient gods at the early stage. If you are in a crisis, you can use this token to rescue you. In Qiankanzong, if someone oppresses you, you can come to me. Okay, let's go. After God Lu Jinggu finished speaking 3 sentences, God Lu Jinggu did not see any movement, but Han Feng and General Ling Yuntian were sent out of the door by an irresistible force. Ling Yuntian and Han Feng looked at each other in blank dismay. Apparently, neither of them expected that the meeting with God Lu Jinggu would end like this. From the beginning to the end, God Lu Jinggu said only 3 sentences. No, plus the previous sentence of "not bad," it should be 4 sentences. My lord's thoughts are really hard to guess, but judging by the way my lord gave you the protection token, I think he values you a lot. Let's go. Although General Ling Yuntian didn't figure out why God Lu Jing valued Han Feng, he was a little upset, but now they have been blasted out, so they have no choice but to leave. Han Feng also left with some doubts. In the main hall, as the giant red door slowly closed, a third eye suddenly appeared on the forehead of God Lu Jinggu. There is no pupil in this eye, which is full of dreamlike colors, constantly changing. Dream God's eye tells me that the key to whether I can break through to the God King in the future lies in this sun, nothing will happen. The faint voice was mixed with some determination, and it sounded in the hall. Returning to the Xuanhuan cave mansion of Xuanhuan Peak, Han Feng restored his condition to the best, and immediately went to Xuanhuan Mountain. The purpose of Han Feng this time is to hit a higher level and raise his cultivation base to the high-level limit of the 6 tribulations true God. Han Feng did not choose the 4th floor, but chose the 6th floor. Originally, the 6th floor was a training place specially prepared for heavenly generals, heavenly monarchs, true gods, and even illusory ancient gods. In such a unique environment, it is not an exaggeration to describe Han Feng's improvement as skyrocketing. Han Feng doesn't have to worry about being exploded, because the energy in Xuanhuan Mountain will rush into Han Feng's body at a frenzied speed only when Han Feng actively absorbs it. When Han Feng doesn't absorb it, the energy pouring into Han Feng's body is limited of. Soaked in a divine spring on the 6th floor, Han Feng operated the 9 flames and different fire art to absorb the energy in the divine spring, and the pores of his whole body opened comfortably. In less than 10 years, Han Feng's cultivation has reached the peak of the 6 tribulations true God, and there are already signs of breaking through the 7 tribulations true God. The second update. For such a big improvement in such a short period of time, the Xuanhuan on the 6th floor of Xuanhuan Mountain is indispensable, but at the same time, Han Feng also consumed a lot of Qiankuan points for this. Among the inner sect disciples of Qiankuan sect, probably only Han Feng has such confidence. As for those who came back, although they had gained a lot, they had great power behind them, and part of their Qiankuan points would inevitably be handed over to the family's senior management. Otherwise, why would those families work so hard and unite to protect them, knowing that it was the Wen family who wanted to trouble them? Anyway, their family has a lot of young disciples, so losing one is nothing. Seeing the divine essence in his body ready to move, showing signs of attacking the seven tribulations true God, Han Feng immediately began to suppress it. It wasn't until this moment that Han Feng realized how difficult it was to suppress a breakthrough in his cultivation. It was like forcibly enduring it at the moment when he was on the verge of an orgasm. There are only a few decades left. I don't know how far I can suppress it. Brother, she said that he can at least break through to the middle level of the seven tribulations true God. I think he must be modest, and he may not be able to directly break through to the high level of the seven tribulations true God. There is too little time, it is impossible for me to break through so much, but at least I have to break through to the middle level of the seven tribulations true God. Facing the lack of time, Han Feng can only sigh, but there is no way, the time for the opening of the secret realm of chaos definitely not delayed because of him. From what senior brother she said, Wan Gong suppressed it for a longer time, and the goal was to go to the eight tribulations true God. If Wan Gong breaks through to the eight tribulations true God, I will be in some danger. Han Feng's face condensed slightly. From Shi Huanqing's mouth, Han Feng found out that there were no such cases in the past, but they were extremely rare. When Gushen Lujing was young, he seemed to break through directly from the true God of six tribulations to the true God of eight tribulations in the primal chaos realm. There is such an example before, who dares to say that there will be no next one? It's not just Wan Gong, but Shi Huanqing's words are modest, and he may be suppressing his cultivation in order to attack the eight tribulations true God. He is only worried that he will not break through to that level, so he deliberately lowers his goal, so that if he really does not break through in the future, he will suppress his cultivation. The true God of eight tribulations also looks better. What are you afraid of? You have Bai Cai in your hand, and you have the ability to fight the nine tribulations true God. Xiaoping didn't take Han Feng's worries seriously. Han Feng shook his head, don't be careless. After returning from the mission this time, in order to conceal the existence of Wanyan Bingpa, Bai Cai was exposed. The Wen family must also know about it. In Qiankanzong. With God Lu Jinggu speaking, the Wen family would definitely not dare to do anything to me, but it is different in the secret realm of chaos. The Wen family is related to the Tan family. Wan Gong has also joined the Tan family. He is the direct disciple of General Ming Wang Tian. The Wen family and Wan Gong are probably also related, so Wan Gong must also know that I have the trump card of Bai Cai. In this case, Wan Gong, it's impossible not to be prepared to deal with Bai Cai's whole card. It's not certain, Wan Gong and the Wen family will prepare cards to deal with me. Hearing this, Xiaoping pondered for a moment, and said, that's right, it's not a big mistake to be careful. Well, anyway, you also have a lot of top-grade sacred stones in your hands, and you just use the top-grade sacred stones to further transform the blood of the larks and upgrade them to top-level divine stones. Product. After this transformation, the strength of the skylark and the beasts will also be significantly improved, especially the skylark, which is very likely to break through to the level of the eight tribulations true God. At that time, your help will increase greatly, and it may be crucial. Effect. Hehe, if you don't tell me, I planned to inform you a long time ago. Bai Cai leaked it, but Yunk and the others haven't leaked it yet. Han Feng smiled slightly. But this transformation must be in the secret realm of chaos, not in Qiankanzong. If Skylark really wanted to break through, he had to go through the tribulation, and going through the tribulation in the Qiankuan sect would definitely expose the existence of Vermilion Skylark. As for leaving Qiankanzong, Han Feng did not have such an idea either. Firstly, it is now at a critical moment of cultivation, and secondly, since leaving Qiankanzong, who knows whether the Wen family will do it secretly. The current Han Feng does not yet have the ability to compete with such a behemoth as the Wen family. After a while, Han Feng was immersed in cultivation again. constantly absorbing the energy in the divine spring, constantly suppressing it. The so-called suppression must be to suppress the feeling of continuous breakthrough, not to let the cultivation stop abruptly. It is useless to enter the secret realm of chaos, no matter how long you stay there, if you suddenly stop practicing at the peak of the six tribulations. True God. The surging energy hit the meridians in Han Feng's body, and Han Feng sweated profusely, truly experiencing the difficulty of suppression. But in order to enter the secret realm of chaos and soar in strength, Han Feng had to suppress it. Otherwise, everyone else has soared, and you are still at the original level, and the situation will only become more and more unfavorable. It can't be done, I can't suppress it anymore, I can't practice anymore. Wow! Han Feng suddenly jumped out of the divine spring, and his breath gushed out crazily. Han Feng ran the 9 flames and different fire art rapidly, suppressing the divine essence in his body. The forcible suppression made Han Feng's forehead burst out with veins, and his face was grim. After a long while, the blue veins gradually disappeared, and the breath that was constantly permeating slowly converged into the body. Han Feng let out a sigh of relief, and said in fear, I almost broke through. It is worthy of the energy of the 6th layer of Xuanhuan mountain. I can't soak it in a short time, otherwise I may not be able to control my breakthrough to the 7 tribulations. True God. The energy of the divine spring on the 6th floor is too surging, why don't you go to the 4th floor? This way the pressure will be less. Xiaopeng suggested aloud. Han Feng immediately refused, no. My pressure on the 4th floor will indeed be less, but the pressure is less, and when I come to the secret realm of chaos in the future, the improvement will be small. After a long period of absorption, my body has reached a certain limit. I can only wait for a while, and then come to the 6th floor after my body adapts. Right now, I just have time to go to Xinyan Mountain. The purpose of Han Feng going to Xinyan Mountain is naturally not to practice, but to improve the 4 major martial arts of Xinyan combat body, and by the way, improve the 9 flames and different fire art. Xinyan Mountain, Han Feng did not come to the 6th floor. Although the power of the divine spring on the 6th floor of Xuanhuan Mountain is strong, it does not cause any serious harm to the human body, and a large amount of it flows into the human body only after the human body actively absorbs it. The divine flame of Xinyan Mountain is different. Han Feng dared to practice on the 6th floor of Xinyan Mountain, and Han Feng reckoned that he would be burned to slag immediately. Therefore, Han Feng chose the 4th floor. Practicing on the 4th floor, the speed is naturally not very fast, but the first thing Han Feng improved was the Xinyan battle armor, Xinyan fighting fist, and Xinyan battle seal. These 3 major martial arts are currently still the 2nd level, which is quite the level of the final middle grade martial arts. The divine flames of the 4th level are enough to quickly raise the 3 major martial arts to the 3rd level. The first update. Down. Use the 4th layer of divine flame to improve the 3 major martial arts such as Xinyan Xuanhuan, and the speed of the improvement of the 3 major martial arts is extremely astonishing. Look. After the 3 major martial arts broke through to the 3rd stage, which is equivalent to a top-grade divine skill, Han Feng also noticed that his feeling of breaking through the 7 tribulations. True God has weakened a lot. Immediately, Han Feng left the customs and went to the 6th floor of Xuanhuan Mountain to practice again. In the following practice, Han Feng began to switch constantly, either Xuanhuan Mountain or Xinyan Mountain. Because the cultivation base is in a suppressed state, it is still the peak of the 6 Kulpa, True God, and has not improved at all, but if there is a strong soul to investigate Han Feng's divine essence, he will find that Han Feng's divine essence is extremely ferocious. If the divine essence of the high-level peak of the ordinary 6 tribulations True Gods is a calm ocean, then the divine essence in Han Feng's body is the turbulent waves. Once Han Feng is about to attack the True God of the 7 tribulations, this divine essence like a wave will immediately break through the bottleneck ferociously and be promoted immediately. After the three major martial arts have been promoted to the third level, Han Feng will no longer be promoted. Speaking of it, the reason why Han Feng promoted the three major martial arts was because he didn't want the level difference between the three major martial arts and Xuanhuan's battle body to be too far. In fact, upgrading the three major martial arts now, unless they are all upgraded to the late stage of the third level, will not be of great help to the improvement of the overall strength. Therefore, after the three major martial arts were promoted to the third level, Han Feng immediately focused on the Xuanhuan battle body and the Nine Flames different fire Ju. For the current Han Feng, if any of these two things improve, the overall strength will increase. Unfortunately, it would be great if he could withstand the sixth level of Divine Flames. Not to mention the Xuanhuan combat body, it is enough for all three martial arts of Xuanhuan War Fist to be upgraded to the late stage of the third level. Han Feng muttered. The fourth level of Divine Flames is limited, which is why Han Feng gave up after upgrading the three major martial arts to the third level. The sun and the moon fly like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, there are not a few years left until the opening of the Primal Chaos Secret Realm. Although these years of practice have spent a lot of Qiankuan points, which almost made Han Feng, a rich man, lose money, the results are also very gratifying. His cultivation was still at the peak of the six tribulations true God's high level, but such a long period of suppression was still suppressed during his practice in the sixth level Divine Spring. Han Feng felt that the divine essence in his body could no longer be described in terms of turbulent waves. Han Feng had a deep feeling that as long as he wanted to break through, he could break through immediately, and it was the kind that would definitely be stable once he broke through the realm. At this time, Han Feng is really looking forward to what level he will break through in one fell swoop after entering the secret realm of chaos. In addition to the more ruthless suppression of the cultivation base, Xuanhuan's combat body also broke through from the middle stage of the third stage to the late stage, and it was not a newcomer, but reached the limit of the late stage of the third stage. Converted to the level of divine skills, it can be regarded as reaching the pinnacle of top-grade divine skills. There is only one step away from the peak of the third stage. Once it breaks through, Xuanhuan's combat body will surpass the category of top-grade divine skills and approach the highest-grade divine skills. The Nine Flames different fire Ju has also been improved, but not much. The high-level first entry level in the late stage of the sixth level is already equivalent to the inferior divine fire of the ninth rank. The middle layer has not broken through to the limit of the sixth layer in the late stage. If you use the level of divine fire to describe it, it means upgrading from the lower rank of the ninth rank to the middle rank of the ninth rank. Although it is just a small level increase, the power is a huge increase. With the improvement of the Nine Flames and different fire art, Han Feng's spiritual energy in his body has also been raised to the middle of the ninth rank, and his soul and body are getting closer to the top of the eighth rank. And Han Feng's current cultivation base is only a mere true god of the six tribulations. A true god of the six tribulations has a ninth grade divine essence, which is undoubtedly very rare in the Ziyun god realm. Even the ancient god Lu Jing could not achieve such an achievement at the beginning. If he continues like this, he might become the first heavenly venerable true god in Ziyun god realm in the future. It's a pity that no one knows about Han Feng's current situation. After all, the quality of Xuanhuan can't be seen by looking at it unless he comes into contact with it personally. If the senior officials of Qiankanzong knew about it, Han Feng would be valued 100% by the senior officials, and his status would be completely different from what it is now. It's just that Han Feng didn't intend to let Qiankanzong know at all, otherwise it would be extremely troublesome to leave Qiankanzong in the future. Which sect is willing to let such a genius leave the sect? On the sixth floor of Xuanhuan Mountain, there is a faint white spiritual mist floating on the upper layer of Xuanhuan. Golden rays of light floated in the white spiritual mist, as if swallowing something. After a long while, streams of golden light descended and converged on the center of a young man's forehead, and then the golden pupil in the center of the man's forehead slowly closed, and the golden light also disappeared. Golden immortal physique has finally reached its peak. Han Feng stood up slowly, and the spring water flowed down by itself. After so many years of suppression, Han Feng is already familiar with that feeling, and will no longer have the previous discomfort. In Xuanhuan Mountain, Han Feng not only suppressed his cultivation, but also improved his golden immortal body, and today he finally reached the limit of Desheng. The golden immortal physique of Desheng limit is not weaker than the pinnacle of high-grade divine skills. Han Feng couldn't help showing a smile on his face. After decades of practice, the harvest is really great. There are only a few years left. During this period, we will focus on Taishan Tianling Zhan, Ziyun Divine Arm, and Six-Winged Xianlong Transformation. Currently, Han Feng's strongest move has become the Xinyan Fighting Fist. The level of Xinyan's Fighting Fist is about the same as that of Ziyun's arm. However, the fusion of Xinyan Zhanquan and Ziji Xuanhua is perfect, but Ziyun's magical arm is not as good. Since he intends to focus on the three major magical skills of Taishan Tianling Zhan, Ziyun Divine Arm and Six-Winged Xianlong Transformation, there is no need to stay in Xuanhuan Mountain. Han Feng made a decisive decision and returned to Xuanle Peak. In Xianle Peak, perhaps because the day when the secret realm of chaos will be opened is approaching, there are fewer and fewer people, and they are all practicing in their respective caves, not planning to take a step. In the Dong Mansion, Han Feng entered the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, came to the time room, and began to practice. With Xinyan Zhanquan and Ziyun Divine Arm, the two top-ranked divine skills at their peak, it is not difficult to practice the last level of Taishan Tianling Slash, and it didn't take long to break through to the 9th level. The 9-layer Taishan Heavenly Spirit Slash is paired with the 9 Tribulations Divine Sword like the Taishan Excalibur, and its power is quite impressive, second only to the Xinyan Fighting Fist that has been infused with Ziji Xuanhua. The 6-winged Mysterious Dragon Change has also been cultivated to an advanced stage, and the next stage is the 8-winged Mysterious Dragon Change. The 6-winged Mysterious Dragon Transformation at the advanced stage also reached the high level of the top-grade divine skill, but because the degree of fusion with the Ziji Xuanhua is not as good as that of the Xinyan Zhanquan, the power of the 6-winged Xianlong transformed into the Ziji Xuanhua still needs to be lowered. Weaker than the Xinyan War Fist that has been integrated into Ziji Xuanhua. However, compared with the 9-fold Taishan Heavenly Spirit Slash unleashed by the Taishan Divine Sword, it is not known which one is stronger and which is weaker, and it is not easy to compare. If you really want to compare carefully, the 9-level Taishan Heavenly Spirit Slash performed by the Taishan Divine Sword is probably stronger, and with the improvement of Han Feng's cultivation base and the deepening of his control over the Taishan Divine Sword, the gap will continue to widen. The practice of Ziyun Divine Arm is not so easy. From the peak of the 9th level to the 10th level, the difference between the first level is the gap between the top-grade divine skills and the best divine skills. It wasn't until a few days before the opening of the Chaos Secret Realm that Han Feng managed to cultivate successfully and broke through the Ziyun God Arm to the 10th level. However, the moment Ziyun's divine arm broke through, Han Feng's face turned pale, and a mouthful of blood spewed out. For Han Feng, who is still the true god of the 6 tribulations, he has already surpassed his limit in cultivating top-grade divine skills. At this moment, not only his divine essence was shaken, but his divine soul was also slightly injured by the impact. The second update. Ha ha ha. Surprisingly, he was injured, pale and quite tired, but Han Feng still couldn't help laughing out loud. The middle-level true god has mastered the best divine skills, who can do it in Qianquanzong. At this moment, Han Feng was full of pride. So what if the Ziyun Divine Arm breaks through to the 10th level? It's hard to use it at your current level. Even if you use it, it will cause irreparable sequelae to the body. Xiaopeng was dissatisfied with Han Feng's embarrassment, and immediately attacked Han Feng. So what? We're about to enter the secret realm of chaos, and it's not far from breaking through to the level of the seven tribulations true God. After breaking through to the seven tribulations true God, relying on the Xuanhuan battle body and the golden immortal body to increase your cultivation base, you will naturally be able to use the 10th level of Ziyun divine arm. Han Feng was not hit at all. Fatty choked suddenly. There are only the last few days left, let's recover. I can't use Ziyun God's arm until I break through to the seven tribulations true God. Slowly exhaling a foul breath, Han Feng sat cross-legged, with his heart turned to the sky. Under the operation of the divine energy in his body, the injury gradually improved, and Han Feng's complexion was no longer pale. The Ziyun divine arm broke through to the 10th level, Han Feng's strongest ultimate move, reverting back to the Ziyun divine arm that was integrated into the Ziji Xuanhuan. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, before the first ray of light shone on Qianquanzong was already full of people and noisy. In the past, some inner sect disciples who had been close to no one, showed up one after another at this moment, including giants on the Qianlong list. Such as Wang Gong, such as Xuanhuan. Everyone knows that today is the day when the secret realm of chaos is opened. Finally going in. Han Feng appeared in front of his cave mansion, muttering to himself. Han Feng. Suddenly, someone greeted Han Feng, and Han Feng turned around and saw a familiar person. Among these people are Princess Xinyue, Huang Zhiqi, Jun Sijia, Wen Jincheng and Xing Zhenliang. These are all met in Yunzhou. In addition, Qiu Jianfeng, Miao Bang, Yuan Bingfeng, Xing Zhenjuan, and Yan Wudi all met at Zuanlafeng, or they had some fights. You are here. Han Feng smiled lightly. Those who had intersected with Han Feng all leaned towards Han Feng subconsciously. They already knew that Han Feng had been on the list of top performers. Get help from Han Feng. Among the crowd, Xing Zhenliang, Qiu Jianfeng and Xing Zhenjuan had the most complicated expressions. Whether it is Xing Zhenliang or Qiu Jianfeng, although they have lost to Han Feng, they don't think they are worse than Han Feng in their hearts, and they plan to surpass Han Feng in the future. But now? When they were complacent about breaking through the high level of the six tribulations true God, the opponent had also broken through from the initial level of the six tribulations true God to the high level, and also boarded the Qianlong list and became a member of the Qianlong list. There are only 1,000 people on the Qianlong list, and they are the most outstanding 1,000 people among the inner disciples of Qianquanzong. And they, although they have already stepped into the top ranks among the elite inner disciples, they are still some distance away from the rank of Qianlongbang. Moreover, this is already decades of data, who knows how far the Han style has been raised today, decades later. Now it's just close to Han Feng. They all felt a shudder in their souls. Because they were in a submerged state of cultivation, neither Xing Zhenliang nor Qiu Jianfeng knew about the Ice Demon mission, and naturally they didn't know that Han Feng had a skeleton in his hand comparable to that of the 9 tribulations true God, otherwise, their expressions would have been even more complicated. In any case, the two of them are completely convinced now, and their original goal of surpassing Han Feng has also been given up. Instead of surpassing Han Feng, a pervert, it is better to find a more practical goal. If the complexity of Xing Zhenliang and Qiu Jianfeng is just to lament that Han Feng has widened the gap between them so quickly, and they are no longer on the same level as them, then Xing Zhenjuan's complex expression is more of a fear and joy. Xing Zhenjuan not only lost to Han Feng when he used his psychic eyes back then, but was also severely injured by Han Feng. He secretly hated Hanfu for a long time and planned to take revenge in the future. But at this moment, seeing that Han Feng had already made it to the Qianlong list, Xing Zhenjuan was extremely thankful that he had not had time to retaliate, otherwise he would have been hit hard again if he was not killed. As for the fear, it was because Han Feng had noticed his hatred at the beginning, and was afraid that Han Feng would wear small shoes for him. Xing Zhenjuan really worried too much. With Han Feng's current level, Jing Zhenjuan, has long been ignored. Compared with Xing Zhenliang and others, Huang Zhiqi, Jun Sijia, and Wen Jincheng were closer to Han Feng, so they talked with Han Feng first. Princess Crescent just watched all this silently, once again lamenting that the original decision was extremely correct. Such a genius is really not something that the Heavenly Breaksword sect can afford. If Princess Xuanhuan knew about the ice demon, she would understand that the current Han Feng already has the ability to severely damage the Heavenly Cracked Sword sect. When Han Feng returns to Yunzhou in the future, I am afraid that the Heavenly Demon Valley and the King Kong Gate will be in great trouble. While she was glad that she had made the right decision at the time, Princess Xuanhuan couldn't help but feel a sense of dissatisfaction with the Heavenly Demon Valley and the King Kong Gate. A touch of schadenfreude. Yan Wudi also heard about Han Feng's being on the list of top performers, and he was really happy for Han Feng. When Yan Wudi fought Han Feng that day, even though he lost, he also faced himself squarely and became clear about his position, which improved his mentality a lot. Because of this, within 100 years, Yan Wudi's promotion is at the forefront of everyone. If it was said that Yan Wudi was inferior to Miao Bang, Yuan Bingfeng, and Jing Zhenjuan at the beginning, it is now enough to be tied with the three of them. No, because of Jing Zhenjuan's nature problem, Jing Zhenjuan has gradually fallen behind Miao Bang and Yuan Bingfeng. That is to say, Yan Wudi's status at this moment is exactly the same as that of Jing Zhenjuan 100 years ago. Yan Wudi was tied with Miao Bang and Yuan Bingfeng, and Jing Zhenjuan was next to the three. A group of people chatted and kept moving forward. There is a cliff in Qianquanzong, called Guishan Cliff, and the teleportation array of Guishan Cliff can be directly transmitted to the secret realm of chaos. When the time for the closure of the Chaos Secret Realm is up, all living true gods in the Chaos Secret Realm will be sent back. Junior brother Han. Before arriving at Guishan Cliff, Han Feng met Sister Lu Xizhen on the way. Core disciples Qiu Jianfeng and the others changed their expressions. The core disciples of Qianquanzong are all high-level true gods. Outside, the true god of the seven tribulations, and they don't pay much attention to them, but in Qianquanzong, the core disciples of the true god of the seven tribulations, who are also super geniuses, may only be comparable to the true god of the eight tribulations in real strength, so Qiu Jianfeng and others have to pay attention. What surprised Qiu Jianfeng and others was that this core disciple came to find Han Feng. When did Han Feng get in touch with the core disciples? With a core disciple around, even if this core disciple is very beautiful, Qiu Jianfeng and others are restrained. Not only the identity of the core disciples, but also the aura that the core disciples involuntarily emanate made them unable to relax. The first update. Inner door. Senior Sister Lu. When Han Feng saw Sister Lu Xizhen, he was the first to greet her. Lu Xizhen pushed Lu Xinfan forward, ignored Lu Xinfan's shy face, and said directly, "Junior brother, I left my sister to you." Han Feng bowed his hand solemnly, "Senior sister, don't worry, after entering the secret realm of chaos, junior brother must first find junior sister Xinfan to protect her from harm in the secret realm." Lu Xizhen waved her hand indifferently, "You don't have to be a nanny all the time. What you have to experience, I still have to let this girl experience it. By the way, I will teach you a secret technique." Lu Xizhen pointed at Han Feng. Something suddenly appeared in Han Feng's soul. Heavenly soul mark? Han Feng was taken aback, but soon Han Feng understood what this heavenly soul mark was for. The secret realm of chaos is very large, and teleportation into the secret realm of chaos is also random. It is impossible for people who happen to know each other to be teleported to the same place, but the secret realm of chaos is very dangerous, and many places need to be united. For example, the chaotic veins contain chaos stones, and there are still a large number of chaos stones, but the chaotic veins will also give birth to some unique strange beasts. These strange beasts have extraordinary strength, ranging from high to low. the strongest might be comparable to the ancient gods. Alone, even if he encounters the chaotic vein, he can only retreat with regret. But if everyone unites, there may be a possibility of entering the chaotic veins. And the heavenly soul imprint can allow acquaintances to find each other. That heavenly soul imprint is to divide a part of the power of one's own soul and imprint it on the opponent's body. At that time, in the secret realm of chaos, one can use the imprint on the opponent's body to find the opponent. Han Feng cut out a little bit of his soul, cast the heavenly soul mark, and imprinted it on Lu Xinfan's fragrant shoulder, and a fiery red mark soon appeared on Lu Xinfan's fragrant shoulder. Han Feng's soul immediately sensed that Lu Xinfan had his own soul aura. "It's your turn." Lu Xizhan patted Lu Xinfan. Lu Xinfan also used the heavenly soul mark, but Lu Xinfan was imprinted in Han Feng's hand, and a half-human, half-dragon mark appeared on Han Feng's palm. "Okay, I'm done explaining things, I'll go." Lu Xizhan smiled and left. "Sister, let's go." Qiu Jianfeng and the others immediately bowed down respectfully. Taking this opportunity, Lu Xinfan stuffed a storage ring into Han Feng's hand. Han Feng poked into it calmly, and found a pile of ice-white pills. Could it be? Han Feng's pupils shrank, and he was overjoyed. He had already guessed that these pills were Bing Xian Dan. As expected of senior sister Lu, you refined Bing Xian pill so quickly. When Qiu Jianfeng and others got up, Han Feng had already put the storage ring into the storage space of Jiuyan Tianhua Tower. After thinking about it, Han Feng also taught Qiu Jianfeng and others the mark of the heavenly soul, and everyone was overjoyed. With the mark of the heavenly soul, their chances of surviving in the secret realm of chaos will undoubtedly be much higher. Soon, everyone imprinted the heavenly soul mark on each other. Inner sect disciples of the Qiankuan sect flew over the sky from time to time. Han Feng and his party were not fast enough. When they arrived at Guoshan Cliff, there was already a sea of people. Han Feng quickly found Xuanhuan. Around Xuanhuan, there are also quite a few inner disciples of the Qiankuan sect. Most of these inner disciples are on the Qianlong list. Xuanhuan solemnly introduced, "Come here, this is junior brother Han Feng Han." Regardless of his young age, junior brother is already at the upper limit of the six tribulations true God. Let's get to know each other. These disciples were all Xuanhuan's subordinates. Xuanhuan had an order, so it was impossible for him to refuse. They talked and laughed with Han Feng one by one. But Han Feng found that although some of these people were sincerely befriending him, there were also some who were smiling and not smiling, obviously still dissatisfied with him in their hearts. Xuanhuan naturally noticed this, but he couldn't say anything, otherwise his team would be divorced from him. After all, Han Feng joined for a short time, and he didn't have any friendship with everyone before. "Junior brother, don't mind too much. They are just jealous that you are valued by Lord Lu Jinggu. They will not be like this after they have seen your power in the secret realm of chaos." Xuanhuan was obviously worried that Han Feng would be dissatisfied, and immediately explained. "Don't worry, brother, I understand." Han Feng smiled and replied via voice transmission. "By the way, can junior brother know the heavenly soul mark?" Xuanhuan said suddenly. "Senior sister Lu just taught it." "Senior sister Lu?" "It turned out to be that one. Since you know how to do it, it's just right. Let's make a heavenly soul mark with each other." Hearing that Lu Xizhan came to teach on purpose, Xuanhuan couldn't help but look at Han Feng again, thinking about the relationship between Han Feng and the Lu family. Especially when he saw Lu Xinfan behind Han Feng, Xuanhuan's face became even weirder. The Lu family really felt at ease with junior brother Han. Xuanhuan and Han Feng exchanged the heavenly soul mark, but they ignored Qiu Jianfeng and others behind Han Feng. Qiu Jianfeng and the others knew that Xuanhuan didn't like them, so they didn't bother Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan valued Han Feng, not them. Even except for a few people like Feng, most of them dare not even approach Xuanhuan, who is an inner disciple of several giants, and the pressure on them is no less than those of the core disciples. Suddenly, Han Feng felt several resentful eyes sweeping towards him. Han Feng swept his eyes, and it was Wang Gong and Wen Xianhao, and there were many people behind them, obviously Wang Gang's subordinates and other young disciples of the Wen family. Wang Gong sneered a few times and scratched his neck, the meaning was self-evident. Regarding this, Han Feng also sneered a few times and turned his head. Up to now, Wang Gong can only be said to be one of the strongest enemies for Han Feng, but he is not considered an irresistible enemy. Han Feng, be careful. In the secret realm of chaos, Wang Gong will definitely attack you. You must join me as soon as possible. Xuanhuan also saw Wang Gong, and immediately said to Han Feng. Han Feng nodded, knowing that it was Xuanhuan's kindness. There are more and more people on Guoshanya, and this time, not only the disciples of the Qiankuan sect, but also the disciples of the Qiankuan sect's family will enter the primal chaos realm. Those family children who came back alive last time came here and immediately gathered here when they saw Han Feng. Feng and the others were stunned. What the hell did Han Feng do in the past few decades to know so many people? As the number of people increased, Guoshanya became more and more noisy, but at a certain moment, the noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. The crowd gave way to a path, and a cold and proud young man in a black suit slowly walked towards here. The young man was not moving fast, but within a few blinks, he came to the place near the fruit cliff. Many inner disciples looked at this person with awe. A flash of fear flashed across Xuanhuan's eyes, and he muttered to himself, Tan Ning Gang is the #1 inner disciple. The second update. If you think Nine Flame Supreme is very beautiful, then please put the URL of this site. Recommend it to your friends and watch it together. Chaos. Han Feng was very close to Xuanhuan, and Han Feng could hear Xuanhuan's whispers clearly. Inner disciple, Tan Ning Gang? Han Feng's expression became serious. There are many inner disciples, and the Qianlongbang disciples are the most respected, and the Qianlongbang is the most powerful 1,000 among the many inner disciples. But even the Qianlong list is divided into grades, such as third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, top and giant. The only ones who can be called giants are the top 10 on the Qianlong list. For example, Wang Gong and Xuanhuan are among the giants. Although these giants have rankings, they can't be judged by their ranking alone, because at their level, the gap is already very small. To win a battle requires not only combat power, but also luck and the right time and place. What's more, most of these giants are practicing, and the ranking has not changed for a long time. Who knows what kind of improvement each of them has now. But this does not include Tan Ning Gang. Whether it is Wang Gong or Xuanhuan, they are actually said to have the ability to hit the top 3, and there are even a few who have this kind of evaluation. Therefore, what grade Wang Gong and Xuanhuan are among the top 10 giants will have a clear position after these giants compete again. However, Tan Ning Gang was recognized as #1, and no one questioned it. In the past, several giants joined forces to fight against Tan Ning Gang, but they lost in the end, and they lost completely. As giants, Tan Ning Gang and the remaining 9 were almost no longer at the same level. Han Feng, if you meet this person in the secret realm of chaos, you can run as far as you can. Entering the secret realm of chaos this time, with the help of the unique rules of heaven and earth in the secret realm of chaos to hit a higher level, this Tan Ning Gang is the most likely to be promoted to 8th in one fell swoop. Jiazhenshin. Rao, even an inner sect tycoon like Xuanhuan had to admit that he was inferior to someone like Tan Ning Gang. The Tan family, Tan Ning Gang. Han Feng's eyes were deep. For now, he and Tan Ning Gang have no intersection or conflict. But based on the relationship between Wan Gong, the Wen family, and the Tan family, Han Feng knew that he and Tan Ningong must be in a state of opposition. Once encountered, it must be a desperate struggle. Huh? Suddenly, Han Feng sensed an unkind gaze on him, and following this gaze, Han Feng's expression froze slightly. The master, who had a bad look at Han Feng, did not avoid Han Feng. In this person's mind, Han Feng probably didn't know him. It's a pity, this person probably never expected that Han Feng had the Nine Flame Skyfire Pagoda and the Soul Search space. From the memory of the 8 tribulations true God that the Qin family blocked him back then, Han Feng has already recognized the owner who is not good at seeing. Qin Shan. This person has just gotten together with Tan Ning. Han Feng's heart suddenly jumped. Qin Shan and the Qin family suspected that he possessed a powerful treasure. At this moment, Qin Shan has become one of Tan Ningong's lackeys. Could it be? Thinking of this, Han Feng frowned slightly, but soon showed a sneer. Even if it was what he thought, so what, since he had already taken refuge in God Lu Jinggu, he and the Tan family had long been in the opposite position. Without what he thought, the relationship between the two parties would not be eased. Qin Shan was glaring at Han Feng viciously at first, but when Han Feng sneered at him suddenly, Qin Shan was taken aback immediately. Qin Shan knew that the 8 tribulations true God of the Qin family failed to kill this person, but was killed instead. Qin Shan, is there really a treasure on this sun? Just when Qin Shan was a little scared, Tan Ningong's cold voice came from his mind. Qin Shan suppressed his thoughts, and immediately replied, there must be, otherwise, how could this boy be promoted to such a level in a short period of time? Even the 8 tribulations true God can be killed. Hearing this, Tan Ningong curled his lips, the 8 tribulations true God? If it's just an ordinary 8 tribulations true God, he also has the ability to blast him to death. When he reached the secret realm of chaos, his cultivation had increased a few times, and he was probably fully capable of fighting the 9 tribulations true God. The gap between that kid and him would only grow wider. As for the treasures, there are so many Tan families, and Tan Ningong really doesn't pay much attention to the ordinary treasures. I hope that as you said, the treasure on this kid can help me, otherwise. Tan Ningong's voice became colder, his eyes were emotionless. Qin Shan's face froze. It was just Qin Shan's guess that Han Feng had treasures, so he couldn't be sure. And even if there are treasures, Qin Shan is not sure whether they are worthy of Tan Ningong's attention. Involuntarily, Qin Shan regretted it a little. If the treasure on that boy's body was really bad, Tan Ningong's anger was not something that a little true God of 6 tribulations and the Qin family could bear. Chi Bai Cai. At the teleportation point of the Chaos Secret Realm, one after another human figures stood with their arms tied, with various divine swords on their backs. Every inner disciple swept out a strong sword force and sword intent. With so many sword stances and sword intents gathered together, it swept across the sky like a storm, and the entire sky seemed to be cut through by a single sword. At the front of the crowd, a young man in white stood proudly. The young man has sword eyebrows and star eyes, plump and handsome, his face is flawless, and he has a chic and handsome appearance. Just standing there, the youth exudes infinite sword intent like a peerless sword. I don't know how many female disciples looked at this young man with fiery eyes, and I don't know how many young men looked at this man with eyes full of awe or jealousy. This person is the number 1 inner disciple of the Tai Bai Sword sect, Taishang Junjin. The Taishang family is the most powerful family of the Tai Bai Sword sect, and its status is similar to that of the Tan family of the Qianquan sect. Taishang Junjin is not only the number 1 disciple of Tai Bai Jianzong's inner sect, but also the number 1 person of the younger generation of the Taishang family, and also the direct blood of the half-step god king of the Taishang family. Taishang Junjin's status in Tai Bai Jianzong is higher than Tan Ningong's status in Qianquanzong. In the inner sect of Tan Ninggang, some giants such as Xuanhuan resisted, but Taishang Junjin was in the inner sect of Chi Bai Sword sect, and what he said was the imperial decree, and no one dared to resist. In the void, several illusory figures flashed, and the eyes that fell on Taishang Junjin were full of relief. Junjin's son did not disappoint us. Suppressing her cultivation base for so many years, Junjin will definitely break through to the 8 tribulations true God this time. The Qiankuan sect has the ancient god Lu Jing, and our Tai Bai Sword sect also has Junjin. Unlike the ancient god Lu Jing who came from a humble background, Junjin has the support of our Taishang family, so he will definitely be able to step into the ancient god at the peak level of the true god of Tianjun. Perhaps, Junjin can still step into the heavenly venerable true God that no one has ever stepped into in our Ziyun God realm. Haha, if Junjin can break through to the ancient gods with Tianzuan true God, not only can he easily break through to the God King in the future, but he can also break through to the God King with more than 4 transformations. At that time, not only the Eastern Land, our Tai Bai Sword sect, will become the supreme overlord, our Tai Bai Sword sect may become the supreme overlord of Ziyun God realm. The first update. Chaos. The few people whose figures flashed in the void were all high-ranking ancient gods counted by the Tai Bai Sword sect. Taishang Junjin is only a true god of the 6 tribulations, but he has attracted the attention of so many high-ranking ancient gods, which shows his extraordinary aptitude. All of a sudden, the whole world of Tai Bai Jianzong raised a breath that made everyone unable to resist and felt suffocated. This aura is like the arrival of an emperor, making many inner disciples have the urge to kneel down and bow their heads. Taishang Junjin's eyes moved, and she suddenly raised her head, with sword intent gushing out. This sword intent, like a white light in the middle of the night, is extremely eye-catching, colliding with that emperor's aura. In an instant, there was a roar in the void. Ha ha ha, you are indeed my ancestors' descendants, not bad. A laughing voice came out from the void, and an extremely huge face emerged. Taishang Junjin withdrew his sword intent, with a solemn face, the descendants of the next generation, Taishang Junjin, pay homage to our ancestors. The owner of this huge face is the only half-step god king of the Tai Bai Sword sect, the Taishang Patriarch. The Taishang Patriarch's real body did not appear, but the huge face was displayed using a special secret method. Taishang Patriarch's huge face slowly opened his mouth, and his voice exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. The secret realm of chaos has arrived, and the teleportation array has been opened. Go, bring back more chaos stones. Yes. Taishang Junjin's expression became more solemn, and his sword intent became more stern. The next moment, led by Taishang Junjin, many inner disciples of Tai Bai Sword sect stepped into the teleportation array one by one, and were teleported to the secret realm of chaos. Tianluozong, one of the 3 overlords of the eastern realm of Ziyun God realm. It is different from Tai Bai Jianzong and Qiankanzong. The first inner disciple of the Tianluo sect was not from the family of the half-step god king, but the son of the head of the Tianluo sect, Luo Tianqing. Because he is the son of the suzerain, Luo Tianqing is also called Luo Tianzi. Luo Tianqing also led many inner sect disciples of Tianluozong, and entered the secret realm of chaos through the teleportation array a moment after the secret realm of chaos was opened. Qiankanzong. Not long after Tan Ning arrived, several giants of high-ranking ancient gods appeared. The secret realm of chaos has been opened, enter the teleportation array. The first high-ranking ancient god was the ancient god, Lu Jing. Following the order of the ancient god Lu Jing, many inner disciples of Qiankanzong began to step into the teleportation array one by one, and passed into the secret realm of chaos through the teleportation array. Junior brother Han, let's get closer later. Generally speaking, the closer you are to the teleportation array leading to the secret realm of chaos, the more likely people will appear in the same area when entering the secret realm of chaos. Of course, there are exceptions. Who is so unlucky? Xuanhuan said at the end, and turned to a teasing smile. Xuanhuan and his group, as well as Han Feng's group, got closer immediately. However, Xuanhuan and his party were obviously close to Xuanhuan, and Qiu Jianfeng and others were close to Han Feng. Stepping into the teleportation array, the brilliance flashed, and Han Feng and others had disappeared. This time the teleportation was directly from one space to another. Han Feng's soul was up to the 8th rank, and he was dizzy for a while, and he gradually recovered after a long while. Shaking his head, Han Feng stood up and looked around. Where Han Feng is at the moment, it seems to be in the deep mountains and old forests. The sky is covered by flourishing branches and leaves. Han Feng flew up, but was surprised to find that the gravity here is more than 10 times that of the outside. Although he can fly here, it is not as easy as outside, and the consumption of flying is extremely huge. Fortunately, Han Feng just wanted to fly higher and look around, so it wasn't too difficult. When he came to the sky above, Han Feng realized that the sky of the primal chaos realm was in a misty state, as if many gray rays of light gathered together, and some changes would occur from time to time. And looking up at the void, Han Feng felt a heavy oppression when he saw the gathered gray light that could change constantly. Han Feng flew down immediately. It seems that you can't look at the void in the secret realm of chaos. Han Feng patted himself on the head. The soul gushed out, and Han Feng muttered to himself, sure enough, even the soul is restricted. I don't know where Xuanhuan and the others are teleported to now. Through the imprint of the heavenly soul on his body, Han Feng sensed the situation of Xuanhuan and others. With this perception, Han Feng's cheeks twitched, and he smiled wryly. It seems that I am the one with the worst luck. Han Feng never expected that the unlucky person Xuanhuan mentioned was himself. Through perception, Han Feng could only vaguely feel Xuanhuan and the others. This perception was extremely weak, like a candle that would go out at any time. Not only that, Han Feng couldn't even perceive the approximate location. This shows that the distance between Han Feng and Xuanhuan and others is extremely far. Forget it, let's go in any direction. If I get farther and farther away from Xuanhuan, my perception will become weaker and weaker. If I go the wrong way, I can use this to walk back. If the direction of walking happens to be close to Xuanhuan and others, sooner or later the perception will increase greatly, and their location can be clearly known through the imprint of the soul of the sky. But before that, let's break through first. When he first came to the secret realm of chaos, Han Feng didn't feel anything yet. However, after staying for a few cups of tea now, Han Feng has discovered that the divine essence in his body is ready to move, and he may attack the 7 tribulations true God at any time. And this kind of shock, Han Feng had a premonition that he might not be able to suppress it. A large amount of spiritual energy surged from all around, and almost penetrated into the pores of Han Feng's body without Han Feng's consent. Not only that, Han Feng also felt that there was a more noble energy traveling around his body in the world, as if he was just curious, but he didn't have the slightest idea of entering Han Feng's body. Han Feng guessed that this more noble energy is probably the energy of chaos. The mere true God of the 6 tribulations is still unable to absorb the energy of chaos. Only. Han Feng looked around. Obviously this is not a good place to retreat and break through. Han Feng had no choice but to run at high speed, while constantly swinging attacks, in an attempt to delay the breakthrough until he found a place where he could safely retreat and break through. Along the way, Han Feng naturally encountered several ferocious beasts, and these beasts were not strong, only at the level of 4, 5, or 6. Greatness is only level 7. For the current Han Feng, this level of ferocious beasts is no longer enough to look at. Perhaps it was because there was a lot of energy vented. Han Feng finally felt that the feeling of breaking through from time to time disappeared. Han Feng, I feel a very strong chaotic energy at the northwest point. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the chaotic vein. While running, Xiaopeng's voice suddenly sounded in Han Feng's head. What? Han Feng paused. Chaotic spirit? I just came to the secret realm of chaos and discovered the chaotic vein. The second update. Calamities in the middle of the true God. Since the unlucky ones are too far away from everyone, finally good luck? But even if the chaotic veins are found, according to what senior brother she said, the chaotic veins in the secret realm of chaos will usually give birth to strange creatures, which are called strange beasts. The strength of strange beasts is extraordinary, and I am afraid that I am alone. Han Feng frowned. Han Feng clearly remembered that when Xuanhuan said that when encountering the chaotic vein, everyone must unite to kill strange beasts and enter the chaotic vein to search for the chaotic stone. What that kid is talking about is a large chaotic vein, and there are not many large chaotic veins in the secret realm of chaos. How can you be so lucky that it happens to be sent to the surroundings of the large chaotic vein? Xiaopeng sneered. Han Feng was stunned, and nodded slowly. That's right, my luck should not be so good. Let's go and have a look. If the good luck is really a large chaotic vein, I can only retreat. But if it's just a small or medium-sized chaotic vein, as long as the strange beast is not too strong, maybe you can really go in and make a breakthrough. And the chaotic vein is also a good place to break through. In the chaos spiritual vein, there is no need to worry about ferocious beasts coming to disturb you during the breakthrough. I don't know why, but the fierce beasts and strange beasts in the secret realm of chaos seem to be two parallel lines, and there will be no intersection. Those strange beasts will not leave the chaotic veins to fight for territory with the murderer. Similarly, those ferocious beasts will not kill strange beasts to occupy the chaotic veins. According to Xiaopeng's instructions, Han Feng quickly came to the place where the atmosphere of chaos was strong. In this area full of chaos, Han Feng found several strange beasts. These strange beasts looked very strange, and each one was different. According to the size of the chaotic veins and the strength of these strange beasts, Han Feng guessed that the chaotic veins should be small. Small chaos spirit veins usually produce low-grade chaos stones, and about every 10,000 chaos stones will produce a middle-grade chaos stone. There are also small chaotic veins, and there are also differences. The highest small chaotic veins are naturally small chaotic veins that are about to be promoted to medium-sized chaotic veins. Such small chaotic veins can produce low-grade chaos stones. A mid-grade chaos stone will be born out of dozens or hundreds of them. Han Feng can only judge that the chaotic vein in front of him is a small chaotic vein, but what grade is it in the small chaotic vein? I can't guess it. This needs to be observed in the chaotic veins to be able to judge. However, if you want to enter the chaotic vein, you must first eradicate these strange beasts. Han Feng jumped out and immediately attracted the attention of these strange beasts. The strange beasts roared and rushed towards Han Feng. Xuanhuan fighting fist. As soon as the surging fire fist came out, the flame swept in the attacking strange beast like a tornado. The strength of these strange beasts is only equivalent to the middle-level true god level, or the ordinary one, and they do not have the ability to fight beyond the level. With Han Feng's cultivation at the moment, he doesn't need to use the Xuanhuan combat physique or the golden immortal physique. A simple Xuanhuan combat fist, combined with a 9th rank Xuanhuan, is enough to easily kill this group of strange beasts. The power of this punch can easily reach the peak level of the ordinary 7 tribulations true god or the level of the early middle level. The strange beasts screamed one after another, turned into ashes, or turned into the air of chaos and returned to heaven and earth. Ho ho! There was another roar of a strange beast, and the earth shook. I saw a huge Tauren about 3 feet tall swinging a huge axe in his hand and slashing at Han Feng. The aura emanating from this Tauren's body has already reached the level of a high-level true god, which is roughly equivalent to the middle-level true god of the 7 tribulations. Han Feng was not afraid at all, instead he rushed directly to the Tauren. Roar! The Tauren saw that Han Feng was advancing instead of retreating, and raging anger flashed in his eyes. The next moment, the giant axe in the Tauren's hand had already hit Han Feng. Xinyan Fighting Fist. Han Feng didn't retreat in the slightest. The 8th-rank divine body was not just for fun. Even with bare hands, this giant axe should not cause too much damage to Han Feng. Boom! Han Feng's punch collided with the giant axe, and flames shot out in an instant. Han Feng retreated again and again after being bombarded by a huge force, but the giant axe in the Tauren's hand was also swallowed by the flames, and it didn't take long for it to completely collapse. Golden Immortal stepping on the sky. Han Feng suddenly stopped his retreating figure, and the stepping on the sky disappeared from the Tauren's sight. Han Feng shuttled behind the Tauren, and landed another Xinyan fist. The strength of this Tauren is not weak, it is equivalent to the middle stage of the 7 tribulations true God. If it is head-to-head, Han Feng will only fall into the disadvantage if he only uses the Xinyan Fighting Fist. It's a pity that Han Feng didn't choose to go head-to-head, and the Tauren's wisdom is also insufficient. Now that Han Feng appeared behind the Tauren didn't react. Boom boom boom. As the Tauren screamed, the Tauren was engulfed in flames. Han Feng did not relax his vigilance because of the fall of the Tauren. There is still a distance from the entrance of the chaotic vein. The closer it is to the chaotic vein, the stronger the strange beast will be. The strange beast that will appear next time will only be stronger than the Tauren. Sure enough, before Han Feng took a few steps, several strange beasts attacked again. The weakest of these strange beasts was similar to the previous Tauren, and the strongest was already equivalent to the middle-level peak of the ordinary 7 tribulations true God. Facing strange beasts of this level, there were still only a few of them, so Han Feng immediately unleashed the Xinyan battle body. The crazy flames turned into a tornado, and in the center of the tornado, Han Feng turned into a flame god of war, rushing out. The flames on both sides were still spreading. Die! Han Feng roared out and displayed the Xinyan battle body, and Han Feng's cultivation base skyrocketed. Rushing into a herd of strange beasts is like a lion rushing into a herd of sheep, killing and rampaging along the way. No beast can stop it. Approaching the chaotic vein, several strange beasts appeared again. This time, the strength of these strange beasts is already equivalent to the high-level 7 tribulations true God. The disciples of the Qianlong list of Qiankenzong who can kill the ordinary high-ranking 7 Kulpa true God with the 6 Noct true God are already at the top level, and those who can kill the ordinary 7 Noct true God's high-level peak are all at the giant level. At this time, among the several strange beasts that intercepted Han Feng, 3 of them had reached the peak of the ordinary 7 tribulations true God. In other words, Han Feng is now facing 3 giants and 5 or 6 top disciples. If it was decades ago, Han Feng might still have a headache in the face of this scene. Maybe he would have to rely on the help of 9 Mengyu Woki, Baide, or a few beasts. However, now, decades later, Han Feng has been able to handle it with ease. The improvement of 9 Flames different Fire Ju, Xinyan Combat Body, Golden Immortal Body, Ziyun Divine Arm, Tai Xian Tian Ling Zhan, and 6-Winged Dragon Transformation is not a joke. Golden Immortal Physique, Ning. The golden brilliance enveloped Han Feng, and the golden divine eyes flashed across Han Feng's forehead. In an instant, Han Feng's cultivation level skyrocketed again, and the golden light burst out like a dazzling sun, rushing out of the sky. The first update. Robbery True Gods in the middle level. Rumble. Han Feng's cultivation has skyrocketed one after another, reaching an unbelievable level. The energy of the surrounding world gathers to form a storm. Ho 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 ho. The strange beasts were uneasy, but their mission was to prevent people from entering the chaotic veins, so even though they were uneasy and fearful, these strange beasts finally chose to attack. Taishan Tian Ling slash. The Taishan Excalibur appeared in Han Feng's hands, and he slashed out. The ultimate power burst out, and the sword light seemed to tear the whole world into pieces. The strength of these strange beasts is not weak, and the strength of the three of them is completely comparable to that of ordinary inner sect disciple giants. But even so, under Han Feng's sword, these strange beasts were not spared, and turned into ashes in an instant. So strong. Han Feng was also shocked by his current strength. Han Feng knew that his strength had improved tremendously, but he didn't expect that he was already so strong that he could instantly kill the strange beasts that were equivalent to the strength of the three giants and several top inner disciples. Maybe at the same level, I can fight Tan Ningong, just know who is stronger and who is weaker. Unfortunately, when he comes to the secret realm of chaos, Tan Ningong's strength must soar, even those giants. It's true that I practiced on the 6th floor of Xuanhuan Mountain and suppressed it for decades, but compared to senior brother Shi and other giants, the time is too short. It is estimated that we will no longer be at the same level soon. I am afraid that at that time, if you want to, it's not so easy to crush them. Sighing, Han Feng put away the Taishan Excalibur. But at this moment, a large amount of chaotic energy suddenly spewed out from the entrance of the chaotic vein, and this chaotic energy was extremely strong, and in Han Feng's view, it was about to materialize. These chaotic chi gathered together like a tornado, and soon a huge monster more than 10 feet high appeared in front of Han Feng. This behemoth has 3 ferocious stone heads, but its body is covered with scales, and its tail forks suddenly at the end, like a trident. A strange beast at the level of the 8 tribulations true god. Han Feng's expression turned serious. The true god of the 8 tribulations is already a completely different level from the true god of the 7 tribulations. They are both high-level true gods, and the true god of the 8 tribulations is more powerful than the true god of the 7 tribulations. Facing masters of this level, Han Feng must go all out. Roar. The 3-headed monster raised its head to the sky and roared furiously. The air of chaos suddenly rioted, and an invisible oppression spread in all directions. The next moment, there was a terrible sound of piercing through the air, and the trident on the tip of the 3-headed monster's tail stabbed Han Feng fiercely at an extremely fast speed. When Han Feng came to his senses, the trident at the end of the tail had already arrived in front of him. Not good. Han Feng was shocked. The 8 tribulations true god was indeed at a completely different level from the 7 tribulations true god. He almost didn't react to such an attack. Xinyan battle armor. Han Feng ran the Xinyan battle armor with all his strength, trying to rely on the defense of the Xinyan battle armor to resist the move of the 3-headed monster. However, the all-out attack of the first-level strange beast of the 8 tribulations true god is not simple. It would be fine if the Xinyan battle armor was upgraded to the late stage of the 3rd level or even the peak, but it was only in the early stage of the 3rd level, and it couldn't resist the attack of the 3-headed monster at all. The trident is almost a destructive, piercing god yen armor. But at this moment, the flames all over Han Feng's body suddenly turned purple, and it was the Ziji Xuanhua. At a critical moment, the Ziji Xuanhua and Han Feng's Dantian spewed out and merged into the Xinyan battle body and Jingxian body. In an instant, the purple flame opened its teeth and claws like an ancient beast. Ziji Xuanhua quickly integrated into the Xinyan battle armor, and the Xinyan battle armor that was on the verge of being broken recovered at a terrifying speed in an instant. The trident tail of the 3-headed monster did not pierce Xinyan's battle armor in the end, but its surging power still sent Han Feng flying. Han Feng's blood was churning, and Jingxian stepped on the sky in midair, and disappeared like a teleportation. The tail of the 3-headed monster passed through Han Feng's position in the air the next moment. Han Feng appeared again, approaching the 3-headed monster, and the golden immortal pupil on his forehead was already opened. The golden fairy pupils made Han Feng's soul grow wildly. The growth of spirit made Han Feng able to see the movement of the three-headed monster more clearly. The trident tail of the three-headed monster stabbed at Han Feng again, but Han Feng was able to dodge, quite calmly. It was another golden fairy stepping on the sky, and Han Feng appeared directly above the three-headed monster. Fusion, Xuanhuan Fighting Fist. The Xuanhuan Fighting Fist of the late stage of the third level is integrated into the Aurora Xuanhuan, and its power is not weaker than the top-level magic skill. And because of the perfect fit of Xuanhuan War Fist and Aurora Xuanhuan itself has also been upgraded from a 9th rank low level to a 9th rank middle level. It can be said to be close to advanced. At this moment, Han Feng almost exerted his strongest strength. The 10th Ziyun Divine Arm is too powerful, and Han Feng can't fully display it at present. The extremely terrifying purple flame, like a meteor descending into the world, hit the three-headed monster with a bang, devouring the three-headed monster completely. The three-headed monster let out a shrill roar, but the power of Han Feng's blow had exceeded what it could bear. The scream gradually weakened, and finally disappeared without a trace. Han Feng landed on the ground and took a big breath. The Xuanhuan War Fist that has been integrated into Ziji Xuanhuan is very powerful, and its consumption is also extraordinary. Gradually, Han Feng recovered and couldn't help showing a smile on his face. Sure enough, decades of practice have not been in vain. Decades ago, unless I relied on the 9 Pythons Yuhua banner, how could I kill a first-level 8 Tribulations True God by myself alone? Is it gone? Han Feng still didn't relax his vigilance. After a while, he didn't find anything, and then he was sure that there was really no strange beast blocking him. In other words, all the strange beasts transformed by the chaotic energy overflowing from this small chaotic vein have been wiped out. Thinking of this, Han Feng still entered the chaotic vein with vigilance. In the chaotic vein, Han Feng checked the situation of the Chaos Stone, and found that there was a middle-grade Chaos Stone among thousands of low-grade Chaos Stones. That is to say, this small chaotic vein is in the middle and lower ranks at the same level. Han Feng muttered to himself. I searched all the Chaos Stones in the Chaos Spiritual vein, and got more than 100,000 stones. Afterwards, Han Feng sat cross-legged deep in the chaotic veins and began to break through. The divine essence in the body was constantly churning like ocean waves. When Han Feng no longer suppressed it, the churning instantly turned into a surge. Almost in an instant, Han Feng's cultivation broke through the bottleneck of the 7 Tribulations True God, and the divine energy that rushed out was like a monstrous wave, without the slightest exhaustion, but more brave. In such a state, after Han Feng's breakthrough, the realm of the 7 Tribulations True God quickly stabilized, and he broke through to a higher level. The 7 Tribulations True God's early stage, the middle stage, the late stage, the peak stage. Boom! In less than a day, Han Feng's cultivation broke through the first level again, to the middle level of the 7 Tribulations True God. The second update. Breaking through the 7 tribulations of the true God, God's tribulation has never come. It seems that the rules of the Chaos Secret Realm are a bit different. All the breakthroughs here will not have God's tribulation coming. What's even more strange is that even though there is no divine calamity coming, the true God still seems to have experienced the tempering of the divine calamity after breaking through, and the soul, and body will all be greatly increased. Just like Han Feng, after breaking through the 7 Tribulations True God, he broke through to the middle level of the 7 Tribulations True God. Han Feng obviously felt that his soul and body seemed to have been tempered by the God tribulation, and they reached the top level of the 8th rank. The next step is to hit the 9th rank. Taste. Han Feng reckoned that when he advanced to the 8 Tribulations True God, his soul and body would break through to the 9th rank. Han Feng was very excited when his cultivation base instantly rose from the high level of the 6 Tribulations True God to the middle level of the 7 Tribulations True God. If he practiced normally, even if he had practiced on the 6th floor of Xuanhuan Mountain for decades, he would probably have reached the middle and late stage of the seven tribulations true God's primary stage. What is great is reaching the peak of the primary stage, and it is absolutely impossible to break through to the intermediate stage. When it comes to high-level true gods, every step is more than 10 times more difficult than middle-level true gods. But now in the secret realm of chaos, as soon as he breaks through, he directly breaks through to the middle level of the seven tribulations true God. However, the improvement of Han Feng did not stop there. After breaking through to the middle level of the seven tribulations true God, the fierce and violent divine essence calmed down a lot, but it didn't completely calm down, and was still surging. Soon, Han Feng's middle-level cultivation of the seven tribulations true God was completely stable, and he continued to sprint, and it didn't take long to break through to the mid-level seventh tribulations true God. Then it is the late middle stage, until it reaches the peak of the middle stage. Drink! Han Feng yelled angrily, and the spirits in his body gathered together, sprinting crazily. It's a pity, probably because the follow-up power was really exhausted. Xuanhuan was a little weak in follow-up, and did not break through the bottleneck of breaking through the high level of the seven tribulations true God, and his cultivation base still stayed at the middle-level peak level of the seven tribulations true God. Han Feng opened his eyes regretfully. It seems that I can't continue to improve. The time is too short. If I am suppressed for more than 10, 20, or 30 years, I am sure that I will break through to the high level of the seven tribulations true God this time. Although regrettable, but more satisfied. The seven tribulations true God's mid-level peak is only one step away from breaking through to the seven tribulations true God's high level. Such an achievement has already exceeded Han Feng's expectations. Originally, Han Feng thought that it would be good to be able to break through to the middle level of the seven tribulations true God by luck, but he did not expect that he not only broke through to the middle level of the seven tribulations true God, but also broke through to the peak of the seven tribulations true God's middle level in one fell swoop. Perhaps because of the failure to attack the high level of the seven tribulations true God, Han Feng found that his accumulation at the mid-level peak of the seven tribulations true God was already very deep, much deeper than the ordinary seven tribulations true God's mid-level peak. It is true that he has not broken through to a high level right now, but Han Feng has already expected it in his heart. It is estimated that if he allows himself to cultivate for hundreds of years, he will probably be able to break through. If you practice on the 6th floor of Xuanhuan Mountain, you can break through in less than a decade or two. I have directly broken through to the middle level of the seven tribulations true God. Brother Shi and Na Wangang have definitely broken through to the high level of the seven tribulations true God. Maybe they can even be promoted to the peak of the seven tribulations true God's high level in one fell swoop. Then Tan Ning Gang, maybe he really broke through to the level of the 8 tribulations true God in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Han Feng's face was a little dignified. At this moment, Han Feng is definitely not paying attention to the ordinary 8 tribulations true God, but God knows how terrifying the true strength of a genius level 8 tribulations true God like Tan Ning Gang is. Forget it, I don't believe that I have a lot of cards, and I can't deal with Tan Ning Gang. Han Feng's face turned serious, and he was about to leave. But at this moment, Han Feng's eyes froze, and his cold gaze swept towards the entrance of the chaotic vein. There, 2 figures were sneaking in from the entrance. Damn it, the chaotic spirit stone here has already been taken first. One person cursed. No wonder there are no strange beasts outside to stop us. I don't know if this person has left. If he leaves, it will be troublesome. We won't be able to get the chaos stone here. The other person's expression was not good. After finally discovering a chaos spiritual vein, even if it is a small one, it is still a considerable amount of income, but it was unexpectedly discovered by someone else. Han Feng hid in the dark, his soul swept towards the 2 of them. The souls that had reached the top of the 8th rank made the 2 of them not notice Han Feng at all. Han Feng, these two people are only around the junior and middle stages of the seven tribulations true God, and the clothes they are wearing are not the inner disciples of the Xuanhuan sect. It seems that they should be the inner sect disciples of Tian Luozong or Chi Bai Sword sect. When they came to the secret realm of chaos, they only broke through to the beginning and middle stages of the seven tribulations true God. That is to say, these two people should be among the inner disciples of the six tribulations true God. Those who have accumulated high-level peaks not long ago are at most the strength of elite inner disciples, and what is great is equivalent to the bottom level of the Qianlong list. In an instant, Han Feng judged the level of the two. Seeing that the two of them were about to turn a corner, and immediately found themselves, Han Feng made a move immediately. Who? Ah. Two inner sect disciples who didn't know which sect screamed. These two were only the first level of the seven tribulations true God, and they were caught off guard. Opponent. The two of them were instantly killed by Han Feng without even developing their bloodlines and divine skills. But at this moment, two green rays of light flew towards Han Feng successively from the two of them. Han Feng's complexion changed and he retreated quickly, but he still couldn't stop the two green rays of light from imprinting on his body. This imprint is the Tianluo seal of Tianluozong? Han Feng looked unhappy, which means that as long as he meets someone from Tianluozong, Tianluozong will find that he has killed the inner disciple of Tianluozong. Forget it, it is impossible not to kill people in the secret realm of chaos. The heavenly soul mark on me also has a similar function. If you don't come to trouble me, it's fine. Han Feng quickly put Tianluo in his heart. The huge increase in cultivation made Han Feng's self-confidence skyrocket. Apart from Tan Ningong's level of genius, there are really few people that Han Feng is afraid of. As soon as he stretched his figure, Han Feng immediately flew out of the chaotic vein, chose a direction in the air, and shot away. Due to the suppression of the soul in the chaotic secret realm, even if Han Feng's soul reaches the top 8, the range that can be detected is limited. Therefore, Han Feng who left didn't know that, not far from the chaos spirit vein, a person saw Han Feng's departure, and the next moment this person left quietly. In the secret realm of chaos, in a valley, it is empty and extremely silent. In a certain part of the valley, more than a dozen people were meditating here, and they formed a circle to protect the one in the middle. The first update. The sky was gloomy, and the young people among the crowd were swallowed by the pitch-black storm. The storm swirled wildly, as if it was about to tear a hole in the sky. The valley vibrated violently, and it might be sucked in by the power of the storm at any time and turn into fly ash. All kinds of brilliance shone on their bodies, either blue light or red light, stubbornly resisting the impact of the storm on them. All of a sudden, the storm shook, and a more terrifying force was rolled out. The light on everyone's body was shattered in an instant, and they flew out one by one. The next moment, they were swept by the power of the storm and flew towards the storm. Everyone was shocked. The power at the center of the storm is likely to be able to easily tear apart a 5 or 6 Kulpas artifact, and even a group of them, a group of 7 Kulpas true gods, will suffer heavy injuries even if they are not dead. But at this moment, the storm began to subside gradually, as if something was attracting them. It shrank rapidly, and finally entered the young man's body. The gloomy sky disappeared, replaced by the chaotic sky of the primal chaos realm. Hoo-hoo! Everyone fell down, gasping for breath, with no concealment of joy on their faces. It's so terrifying, the power of that storm. Master Feng should have completed the breakthrough. Master Feng has accumulated so many years, I don't know how far he will hit this time. I don't know if he will rush into the 8 tribulations true God. This isn't possible. It's still possible to be Tianluzi. Although our Lord is among the 8 gods of Tianluo, it is still a bit reluctant to say that we can hit the level of the 8 tribulations true God at once. Even if you can't reach the 8 tribulations true God, you should be able to reach the seventh tribulation's true God high level. On this point, everyone has no objection. Master Feng's breakthrough this time, the gap between us and us is getting bigger and bigger. One person sighed sadly. In the past, they were all at the peak of the high-level true gods of the six tribulations, and they were not as good as they were. Now they are only the junior and intermediate level of the true gods of the seven tribulations, but Mr. Feng is already at the high level of the true gods of the seven tribulations, and they will only be worse. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes, as if a storm had flashed in his eyes, and the open space in front of him seemed to be destroyed by the storm. Rumble and shatter. See Mr. Feng. Seeing this, everyone's expression froze, knowing that Mr. Feng had broken through and stabilized the realm. Master Feng, who was known by the crowd, didn't respond to everyone immediately, but frowned slightly. This person had already sensed the two heavenly seals he had printed, but suddenly there was no induction, or in other words, the two heavenly seals were fused together and printed on another person. For this situation, this person is well aware that his two subordinates must be beheaded. It is true that these two subordinates do not value them very much, and their strength is not high, but they lost two subordinates not long after entering the primal chaos secret realm, which greatly discounted Feng Zhan's joy of just breaking through. Feng Zhan is one of the 8 heavenly god generals, known as Feng Zhan God General. Xinjiang has a character of general, and Tianjiang also has a character of general, which shows the ambitions of these 8 people who are called Tianluo 8 gods and generals. Yu Long and Mo Xiongua are dead. Feng Zhan said lightly. What? Everyone was still saluting, and they were shocked when they heard the words, and they all raised their heads, their eyes full of disbelief. These 2 people just went to find out what was in the surrounding mountains. Why did they die? Where is Shahai? Shahai is with Yu Long and Mo Xiongua. Yu Long and Mo Xiongua are dead, and Shahai. One of the crowd turned pale. This person is Brother Shahai. Shahai is not dead yet, and according to the Tianluo seal in Shahai's body, he should be back soon. We will know what happened later. If I die in the hands of a fierce beast, I won't say anything, but if I die in the hands of an enemy, this seat will let him know what the fate of provoking this seat is. Feng Zhan's expression was cold, and a faint pitch-black storm rolled out with a biting killing intent. Everyone is silent. Soon, a figure flew over in a panic. It was Shahai. From Shahai Cow, everyone soon knew the ins and outs of the matter. Shahai didn't know how Han Feng killed Yu Long and Mo Xiongua, but Shahai knew that it didn't take long for Yu Long and Mo Xiongua to be killed after they entered the chaotic vein, which meant that the murderer was very powerful than usual. Even if the murderer is a sneak attack, at least his strength is not weaker than Yu Long and Mo Xiongua. This is also the reason why Shahai didn't pursue, but rushed back to report immediately. Feng Zhan's eyes brightened. Chaos Spirit Vein? Ha ha ha, God has treated me kindly. I just came to the Chaos Secret Realm and fell near the Chaos Spirit Vein. This is a good sign. Everyone's faces also showed joy. There must be more than 100,000 Chaos Stones for a small Chaos Spirit Vein, and if they share 1 point, it is not a lot. Feng Zhan stretched out his tongue and licked his lips. It just so happens that my strength has broken through, and I need a battle to prove it. This person should be a good match. Are you sure this person is a disciple of Qiankuan sect? Yes, I'm pretty sure that this person is indeed wearing the uniform of a disciple of the Qiankuan sect. His face is very strange, and he is not a giant on the Qianlong list. Shahai replied respectfully. Tianluozong, Taibaijianzong, and Qiankanzong, as the 3 overlords in the eastern realm of Ziyun God realm, how could they not have spies? But the spies were all famous disciples of their respective sects. A ranking like Han Feng's is only at the bottom of the Qianlong list, so Tianluozong will not record it specially. Therefore, Shanghai only knows the names and appearances of the giants on the Qianlong list, but does not know Han Feng. Let's go, follow me to hunt down this person. Feng Zhan's feet were blowing like lightning. Since he was not a giant on the Qianlong list, there was nothing to be afraid of. The Chaos Stone must be his own. The crowd followed closely behind, all with excited faces. At this moment, in their hearts, the idea of revenge for Yulong and Mo Xuanhuan had long been forgotten, and their minds were full of snatching the Chaos Stone. In fact, Han Feng stopped not far away. Now, it's time for the beasts to break through. In the Nine Flame Skyfire Pagoda, Xiaopeng cast a secret method, absorbing the top-grade divine stones one after another, and turning them into a very strange energy, and then Xiaopeng injected all of these energies into the bodies of Skylark and other beasts. The bloodlines of the beasts had already been transformed to a high level, and now they have gone one step further, and all of them have entered the top level of divine rank. Among them, Vermilion Skylark's bloodline has reached the top of the top, only one step away from the Chaos Divine grade. Xuanhuan and other beasts have undoubtedly been promoted to the ultimate level of the 7 tribulations true God, but there is still a long way to go before the 8 tribulations true God. Vermilion Skylark has reached a critical point, and is about to cross the divine calamity. However, the rules of the secret realm of chaos are special, and there will be no divine catastrophe. Therefore, after Vermilion Skylark flew out, the flames all over his body burned more intensely. Tribulation True God's initial level. The second update. The beasts broke through smoothly and their strength improved greatly, and Han Feng showed a smile on his face. Especially Vermilion Skylark, not only has his strength broken through to the first stage of the 8 tribulations true God, but his bloodline is also a top-level god, and his own magical skills have also been slightly improved. His overall strength may not be much worse than Tan Ninggang and others. Of course, the premise is that Tan Ninggang really broke through to the 8 tribulations true God. With a helper like Vermilion Skylark, Han Feng is even less afraid of Tan Ninggang and others. The only thing to worry about is whether Tan Ninggang and the others have relatively strong cards in their hands. If Tan Ninggang had a relatively powerful artifact in his hand, even with Vermilion Skylark's help, it would probably take a lot of effort to win. Han Feng suddenly noticed that the Tian Luo Yin on his body was a little hot. Immediately, a sneer appeared on the corner of Han Feng's mouth. Are you here? The reason why Han Feng stopped not far from the Chaos Spirit Vessel was because he wanted to improve the strength of the beasts, and he was also waiting for these guys. Just like Feng Zhanchen in general needs to find someone to fight after breaking through to experience the increase in strength after breaking through, so is it not the case for Han Feng. It is still a high-level true god of the 6 tribulations, and he has a combat power comparable to the first-level true god of the 8 tribulations. Now that he has broken through to the middle level of the true god of the 7 tribulations, what level will his combat power reach? Especially after breaking through the 7 tribulations true god, Han Feng is already able to use the 10th layer of Ziyun God's arm, which makes Han Feng look forward to what level his strongest strength has reached. Skylark, you hide first, let me experience my strength after breakthrough first. Han Feng said to Skylark. Yes. The Skylark spread its wings and fell into the depths of the forest. Almost in the blink of an eye, General Feng Zhanchen and others were approaching. My lord, this is the man. Shanghai shouted suddenly when he saw Han Feng. General Feng Zhanchen was even faster, and the hurricane under his feet suddenly increased. Boy, hand over the stone of chaos. Feng Zhanchen will grab Han Feng, and the surging divine essence is like a prison, trying to trap Han Feng in vain. The peak of the 7 tribulations true God. Han Feng looked excited. In Han Feng's original shooting, Xuanhuan and Wan Gong should be at such a level after breaking through. Now that such a strong man suddenly appeared, wouldn't he let himself verify in advance whether he is stronger or weaker with Xuanhuan and Wan Gong? Sensing that the surrounding gods were covering him, Han Feng let out an angry shout, and the gods surged out. In terms of cultivation, Han Feng is not as good as the opponent, but in terms of the quality of the gods, Feng Zhanshan will be far inferior to Han Feng. Under the blessing of the 9th-ranked divine essence, the divine essence that Han Feng surged out was like a sharp sword, breaking through the cover of the opponent's divine essence. Huh? Feng Zhanshan's eyes flashed with strangeness. After some preliminary confrontation, God General Feng Zhan already saw that Han Feng not only had a superb cultivation base, but also had an astonishingly high quality of divine essence. How could such a person be a simple character? There is no such person among the giants of Qiankenzong. Could it be that he is a child of Qiankenzong family? Who is your excellency? General Feng Zhan suddenly withdrew his hands and stood there with his hands tied. To snatch the stone of chaos, you have to divide the target. The god of wind slasher doesn't want to be hunted down by a big family after leaving the secret realm of chaos. I've already made a move, so what's the point? I'm just a nobody, but how can I make your excellency so afraid? Han Feng mocked. Feng Zhan's expression sank. Very well, originally I wanted to show mercy, but you are courting death yourself. Feng Zhan was indeed concerned about the power behind Han Feng, but that was all. He just didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. But Han Feng's ignorance completely enraged Feng Zhan, even if there is power behind him. Could it be that the power behind him is weak? What's more, Qiankenzong's hand can't be stretched that long. Hey, Master Feng is completely angry, this kid is finished now. That's right, although the cultivation base is indeed somewhat unexpected, and has reached the middle peak of the 7 tribulations true god, but compared with Master Feng's 7 tribulations true god's high-level peak, it is still too far behind. Before Master Feng made a breakthrough, the 8 gods ranked 6th, which is at the bottom, but that's because Master Feng's bloodline is lower than the other gods. Now, with the profound accumulation that surpasses the rest of the gods, Master Feng, breaking through to the peak of the 7 tribulations true god in one fell swoop, even if the bloodline is lower than the rest of the gods, his real combat power can at least rank among the top 3. This kid dares to provoke Master Feng, it's over. Feng Zhan's followers all sneered, none of them was optimistic about Han Feng. In their eyes, Han Feng was already dead. A strong killing intent flashed across Feng Zhan's eyes, and a pitch-black storm gushed out immediately. The wind blown by the storm is like a sharp knife cutting towards the surroundings. The ground was cracked, the trees were broken, and soon the surrounding area was in a mess. Top divine grade bloodline. Han Feng wasn't too surprised. This Feng Zhan was obviously not an ordinary character, having a powerful bloodline was extremely normal. Han Feng didn't know what kind of bloodline the other party had displayed, but the pressure it brought him was no different from that of the 8 tribulations true god. Die. Holy wind cuts the flow. The terrifying sharp blade suddenly merged into one, turning into a pitch-black giant sword of wind, which fell from the sky and slashed down fiercely like an ancient giant. The surrounding space was violently cut and produced waves of ripples, as if it would be completely shattered at any moment. Not weaker than the peak power of the ordinary 8 tribulations true god's elementary level, it put a lot of pressure on Han Feng. Snort. All of a sudden, Han Feng snorted coldly, using both the Xinyan combat body and the Jingxian body. Dazzling golden brilliance and fierce flames rose up, and an incomparable aura swept out. This breath is even bigger than Feng Zhan. Xinyan fighting fist. The flaming fist like a giant star collided with the pitch-black giant knife of the wind in an instant, and the flames and pitch-black whirlwind overflowed in an instant. With the help of the whirlwind, the fire burned violently, covering the sky and the sun. Han Feng's body kept retreating, resisting the aftermath of rushing towards him, and barely maintained his figure after being transformed into hundreds of meters. Feng Zhan, however, retreated nearly 1,000 meters. In this confrontation, Han Feng clearly had the upper hand. Feng Zhan's subordinates, who looked down on Han Feng with a sneer at first, all of them looked stiff and stunned. They never expected that things would turn out like this. This kid was lowered by his own adults by a level, and he still has the upper hand. Compared to Feng Zhan and his subordinates, Feng Zhan himself was equally shocked. Damn it, what is the origin of this guy? He has dual combat bodies, each of which has reached the top of the high-level divine rank. The power of the combination is probably stronger than my blood. Feng Zhan knew it, his bloodline has not reached the top level of the top divine grade. The opponent's dual combat body immediately widened the gap between him and himself in terms of cultivation, that's all, and in the end, with the help of super high-quality divine essence, he surpassed himself in terms of combat power. Feng Zhan suddenly laughed in a low voice, as expected of the Qianquan sect, as expected, hidden dragons and crouching tigers, a not-so-famous disciple is so powerful. But, do you really think that this seat's power is only this little? This seat is the god general of the 8 gods of Tianluo. Boy, you are indeed qualified to let this seat use all your strength. Remember the name of this seat, and you will die in the hands of this seat next. I don't even know if I killed you. Let you try this seat's ultimate move, burst and slash. Let you try this seat's ultimate move, burst and slash. The sky suddenly darkened, and bursts of pitch-black storms rioted in the void. This time, what attacked Han Feng was no longer a giant sword of wind, but a giant sword of wind like a torrent. This momentum is earth-shattering, as if it wants to tear apart all the space. Feng Zhan's subordinates stagnated. Obviously the main target of this attack was Han Feng, not them, but under the influence of this torrent-like giant wind sword, they still felt trembling all over. It seemed that it was not Han Feng who was facing the giant knife of the wind at this moment, but them. Their faces were pale and terrified, and they didn't even have the slightest intention to fight. If it is said that the previous holy wind slashing flow was only the top of the top-rank low-level divine skill, and half a step of the upper-rank intermediate divine skill, this time's burst slashing flow is a proper high-rank intermediate divine skill. Not only that, but also a top-rank intermediate skill. The pinnacle of divine skills. It is only half a step away from the top-grade, high-level divine skills. It can be foreseen that after Feng Zhan has been cultivating for a period of time, he may not be able to upgrade this move to the level of a high-grade high-level divine skill. Such a terrifying move almost swallowed Han Feng, and a smile appeared on Feng Zhan's face. He didn't believe it. After using this ultimate trick, the opponent can still compete. The next moment, Feng Zhan discovered in astonishment that a purple flame shot up into the sky, straight into the sky, and an astonishing wall of fire descended. Fusion, Xinyan Fighting Fist. Han Feng is still a high-grade low-level magical skill of the Xinyan War Fist, but it has been integrated into the Ziji Xuanhuan. The Ziji Xuanhuan, which was as high as the 9th grade of Xuanhuan, immediately raised the power of Xinyan War Fist to an incredible level. The purple flame rushed out of the encirclement of the wind sword like a giant dragon, and even exploded like a whirlpool, devouring all the wind sword. The whole world seems to have become a world of flames at this moment. The power of Ziji Xuanhuan is already powerful, and it has the ability to devour the divine essence for its own use. The divine essence of Feng Zhan is only the 8th rank, and there is an insurmountable gap from Han Feng's 9th rank divine essence. Such a gap makes it easy for Ziji Xuanhuan to swallow the giant wind sword. When a large number of wind swords are turned into fly ash, part of the energy is also swallowed by Ziji Xuanhuan. Greatly enhanced the power of Ziji Xuanhuan. The Ziji Xuanhuan is like a ferocious beast. It spreads its fangs and rushes up from all directions, as if it wants to swallow Feng Zhan within. Impossible. Feng Zhan finally couldn't calm down anymore. The Ziji Xuanhuan made Feng Zhan feel fear and life-threatening. Damn it, why doesn't the sect have any news about such a person? At this moment, Feng Zhan didn't know that he had kicked the iron board. With such power, no ordinary god can match it. Don't think that you can win by doing this. Feng Zhan gritted his teeth for a while, and a giant cyan fan with wings appeared in front of Feng Zhan. Feng Zhan swung violently, and gusts of blue gusts suddenly appeared. Each gust of blue gusts emitted extremely astonishing energy, and it was difficult for ordinary true gods of the seven tribulations to sustain even one of them. But what appeared in the sky at this moment was almost dense blue squalls. Extreme artifact. Han Feng's face froze, and he had to take it seriously now. Feng Zhan's subordinates had a gloomy face at first, but when they saw the giant cyan-colored winged fan in Feng Zhan's hand, they were shocked immediately and showed joy. The blue gust of wind stayed in the void for only a moment, and rushed towards Han Feng frantically one after another. If it were an ordinary, true god of the seven tribulations, he might have been petrified by now. However, Han Feng did not. Han Feng admitted that Feng Zhan's blow was indeed terrifying, but it was still too reluctant to defeat him with such an attack. Ziji Xuanhuan, merge. Han Feng snarled, and the purple flame instantly merged into the Xinyan battle body and the Jingxian body. Han Feng instantly turned into a purple flame god of war, and the golden light that swept out from the golden fairy body was also mixed with purple. The golden fairy pupils on the forehead, besides the golden pupils, also flashed a tinge of purple. Ziji Xuanhuan merged into the two divine bodies, and Han Feng's strength soared again. The two great divine bodies, whether it is the Xinyan battle body or the golden immortal body, have reached the pinnacle of high-level divine grades, and when integrated into Ziji Xuanhuan, they are all existences that are no less than top-level divine grades. Even if it's just the first entry into the top divine rank, the effect of the two superimposed boosts is still astonishing, far exceeding that of Feng Zhan's bloodline. Xinyan's war fist strikes again, far more powerful than before. The purple flames covered the sky, like a solid city wall, blocking all the incoming blue gusts, and no blue gusts could pass through the purple flames. The cyan gusts were swallowed by the Ziji Xuanhuan, and Feng Zhan finally panicked. The self-confidence brought about by breaking through to the peak of the seven tribulations true god's cultivation base was completely blown at this moment. Damn it, why are you still staring stupidly? Why don't you hurry up and make a move? The strong are all dignified. At first Feng Zhan never thought of joining forces with his subordinates to fight against Han Feng. But the so-called dignity is nothing in the face of threats to life. Realizing that he might lose or even be killed if he poured all his cards, Feng Zhan couldn't control his dignity, so he immediately yelled at his subordinates, hoping that they would make a move. The joining of a group of seven tribulations true god junior and intermediate might be able to turn the crisis around and turn defeat into victory. At this time, Han Feng has almost realized his combat power. If both Wan Gong and Shi Huanqing were on the same level as this person, then Wan Gong and Shi Huanqing should no longer be his opponents. And against Feng Zhan, Han Feng didn't even use his most powerful moves, and he still had a lot of whole cards left, which made Han Feng confident. Even if Tan Ning broke through to the eight tribulations true god in one fell swoop, it was not impossible for him to win. Now that he has experienced the changes after his breakthrough in cultivation, Han Feng doesn't have that much patience to fight against a group of weaker seven tribulations true gods. Skylark, I'll leave it to you. Han Feng immediately transmitted Vermilion Skylark. At the next moment, a fiery red light group that was as dazzling as the sun rose into the sky, and the figure of Vermilion Skylark flashed in the light group. It's a monster. It's a monster at the level of the eight tribulations true god. This kid is actually followed by monsters. Feng Zhan's subordinates panicked. Facing a monster at the level of the eight tribulations true god, how could these people have the ability to resist, even if a very few people have the ability to challenge the eight tribulations true god beyond the level? They are only at the beginning of the eight tribulations true god. But Vermilion Skylark is not an ordinary eight tribulations true god elementary level. Under Feng Zhan's despairing eyes, Feng Zhan's subordinates were quickly killed by Vermilion Skylark. No, don't kill me. I can leave all my treasures to you. Feng Zhan panicked. If I kill you, the treasure on your body will still be mine. Han Feng remained unmoved, but instead increased the power of Ziji Xuanhuan. But at this moment, Vermilion Skylark started to attack Feng Zhan from the rear, and together with Han Feng, they happened to form a pincer attack on Feng Zhan. Feng Zhan, one of the majestic 8 generals of Tianluo, just fell into the hands of Han Feng and Vermilion Skylark, one man and one beast. Han Feng waved his hand, and the storage device that fell after the fall of Feng Zhan was sucked into Han Feng's hand, and there was also a giant mountain of blue wings. The second update. In the evening, I was dragged to dinner by my buddies, and went to sing again. I didn't come back until after 1 o'clock in the morning, and now I finally finished the second update. The giant fan was the ultimate artifact that Feng Zhan had used to attack Han Feng before. Although it's a top-grade artifact, it's a pity that it doesn't match my attributes. Han Feng shook his head regretfully. If he can have a top-grade fire attribute artifact now, his overall strength will definitely increase. At this moment, the giant fan struggled suddenly. Obviously the spirit of the giant fan was unwilling to be taken away by Han Feng. Han Feng's eyes were cold, and his tone was cold. Don't struggle, or I will destroy your weapon spirit. The giant fan is still struggling. Without the wind chop, the giant fan is more able to release its own power. As a top-grade artifact, without the restriction of its owner and able to exert all its abilities, it will not be much worse than a weaker 9 Tribulations True God. However, because Feng Zhan just fell, the imprint left in the giant fan has not completely disappeared, so the aura emitted by the giant fan at this moment is just the 8 Tribulations True God. A phantom of the 9 Flame Skyfire Pagoda appeared behind Han Feng, and the suppression from the source of the artifact instantly made the struggling movement of the giant fan stagnate. With the current high-level of the 6th and late stages of the 9 Flames and different fire art, the degree of unseal of the 9 Flame Skyfire Tower is almost equivalent to a top-grade artifact, not much worse than the giant fan. In addition to the suppression from the source, the giant fan was so intimidated that it couldn't move, and the spirit of the weapon trembled even more. The 9 Flame Skyfire Pagoda is just that the seal has not been completely released, and the source inside is still a powerful existence that surpasses the immortal artifact. If the level of the giant fan is far higher than the current unsealed level of the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, it can still resist 1 or 2, but at the same level, it cannot resist at all. How this happened? The giant fan Qi Ling trembled. The giant fan Qi Linggu never thought that this mere human boy of the 7 Tribulations True God possessed such a high-level artifact. The giant fan spirit clearly felt that if it wasn't for this powerful artifact that was sealed for some reason, his top-grade artifact would probably be wiped out by the opponent in the blink of an eye and turned into ashes. With the awe of the 9 Flame Skyfire Pagoda, the giant fan suddenly became weak. Sensing that the giant fan spirit has finally calmed down, Han Feng curled his lips and said, "Don't worry, I won't need you, and I won't force you to recognize the master. You can take advantage of this time to practice to break through to the end." Chaos Artifact. You are so kind? The giant fan Qi Ling snorted coldly. Certainly. Only if you break through the Chaos Artifact, can I exchange you for better things, right? Han Feng raised his eyebrows. The giant fan artifact is useless to Han Feng, but it can be exchanged for a fire attribute artifact. The higher the level of the giant fan artifact, the more powerful the artifact that can be exchanged. The giant fan Qi Ling was aggrieved for a while, feeling that he had become an exchange item. But the giant fan spirit didn't object either. This human being was obviously at odds with his own attributes. Could it be that he planned to follow this person for the rest of his life? This person is willing to exchange himself. It is better than being dusty all his life. Thinking of this, Qi Ling struggled less and was finally taken away by Han Feng. After erasing the soul mark in the Fengzhan storage, Han Feng checked the contents of the Fengzhan storage. It has to be said that there are a lot of valuables, and there are also many valuable ones, and there are even pills and spiritual objects to improve cultivation. It's a pity that these are all effective for wind attributes, but not very helpful for Han Feng. Forget it, after I leave, I will exchange all the things here for something that is useful to me. Han Feng put all the things into his storage container indifferently, then turned around and turned into a rainbow and left. Just now, the imprint of the heavenly soul, which had been vague all along, suddenly became clearer, allowing Han Feng to perceive a more accurate position. Based on the aura from the heavenly soul imprint and the reaction of a certain heavenly soul imprint on his body, Han Feng roughly guessed who the other party was. Lu Xinfan, Qiu Jianfeng, and Xing Jinliang were in a state of embarrassment, running staggeringly. After a while, Lu Xinfan still had some panic on his face. That thing stopped chasing? Qiu Jianfeng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, hesitated for a moment, and said, "It should be. I don't feel the astonishing momentum from behind." Xing Jinliang frowned. "It stands to reason that once a fierce beast encounters us humans, it should be immortal. There is no reason for that fierce beast to let us go. Maybe it's because that beast is just a clone?" Lu Xinfan guessed. Lu Xinfan, Qiu Jianfeng, and Xing Jinliang were teleported to the secret realm of chaos. Fortunately, the three of them were not far away from each other. According to the imprint of Tianhun, the three quickly found each other. Among the three, only Lu Xinfan had already reached the peak of the six tribulations true God, but his accumulation was not very deep. Therefore, after breaking through at this moment, his cultivation was only at the beginning of the seven tribulations true God. However, Lu Xinfan's bloodline is extraordinary. As long as he exerts his full strength, even if it is only the beginning level of the seven tribulations true God, his strength is also extraordinary. However, Qiu Jianfeng and Xing Jinliang were different. In the past 100 years of Qianquanzong, after the Qianquan points were exhausted, the two of them retreated and cultivated in the cave. Although the two of them had broken through to the high level of the six tribulations true God at this moment, they had not reached the peak of the high level, let alone suppressed at the high level of the six tribulations true God. Therefore, at this moment, the two are still high-level true gods of the six tribulations. One true god of seven calamities, two true gods of six calamities, such power is a bit weak in the chaotic secret realm. Along the way, the three of them were attacked by ferocious beasts several times, and several times were dangerous. One day ago, the three of them accidentally broke into the territory of a ninth-level ferocious beast. No, rather than the territory of the ninth-level beast, it is better to say that the ninth-level beast is guarding something. Lu Xinfan recognized at a glance that what the ninth-level beast guarded was a not-so-old chaos sacred tree. The Chaos God tree is a kind of god tree in the Chaos secret territory, which can produce Chaos God fruit. The Chaos God fruit contains pure Chaos Chi, which is purer than the Chaos Chi in the Chaos Stone, and its content is also greater than the Chaos Chi contained in the Chaos Stone. But because of different ages, the Chaos God tree produces different Chaos God fruits. The 100,000-year-old Chaos God tree produces the Chaos God fruit, and the purity of the Chaos Chi contained in a tree is 100 times that of the low-grade Chaos Stone. Its content is also 100 times that of the low-grade Chaos Stone. Such a Chaos God fruit is called a low-grade Chaos God fruit. In other words, completely swallowing a low-grade Chaos God fruit is equivalent to absorbing 10,000 low-grade Chaos Stones. The Chaos God tree that has been around for tens of millions of years produces the Chaos God fruit. Swallowing one is equivalent to absorbing 10,000 middle-grade Chaos Stones. By analogy, the billion-year-old Chaos God tree bears top-grade Chaos God fruit, and swallowing one is equivalent to absorbing 10,000 top-grade Chaos Stones. The Chaos God fruit produced by the 100-billion-year-old Chaos God tree is the best Chaos God fruit, which is equivalent to 10,000 best Chaos stones. The Chaos God tree that Lu Xinfan and the others saw was probably at the 100,000-year level. In the Chaos Secret Realm, there are mostly Chaos God trees of this level, and sometimes ones of the tens of millions of years level can be seen. As for the billion-year level and the 100-billion-year level, the predecessors of the former have only encountered it 3 times, and the predecessors of the latter have only seen it once. In fact, even if you see it, you can't get it. Except for the 100,000-year level Chaos Sacred Tree, the other 3 levels of Chaos Sacred Trees are basically guarded by super ferocious beasts equivalent to the ancient god level. The 3 of Lu Xinfan were very fortunate that what they encountered was only the 100,000-year level Chaos God tree, otherwise they would be hunted down by super ferocious beasts, and they would have absolutely no chance of escaping. This time they were able to escape only because the one chasing and killing them was only a clone of the 9th level ferocious beast. Xing Zhenliang's eyes flashed. If I'm not wrong, it should be a 6-eyed beast, shaped like an ape, with 6 arms and 6 tails, and can be divided into 2 clones. However, when the 6-eyed shocking beast splits out a clone, it will transfer 1/3 of its power to this clone. The 6-eyed terrifying beast should have just entered the 9th level ferocious beast not long ago. It is equivalent to the initial stage of the 9 tribulations true god. 1/3 of the power is allocated, and the power of the main body must drop to the level of the 8th level ferocious beast. At this time, Qiu Jianfeng had almost recovered, and said after hearing the words, "There should be many fierce beasts in that forest, and there must be a lot of people staring at the Chaos God tree. If I guess right, there should be fierce beasts taking advantage of the sharp decline in the strength of the 6-eyed beast. It went to attack us, so the clone of the 6-eyed beast immediately stopped chasing us, and chose to return to integrate with the main body. As for why the 6-eyed shocking sky beast didn't have its own body to hunt down, it was obviously that the Chaos God fruit was about to mature, and if he left now, it was very likely that the Chaos God fruit would be seized by the other beasts in advance after returning. Among the 2 choices of Chaos God fruit and chasing and killing Lu Xinfan, Chaos God fruit is obviously more important. For the 9th level ferocious beasts, the divine chaos fruit is also the key for them to break through to super ferocious beasts. Lu Xinfan felt concerned. Fortunately, this is the case, otherwise we would be doomed. Speaking of which, aren't the beasts in the secret realm of chaos smarter than those outside? Qiu Jianfeng and Xing Zhenliang nodded hesitantly, and when they came to the secret realm of chaos, they also found that the beasts here seemed to be different from the beasts outside, as if they were a little smarter. Is it because of the unique environment of the Chaos Secret Realm? The 3 of them quickly gave up thinking. Right now it's recovery. In this chaotic secret realm full of dangers, their own strength is not top-notch, and they are in a state of huge consumption. If a 7th level beast comes here, some of them may fall here. The 3 recovered in turn, one at a time, while the other 2 remained vigilant. And those who have recovered will not devote themselves to it, but maintain some vigilance. Half a day later, the 3 of them recovered to a 7 or 8/8 degree. But at this moment, the heavenly soul imprint belonging to Han Feng on the 3 of them suddenly became hot, and all 3 of them were happy. This means that Han Feng is continuing to drive towards them. Xing Zhenliang and Qiu Jianfeng had already learned from Lu Xinfan that the harder the suppression at the peak level of the 6 tribulations true god, the more people will break through to the secret realm of chaos. As for how many years it has been suppressed, it is not clear. However, the 2 believe that with Han Feng's performance all the time, he must have broken through to the 7 tribulations true god. Among the 4, 2 are true gods of the 7 tribulations, and there is no doubt that their strength will be greatly enhanced. If Han Feng had joined earlier, facing the pursuit of the 6-eyed shocking beast clone, they might not be able to complete the counter-kill. About an hour later, Han Feng gradually grew from a small black spot to a big one, and descended in front of the three of them. Han Feng glanced at Lu Xinfan and heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily nothing serious happened. Scanning around, Han Feng found that the three of them were just in a panic. "You guy, you're finally here." Qiu Jianfeng smiled generously. Xing Jinliang was still the kind of cold and silent kid, he just nodded when he saw Han Feng. Lu Xinfan stared at Han Feng, his eyes getting bigger and bigger. You have broken through to the middle level of the seven tribulations, true God?" Just after landing, Lu Xinfan could clearly sense Han Feng's aura before he could hide it. "What?" Qiu Jianfeng and Xing Jinliang were dumbfounded. They did know from Lu Xinfan that the harder they suppress the breakthrough, the greater the breakthrough will be in the secret realm of chaos. However, if they remember correctly, Han Feng should have broken through to the peak of the six tribulations, true God, not long ago, and it should not have been long since he suppressed it. How did he break through to the seven tribulations, true God's middle level all of a sudden? Qianlongbang disciples of Qiankenzong who can break through to this level are basically top-notch figures among Qianlongbang disciples. Han Feng was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled. Not only is it the middle level of the seven tribulations, true God, but it is also the peak of the middle level. The three gasped again. Lu Xinfan opened his mouth slightly. "Oh my God, how did you cultivate?" "The middle level peak of the seven tribulations, true God, is almost second only to those giants on the top list. Decades ago, you were only at the early stage of the sixth tribulations, true God's high level. I cultivated on the sixth floor of Xuanhuan mountain." Han Feng didn't hide anything from Lu Xinfan. Lu Xinfan seemed to think of something, and suddenly realized, no wonder, you have so many Chankuan points, you can really afford it. But having said that, it is more difficult to suppress when practicing on the sixth floor of Xuanhuan mountain, and it is easy to break through accidentally. It's amazing, but I can't do it. I practiced in a special place in my family. The environment is probably between the fourth and fifth floors of Xuanhuan mountain. Only directly broke through to the mid to late stage of the seven tribulations, true God. Speaking of this, Lu Xinfan felt a little embarrassed. Based on the environment provided by the Lu family, if it wasn't for her lack of xinqing, she would always worry about breaking through if she couldn't suppress it, which would cause her to practice carelessly. Now she might break through to the middle level of the seven tribulations, true God. Han Feng didn't notice Lu Xinfan's embarrassment, but asked why the three of them were in such a mess. Qiu Jianfeng roughly explained the situation, and Han Feng's eyes were all set. The divine tree of chaos. Qiu Jianfeng and Xing Jinliang clearly saw a smile that was bound to win from Han Feng's expression. Qiu Jianfeng's expression froze. Han Feng, that's a level 9 beast, don't be careless. Since senior brother Han is here, that level 9 beast is nothing. Lu Xinfan smiled slightly at the moment. With Bai Dai there, it was enough to kill the 9th level beast, and with Han Feng, it was almost certain. Senior brother Han, I'll lead the way. Lu Xinfan didn't wait for Qiu Jianfeng and Xing Jinliang to ask why, and walked in the direction of the chaos sacred tree with frowning eyebrows. Everyone could see that Lu Xinfan was in a good mood at the moment. Han Feng followed closely behind. Qiu Jianfeng and Xing Jinliang looked at each other, sighed, and had no choice but to follow. The second update. 1752 joined together, one more. The two of them wondered why Lu Xinfan was so confident when Han Feng arrived. He must have believed in Han Feng too much. It is true that Han Feng is very strong, Qiu Jianfeng and Xing Jinliang both admit this, but no matter how strong it is, can it be stronger than the 9 tribulations, true God? For most true gods, the 9 tribulations, true gods are the last stage of the true God realm, and they can prepare for the impact on the level of the ancient gods. The true gods who can break through the limits of the true gods and step into a higher level are, after all, a minority. The 9 tribulations, true God is definitely a very crucial realm for most true gods. No true god would dare to underestimate the existence of this realm. Even if the six-eyed shocking beast is just a first-level ninth-level beast, it is still a powerful existence. If Han Feng is already at the middle level of the Eight Tribulations True God, no, even if it is only at the beginning level of the Eight Tribulations True God, Qiu Jianfeng and the others might really believe that Han Feng has the ability to counter the Nine Tribulations True God. But the current Han Feng's cultivation base is only the middle level of the Seven Tribulations True God. The two wanted to ask Lu Xinfan what the reason for his self-confidence was, but they thought that some of Han Feng's secrets might be involved in it, so they didn't have the nerve to ask in front of Han Feng. Forget it, Han Feng and Lu Xinfan don't seem like reckless people. Now that they are rushing, maybe there is really a way to deal with the six-eyed beast. If it doesn't work, it's just being chased and killed by the wolf once. No matter what secrets Han Feng has, it will be exposed when he deals with the six-eyed monster. There is no need to ask specifically to avoid being misunderstood. Qiu Jianfeng and Xing Zhenliang looked at each other, then followed Han Feng in silence. The speed of the four of them was neither fast nor slow. They not only maintained a certain speed, but also kept their recovery and consumption equal. When they arrived, they would not cause accidents due to high consumption. This speed naturally caused the four of them to be a little slower when they arrived at their destination. Wait. Han Feng stopped suddenly, his face serious. In fact, without Han Feng saying that, the three of Lu Xinfan also stopped, and with their ears, they could naturally hear the sound of fighting coming from a distance. The four of them looked at each other. It seemed that someone was there first, but they didn't know who it was. The four of them sneaked cautiously, and soon saw the crowd fighting against the six-eyed beast. The leader is a swordsman in blue, whose cultivation has broken through to the high level of the Seven Tribulations True God, and who knows what blood and physique he has used. The speed is extremely astonishing. With Han Feng's soul, even when that Xingyi swordsman's speed is at full speed, he can only see some afterimages. The swordsman in Xingcloth held a top-grade divine sword, and the cyan sword lights seemed to break through the yin and yang, and kept slashing at the six-eyed terrifying beast. Apart from the swordsman in Xingyi, there are many other swordsmen who are assisting. These swordsmen are only at the junior and intermediate level of the Seven Tribulations True God, and there are also a few swordsmen at the high level of the Six Tribulations True God. But after displaying blood veins or physique, the aura and strength displayed by these swordsmen are by no means comparable to their superficial cultivation. Many swordsmen united to barely match the six-eyed shocking beast. However, Han Feng could tell that this was just a situation where the Xingyi swordsman and the others were in high spirits. In terms of protracted combat ability, a ferocious beast surpasses a true god of the same level. Now that Xingyi swordsman and the others are only barely able to fight against the six-eyed shocking beast. As time goes by, the balance of victory will be towards the six-eyed shocking beast. He is one of the giants of Chi Bai Sword Sect's inner sect disciples, the Fengshan Sword King with the title of Son of Wind, Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang has the blue-winged Fengshan body. Once he uses the blue-winged Fengshan body, his speed and strength will be greatly enhanced. This is a powerful body that is not considered weak among the top-level gods. Not only that, Qi Xiang, the Fengshan Sword King, has also reached an extremely high level of comprehension of the sword intent of the wind, and his power is extremely powerful. Han Feng, Qiu Jianfeng, and Xing Zhenliang didn't know Xingyi swordsman. Lu Xinfan, as a child of the Lu family, was naturally given some advice by the family before coming here. Among them was information about the outstanding disciples of the other two sects. Qi Xiang is one of them. Tianluozong has 8 great generals, Qianquanzong has 10 giants on the Qianlong list, and Taibai Jianzong also has 10 inner disciples of sword kings. Fengshan Sword King Qi Xiang is one of the top 10 sword kings of the Taibai sword sect, ranking slightly lower. After listening to Lu Xinfan's introduction, Han Feng went to see Qi Xiang again, and found that although Qi Xiang had broken through to the high level of the Seven Tribulations True God, he had not yet reached the peak of the high level. This Fengshan sword King Qi Xiang may be slightly inferior to Fengshan General. Han Feng guessed in his heart. Han Feng's strength has already reached the level of Tianluo 8 god generals, Chi Bai 10 sword kings, and Qianlong 10 giants, and even the top level in this level. Hearing that the swordsman in Xingyi was the Chi Bai 10 sword king, he didn't make any fuss. But Qiu Jianfeng and Xing Zhenliang were different. Originally, their strength was only close to the level of Qianlongbang disciples, and there was an insurmountable gap with the level of Fengshan sword King Qi Xiang. After coming to the secret realm of chaos, as most of the Qianlongbang disciples began to break through, the gap between them and the giant level was even greater, and the gap has reached the point where there is a layer of mountains. At the level of a giant, in the hearts of the two of them, they definitely need to look up at this moment. At this moment, when they suddenly heard that the swordsman in blue was a sword king level genius, the two of them would not be surprised, and immediately gasped slightly. All the people present were super masters, and there were quite a few true gods of the 7 tribulations, and Qi Xiang was even among the highest ranks of the true gods of the 7 tribulations. Qi Xiang noticed the gasps of Qiu Jianfeng and Xing Zhenliang instantly. A sharp sword slashed at the six-eyed shocking beast. With the force of the shock, Qi Xiang floated back, landed safely, and then yelled, "Who? Come out!" Han Feng sighed. Originally, he had the idea of making money for the fishermen, but now it seems that he can only go out. The 4 of Han Feng jumped up and landed on the other side of the six-eyed beast. Han Feng of the Qiankuan sect, I have met all senior brothers. Han Feng clasped his hands and shouted. The beasts in the secret realm of chaos are indeed smarter than the beasts outside. Seeing Han Feng and others appear, the six-eyed beast stopped attacking and let out an uneasy roar. From the 4 of Han Feng, the six-eyed shocking beast found some uneasiness from intuition. It's a pity that ferocious beasts are ferocious beasts after all, and Qi Xiang and the others didn't bother to understand the meaning of the various roars of ferocious beasts, so they didn't know that the roar of the six-eyed terrifying beast was uneasy. They simply thought it was a kind of anger from the fierce beasts after they found out that there were more human beings. The Qiankuan sect? Han style? Qi Xiang and the others have never heard of the name Han Feng, so they don't pay much attention to Han Feng. It's just that there is an extra helper right now, and they are more sure of killing the six-eyed beast. Qi Xiang suppressed the unhappiness in his heart because Han Feng and the other 4 were secretly coveting, and said via voice transmission, "Junior brother Han, these six-eyed beasts are so powerful that neither of us can resist them. Why don't we unite? We will redistribute the Chaos God fruit in time." Naturally, this voice transmission also passed on to Lu Xinfan and the other 3. Qiu Jianfeng's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly sent a voice message to Han Feng. Han Feng, don't agree, this Qi Xiang is amazingly powerful and has a large number of people. When the six-eyed beast is wiped out, the next one to be wiped out is. Before Qiu Jianfeng finished the sound transmission, he saw that Han Feng had already agreed. The first update. Qiu Jianfeng's face turned bitter, and he didn't understand why Han Feng agreed. Did he really think that the other party would give them the chaos fruit in the end? Qi Xiang's subordinates showed a touch of sarcasm, looking at Han Feng and the others as if they were looking at a clown. Qi Xiang smiled, "Haha, then I would like to thank junior brother Han. Don't worry, senior brother will never let junior brother return empty-handed." It's just that Qi Xiang's eyes didn't have a trace of warmth, but were filled with ice cold. The six-eyed shocking beast felt that the situation was not good for him, and wanted to retreat. The fierce beasts in the secret realm of chaos have been here for many years. After a long time, they are already different from the fierce beasts outside. Naturally, they will not really be like the fierce beasts outside. People are fighting to the death, and the net is broken, and they will not give up until they die in battle or kill humans. Sensing the crisis of the situation, the fierce beasts in the secret realm of chaos will also back down. Naturally, such beasts are basically a minority, either super beasts or level 9 beasts, and beasts below level 9 are basically the same as the ones outside. However, the six-eyed shocking beast suddenly noticed the Chaos God fruit that was about to ripen, and immediately roared. Obviously, between retreating and the Chaos God fruit, the six-eyed shocking beast chose the Chaos God fruit. Kill. Chi Xiong narrowed his eyes and roared angrily. At this moment, Chi Xiong no longer hid his strength, and the two blue wings behind him spread, and Chi Xiong speed soared again. Behind Chi Xiong, many of his subordinates launched an attack together, and terrifying sword lights slashed towards him one after another, cutting through yin and yang. It's time for Han Feng's attack. Unleashing the Xinyan combat body, Han Feng smashed down violently with a Xinyan combat fist. The ordinary high-grade low-level magical skills, with the support of the 9th grade divine essence, are far more powerful than high-grade low-level skills. Lu Xinfan launched his own attack without hesitation. Qiu Jianfeng sighed. Since Han Feng had already chosen to act, Qiu Jianfeng naturally couldn't sit still. Qiu Jianfeng still chose to believe in Han Feng. Qiu Jianfeng didn't believe that Han Feng would not know about Chi Xiong's malicious intentions, so it could only be that Han Feng had already made up his mind. Dozhuanmo Xiao slash. Qiu Jianfeng turned into an ancient rock demon, and the 9 tribulations artifact fiercely slashed at the six-eyed beast. Xing Zhenliang escaped into the void and attacked secretly. With a move of Xingyan Liuhua fist, he roared away. Huh? Chi Xiong quickly noticed the attack of Han Feng and the others, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. These 4 people are not simple. Chi Xiong didn't pay much attention to Han Feng's Xinyan battle body. In Chi Xiong's view, it was just the top-notch high-level divine body. Xinyan Zhanquan Chi Xiong also doesn't pay much attention to it, it's just a high-grade low-level magical skill. But the divine essence as high as rank 9 moved Chi Xiong. Even for Chi Xiong himself, Xuanhuan has just reached the lower level of the 8th rank, which is far away from the 9th rank. But what Lu Xinfan surprised Chi Xiong was the super-strong bloodline. Although Lu Xinfan couldn't exert all the power of the bloodline, it was not comparable to the top-level gods, but his cultivation base was weaker. The bloodlines of Qiu Jianfeng and Xing Zhenliang also surprised Chi Xiong. Among them, Qiu Jianfeng's bloodline was no worse than Chi Xiong's. However, the function of Xing Zhenliang's divine pupil and divine eye can escape into the void. If it is of the same level, it will definitely suffer heavy damage if it is attacked. With this ability, even Chi Xiong felt a little palpitated. Fortunately, these two are only true gods of the 6 tribulations. Chi Xiong narrowed his eyes slightly, and his killing intent increased greatly. Qiankanzong has such 4 geniuses, and when they grow up in the future, I am afraid that none of them will be worse than themselves. Killing 4 geniuses who are no worse than me, the Qiankanzong must be very heartbroken. Chi Xiong's face was grim. Swordsmanship, spread your wings, and soar. Twirl assassination. Break the wind and break the dust. Gingjin God slash. Fengshen Tianpa. Shen Yen fighting fist. Dozhuanmo Xiao slash. Dragon God fist. Star flame shot. Rumble. Terrible attacks continued one after another. The six-eyed beast roared again and again, and the six-eyed jet-black energy spewed out. The ground cracked, trees collapsed, and the sky changed color. The attacks of more than 12 powerhouses made the six-eyed shocking beast feel strenuous. However, the six-eyed shocking sky beast is also worthy of being a level 9 beast. Even though it is only a beginner at level 9, its strength is also extraordinary. Soon, people on Chi Xiong's side began to get injured, and even one person was torn in half by the six-eyed sky-shattering beast. The six-eyed terrifying beast flicked its 6 tails wildly, and it was impenetrable. Even Xing Jinliang hid in the void interlayer, and couldn't find a chance to sneak attack for a long time. Golden immortal physique, Ning. Han Feng roared angrily, golden brilliance burst out, and the next moment, another Xinyan fist struck out. This punch hit the six tails of the six-eyed beast head-on, and the huge force sent Han Feng flying. At this moment, the six-eyed beast couldn't resist taking a few steps back. Xing Jinliang suddenly found an opportunity to sneak attack, and shot him away, and it was Xing Yan who shot him. Clang! A shot that was burning with star flames did not penetrate into the body of the six-eyed beast, and the hardness of the body of the ninth-level beast was by no means what the current Xing Jinliang could penetrate. But even though it didn't penetrate, it still made the six-eyed shocking beast feel the pain. Suddenly, the six-eyed beast roared angrily, turned around and grabbed it with one paw. Xing Jinliang was shocked, and immediately backed away, escaping into the void. The claws of the six-eyed beast caught the void. Seeing this scene, Qi Xiang felt jealous. This kid's strength is not very good, and his ability to escape into the void is too difficult to deal with. In the interlayer of the void, Xing Jinliang was also helpless. It is true that he could escape into the void at any time, making it difficult to be hit by the six-eyed beast, but it was also difficult for his own attacks to cause too much damage to the six-eyed beast. Fortunately, there are so many people. If it's one-on-one, if the six-eyed sky-shattering beast focuses on me, it's possible that I won't even have time to escape into the void. Xing Jinliang was extremely grateful. The attack speed of the ninth-level ferocious beast is by no means comparable to that of the six tribulations true god. Realizing that it is difficult for his own attack to cause damage to the six-eyed shocking beast, Xing Jinliang's job afterwards is to constantly harass the six-eyed shocking sky beast, giving others opportunities to take advantage of it. And the rest of the powerhouses also attacked with all their strength, not giving the six-eyed shocking beast any time to catch Xing Jinliang. The battle was still going on, and thousands of meters in radius were destroyed, only the Chaos Sacred Tree was still standing there intact. Fewer and fewer were able to persevere, and Lu Xinfan and Qiu Jianfeng had already lost the strength to fight again, and they withdrew from the fighting circle. On the contrary, Xing Jinliang still insisted on fighting, but as fewer and fewer people restrained the six-eyed beast, Xing Jinliang almost didn't have time to escape into the void several times. Seeing this, Han Feng immediately sent Xing Jinliang to withdraw from the battle. In the end, the only ones who could continue to fight were Han Feng, Qi Xiang, and two disciples of Chi Bai Sword sect, the middle-level peak of the seven tribulations true gods. The four of them surrounded the six-eyed beast. The six-eyed shocking beast is also scarred, far from being as strong as it was at the beginning. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Releasing Bai De at this time would definitely be able to wipe out the six-eyed shocking beast, Qi Xiang, and others. So, should we let it go? But at this moment, a startling rainbow exploded from a distance, and a shocking sword intent seemed to press down on it like a heavy mountain. Qi Xiang's face changed suddenly. Sword King Jinshan, why are you here? This person is another one of the top 10 sword kings of the Chi Bai Sword sect. The second update. The person who came was stepping on the void, with a rough face. Before the person arrived, he gave people a sense of barbarism. This person doesn't look like a swordsman at all, but a reckless man in the mountains. But in fact, this person is not only a swordsman, but also one of the top 10 sword kings of the Chi Bai Sword sect, with the title of Jinshan Sword King. Unlike Qi Xiang, the Fengshan Sword King, Fengshan Sword King ranks low after the top 10 sword kings. But Jinshan Sword King is ranked third, extremely powerful. With the arrival of Jinshan Sword King, it was as if a huge mountain oppressed everyone. Jinshan Sword King first glanced at the Chaos Sacred Tree, and the greedy look in his eyes flashed away, and then he laughed and said, "Brother Qi, you are a bit of a kid when you discover the Chaos Sacred Tree, but don't pass any news to me. It's not kind. Seeing that you are fighting so hard, I will help you, and then we will each share half of the Chaos Fruit." Qi Xiang's face was livid, and he almost cursed. Qi Xiang's subordinates didn't look good either. They have been fighting for so long, and at the cost of one person falling and everyone seriously injured, the strength of the six-eyed shocking beast has dropped to the point where it is less than a ninth-level beast. The Jinshan Sword King immediately came to pick up Peaches. How can they bear it? Jinshan Sword King turned cold when he saw the dissatisfied expressions of the crowd. With a cold snort, a murderous intent shot out from Jinshan Sword King. Do you have any objections? Everyone's expressions froze. Including Qi Xiang, everyone was silent. Most of them are seriously injured now, and they still maintain combat effectiveness, and they cannot be compared with their heyday. With the strength of Jinshan Sword King, after killing the six-eyed shocking beast, he still has the ability to deal with them all. Thinking of this, Qi Xiang swallowed his anger with the idea that a good man would not eat in front of his eyes, and that it would not be too late to take revenge for 3 years, and grinned with difficulty and said, "It is our honor to have the help of the Sword King of Jinshan." Even Qi Xiang said that, so what about Qi Xiang's subordinates? Only then was Jinshan Sword King satisfied, his eyes suddenly focused, and he suddenly found the costumes of inner sect disciples of Qiankuan sect on the floor of Han Feng. Disciples of the Qiankuan sect? Jinshan Sword King did not expect that there were people from the Qiankuan sect here. However, noticing that there is only one person left in Qiankanzong who has the strength to fight again, and his strength is not very strong, he curled his lips and didn't care. Qiu Jianfeng smiled wryly. It's all right now, a fierce wolf stronger than Qi Xiang has come, and now our efforts will be in vain. Qi Xiang and others have suffered such a big loss, even if the previous agreement with them was sincere, at this moment it is too late. They will definitely not be given the Chaos God fruit again. Only Lu Xinfan's face remained unchanged. No matter how strong Jinshan Sword King is, can he still be stronger than Bai De? Jinshan Sword King joined the battle, and the six-eyed beast suddenly appeared dangerous. The Jinshan Sword King possesses the Jinshan divine body, and is also a super existence that is close to the top among the top divine bodies. Exercising the Jinshan divine body, the Jinshan Sword King is like a mountain. Every time the divine sword in his hand is slashed, it is like a giant mountain smashing down fiercely. A strong oppression sweeps around, and the sky shakes. Jinshan Sword King was in its heyday. Now that the six-eyed shocking beast's strength has been greatly reduced due to injuries or huge consumption, it is at most equal to Jinshan Sword King. There is no overwhelming advantage at all, and Han Feng and others are assisted. Jinshan Sword King, the six-eyed shocking beast, quickly became extremely miserable, with hideous scars all over his body, and the bones could be seen deep. The 5 gods of Jinshan Sword King bloomed, and the brilliance of various colors intertwined with each other, oppressing the six-eyed beast. The battle lasted for half an hour before finally grinding the six-eyed beast to death. This shows how powerful the 9th level beast is, and this is a 9th level beast that has just entered the 9th level. Those ferocious beasts that have stabilized their realm and even reached the middle level of the 9th level or even the upper level of the 9th level are bound to be more terrifying. However, Han Feng and others are still at the level of the 7 tribulations true gods, and they have not even stepped into the 8 tribulations true gods. This record is already extremely appalling. If it is an ordinary true god of the 7 tribulations, dozens or hundreds of them will only end up being reduced to food for the six-eyed beast. Seeing that the six-eyed beast was dead, Jinshan Sword King swallowed, and his fiery eyes fell on the Chaos God tree. On the Chaos God tree, dozens of Chaos God fruits can be seen faintly. Behind him, the breath of Qi Xiang and the others became extremely cold, and a wave of hidden murderous intent seemed to be gushing out. Just when Qi Xiang was about to make a move, Jinshan Sword King turned around suddenly, with a smile that was not a smile. Do you really think that this king will be lost because of the Chaos God fruit? Ignore your danger? Since we belong to the same sect, I would advise Fengshan Sword King that you should not take any action. Your remaining power is only equivalent to the ordinary 8 tribulations true God beginner level. I want to kill you easily. Chi Xiang froze, his expression darkened. Xuanhuan Sword King laughed triumphantly. Don't worry, I'm not a greedy person. If I say I'll keep half for you, I'll keep half. Hearing such shameless words from Xuanhuan Sword King, Qiu Jianfeng complained in his heart, isn't this called greed? So what is greed? Slow. Just when Xuanhuan Sword King was about to collect the Chaos God fruit, Han Feng suddenly called out. What do you want to say, Your Excellency? Xuanhuan Sword King turned his head and narrowed his eyes. Xuanhuan Sword King was willing to let Fengshan Sword King go, but because everyone belonged to the same sect, and he was afraid that if Fengshan Sword King was really anxious, he would be killed together. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. In the secret realm of chaos, it is easy to fall into a dangerous situation after being hit hard. However, Han Feng was different. Xuanhuan Sword King didn't pay much attention to Han Feng from the beginning. Now seeing Han Feng's plan to share the Chaos God fruit, murderous intent suddenly appeared in his heart. Chi Xiang sneered, this kid made an agreement with me before, and I also promised to give them some Chaos God fruit. Xuanhuan Sword King gave an "oh," and said with a faint smile, Boy of Qiankanzong, this is a matter between you and Chi Xiang. Chi Xiang is willing to share it with you. I have no objection, but you don't want to get half of me. Chi Xiang stared at Han Feng with the same cold eyes at the moment. Han, what I promised to give you is in the share of Xuanhuan Sword King. If you can grab it, it will be yours. If you can't grab it, it's your fate. Not good. The implication is that half of Chi Xiang and others will not be given to Han Feng. Hearing Chi Xiang's words, Xuanhuan Sword King's cold eyes swept over Chi Xiang, and then fell on Han Feng. Thinking that Han Feng's previous combat strength was only average, Xuanhuan Sword King didn't care. It is expected that this person would not dare to rob him. Even if you dare, you can easily kill it with your own strength. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan Sword King simply ignored everyone and jumped towards the Chaos God tree. Chi Xiang and Chi Xiang's subordinates all looked mocking. From their point of view, if Han Feng and the others were sensible, they should get out now. If you don't know each other, hee. No matter whether it is to rob Xuanhuan Sword King or theirs, they don't mind eradicating a genius of Qiankuan sect. Presumably Xuanhuan Sword King is the same. First update. Chi Xiang and the others who were taunting suddenly saw Han Feng move, and rushed towards Xuanhuan Sword King. At this moment, Chi Xiang and the others were extremely astonished. This kid actually went to grab Xuanhuan Sword King. This kid is really ignorant, and there is something wrong with his brain. Chi Xiang immediately became excited. This kid is definitely not the opponent of Xuanhuan Sword King, but at least he can disgust Xuanhuan Sword King. They can't wait to see Xuanhuan Sword King's ugly face, which can be regarded as a breath of anger. The kid wants to die. The Sword King of Xuanhuan sensed Han Feng's attack and was furious. After roaring, he turned around and punched him. In Han Feng's senses, it was as if a huge mountain was smashing towards him. Shen Yan Fighting Fist. Boom. The earth-shattering roar resounded through the earth, as if mountains and rivers were broken. Han Feng's fire fist collided with Xuanhuan Sword King violently, and the violent flames roared in all directions. Han Feng was directly sent flying by the huge force, but with the Xingyan battle armor, Han Feng landed intact. Xuanhuan Sword King also quickly backed away to get rid of the flames that spread to him. Han Feng shook his hands, and had a rough evaluation of Xuanhuan Sword King in his heart. Regardless of martial arts, in terms of basic physical qualities, this Xuanhuan Sword King is still higher than Fengshan Xinjiang. Just using the Xingyan battle body and the Xingyan fighting fist, I am far from being an opponent of the Sword King of Xuanhuan. I have to use a lot of cards like I did against the God of Wind Slashing. However, there are Fengshan Sword King and others watching. It's better to summon Bai De to destroy them all in one fell swoop. After decades of tempering, Bai De has made further progress. Now is the time to verify Bai Da's strength. Han Feng changed his mind and planned to summon Bai De. Boy, the one who is not going to grab Qi Xiang is the one who is grabbing this king. Do you think this king is easier to deal with than Qi Xiang? Xuanhuan Sword King's face was gloomy, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. Big mistake. Since you are looking for death, this king will send you a ride, and your 3 companions, this king will also send them to accompany you. Frenzied bloodthirsty slash. In an instant, the color of the sky changed, and with the Sword King's slash, there seemed to be thousands of sacred mountains emerging behind him, and there was a bloody light, which dyed the sacred mountains a blood red. Han Feng immediately released Bai De, and Bai Da's bone shield was in front of him. Ren Zhinshan Sword King's sword slashed on the bone shield. Boom boom boom. The continuous bangs shook the ears of many true gods. Bai De still stood at the original place, motionless. The white bone shield shone with a cold white light, and it was as smooth as jade, without leaving any traces. What? Zhinshan Sword King yelled in disbelief. This was a blow with all his strength, and he didn't even break the shield of this strange skeleton. How strong is this skeleton? Xiao Jianfeng and Xing Jinliang were about to rescue Han Feng. Seeing this scene, they both opened their mouths. This. The two pointed at Bai De in front of Han Feng. Unable to speak, they looked at Bai De, then at the calm Lu Xinfan, and suddenly understood. This strange white-boned skeleton is probably the reason for some strange behaviors of Han Feng before. With such a powerful skeleton, it is no wonder that Han Feng is so confident. Qi Xiang and the others also looked shocked, never expecting Han Feng to have such a whole card. Qi Xiang's face was ashen, and his heart was boiling with anger. Damn brat, I'm just saying that some idiot who came out of nowhere dared to help the people of the foreign sect, casually, and even agreed to the conditions promised by the people of the foreign sect so freely, so it turned out that he had such a whole card. If I regret it later, this skeleton will definitely be summoned to deal with me. Thinking of this, Qi Xiang was startled suddenly. The defense of this bone skeleton cannot be broken by Zhinshan Sword King with all his strength. How could it be a simple character? Even if its attack power cannot match the defense comparable, how can not be too bad? Thinking that if there is no Zhinshan Sword King, it is very likely that he will face such a bone skeleton, Qi Xiang is dripping with cold sweat, feeling terrified. But at this moment, Bai De made a sudden move, cutting through the sky with the giant bone knife in his hand, and arrived in front of Zhinshan Sword King almost in a moment. Not good. The Zhinshan Sword King was shocked, and immediately slashed the divine sword in his hand. An astonishing sword intent erupted, and this sword intent contained the true meaning of the heavy mountain, making the sword cut even more powerful. At this moment, the sky seemed to be chopped into pieces. It's a pity that what Zhinshan Sword King met was Bai De, a bone general who was comparable to the existence of the 9 tribulations true god. Not to mention that Zhinshan Sword King and the 6-eyed shocking beast used up a lot after the battle. Even in its heyday, it was by no means a big opponent. The white bone giant knife and the top quality sword in Zhinshan Sword King's hand instantly slashed together, and the sword intent formed a storm and swept out. Zhinshan Sword King spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Bai De took advantage of the victory to pursued closely, and slashed down with the giant bone knife in his hand. In everyone's senses, it seemed that there was only such a bone knife left in the world, cold and powerful. In the blink of an eye, Zhinshan Sword King and Bai De fought countless times, and every time they fought, Zhinshan Sword King would vomit blood. However, the giant white bone sword is not a divine weapon after all. It is just comparable to the 9 tribulations divine weapon in terms of sturdiness. It was hit several times by Zhinshan Sword King's top quality sword, and cracks gradually appeared. If Zhinshan Sword King's real combat strength reaches the level of the 9 tribulations true god, then as long as he persists until Bai Da's giant white bone knife breaks, he will almost win. Bai Da's body is a bone skeleton, and his main attack power lies in the giant bone knife and his own strength. Without the giant bone knife, Bai Da can only rely on his own bones. If he is hit several times by the best artifact, his body will collapse. It's a pity that Jinshan Sword King's combat power is far superior to the true god of the Seven Tribulations, but it is still far from being comparable to the true god of the Nine Tribulations. Therefore, before Bai Da's white bone sword broke, Jinshan Sword King was unable to catch it, and the top-quality sword in his hand was blown away. No. Jinshan Sword King looked desperate, and the next moment he was split in half by Bai Da's bone sword. Blood fell like rain and scattered all over the ground. Qi Xiang and the others were stunned. Jinshan Sword King was killed, which they never expected at the beginning. Looking at the skeleton standing in the void, covered in blood fog, everyone in Qi Xiang was terrified. The next moment, Qi Xiang and the others were horrified to find that Bai Da's figure turned towards them. Qi Xiang yelled, "Brother Han, I don't want the chaos fruit, please spare my life." Han Feng said unhurriedly, "That can't be done, my Bai Da, but you need your physical body to further refine and break through." This is the real purpose of Han Feng's desire to kill Qi Xiang and others, and the Chaos God fruit is only second. After all, for the current Han Feng, it is not known how many years it will be before he needs to use the Chaos God fruit. Bai Dazeo was comparable to the existence of the Nine Tribulations true God. After the corpses of Wen Xiongua and others in the Ice Secret Realm were taken away by Han Feng, Bai Da's strength was tempered a step further, almost equivalent to the Nine Tribulations true God's initial stage junior high school level. With the corpses of Qi Xiang and others, Han Feng is sure that Bai Da's strength can be tempered to a level comparable to the peak of the first stage of the Nine Tribulations true God. As for breaking through to the middle level of the Nine Tribulations true God, there are a lot of fierce beasts in the secret realm of chaos, and there is no shortage of materials. Isn't the other side the corpse of the six-eyed terrifying beast? Escape. Qi Xiang obviously realized that Han Feng had no intention of letting them go, and he turned into a rainbow and fled with a loud shout. Qi Xiang's subordinates also fled in horror one by one, choosing different directions. The second update. How could Han Feng let these people escape? These are all good materials for tempering Bai Da. With the sleeves rolled up, Skylark and other beasts roared out, releasing powerful breaths one by one. Xiao Jianfeng and Xing Jinliang were stunned again. God, this guy has subdued so many demon gods at the level of the Seven Tribulations true gods. Those people from Tai Bai Sword sect are finished. The two murmured in shock. Even Lu Xinfan did not expect Han Feng to have such a whole card, and felt that Han Feng was extremely mysterious in his heart. Unlike the shock of Qiao Jianfeng and others, Qi Xiang and others were terrified. Skylark is already the true god of the Eight Tribulations, and the beasts such as Xuanhuan are also at the high level of the true god of the Seven Tribulations. These forces completely crush the people of Qi Xiang, and only Qi Xiang and the people in their heyday have the power to resist. Bai Da caught up with Qi Xiang first, and the giant bone knife pierced the sky and cut it down instantly. Qi Xiang has tried his best to resist, but Qi Xiang, who consumes a lot, can't even have the power of an ordinary eighth Kulpa true god's first-level power. Without the power to resist, he barely resisted 2 or 3 times before being killed by Bai Da. This is because Qi Xiang has the best sword to resist, otherwise he will be killed by Bai Da with a single blow. Xuanhuan and other beasts also caught up with the others, either breathing out fire or sending down thunder, and Qi Xiang's subordinates were all killed in a short while. 2 of the top 10 sword kings of the Tai Bai sword sect fell into Han Feng's hands, just like that. Not only that, after these people died, all the treasures in the storage container belonged to Han Feng. Han Feng also wanted to give some to Qiao Jianfeng and the other 3, but they refused. Among these treasures, there are divine stones, enlightenment stones, divine grasses, divine fruits, and divine pills, all of which add up to a huge value. Even if there are fire attribute heaven and earth spirits that are useful to Han Feng, there are not none. However, these fire-attributed heaven and earth spirits, whether they are fire-attributed god crystals or fire-attributed gods, are mostly at the level of intermediate gods, and there are very few high-level gods. Han Feng's cultivation was pushed to the mid to late stage of the 7 tribulations true God, or to the peak. As for breaking through to the 8 tribulations true God, this bit of heaven and earth spirits is not enough. Breaking through from the true God of the 7 tribulations to the true God of the 8 tribulations is another realm. But Han Feng didn't have the idea of retreating immediately. The time to open the Chaos Secret Realm is limited. If you want to break through, you can leave the Chaos Secret Realm and break through again. Breaking through in the secret realm of chaos is a waste of time. Maybe once you close your eyes and open them, the cultivation level breaks through, and the secret realm of chaos will also be closed. Previously, Han Feng was able to break through from the 6 tribulations true God to the 7 tribulations true God intermediate level in a short period of time. It was because he had suppressed his cultivation for decades outside, and he broke through so quickly with the help of the strange rules of the Chaos Secret Realm. After that, the speed of cultivation is no different from the outside world, and the same goes for breakthroughs. Breaking through from the middle level of the 7 tribulations true God to the high level, it will take a long time to digest the energy of the heaven and earth spirits outside. Even if it is fast in the secret realm of chaos, it is limited, so Han Feng dare not absorb these in the secret realm of chaos heaven and earth spirits. Putting away all the treasures, these swords of the Chi Bai sword sect have also become Han Feng's spoils of war. In the Chi Bai sword sect, the divine swords are all extraordinary grades. Except for the 2 top-grade divine swords of Qi Xiang and Xuanhuan Sword King, the rest of the divine swords are also extremely top-notch among the 9 tribulations divine weapons. It's a pity that Han Feng already has the Taishan divine sword in his hands, which has reached the top level among the 9 tribulations divine weapons. These divine swords are of little use to Han Feng. The 2 top-grade swords are not of the fire attribute, nor are they special attributes that any attribute true God can control, so they are also useless to Han Feng. When we leave the secret realm of chaos, we will sell all these trophies. Even if we can't exchange for a powerful artifact of chaos, we must exchange it for a top-notch artifact. With thoughts in his mind, Han Feng waved his hand, and all the trophies were taken away. It is included in the storage space on the 7th floor of the Jiuyantianhua Pagoda. The weapon spirits of the 2 top-grade divine swords naturally struggled, but they had to succumb when Xiaopeng appeared to suppress them. Apart from these 2 spirits, the spirits of the other 9 tribulations divine artifacts have some fire attributes. Seeing that Han Feng has such a powerful artifact as the Nine Flame Skyfire Pagoda, he didn't know that Han Feng had a bright future, so many volunteered to recommend themselves. The true God who can subdue the Jiuyantianhua Pagoda must be extraordinary. In the eyes of these weapon spirits, if they surrender to Han Feng, they may be promoted to the top-grade artifact or even the chaos artifact in the future. To the disappointment of these spirits, Han Feng did not choose them because of their self-recommendation. Even if it is a fire attribute weapon spirit, it is still a divine sword, and its function is too similar to that of the Taishan divine sword. If it has some special effects, Han Feng might consider some, such as the special hobby of the 7-star pear blossom needle, and the soul-eating function of the soul-eating ruler. Thinking to snatch my position, dreaming. Taishan Xinjian said viciously, looking at the group of disappointed spirits with great power. Master, give me some chaos stones. I want to condense the divine nature of chaos and advance to the top-grade artifact. Han Feng suddenly produced so many divine swords, including some fire-attributed 9 tribulations divine swords. The Taishan divine sword immediately sat down. I can't stand it anymore, I feel a huge crisis. Before, Taishan Xinjian had never called Han Feng its master. Han Feng couldn't stop laughing in his heart. Yu Tai Xian Shenjian also has today. The Chaos Stones are all on the 7th floor of the Skyfire Tower. You can ask Xiaopeng to give them to you. But don't be too anxious to advance. There are still many places that need you in the Chaos Secret Realm, and you will start to advance after you leave the Chaos Secret Realm. Artifact. It is not a day's work to advance, especially from a high-grade artifact to a top-grade artifact. It may take decades or hundreds of years to completely condense the chaotic attributes. This, alright. Tai Xian Shenjian hesitated for a moment and agreed. These divine swords, Han Feng wanted to give some to Qiu Jianfeng and the other 3, but they still refused. They also have the 9 Tribulations divine artifact, and they are not short of these. As for the top-grade divine sword, none of the 3 match it, and it is useless for the 3 of them to take it. After roughly counting the harvest, Han Feng also put away the corpses of Qi Xiong and others, including the 6-eyed shocking beast that had long since fallen. However, the corpses of these people and the 6-eyed beast were ordered to temper by De. After finishing everything, including Qiu Jianfeng and the others, the eyes of the 4 fell on the Chaos God fruit. This time, Han Feng wanted to distribute it to Qiu Jianfeng and the other 3, and the 3 did not refuse any more. At any rate, the 3 of them had also contributed before, so there was not so much pressure to distribute the Chaos God fruit now. There were only dozens of Chaos God fruits, and Han Feng alone accounted for 70%, and the remaining 3 each took 10%. This was proposed by Qiu Jianfeng and the other 3. The 3 of them were not stupid, and they couldn't see that even without their help, the Chaos God fruit would eventually fall into Han Feng's hands. The 3 of them weren't that thick-skinned yet, and they were able to lick their faces to share more Chaos Divine fruits. The first update. Han Feng, where shall we go next? After dividing the Chaos Divine fruit, Qiu Jianfeng asked first. At this moment, Qiu Jianfeng and the others clearly regarded Han Feng as their leader. Han Feng pondered for a while, and then slowly said, "Can you feel the imprint of the heavenly soul on your body? Let's go to the nearest one." Qiu Jianfeng smiled bitterly. "I didn't sense it, or it was too vague to determine the exact position. It should be far away." "Me neither," Xing Zhenliang said in a low voice. "I sensed one." Lu Xinfan touched a heavenly soul imprint on the back of his hand. "Oh? Who is it?" Han Feng asked quickly. "It's Zhao Feng." "Zhao Feng? It's him." Han Feng understood. At the beginning of Qiankenzong, Shi Huanqing didn't like Qiu Jianfeng and others, so naturally he didn't imprint the heavenly soul mark with Qiu Jianfeng and others. Afterwards, the children of the Qiankenzong family who escaped from the Ice Demon King incident were not so arrogant, unlike those under Shi Huanqing who did not take Qiu Jianfeng and others into their eyes, but they did not imprint the heavenly soul mark with Qiu Jianfeng and others. He and Han Feng and Lu Xinfan imprinted each other's heavenly soul imprints. Qiu Jianfeng and Xing Zhenliang felt vaguely, and only Lu Xinfan could clearly perceive the general location of one person, and it could only be the children of the Qiankenzong family. Zhao Feng, one of them, is a descendant of the Qiankenzong Zhao family, or a direct descendant. However, the Zhao family is not considered a big family in the Qiankuan sect. There is only one ancient god powerhouse, and he still breaks through at a slightly lower level of 9th rank divine essence. In the early stage of the lower ancient gods, they are considered relatively weak existences, and some powerful heavenly kings and true gods are capable of overwhelming this person. Therefore, among the children of the Qiankenzong family, this person is relatively low-key, and he treats people more gently. Han Feng still has a lot of good feelings for this person. Knowing that it was Zhao Feng, Han Feng and the others speeded up. When Zhao Feng was found, Zhao Feng was fighting with a 7th level beast. Before Zhao Feng entered the Primal Chaos Secret Realm, he was also at the peak of the 6 Tribulations True God, and had not been suppressed for a few years. At this time, he was in the early stage of the seven tribulations true God. As a genius disciple of Qiankenzong. Obviously, Zhao Feng was not comparable to the seven tribulations true God's initial stage. The four of them did not rush to make a move after they arrived, because the four of them could see that Zhao Feng had gradually gained the upper hand. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Zhao Feng to win. Senior brother Han, junior sister Lu, the imprints of the heavenly soul that belonged to you were burning hot earlier, and I guessed that you were coming, as expected. Just after killing a relatively powerful 7th-level medium beast, Zhao Feng was at the height of his spirits. Occasion. However, when Zhao Feng noticed Han Feng's aura, his eyes widened instantly. 7. 7 tribulations true God middle rank. Zhao Feng almost roared, this is too exaggerated. With a sad face, Zhao Feng sighed, I thought this breakthrough could surpass you, but I didn't expect. Han Feng rubbed his nose, he would have hidden his aura if he knew it earlier, and immediately changed the subject. It's been a while since I came to the secret realm of chaos, have you gained anything? Zhao Feng shook his head, with resentment on his face. No, maybe my luck is too bad, let alone something similar to the Chaos God fruit, even the Stone of Chaos, I haven't seen a single one. In this case, how about we act together? Han Feng invited. Haha, it's exactly what I want. Zhao Feng readily agreed. As a result, the team of 4 quickly became 5. The 5 of them kept looking for their companions based on the imprint of the heavenly soul on their bodies, and when they felt vague, they just searched for the direction to move forward. During the search for their companions, the 5 of them did not miss the search for the chaotic veins of the soul. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed like this. In just 2 months, the team of the group has grown again. Several children from the Qiankenzong family joined in, and even Jun Sijia and Yan Wudi joined in. Among them, Yan Wudi was rescued by Han Feng and others at a critical moment. If Han Feng and others hadn't come in time, Yan Wudi might have died under the claws of the 8th-level beast. Yan Wudi also has his own companion, who is also an acquaintance of Han Feng's. It is Princess Xingyue from Yunzhou, but it is a pity that he has already fallen and was killed by an 8th-level beast. Han Feng could only sigh for Princess Xingyue's demise. It is dangerous to go through the secret realm, but with the strength of Princess Xingyue, it is indeed in danger everywhere. In addition to the increase in companions, Han Feng and the others also gained a lot in 2 months. A month ago, the group met another Chaos God tree and got dozens of Chaos God fruits. Not only that, they also got a lot of Chaos grass and Chaos flower. However, Chaos grass and Chaos flower are far inferior to Chaos God fruit, and at best they are worse than low-grade Chaos stone. Fortunately, the relatively large number can also make up for some regrets in everyone's hearts. Half a month ago, everyone discovered another chaotic vein. This chaotic vein was smaller than the one discovered by Han Feng. Under the joint efforts of everyone, this strange beast of the high level of the 8 tribulations true God had no choice but to fall with hatred. Naturally, the Chaos Stone in the Chaos Vein belongs to Han Feng and his party. It is worth mentioning that when Han Feng and his party left the Chaos Spiritual Vein, they happened to meet a giant of the Qiankuan sect and had a conflict with him, which ended with the fall of this giant and his subordinates. Han Feng and others harvested another batch of spoils. As the spoils this time, Han Feng got a fairly good artifact, the 9 Dragons Seal. The 9 Dragons Seal is a golden seal, on which there are 9 real dragons roaring and flying, which can grow infinitely larger and suppress the enemy. More importantly, the 9 Dragons Seal is the ultimate artifact. If it is just the 9 Tribulations divine artifact, with Yantian Wu Baoluan and Taishan Excalibur, having one more usable 9 Tribulations divine artifact will not increase the overall strength much, but if there is an extra top-grade artifact, the situation will be different. Completely different. A moment after getting the 9 Dragons Seal, Han Feng couldn't wait to refine it. As for Qi Ling of the Nine Dragons seal, knowing that there was such a big guy as Xiaopeng, he recognized Han Feng as the master without any resistance. Nine Dragons God seal took the initiative to recognize the master. Coupled with Han Feng's refinement, Han Feng soon mastered several % of Nine Dragons God seal. A deeper level of mastery requires Han Feng's continuous refinement and continued efforts. In fact, in the past 2 months, not only this one well-known strong man died at the hands of Han Feng, but also another giant of Qianquanzong. It is said that the reputation is not weaker than Xuanhuan and Wangong. In addition, a god general of Tianluozong and a sword king of Chi Bai Cai fell. Naturally, Han Feng's trophies increased greatly, and the treasures he got that were helpful to his cultivation, such as divine pills, could completely help Han Feng break through to the 8 tribulations true God. In just 2 months, it can be described as a big harvest. Han Feng was so happy that he almost couldn't close his mouth from ear to ear. The second update. Qiu Jianfeng and others were also speechless and shocked by Han Feng's killing of so many giant-level figures. In the past in the Chaos Secret Realm, these giant-level figures rarely fell, but this time, not to mention so many, they basically died at the hands of Han Feng. Calculated, the 2 god generals of Tianluozong, the 3 sword kings of Tai Bai Jianzong, and the 2 giants of Qianquanzong, a total of 7 giants died in Han Feng's hands. This is a terrible number. The reason for such a record is that Han Feng's strength and reputation do not match. Han Feng is indeed very strong, but he is very low-key on the Qianlong list of Qianquanzong. He is only ranked at the bottom, and such a ranking will naturally not attract the attention of those giants. In the eyes of those giants, Han Feng was no different from ordinary disciples. The persimmons were soft, and when they met ordinary disciples, how could those giants not snatch them up? This snatching would be a complete disaster. If Han Feng was originally a giant, and was known by his own sect and the other 2 sects, then none of the generals, sword kings, and giants that Han Feng met before would easily fight against Han Feng. When a giant robs people, it also depends on the target. They will not easily grab someone with similar strength as themselves. It will only hurt both sides, and the winner will also be hated by the forces where the killed is when they leave the secret realm of chaos. Perhaps only geniuses like Tan Ningong and Taisheng Junjin, who are already astonishingly powerful behind the scenes, would hunt and kill giants without any scruples. In the past in the secret realm of chaos, the giants who fell were basically killed by geniuses like Tan Ningong. Lu Xinfan also reminded Han Feng not to kill too many giant-level inner disciples. Otherwise, if you leave the secret realm of chaos, unless you stay in Qianquanzong and can't come out, once you leave Qianquanzong, you will be in crisis. Or be forced to leave the eastern border, only then can they survive. However, Han Feng didn't care about it. How could Han Feng not know the consequences of what he did? First, Bai Da's tempering required the body of a strong man. I don't care about offending more forces. If they are capable, they leave Ziyun God realm to chase him down. Because of Han Feng's unscrupulousness, the spoils of war are astonishing. Those are all geniuses at the giant level, so how can they gain less in these days? Not to mention the harvest of these days, just their daily treasures are enough to attract the ordinary 7 or 8 kulpas, true gods, to crazily snatch them. Thanks to the physical bodies of these strong men, after Bai Da was tempered with the essence extracted from these physical bodies by the bone order, the strength has gone a step further, almost reaching the middle peak level of the 9 tribulations true God. At this point, it is difficult to go further by only relying on the physical body of the 7 tribulations true God. But the 9th level fierce beast does not mean that it can be found immediately, and Bai Da's tempering can only be put on hold temporarily. Since the physical body of the 7 tribulations true God could not help Bai Da temper to a high-level comparable to the 9 tribulations true God, Han Feng immediately asked the bone order to transform him into the 2nd or even the 3rd bone general. Today, 2 months later, in Han Feng's bone order, there are 9 more bone generals, including Bai De, a total of 10 bone generals. The extra 9 were named by Han Feng as Bai Er, Bai San, Bai Si, and Bai Shilai respectively, which is simple and clear. And these 9 bone generals are all middle-level bone generals, comparable to the true gods of the 8 tribulations. 10 generals with bones gave Han Feng more confidence. Han Feng has been grinding his fists and is ready to make a big move again. But at this moment, Han Feng and the others froze, and a heavenly soul imprint on their bodies flickered, indicating that another person had appeared in the perception. However, this imprint of the soul of the sky appears and disappears from time to time, which is different from that kind of blur. It appears and disappears at this time, which means that the imprint of the soul of the sky is between disappearing and not disappearing. This means that this person is seriously injured and is about to die. The aura on the seal of the heavenly soul is Huangziqi. Han Feng quickly analyzed his identity through the seal of the heavenly soul. Huangziqi was known by Han Feng in Yunzhou. Han Feng doesn't have many people with deep friendship in Qianquanzong, and his friendship with Huangziqi can only be said to be average, but among the average people, it is considered relatively good. Xing Jinliang and Jun Sijia obviously also sensed Huangziqi's situation, and they showed worry. Unlike Han Feng, Xing Jinliang, Jun Sijia, and Huangziqi came out of the same state, and they also came to Yunzhou to enter the Ziyun Tower together, so their friendship is naturally extraordinary. The eyes of the two couldn't help falling on Han Feng. Han Feng narrowed his eyes. Let's go. According to the induction from perception, Huangziqi's approximate location is in the northwest. Behind Han Feng, everyone shot away in unison. After about half a day, everyone finally discovered Huangziqi. At this time, Huangziqi had already fainted on a path between 2 mountain ranges, with crisscrossing scars on his body, which was truly ferocious. Not good. Xing Jinliang and Jun Sijia were startled. Huangziqi's breath was already negligible. Han Feng descended immediately and took out a pill from the storage space. This was obtained from the spoils of a divine general of the Tianluo sect. Han Feng didn't know what kind of elixir it was. He only knew that it was a healing elixir, and its grade was not low, probably at the level of a top-grade elixir. Huangziqi, the true god of the 6 tribulations, is enough for the treatment. The elixir entered the mouth, and it instantly turned into a wave of warm energy, which healed Huangziqi's injuries. Huangziqi was not so much injured as he lost too much blood. There are many wounds on the body, but none of them are fatal, but it is precisely because of this that it shows the viciousness of the other party. Killing is nothing more than a nod. The other party obviously wants Huangziqi to suffer many tortures and die. For the true god, such a wound is easy to heal, but Huangziqi's wound does not know what kind of energy is attached to it, and it cannot be healed no matter what. Fortunately, at this moment, what Huangziqi swallowed was a high-grade divine elixir-level healing elixir, and the level of the top-grade elixir was probably not low. Under the recovery of the elixir, the wounds on Huangziqi's body gradually healed, and the rest can only be recovered by Huangziqi himself. After a few days, Huangziqi gradually regained consciousness. Huangziqi, what happened? Could it be the one from your family? Jun Sijia's eyes flickered coldly. In the past few days, Han Feng also learned about the situation of the royal family from Jun Sijia. As I said before, Huangziqi is not the number 1 of the younger generation in the royal family. The number 1 of the younger generation in the royal family is someone else, and this person has a bad relationship with Huangziqi. The grievances between the two started from their ancestors. Ever since he came to the secret realm of chaos, Huangziqi has been training in Xuanhuan mountain or in his own cave, so it is impossible for him to form any kind of enmity. So the one who hates Huangziqi so much, and uses such means to torture Huangziqi, can only be the royal family. The first person of the younger generation. The first update. What puzzled Jun Sijia was that even if the first person was stronger than Huang Zhiqi would not have fallen into such a situation, and he could still run with some injuries. In particular, the strange dark energy attached to the wound on Huang Zhiqi's body did not match the attributes of that person. Jun Sijia supported Huang Zhiqi. Huang Zhiqi got up with difficulty, first thanked Han Feng, and then said bitterly, "I not only met Huang Hanhai, but also Wan Gong. Just made it." "What? Wan Gong? How did you provoke him?" Jun Sijia's face changed drastically. Wan Gong possesses the Chaos Divine physique, the Frost Demon physique, and even if he cannot exert all his strength, his combat power is astonishing. Among all the giants of the three sects, he is definitely the first-rate among the first-rate, second only to Tan Ningong and other supermasters. Master. There are only a handful of giants who can compare with Wan Gong. At the very least, the Fengshan Sword King and Jinshan Sword King that I met before are definitely not comparable to Tan Ningong. Such a character should look down on Huang Zhiqi. How could it be? Could it be because Huang Hanhai took refuge in Wan Gong, so Wan Gong wanted to support his subordinates? Jun Sijia couldn't understand it. At this moment, Han Feng's face was gloomy, and Han Feng more or less guessed why a giant of Wan Gang's level would find trouble with Huang Zhiqi. At this moment, Huang Zhiqi glanced at Han Feng with hesitation. Han Feng said lightly, "It's because of me. In the past, Wan Gong came to trouble me because of King Ming Tianjiang, and later he wanted to recruit me, but I refused. Decades ago, I offended the Wen family again. The family is also related to the Tan family, so it is not an exaggeration for Wan Gong to say that he is the running dog of the Tan family, and it is normal for the Wen family to stand up for the Wen family. Except for the children of the Qiankenzong family, Qiu Jianfeng and others were all very surprised. When did Han Feng become enemies with the Wen family again? This feud is too great." As a child of the Qiankenzong family, Zhao Feng naturally knew the reason, so he immediately said a few words. Qiu Jianfeng and the others gritted their teeth. "It's too domineering. He is a member of the Wen family, so you are not. Why should the Wen family trouble you just because you are alive, and even want you to die?" Zhao Feng sighed. "This is strength. Who said that the Wen family is powerful and has the Tan family as their backing? Brother Huang suffered an unreasonable disaster this time." Huang Zhiqi's face was dark, and he shook his head. "It can't be regarded as an innocent disaster. Since Huang Hanhai has taken refuge in Wan Gong, it will be a matter of time before Wan Gong finds me in trouble." After a pause, Huang Zhiqi hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should say that sentence. Han Feng saw Huang Zhiqi's hesitation, and couldn't help saying, "What do you want to say?" Everyone's eyes fell on Huang Zhiqi. Huang Zhiqi took a deep breath and said, "Han Feng, actually I was able to escape, because they did it on purpose." On purpose? Everyone looked puzzled, but there were also very few people whose eyes flickered, as if they had vaguely guessed something. There seemed to be something brewing in Han Feng's eyes, and he obviously had some guesses in his heart. Huang Zhiqi said bitterly, "That's right, it was indeed intentional. They seem to know that Han Feng and I have the heavenly soul mark on each other, and they deliberately let me go, because they wanted to send a message to Han Feng through me." "What?" Han Feng said coldly. Wan Gong said, "If you don't look for him, he will kill all the people he catches. At that time I was with Miao Bang, Yuan Bingfeng, Jing Zhenjuan and Wen Jincheng, and some of them were disciples of Xian Lefeng, but those disciples were too weak, and Wan Gong felt that they were not qualified as hostages, so he killed them. Only me, as the messenger, was deliberately let go by them." "What?" Knowing that some of Xian Lefeng's disciples had also been killed, Qiu Jianfeng was furious. Some of those disciples came from the same prefecture as him, and they had a good friendship, but now. The secret realm of chaos is extremely dangerous. It would be fine if they died at the claws of ferocious beasts, but now they died at the hands of disciples of the same sect. Qiu Jianfeng's face was ferocious. Damn Wangong. Han Feng's face became more and more cold. Very well, I haven't troubled him yet, but he is going to trouble me first. Just right, let's settle the previous grievances together this time. Han Feng didn't have much friendship with Yuan Bingfeng and the others, but Yuan Bingfeng and the others were eventually caught by Wangong as hostages because of his involvement, so Han Feng naturally couldn't ignore it. Huang Zhiqi said in a deep voice, Han Feng, you have to think carefully, this time Wangong will definitely not hold back, you are going, it is very likely. Huang Zhiqi clearly remembered that Wangong, now it is the high-level limit of the 7 tribulations true God, half a foot into the existence of the 8 tribulations true God. Don't worry, I'm not the same as before I entered the secret realm of chaos. Han Feng comforted Huang Zhiqi. So Huang Zhiqi was surprised to find that Qiu Jianfeng and the others had an expression of agreement. What's going on? How did Huang Zhiqi know that the current Han Feng is also the existence of the 7 tribulations true God? And Qiu Jianfeng stayed with Han Feng for 2 months, and he already knew a lot about Han Feng's combat power. Even if Wangong stepped half a foot into the 8 tribulations true God and possessed the frost demon physique, Qiu Jianfeng and the others still had full confidence in Han Feng. Chaos Secret Realm, a mountain range shrouded in dark clouds. There is an aura of darkness everywhere in this mountain range. The true God with the attribute of darkness is like a fish in water here, and even his strength has increased by 1 or 2 points out of thin air. Wangong sat cross-legged on a boulder and practiced with his eyes closed. All around are under Wangong's command, and Wen Xianghao is among them. Wen Xianghao wants to kill Han Feng for revenge, but he also knows that he can't do it alone. It is true that he has the treasures given by his family, but he can only stop the skeleton, and it is bound to form a one-on-one situation between him and Han Feng. If you want to kill Han Feng, you still need to rely on Wangong's strength. On the other side, Yuan Bingfeng and the others were lying on the ground listlessly, motionless, and they didn't know whether they were fainted or dead. Wangong, are you sure that Han Feng is back? Wen Xianghao had been waiting for several days, and was a little impatient. Wangong opened his eyes, and said calmly, Brother Wen, if you can't wait any longer, you can leave. It was the Tan family that Wangong was fawning on, not the Wen family, and Wangong was a little bit contemptuous of Wen Xianghao. Wen Xianghao's expression froze, and he wanted to curse, but thinking of the relationship between Wangong and the Tan family, he had to keep his mouth shut. Humph, what arrogance. When I kill Han Feng, I'll use my treasures to kill you. It's just a dog of the Tan family, so he dares to look down on me. Wen Xianghao looked terrified. Suddenly, a series of startled rainbows came through the sky. Wangong jumped down, and said calmly, It's finally here. The second update. Following Wangong's actions, Wangong's subordinates all got up with awe-inspiring expressions. Among these people, some have heard that Han Feng possesses a skeleton comparable to that of the 9 tribulations true God, but since they have heard it, these people naturally don't believe it that much. Even if he believed it, he only thought that Baide was a puppet-like existence. No one knew that Baide was made by the Bone Order and was a product of a special artifact. Since it is a puppet, every action naturally needs to consume the God Stone. Comparable to the puppet of the 9 tribulations true God, it is not an exaggeration to describe the amount of God Stone consumed by each action. How many divine stones can a mere Qiankuan sect disciple with no background in Han Feng consume? Maybe the last time he escaped from the Ice Demon King with the help of this puppet, this time he no longer has the ability to move it. Even if they have the ability to mobilize, there are so many 7 tribulations true gods here, especially Wangong, who is a high-level peak of the 7 tribulations true gods, and possesses a frost demon body. His strength is amazing, and the energy consumption is also affordable. When the puppet's energy is exhausted, just an inner disciple of the six tribulations true God can be killed by any one of them here. Under the condensed gazes of Wan Gong and everyone under Wan Gang's command, Han Feng turned into a startled rainbow and fell down, followed by a confrontation between the two parties. On the surface, everyone in Han Feng was at a disadvantage. There were very few people who possessed the seven tribulations true God, and some were only at the beginning level of the seven tribulations true God. Compared to Wan Gang's side, who are all true gods of the seven tribulations, and many of them are middle-level true gods of the seven tribulations, Han Feng's side is too weak. When Han Feng landed, he sensed the fainted Yuan Bingfeng and the others with his soul for the first time, and confirmed that Yuan Bingfeng and the others just fainted and did not die, and he was slightly relieved. Wen Xianghao couldn't wait to stand up. Han, you have today. Wen Xianghao was extremely excited, as if he had seen Han Feng's miserable end. However, Han Feng directly ignored Wen Xianghao, and his eyes fell on Wan Gong. This guy is indeed much stronger than the Fengshan Sword King and Zhenshan Sword King. The giants like Fengshan Sword King didn't feel dangerous to Han Feng at all, but Wan Gong made Han Feng subconsciously vigilant. Damn it! Seeing Han Feng ignoring him, Wen Xianghao was furious, wishing he could take out the treasure immediately. The moment Wen Xianghao was about to take out the treasure, Wen Xianghao was shocked and endured it. You bastard, let you live a little longer. Wen Xianghao temporarily gave up with a heartache when he thought of the sacred stone that would be consumed to activate the treasure. Wan Gong also concentrated his eyes on Han Feng, his expression changed slightly. This guy is completely different from 100 years ago. 100 years ago, Wan Gong could still see the tension and fear of himself in Han Feng's eyes. But now, Wan Gong only saw calmness. Interesting, do you think you can beat me? Wan Gong felt absurd in his heart. Squinting his eyes slightly, Wan Gong said indifferently, I'll give you another chance. If you surrender to me today, I will not only let you go, but I will even take care of your companions. Think about it. Don't think about it, I refuse, let's do it. Han Feng refused directly, and the surging anger swept out, sweeping the sky like a storm. That's right, it's a pity. Wan Gong said regret on his lips, but in fact he was full of killing intent, shooting up into the sky like a real thing, like a monster. Under the influence of this dark aura, Wan Gang's evil aura went one step further, and even his aura was enhanced. The terrifying will swept across the surrounding area, and Qiu Jianfeng and the others suddenly felt that a mountain was pressing on them, which was extremely heavy. Drink! Han Feng yelled loudly, and his aura surged again. The aura of divine origin as high as the 9th rank formed a terrifying whirlwind, resisting the oppressive aura of Wan Gong. The two auras collided, and the void suddenly rumbled, deafening. Okay, what a terrible breath. Is this the legendary Wan Gang strength? Damn it, the oppression this kid brought us seems to be no worse than senior brother Wan Gong. This kid's strength has reached the peak of the middle-level true god of the seven tribulations. How did he get the high-level early stage of the true god of the six tribulations in the information? Qiu Jianfeng and others were startled by Wan Gang's aura, and everyone under Wan Gang's command was shocked by Han Feng's aura. Very good, you are qualified to fight with me. Wan Gang's eyes narrowed, and his tone became more solemn. Stand back. Han Feng yelled loudly. Their battle at this level is too close, and it is easy to be affected. Qiu Jianfeng and others retreated quickly, as did Wan Gang's subordinates, leaving room for Han Feng and Wan Gang. In an instant, the two moved, extremely fast like ghosts. Boom boom boom. The two formed afterimages, and they fought continuously in a limited space. Every time they collided, there was a huge roar, as if the void was exploding. In just a short moment, the two fought countless times. Wan Gang's right hand was condensed into a fist, his spirit surged, and he struck out violently. Han Feng firmly grasped Wang Gang's fist with his right palm, and the instant the fist and the palm of his hand broke through, the divine essence burst out, forming ripples and spreading around. The next moment, Han Feng's left hand condensed into a claw, and directly grabbed Wang Gang's head. Wang Gang twisted his head and kicked hard with his right leg. Han Feng also kicked with his right leg, another violent collision. Boom! Both of them backed away. Wang Gang licked his lips, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. Not bad, although the cultivation base is a bit low. Fortunately, the quality of Xuanhuan, Shen body, and Shen soul is very high, which makes me enjoy myself. Gone. It's a pity that a genius like you is going to fall into my hands today. Even Wang Gang has to admit that if he doesn't compare his cultivation base to the divine essence, divine body, and divine soul, he is inferior to Han Feng. It's nothing to be weak in cultivation, it can always be improved. But it is not easy for the quality of the divine essence to exceed the level of cultivation. Thinking that such a genius as Han Feng was going to die at the hands of level 4, Wang Gang felt regretful and excited at the same time. Han Feng showed sarcasm. You are not ashamed to say that you want to kill me. I am afraid that your current ability is not enough. Wang Gang chuckled a few times in a low voice. It's just a warm-up exercise, you are too confident. Frost Demon Body, Ning. Boom. A burst of extreme icy energy whizzed out suddenly, and the mountain range, which was originally full of darkness, seemed to turn into an iceberg at this moment, and ice crystals rained down on the whole world. Suddenly, a dark breath blew out like a hurricane centered on Wang Gang. The color of the sky changed, and the dark breath rushed straight into the sky like a king in the dark. The Frost Demon physique has two attributes of Frost and Dark Demon, and it is a Chaos Divine physique that surpasses the top Divine physique. Realizing that Han Feng is not easy, Wang Gang finally got serious. Although the current Wang Gang can't exert the full power of the Frost Demon physique, it is not comparable to the top Divine body. The oppression of the two attributes of frost and darkness made Han Feng's breathing stagnate for an instant, and even his movements became stiff. The first update.